Bai, an ordinary individual, suffered a dual blow to both love and career in a single day, and through an unexpected turn of events, found himself in the world of Dragon Ball as Raditz, the elder brother of Saiyan Wukong. In this life, I am both Bai and Raditz. My life is mine to command, and let us witness how I stir the winds and clouds in the world of Dragon Ball. Chapter 1. A new beginning in the Dragon Ball world. It's raining, it's raining. The people on the street clamored as torrential rain poured from the sky. Everyone was running to escape the downpour, yet one man stood motionless, starkly contrasting with the bustling scene around him. I haven't seen such heavy rain in ages, the man murmured to himself, watching the large raindrops drip from his hands. He gazed at the rain-soaked sky, lost in thought, recalling his past. My name is Bai, a 30-year-old deemed a useless failure by others. I have never met my parents and was raised by my grandfather. Following my grandfather's sudden passing during my second year of high school, I became an orphan. Lacking a fondness for studying, I dropped out of school early to work. At 20, I met a girl named Chushin, who was also working. Her dreamlike name resonated with me, and due to our similar experiences, we quickly became inseparable. She was the first person I felt close to after my grandfather's death, and I cherished her deeply. I had no stable job, as my early dropout prevented me from even obtaining a high school diploma. Thus, I resorted to manual labor, taking on any job that paid, which, though arduous, filled me with satisfaction, especially since Chushin was pregnant with my child. Today, I returned early from work to surprise Chushin, but upon opening the door, I was stunned. My wife was unfaithful. This was something no one could accept. In a fit of rage, I lunged at the man, fueled by the hardships I had endured since childhood and my slightly greater strength. The man before me appeared frail and weak, seemingly no match for me. I pinned him to the ground, but when Chushin attempted to intervene, she was powerless against me. In a moment of desperation, she uttered the words that shattered my world. If you kill him, my child will have no father. Those words struck me like a thunderbolt, and I fled in a frenzy. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a car horn interrupted Bai's reverie, and he saw a vehicle speeding toward a little girl. Instinctively, he rushed forward, pushing the girl out of harm's way, only to be struck by the car himself. Blood from Bai was washed away by the rain, forming a small pool around him. Blood flowed into the red jade hanging from his neck, which shimmered faintly. This jade had been entrusted to him by his grandfather shortly before his death, and he had worn it close to him for years. Bai's consciousness began to fade, and he murmured, "It seems I am destined to die. Perhaps it is for the best," before closing his eyes. Am I not dead? Where is this place? Upon awakening, Bai surveyed the unfamiliar, cramped environment. It did not resemble a hospital or a morgue. He instinctively touched his head, puzzled. How strange. Why has my hair grown so long? What is happening? Struggling to rise in the confined space, Bai peered through a glass window and was astonished by the view, a sky filled with stars. Had he left Earth and ventured into the cosmos? Was this a spaceship? Where on earth am I? As Bai pondered, a flood of memories surged within him. Raditz, Kakarot, Vegeta, he recalled, recognizing them from the Dragon Ball series he had watched in his youth. I am Raditz, Saiyan Wukong's brother. After the initial shock, Bai accepted this new reality and touched his neck, discovering that his grandfather's heirloom had traversed with him. This was the most significant possession he had. Given the dissatisfaction of his previous life, he resolved to start anew in this one, though the beginning as Raditz seemed rather challenging. It appeared he needed to contemplate his future path carefully. Approximately 30 minutes later, the spaceship descended, and Raditz stepped out, stretching his limbs. What fresh air! Is this the Earth of the Dragon Ball world? Just as he was savoring nature, a voice interrupted him. Who are you? Are you an alien? Raditz looked at the farmer holding a gun and couldn't help but chuckle. Despite being the one threatened, the farmer appeared more anxious than he was. Beep, 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 power level 5. Raditz used the scouter on his eye to assess the farmer's power. Was this the device from Dragon Ball that detects power levels? Raditz glanced at the farmer, ignored him, and took off into the sky, utilizing his original memories. So this is flying. We're Rush. Meanwhile, Piccolo, engrossed in training, suddenly sensed an overwhelming energy. Who is this? How can they be so powerful? Is it Saiyan Wukong? No, this energy feels sinister. Who could possibly exist on Earth that surpasses me? I'm coming. Piccolo looked up just in time to lock eyes with Raditz, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Who are you? Raditz regarded the green-skinned figure before him, recognizing him as the Piccolo Daimao from the original story. Goodness, he looks much better in the anime. I feel like I might vomit from the sight of him now, he quipped. You are not Kakarot, but you seem fearful of me? Infuriated, Piccolo seethed. How dare you speak to me? Piccolo Daimao, in such a manner? Do you not realize who I am? I would never fear you. Do you believe I won't kill you right here and now? Raditz smiled nonchalantly. Oh, then why does your face appear so pale from fear? Ha ha! Raditz laughed heartily and departed, heading towards another powerful energy source. This direction must lead to Saiyan Wukong. Let me see my favorite character from childhood, my brother Kakarot. Bike gazed at the departing Ladizi, muttering incessantly, "How infuriating, you scoundrel! How dare you underestimate me?" Chapter 2. The first encounter with Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, at the Kame House gathering, Sun Wukong and his companions sensed a formidable and malevolent energy rapidly approaching their direction. "Who are you? You must not be from Earth. What brings you here?" Sun Wukong inquired, gazing at Raditz in the sky. "Kakarot, we finally meet," Raditz proclaimed. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am your brother, Raditz, from planet Vegeta. We are the warrior race, known as the Saiyans." Beeping sounds echoed as Raditz assessed his power level. 334, not bad. The crowd was taken aback. "Brother? Wukong's brother? You've mistaken me. I am not Kakarot. My name is Sun Wukong. I am an Earthling, not a Saiyan," Wukong retorted. "There is no need for denial. That child must be your son. His tail reveals everything. Only we Saiyans possess tails. You were sent to this planet due to your low combat power, with the intent to exterminate all its inhabitants." "What? Exterminate the Earthlings?" Krillin stammered, glancing nervously at Raditz. "Wukong is kind-hearted and would never harm Earthlings. He has always protected this planet. He is not like you Saiyans," Krillin insisted. Raditz ignored the little bald-headed one and turned to Sun Wukong. "Whether you accept it or not, it is a fact that you are a Saiyan. We transform under the full moon, becoming incredibly powerful. However, without your tail, you likely cannot transform anymore." Then, Master Roshi recounted Wukong's past, which led Wukong to accept the truth. "Grandpa, it was my fault that you died. Even if I am a Saiyan, what is your purpose for coming here?" Wukong questioned. "Enough with the pleasantries. Let us fight. I wish to gauge your strength," Raditz replied. "Very well, as you wish." With that, Wukong swiftly executed the flying Nimbus technique and launched an attack at Raditz. Raditz observed Wukong's punch, which seemed painfully slow, and retaliated with a powerful kick to Wukong's stomach, sending him crashing to the ground. Raditz looked down at Wukong from above. "Aren't you going to remove your clothing? Oh, you noticed? Very well, I shall fight you without it." Thus, Wukong stripped off his weighted clothing. Beeping sounds indicated his power level had risen to 416. "Quite impressive. I see you have improved." Without hesitation, Wukong soared into the air to confront Raditz, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Of course, Raditz did not unleash his full combat power immediately. His intention was twofold: to spar with Wukong and to hone his own skills through the confrontation. In the sky, the fierce exchange of blows between Sun Wukong and Raditz unfolded, yet it was evident that Sun Wukong was struggling, while Raditz appeared remarkably at ease, growing increasingly adept at maneuvering his own body. Having toyed with the battle long enough, it was time to determine the victor. In an instant, Raditz darted behind Sun Wukong and delivered a powerful punch to his back. Sun Wukong cried out, "Father Wukong!" The onlookers below gazed at the fierce confrontation with palpable concern. Meanwhile, Raditz relentlessly assaulted Sun Wukong with a flurry of punches and kicks, ultimately sending him crashing to the ground, making it exceedingly difficult for him to rise again. "Wukong, father!" The crowd rushed to Sun Wukong's side upon witnessing his fall. Raditz landed nearby and sauntered toward him, while Krillin stepped protectively in front of Sun Wukong. "What do you intend to do? You shall not harm Wukong." Raditz regarded the small, bald-headed warrior, who was glistening with sweat and trembling slightly, and chuckled lightly. "Fear not, I shall not harm him, nor any of you." He then crushed a device in his hand. The onlookers were taken aback, questioning if they had misheard. "Come forth, you little green creature. How dare you address me? The mighty King Piccolo, in such a manner. Do you truly believe I would not end your life?" Raditz retorted, "Enough. You can't even defeat Sun Wukong. So what right do you have to threaten me? What did you mean by that? Did you not claim you would annihilate all Earthlings?" Krillin challenged Raditz. The latter cast a glance at Krillin. "Do you truly wish for me to eliminate all Earthlings?" No, Krillin quickly denied. At that moment, Sun Wukong was helped to his feet by the crowd. "What is your true intention? You won't harm Earthlings, will you?" Raditz locked eyes with Sun Wukong, Kakarot. "My original purpose for coming here was to recruit you to join us in conquering planets. Our home, planet Vegeta, was destroyed by a meteor, and now there are only 4 Saiyans left, including you." Upon hearing about attacking other planets, Sun Wukong firmly declared, "I will not join you in attacking others." "Abandon that thought. Raditz scrutinized Sun Wukong. Kakarot, rest assured, my intentions have indeed shifted. I have changed. I cannot afford to follow the same path to demise. Besides, the memories of torment for Vegeta and Nappa haunt me, and I have no desire to relive that existence, especially with Frieza looming over us, threatening the lives of Saiyans. I must forge a new path. With the opportunity presented by my memories from a past life, I intend to make a significant transformation during my time on Earth. Chapter 3. The Temporal Sanctuary. What does this mean? The others questioned, perplexed. As Saiyans, we have been bound to serve under Frieza's command for far too long. A servitude I have grown weary of. I have been compelled to comply for the sake of survival, yet now I yearn to rebel. The device I just shattered contained a monitoring apparatus. All events occurring here will be relayed to 2 Saiyans on a distant planet. Upon discovering the destruction of the device, they are likely to arrive on Earth, and once they do, they will annihilate all inhabitants before selling this planet off. It is worth noting that their combat prowess far exceeds mine by several folds. What? How is it possible that they're stronger than you? The others exclaimed in disbelief. I would relish the opportunity to test my strength against them, Goku mused. And how long will it take for them to reach Earth? Approximately a year, Raditz replied. Thus, you must diligently train over the next year to confront the formidable foes that await. Of course, I will stand beside you when the time comes, Krillin whispered to Goku. Goku, do you believe what he says is true? Goku glanced at Krillin before turning to Raditz, affirming, I trust you. I will train rigorously this year, and I shall defeat those 2 Saiyans. Afterward, I hope to challenge you once more. Is that agreeable? Raditz approached Goku and playfully flicked his forehead. What is this? You lack respect calling me by my name. I am your elder brother, you impudent child. Goku yelped in response. Ouch, that hurt. Raditz then turned his gaze to Gohan, feigning ignorance. What is your name? Son, Wukong, Gohan stammered. You should refer to me as Uncle, Raditz instructed. Gohan, still intimidated by the man who had just struck his father, managed to muster a timid, Uncle. Very well, Raditz replied with satisfaction. The others breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Raditz's demeanor. While his aura still carried a hint of menace, he appeared much more amiable now. For the time being, Earth seemed devoid of immediate danger. Brother, Goku awkwardly addressed him. What are your plans now? Why not come to my home at Capsule Corp? Gohan chimed in, yes. Uncle, please stay with us. Raditz smiled at them. I shall make an effort to visit, but for now, we must focus on our training. Gohan possesses immense potential with diligent training. He could become an exceptional warrior in the future. Goku, somewhat skeptical, cast a glance at Gohan and murmured, Gohan? Bat Kiki. In the vast expanse of the universe, on a distant planet, Vegeta abruptly proclaimed, Raditz's scouter has exploded. Nappa, incredulous, inquired, impossible. Could there be someone on Earth stronger than Raditz? No, Vegeta replied. It seems he has destroyed his own scouter. It appears Raditz is defying our authority and seeks to break away from us. Nappa spat disdainfully. Humph, that fool dares to betray us. It seems he is in need of a lesson. Casting a glance at Nappa, Vegeta commanded, board the ship. We are heading to Earth. I wish to see what gives this fool the audacity to betray me, and I shall ensure he understands the consequences of his treachery. On Earth, since that fateful day, the Supreme Kai, aware that Saiyans would arrive a year later, took Goku away and never returned. It seems that events unfolded similarly to the original storyline. Even if Goku had not perished, he would still be taken to train under King Kai. On this day, Gohan approached Raditz and suddenly declared, Uncle, please teach me how to train. I wish to help Dad and everyone protect Earth and Mom in a year. Raditz regarded Gohan intently. Do you truly wish to train? Yes, please teach me, Gohan insisted. Then you should seek out Piccolo. He will be the most suitable teacher for you. Raditz replied before soaring away towards the Supreme Kai's palace. Before long, Raditz arrived at the Supreme Kai's palace. What brings you here, Raditz? The Supreme Kai inquired. I have 2 requests, Raditz replied respectfully. First, I seek your guidance on controlling Ki. Second, I would like to utilize the Room of Spirit and Time for training. How did you learn about the Room of Spirit and Time? Did Goku inform you? The Supreme Kai asked. Very well. I can teach you and grant you access to the room, he continued, glancing at the small orb beside him. Bubbles, take him there. Yes, Supreme Kai. The small orb replied. Follow me, Raditz. A month later, Bubbles observed Raditz and remarked, Your talent is remarkable. You have mastered the control of Ki. Come with me. I will take you to the Room of Spirit and Time. During this month, Raditz diligently trained alongside Bubbles and the Supreme Kai, mastering the application of Ki while consistently utilizing weighted clothing for gravity training. Now, Raditz has completely mastered the application of ki, exhibiting a transformation that is nothing short of extraordinary. His power has multiplied several times over, and most significantly, after a month of learning from the deity, his aura has undergone a profound change. Gone is the previous violent and murderous energy. Instead, his presence has evolved into one of remarkable tranquility, allowing him to control every facet of his ki with precision. Raditz realizes that he has gleaned all there is to learn in the Divine Temple, and it is now time for him to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for further cultivation. Thank you, Bopo. Raditz expresses his heartfelt gratitude. It's no trouble at all. It is my duty, Bopo replies kindly. Following Bopo, Raditz arrives at the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber. This is the entrance. You may enter on your own. However, be mindful that one day outside equates to an entire year within. Each individual is permitted to stay for only 2 days. Exceeding this limit will prevent you from ever exiting, Bopo cautions earnestly. Understand. Thank you, Mr. Bopo, Raditz responds appreciatively. Chapter 4. Journey to West City. The hyperbolic chamber time, flies unexpectedly, and before Raditz realizes it, he has been training within for over 8 months. During this period, his daily routine consists solely of eating and training, resulting in rapid enhancement of his abilities. Initially, he intended to cultivate for a full 2 years, but he has come to recognize the harshness of this environment. The mental strain has been considerable, and after 8 months alone, Raditz can no longer endure the isolation. His only desire now is to step outside, converse with others, and enjoy a hearty meal. As the door of the hyperbolic time chamber swings open, a disheveled Raditz emerges. The deity observes him, unable to discern his exact strength, but sensing a significant enhancement compared to before, an almost unrecognizable transformation. Mr. Raditz, I didn't expect you to return so soon. However, it appears your power has become formidable. I wonder if you are capable of handling those 2 Saiyans, the deity remarks, eyeing Raditz's tattered appearance. Scratching his head sheepishly, Raditz responds, Indeed, I felt it was time to emerge, as my training there had ceased to be beneficial. He is reluctant to reveal that his exit was prompted by the unbearable conditions inside. As for my strength, it has indeed increased substantially, but I cannot ascertain its true extent without engaging in combat. Reflecting on his earlier impatience to destroy the scouter, Raditz regrets not allowing Bulma to study and modify it. Now, he is eager to gauge his newfound prowess. It seems a visit to West City is in order. Is that so? I wonder what plans you have now, Mr. Raditz, the deity responds curiously. I would like to rest properly. Could you assist me in procuring a set of clothes and some food? Raditz inquires. Certainly, Mr. Raditz. Please follow me. Afterward, Raditz finished his bath and donned a new outfit, strikingly similar to Goku's, save for the turtle symbol, which was replaced by the Saiyan insignia. Raditz was utterly pleased. Perhaps it was due to Goku's influence, but the deity had prepared an abundance of food for Raditz. Upon seeing the feast, Raditz could no longer contain himself, resembling a ravenous wolf captivated by a beautiful, unclad maiden. He lunged forward, devouring the food with great fervor. The deity watched in astonishment. Having thought Goku's appetite was remarkable, little did he know that Raditz surpassed him in that regard. Truly, it is said that not all family members are alike. Once satiated, Raditz expressed his gratitude to the deity and inquired about the direction of West City and Bulma's residence before bidding farewell to the divine sanctuary. Goku's brother. One wonders what brings him here, mused Master Karin, observing Raditz's approach. Raditz first visited Karin Tower to request some senza beans. Curiously, he addressed the talking cat, saying, Greetings, Master Karin. I would like to borrow some senza beans for training, if that would be permissible. Master Karin hesitated momentarily, replying, I can offer you some senza beans, but my supply is limited, and I must prepare for an upcoming battle. Thus, I can only provide you with a few. Upon hearing this, Raditz responded, Thank you, Master Karin, that will suffice. He then glanced at Yajirobe nearby, letting out a resigned sigh. The senza beans are akin to an external aid in the Dragon Ball universe. Yet this little rascal has consumed them all, causing warriors in the later stages to treasure them dearly. After parting ways with Master Karin, Raditz flew swiftly towards West City. Soon arriving at Bulma's home, he entered without hesitation, but immediately regretted his decision. Inside, he found 2 attractive women seated on the sofa, wrapped in towels that left little to the imagination, clearly unprepared for the sudden intrusion of a man. The 2 women simultaneously shrieked, and Raditz quickly recognized his breach of decorum and hastily retreated. Moments later, Bulma and a woman resembling her emerged. Truth be told, Bulma could indeed be considered a beauty, surpassing every woman Raditz had encountered in his past life. Bulma, visibly irate, pointed an accusatory finger at Raditz, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! I cannot believe you are such a person. Peeping at girls while they bathe and converse. Do not think that just because you're Goku's brother with a bit of power, you can act without consequence." The woman who resembled Bulma echoed, "Indeed, you uncouth fellow." Raditz acknowledged his wrongdoing. Barging into a private residence was already inappropriate, and witnessing something he should not have only compounded his error. He figured he would not suffer for the scolding, so he accepted it with grace. With a contrite expression, Raditz said, "I sincerely apologize. This was indeed my mistake." Bulma was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such sincere contrition from the Saiyan. However, considering it was unintentional and in light of her brother Goku, she decided to forgive him. "Very well, I shall pardon you this time. But there must not be a next time. Do you understand?" Bulma declared, hands on her hips and chest held high. "Understood. I shall be more cautious in the future," Raditz replied, knowing he needed her assistance and thus adopting a more courteous demeanor. "Bulma, may I inquire as to who this lady is?" Raditz asked curiously. "This is my sister, Thais. She is an adventure novelist and seldom at home. I never anticipated she would return only to find you taking advantage of the situation," Bulma responded. Raditz seemed to recall Bulma's sister vaguely, having watched Dragon Ball long ago without paying much attention to her name. Back then, it was all about the excitement of battles, with only Goku and Frieza occupying his thoughts. Upon hearing Bulma's introduction, Raditz extended a greeting to Thais. "Hello, I am Raditz, a Saiyan from planet Vegeta." Thais, intrigued by his cosmic origins, inquired further, "I have heard about Saiyans from my sister, and I imagine you must have experienced numerous adventures. Would you be willing to share some tales with me?" Raditz, not particularly invested, replied, "If I have the time, I would be glad to recount my stories." Chapter 5. The Gravity Training Room. That would be splendid, Thais exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of Raditz sharing his experiences. "Goku, may I ask what brings you to my home?" Bulma inquired, perplexed. "I have come to seek your father, Dr. Briefs. I would like to request his assistance with something," Raditz politely stated. "Oh, you are looking for my father? Please, come in and make yourself comfortable. He is currently occupied, but you can wait," Bulma offered. Raditz expressed his gratitude and followed Bulma and Thais into the house. Before long, Dr. Briefs arrived, saying, "I hear someone is in need of my assistance. May I ask who it is?" "Hello, Dr. Briefs. I am Raditz, Goku's brother. I wish to request your help in constructing a gravity training room, if that is possible," Raditz said, looking at the elder gentleman who held a cigarette. "A gravity training room, you say? I could certainly give it a try, though I cannot guarantee the extent of what can be achieved," Dr. Briefs replied. Grateful, Raditz responded with a thank you, albeit somewhat awkwardly, inquiring if he might be permitted to defer payment, as he possessed no currency from Earth. Dr. Brief, a man of casual demeanor, replied nonchalantly that it was of no consequence. He then expressed curiosity about Raditz's acquaintance with his two daughters, wondering which of them he might be dating. "All right, Bulma is with Liu Ping. You must be Tai's boyfriend," he surmised. At this, Tai, blushing, quickly interjected, "Dad, don't say such things. He is merely my sister's friend." Meanwhile, Bulma stifled a laugh at the exchange. Raditz, feeling slightly embarrassed, clarified, "You are mistaken. I just met Miss Tai today." He swiftly shifted the conversation, adding, "Although I lack monetary means, I possess something of great interest to you, which I can offer as collateral." He then produced the controller for his spacecraft, stating, "This is the controller for my ship. I believe it will pique your interest. Consider it a reward for the gravity chamber." Both Dr. Brief and Bulma expressed keen interest, while Tai found the matter rather tedious, perhaps only intrigued by adventurous tales. Before long, Raditz and the Briefs reached an agreement, with Raditz imparting the basic operations and consciousness of a ship to them. Dr. Brief assured him that the gravity chamber would require a month to complete, a timeline Raditz accepted with gratitude, bidding them farewell with plans to return in a month's time. Meanwhile, Piccolo was training Gohan. Initially, Gohan sought Piccolo's tutelage after hearing Raditz's suggestion, despite Chi-Chi's objections, believing Piccolo to be too perilous. Yet, Gohan yearned to grow stronger, to protect his mother, ease his father's burdens, and join the fight to safeguard the Earth. Thus, he stealthily departed from home, embarking on a long journey to find Piccolo. Raditz, sensing Piccolo's energy, arrived at the training site and greeted him politely. "Little green man, we meet again." Piccolo, upon hearing Raditz address him so, felt a surge of anger. yet realized that expressing it would accomplish little. He could neither outmatch him in combat nor in words, especially considering his own green complexion. Thus, he simply replied, "What brings you here?" Raditz, observing the diminutive green figure, declared, "I have recently enhanced my strength through training. I require a spar to solidify my gains. Kakarot is elsewhere honing his skills. While you may be weak, you are the only one on Earth with the capability to provide me a worthy challenge at this moment. Hence, I have come to seek you out." Piccolo, upon hearing this, shouted in defiance, "Stop underestimating me. I am Piccolo, the great Demon King. Allow me to demonstrate the strength I have gained over the past month." Having spoken, the two engaged in combat in the air. It was evident that Raditz was merely toying with his opponent. Neither combatant felt the thrill of battle. It was unclear whether Raditz was simply too powerful or if Piccolo was too weak. Regardless, even with Raditz holding back considerably, he managed to dominate Piccolo, who was merely a child of 3 years. The month passed swiftly. During this time, Raditz either trained or played with young Piccolo, occasionally offering guidance to Gohan, his own nephew. Life was indeed joyous. One day, Raditz bid farewell to Piccolo and Gohan and made his way once more to Bulma's residence. To his surprise, Tai had left, and he lamented the absence of the two women emerging from their bath, shaking off such thoughts as unbecoming of a gentleman. He recited mantras to clear his mind. "Welcome. The gravity chamber is ready for you. It's in the yard and available for your use at any time. My father has managed to set it to 100 times gravity, but do exercise caution while using it," Bulma informed Raditz upon his arrival. Raditz gazed at the gravity chamber with gleaming eyes and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. I will be careful. I may need to stay here for some time." Bulma, unfazed, replied, "As long as you can defeat those two Saiyans and protect Earth in 10 months, you may stay as long as you wish." Raditz reassured her, "Rest assured, they will not pose a challenge for me. I am off to train." With that, Bulma said no more and took her leave. Upon entering the gravity chamber, Raditz immediately set the gravity to 20 times. He was already accustomed to 10 times gravity from his time in the hyperbolic time chamber, so he simply doubled it. Even at 20 times, he appeared unfazed, evidently confident in his strength. He then increased it to 30 and, subsequently, to 40 times, diligently training within the chamber. Raditz had devised a perilous training method. He intended to push himself to the brink of death, knowing that a Saiyant's power surged significantly upon revival. This was also the reason he sought the Senzu beans from Korin. As time passed, Raditz commenced his serious training within the gravity chamber. Unbeknownst to everyone, as he trained, the red gem around his neck emitted a faint crimson glow, subtly transforming his body and spirit, while his combat prowess surged at a visible rate. Chapter 6. Strengthening Power. Time flew swiftly. In the gravity training chamber, Raditz lay motionless on the ground, his body marred by numerous wounds, blood seeping from his injuries and his mouth. His garments were in tatters, a testament to his reckless overconfidence. How infuriating! Pain coursed through him, rendering him immobile. Gritting his teeth, Raditz lamented his predicament. Initially, he had diligently trained within the gravity chamber, his strength steadily increasing. Yet, he remained unsatisfied, yearning to harness the Saiyan ability of resurrection from the brink of death to augment his power. After experiencing the exhilarating surge of strength that accompanied his first revival, Raditz became somewhat enamored with this self-destructive training method. However, this time, he had pushed too far. Under a gravity of 100 times Earth's, he had unleashed all his might upon himself, only to find that he had inadvertently dropped the last Senzu bean onto the ground, merely 10 meters away. Now lying there, he could hardly muster the strength to move, as any slight motion sent waves of agony throughout his body. An hour had passed. He had been lying there for a full 60 minutes. His body felt heavy and fatigued, longing for respite. How frustrating it would be to perish like this. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Raditz, weak and in pain, reflected on the possibility that he might be the most hasty of all traversers to meet his end. Gradually, he closed his eyes. Just as Raditz believed he was on the verge of death, a peculiar energy enveloped him, and he noticed his wounds healing at a visible pace. Startled, he opened his eyes wide. The extraordinary energy brought him immense relief, and he could distinctly sense that its source was the red gem around his neck. Approximately 3 minutes later, his wounds had entirely healed, and he felt his strength had surged beyond his previous limits. Unlike the power gained from his near-death experiences before, this time he sensed a magnitude of strength he had never imagined possible. He realized that both his revival and the newfound power were intrinsically linked to the gem bestowed upon him by his grandfather. Elated, Raditz sprang to his feet, declaring, "I could take on 10 Fresias." Of course, this was merely a reflection of his newfound power. He removed the red gem from around his neck, scrutinizing it closely. It appeared that his grandfather's gift was far from ordinary. Perhaps his journey through dimensions was somehow connected to it. Until today, he had been unaware of its potential. It now seemed that this gem could heal him and grant him revival when he was close to death. His previous training had likely overlooked its power, for he had consumed senza beans before the gem had the chance to manifest its effects. Raditz took a moment to attune himself to his body. Not only had his combat prowess improved, but he also sensed subtle changes within himself. Clearly, the gem's influence was far more profound than he had previously surmised. It seemed he would need to conduct further research into its capabilities. Raditz gazed at his uncooperative stomach and decided it was time to replenish his energy. He opened the door to the gravity chamber and stepped outside. After taking a few strides, he encountered Thais, who was returning. He called out to her, "Do you have anything to eat? I'm quite famished." Thais glanced at Raditz, her face flushing crimson. She exclaimed, "You pervert! Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Raditz quickly looked down at his own body, realizing that his training attire had been destroyed. In his preoccupation with the matter of the red jewel, he had not noticed that he was completely exposed before Thais. Embarrassed, he replied, "I apologize. My clothes were ruined during training. Could you prepare a set for me? And perhaps some food? I'm rather hungry." Flushed, Thais turned to leave, but, displaying her thoughtfulness, she complied with Raditz's requests and gathered what he needed. After satisfying his hunger, Raditz approached Thais and said, "I'm sorry about earlier." He continued, "By the way, I heard from Bulma that you went out for an adventure to gather material for your novel. What brings you back so suddenly?" Thais looked at Raditz, and perhaps it was merely an illusion, but she thought he seemed a tad more handsome. A blush crept back to her cheeks, though she quickly regained her composure. She shot Raditz an exasperated glance and replied, "This is my home. Do I need to seek your permission to return?" The thought of Raditz running about her house unclothed only fueled her irritation. "By the way, didn't you say you would tell me stories of aliens?" Raditz pondered for a moment before responding. "Those 2 Saiyans will arrive on Earth in less than a month. Once I handle them, I will have time to share those stories with you." Thais felt a twinge of annoyance at Raditz's seemingly dismissive response, but she chose not to voice her displeasure. At that moment, Bulma approached. "Sister, when did you return? And you, the training fanatic, actually stepped outside. What were you and my sister discussing?" Raditz looked at Bulma and casually replied, "I was sharing tales of aliens with your sister." Thais shot Raditz an irritated glance before nodding. She certainly did not wish for her sister to know that she had seen a man in the nude, for fear of being ridiculed. With a smile, Thais addressed Bulma. "I came back to collect a few things and shall be leaving shortly." Bulma, sensing her sister's imminent departure, felt a tinge of sadness but supported her sister's decision, knowing well what her sister cherished. Before long, Thais indeed took her leave. Bulma turned to Raditz and queried, "Is there something going on between you and my sister?" Raditz, unfazed, replied, "Not at all. You are overthinking it. Your sister is not quite as formidable as that little bald fellow." Bulma's expression darkened as she remarked, "Are there any sane men among you? Especially you Saiyans, who, like Goku, seem to know nothing but fighting." She then inquired about Raditz. "It seems a year is almost up. Will you continue to linger in the gravity chamber?" Raditz smiled and replied, "No. My current strength is more than sufficient to handle those 2. I've been training on Earth for quite some time. It's time to relax a bit and truly explore this environment, which is both familiar and foreign to me." Bulma, not particularly concerned about Raditz's cryptic words, simply acknowledged him with a sound and departed. A month swiftly passed. On this day, 2 unexpected visitors arrived on Earth. Chapter 7. The Arrival of the Saiyans. 2 spaceships pierced through the Earth's atmosphere, descending rapidly to the ground, unleashing 2 formidable and terrifying energies that shattered the tranquility of the Dragon Ball warriors' training. Far away at the sacred temple, Krillin, Ten, and others simultaneously sensed the presence of Vegeta and Nappa, beads of cold sweat forming on their gleaming bald heads. "What an overwhelming energy," Krillin said, clenching his fists, a look of anxiety etched on his face. Although they had mentally prepared for the arrival of the Saiyans, they had not anticipated such swiftness or the sheer ferocity of their energies. Sighing at the intensity of the incoming presence, he addressed the others. "They're here. Let us move out." Yamcha, Tien, and Kairatsu exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Their rigorous training at the sacred temple was all for this moment, and with that thought, They soared out of the temple towards the source of the menacing energies. Meanwhile, Piccolo, who had been meditating, opened his eyes, feeling a bead of cold sweat trickle down as he clenched his teeth. He too was astonished by the strength of the approaching forces. Though reluctant, he muttered, "I haven't seen that annoying fellow at full strength, but he should be adequate." He then turned to Gohan and said, "Let us go." "Yes, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan replied. And the two set off toward the ominous energy. On the other side, Raditz, basking in the sunlight, also sensed the presence of Vegeta and Nappa, a confident smirk gracing his lips. Have they finally arrived? I'm eager to meet them. He leisurely rose and set off towards Vegeta's direction with a casual demeanor. As the ships landed, a crowd of onlookers gathered, unaware of the impending calamity. Their curiosity piqued. At that moment, the doors of the two ships slowly opened, revealing two figures, a muscular bald man and a proud little warrior. "So this is Earth? It looks quite decent," Nappa remarked, surveying the surroundings. "Indeed, it appears promising. We could fetch a good price here," Vegeta concurred. Vegeta and Nappa observed the passers-by with indifference and a hint of irritation. Nappa scoffed, "What pitiful beings. A mere collection of trash." With that, he unleashed a powerful energy wave towards the crowd, resulting in a deafening explosion. The Earthlings were caught in the chaos, suffering grievous injuries and lamenting their fate. Vegeta, witnessing the devastation, did not intervene. Instead, a wicked smile graced his lips as he allowed the exhilarated Nappa to unleash his energy waves upon the planet. Nappa hadyated en ominu oha, channeling energy in his hands and directing it downward. A thriving metropolis was obliterated in an instant, and Nappa let out a maniacal laugh in the air. "This is nearly sufficient. Too much destruction will diminish its market value," Vegeta cautioned him. Nappa, though thrilled, dared not contradict Vegeta, who instilled a sense of fear within him, and obediently ceased his assault. Before long, the Dragon Ball warriors arrived before Vegeta and Nappa. Vegeta scanned the gathering, but did not find the individuals he sought. "Where are Kakarot and that traitor Raditz? Have they hidden in fear upon learning of our arrival?" He taunted the crowd. Krillin stepped forward, trembling involuntarily, and spoke. "Goku and Raditz will be here shortly. Would you like to wait for them?" Nappa immediately expressed his discontent. "Those two low-class warriors do not deserve our patience." However, Vegeta replied, "Very well, I shall wait for them. I intend to demonstrate to Raditz the consequences of his betrayal." Nappa, hearing Vegeta's words, refrained from further protest. Then, Vegeta commanded, "Nappa, let the Cybermen entertain them for a while." The first to step forward was Yamcha. Nappa glanced at his scouter, noting Yamcha's battle power, 50. Trash. He dismissed. Yet, in a sudden clash with the Cybermen, the scouter beeped, revealing a battle power of 1480. What is this? How can his power surpass that of the Cybermen? Nappa queried, perplexed. Vegeta observed and remarked, perhaps Earthlings possess some means of amplifying their battle power. Do not rely too heavily on the scouter. Soon, Yamcha triumphed over the Cybermen, reveling in his victory, when Krillin shouted, "Yamcha, watch out." Yamcha snapped back to reality. But it was too late. He was ensnared by the Cybermen. An explosion ensued, and both Yamcha and the Cybermen were reduced to mere dust. "He is dead. He is dead." How infuriating that they managed to kill Yamcha. Krillin seethed through clenched teeth, filled with rage. The onlookers, witnessing Yamcha's demise, were equally incensed, and a surge of power erupted from them. Beep, battle power 4500. Beep, battle power 2800. Beep, battle power 1770. Beep, battle power 1830. Beep, battle power 610. The combat prowess of all present manifested on the scouters of Nappa and Vegeta. In the face of their fallen comrade, the group was consumed by rage, their fear momentarily forgotten. Piccolo glanced at the agitated Gohan and interjected, "Hey, you fools, do not lose your composure. That guy is dead, but we can simply wish him back with the Dragon Balls." Upon hearing this, the group's fury was somewhat subdued, but the words also reached Vegeta's ears. Vegeta addressed Nappa, stating, "I have grown rather weary of this wait. Nappa, go entertain them. Since they refuse to approach, eliminate them all." Nappa, invigorated by this command, could barely contain his eagerness to engage, charging forth immediately. Piccolo, recognizing the shift, met him head-on, and a fierce exchange ensued. Nappa remarked, "So, the Namekian, is it? You possess the merit to be my adversary." Both Piccolo and the Guardian, far removed in the sacred realm, grasped that he indeed was a Namekian, which explained his uniqueness. Vegeta, observing the skirmish above, furrowed his brow and shouted to Nappa, "Hurry up and conclude this battle." Although Nappa yearned for further amusement, he dared not disobey and unleashed his full might. Witnessing Piccolo falter, the others rushed to assist, yet they had overlooked the presence of the cultivator, igniting a chaotic melee. Tien, seeing Nappa overpowering Piccolo, unleashed a kick-a-hoe at Nappa. Although Nappa dodged, he was incensed and retaliated with a single punch that sent Tien flying, then charged toward where Tien would land. Without hesitation, Kaiatsu dashed forward, embracing Nappa to shield Tien. Then a resounding explosion echoed, drawing all eyes to Nappa. Kaiatsu and Tien shouted in alarm. After the smoke cleared, Kaiatsu had self-destructed, turning to dust, yet Nappa remained unscathed. The group's spirits ignited. Kaiatsu was not like Yamcha. He had already been resurrected once, and the Earth-S dragon could no longer bring him back. "Prince Vegeta, I have arrived late," a voice declared as Raditz stepped before Vegeta. "Ah, the traitor finally dares to show himself," Vegeta sneered, regarding Raditz with disdain. "Naturally, after such a long absence, I had to see how our Saiyan prince fares. However, it seems you have made little progress. Your battle power hasn't increased much, and neither have you grown in stature." Raditz taunted, then addressed the others. "You may withdraw. I shall handle these two." Vegeta, incensed by Raditz's mockery of his height, was driven to the brink of fury, preparing to take action against Raditz. At that moment, Nappa suddenly interjected, "Prince Vegeta, leave this useless one to me. There is no need for you to dirty your hands." Vegeta cast a cold glance at Nappa and replied icily, "Kill him." With a confident nod, Nappa responded understood and turned to Raditz, challenging, "Let me see if you have made any progress during this time." The scouter beeped, revealing a power level of 5. Nappa stared incredulously at Raditz, astonished at how weak he had become. Truly pathetic. Vegeta, sensing Nappa's lack of insight, cautioned him, "Raditz has likely learned to control his power like the Earthlings. Unleash your full strength and eliminate him." Though Nappa was a brute, he was not devoid of intelligence. Despite his deep-seated disdain for Raditz, he prepared to exert his utmost might. Raditz, recalling how Nappa had often bullied him in the past, felt a surge of vengeance. Although he was no longer the same person, he decided to avenge himself. In an instant, Raditz unleashed his formidable aura, causing both Vegeta's and Nappa's scouters to explode simultaneously. They exclaimed in unison, "Impossible!" However, before Nappa could fully grasp the situation, he found Raditz had appeared beside him, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. A small energy wave sent Nappa flying, leaving him gravely injured on the ground, unable to rise. Remarkable. The onlookers marveled at Raditz's swift defeat of Nappa. Meanwhile, Vegeta was still reeling from the scouter's explosion. Its limit was set at 21,000, while his own power level was merely 18,000, indicating Raditz had surpassed him. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible," Vegeta shouted, refusing to believe that he, the proud Saiyan prince, could be outmatched by a lowly warrior like Raditz. He was convinced the scouter was malfunctioning. He remained resolute in his belief that he was the strongest Saiyan. Raditz glanced at Vegeta with a mocking smile and said, "It's your turn." Infuriated by Raditz's words, Vegeta declared confidently, "In that case, I will personally send you on your way." Lying on the ground, Nappa pleaded for Vegeta's help. Vegeta approached slowly, extending his hand in a seemingly gentle gesture. Nappa, filled with disbelief and gratitude, reached out to Vegeta. However, a wicked smile crept across Vegeta's face as he forcefully grasped Nappa's hand and hurled him into the air. He then unleashed a concentrated burst of energy toward Nappa, who met his demise at Vegeta's hands, his final moments filled with reluctance. "Useless, unworthy of existence," Vegeta coldly remarked. As the crowd beheld Vegeta's shocking act of slaying his own comrade, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over them. Raditz, gazing at the lifeless Nappa suspended in the air, turned to Vegeta and remarked, "You truly are heartless. After all this time, you would kill Nappa. Clearly, parting ways with you was the wisest decision I could have made." Unfazed, Vegeta retorted, "He was nothing but a worthless burden. His continued existence was merely a waste. I was merely doing him a kindness by sending him on his way. Now it's your turn." Raditz and Vegeta locked eyes, the former towering over the latter as he declared, "Very well, I shall demonstrate the true might of Saiyan." Just as they were poised to engage, a voice echoed from afar, "Wait, wait." Moments later, Goku arrived at the battlefield, slightly out of breath. "I apologize for my tardiness." The crowd erupted into excitement at the sight of Goku, reminiscent of ordinary folks witnessing a hero in a bygone television drama. Indeed, the protagonist radiated an aura of admiration. Raditz glanced at Goku and said, "Kakarot, you finally arrived. I was beginning to think you wouldn't show." Vegeta chimed in, "Kakarot, you too? Perfect. I shall send both of you on your way together." Goku, observing the fallen Nappa, turned to Raditz and said, "Brother, you've already defeated one. May I take care of this one, please?" Raditz found Goku's naive demeanor amusing and shrugged. "Very well. I shall leave Vegeta to you. If you cannot handle him, I will intervene. Thank you so much." Goku expressed his gratitude. Vegeta, upon hearing this, was incensed. "You insolent fools! How dare you underestimate me? Come to me together. I will send you both to the underworld today." Raditz ignored Vegeta's outburst and stepped back, eager to witness the clash between Goku and Vegeta. Exchanging a glance, Goku's excitement bubbled over as he declared, "I'm ready to strike." With that, he lunged towards Vegeta. The latter, dismissive of Goku's approach, swiftly evaded his attack and sent him flying with a kick. Vegeta scoffed, "Is that all you've got? Unleash your full power, or you won't get another chance." Goku, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "You're indeed formidable. Very well, I shall fight seriously now." With a mighty shout, he invoked the Kaioken, doubling his power from 8,000 to a staggering 16,000. Instantly invigorated, Goku charged at Vegeta, and the two clashed fiercely in midair. Yet, with Vegeta's power at 18,000, Goku was swiftly sent reeling once more. Kaioken times 3. With a resounding roar, Sun Wukong unleashed the triple Kaioken, elevating his battle power to an impressive 24,000. This time, it was evident that Vegeta was no match for him, utterly overwhelmed and unable to retaliate. "How could I, Prince Vegeta, possibly lose to a lowly warrior like you? I refuse to accept this. I shall annihilate you, Kakarot." Vegeta bellowed furiously, realizing it was time to resort to his ultimate technique. Chapter 9, Vegeta's Defeat. Vegeta gazed into the sky, seemingly searching for something, before angrily exclaiming, "What is happening? Where's the moon?" The onlookers, puzzled by Vegeta's actions, inquired, "What is he doing?" Raditz answered, "He is looking for the moon. We Saiyans transform into giant apes upon witnessing a full moon, amplifying our strength tenfold." Piccolo, indifferent, remarked, "Well, too bad for him. I destroyed the moon. Today, Vegeta is destined to fall at Goku's hands." Vegeta, filled with resentment, retorted, "Damn it. This planet has no moon. It seems I must resort to that technique. Although it will diminish my power somewhat, it is worth it to deal with you." Quickly, Vegeta fabricated an artificial moon. Raditz lowered his head, unwilling to become a mindless beast, especially since his current strength was more than sufficient to handle a transformed Vegeta. After experiencing 3 near-death battles in the gravity chamber, his power had significantly increased, particularly after his revival with the Red Gem. Though he could not accurately gauge his current strength, he conservatively estimated it to be at least 500,000. Once Vegeta created the artificial moon, he successfully transformed into a giant ape, yet he retained his intellect. His strength had increased tenfold. Despite the loss of some power due to the transformation, he still reached approximately 100,000. Goku was taken aback by the sight of the transformed Vegeta. It was his first encounter with a Saiyan transformation. He launched a punch at the giant ape, but it failed to achieve the desired effect, as the giant easily swatted him away. "Damn, he is incredibly strong." Realizing the stakes, Goku shouted, "Then I shall use the quadruple Kaioken." His power surged to 32,000. Meanwhile, the North Kai, observing from King Kai's planet, urgently called out, "Goku, you must stop. The quadruple Kaioken exceeds your physical limits." Yet, Goku disregarded the North Kai's warning and executed the technique, placing his hands on his waist and uttering, "Kamehameha." A powerful white energy wave shot towards the giant ape, who effortlessly blocked it. Goku, stunned that his attack had been thwarted, barely registered what happened next as the giant ape appeared before him, delivering a punch that sent him flying. In a flash, the giant ape arrived at the spot where Goku landed, mercilessly stomping down upon him. The anguished cries of Sun Wukong reverberated through the air, and the onlookers watched with concern as he was vanquished, their voices rising in alarm. "Wukong, father." Soon, all eyes turned to Raditz, with Gohan speaking first. "Uncle, please save my father." The crowd echoed in unison, "Mr. Raditz, you are Wukong's brother. Only you can rescue him now. We implore you to save Wukong." Raditz glanced at the gathering and replied, "Very well, it is time for me to intervene." As Shinjita reveled in his triumph over Wukong, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Raditz, so you've decided to make a move, Shinjita remarked, standing over Wukong. Raditz retorted, indeed, my intervention is long overdue. Unfazed by Raditz's words, Shinjita was confident in his invincibility in his transformed state as a mighty ape. Even if Raditz's power surpassed the readings of the scouter, he felt no fear. However, to his astonishment, Raditz appeared before him in an instant, moving with such swiftness that Shinjita could scarcely comprehend. A single punch landed squarely on Shinjita's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward and transforming him into Vegeta. A small blast subsequently obliterated the artificial moon. Impossible. Defeated by a single blow? How could this be? Vegeta, unwilling to accept defeat, was suddenly struck by a dreadful thought. Has Raditz become that legendary warrior? Unthinkable. He is merely a lowly soldier. Vegeta, now in his transformed state, crawled toward his spaceship utterly disheveled. Yet, one singular thought consumed him: survival. If he could preserve his life, he was certain he could surpass Raditz. For he was of noble royal blood, unlike that inferior warrior. Moreover, he seemed to have uncovered a secret regarding the Dragon Balls mentioned by the Namekian. It appeared he would need to journey to Namek, for he firmly believed the Dragon Balls were indeed connected to the Namekians, whose extraordinary abilities he had heard whispered about throughout the cosmos. As the defeated Vegeta lay on the ground, the others approached. Krillin, recalling the demise of his friends and the innocent lives lost at the hands of Vegeta and his allies, felt compelled to confront him. At that moment, Wukong, lying on the ground, suddenly spoke. Krillin, could you spare him? Upon hearing this, Krillin and the other warriors were taken aback. Gritting his teeth, Krillin responded, Wukong, are you aware of what this man has done? Yamcha is dead, Kaiatsu is dead, and many innocents have perished by their hands. Wukong, with great effort, continued, please, Krillin, I have never encountered anyone so eager for battle. I wish to face Vegeta once more, to defeat him honorably. Krillin lowered his gaze and conceded, very well. You have the right to be reckless. Moreover, he was originally defeated by your brothers. As long as your brother consents, I have no objections. Goku turned his head with great difficulty to face Raditz. Brother, may I? Raditz interrupted him, stating, do as you wish. Vegeta is not my opponent. Neither now, nor in the future. He has never been my adversary. Feel free to proceed as you see fit. Goku expressed his gratitude. At that moment, Vegeta had already climbed aboard his spacecraft, and as he departed, he cast a disdainful glance at Raditz and Goku, exclaiming, fools, you actually let me go. Just wait. I will surpass you. When we meet again, I shall make it my mission to kill you. Raditz, Kakarot, consider yourselves warned. With that, Vegeta departed Earth in his ship, leaving Raditz to approach Goku, asking, can you still stand? Goku chuckled softly, replying, I'm afraid I have no strength left. Raditz then tossed a bean into his own mouth, and without hesitation, Goku bit into it, instantly healing his wounds. He leapt up in excitement, while Raditz sensed a surge in Goku's power, indicating that his Saiyan latent abilities had been activated. After the thrill subsided, Goku looked at Raditz with curiosity and inquired, how did you come by these sins of beans? Raditz shot him a disapproving glance, clearly taken aback by the question's simplicity, yet he obliged and answered, I borrowed some from Corinne. I used 2 during training, leaving me with this one. Goku understood at once. Suddenly, a mischievous smile spread across Goku's face as he turned to Raditz. Chapter 10. The Battle Between Raditz and Goku. Raditz regarded Goku, whose demeanor suggested a desire for conflict, and said, Kakarot, if you have something to say, just say it. Stop grinning like an idiot. Goku chuckled and excitedly exclaimed, brother, you defeated Vegeta with just one move. That's incredible. I feel stronger after recovering from my injuries. May I have a spar with you? Raditz shook his head in refusal. Goku, displeased, pressed, why not? Just a spar just once, please. Raditz rolled his eyes at Goku, stating, you are far too weak right now. You do not inspire me to engage. Come back when you have grown stronger. Undeterred by Raditz's reluctance, Goku persistently pursued him until Raditz, with no other recourse, finally relented. Kakarot, listen carefully. I will grant you this one opportunity. Unleash your full power. Raditz declared. Goku, brimming with excitement at the prospect of facing such a formidable opponent, shouted, 4 times the KO Ken. He initiated the battle with all his might, launching himself towards Raditz. Raditz gazed at the approaching Goku with a nonchalant demeanor, effortlessly evading Goku's attacks. Meanwhile, Goku, feeling a surge of frustration as he realized he couldn't even graze the hem of Raditz's clothing, retreated a few steps, and began to adopt the stance for the Kamehameha. Brother, this is my most powerful technique. I wonder if you can withstand it. Goku declared to Raditz. Bring it on, Raditz replied, extending a hand towards Goku. Suddenly, a massive white energy wave surged towards him. With a confident smirk, Raditz effortlessly blocked Goku's Kamehameha, enhanced by the Kaioken ×4. Unbeknownst to them, as Raditz and Goku clashed, the Crimson Gem began to glow once more with a vibrant red light. Impressive. Goku marveled at Raditz's ease in countering his attack, feeling a mix of incredulity and exhilaration. Brother, I have an even stronger move, but it requires a considerable amount of charge time. However, it might be a bit perilous. I wonder if you dare to face it. Goku clenched his fists excitedly as he spoke. Raditz, uninterested in banter, replied, I've given you this opportunity. So unleash all your techniques. Hurry up. Let us finish this so I can get some sleep. Goku responded with an affirmative and soared into the air, raising his hands aloft. This is a technique I learned from Lord Ko called the Spirit Bomb. If you can endure this, I will concede defeat. Raditz remained silent, observing Goku as he gathered energy in the sky. After a short while, Goku had amassed a considerable Spirit Bomb. Here it comes. This time, Raditz did not underestimate his opponent. Despite his own formidable strength, the Spirit Bomb's power was not to be trifled with, especially since it had once vanquished Majin Buu in the original tale. Raditz raised both hands to shield himself from the Spirit Bomb, and in an instant his aura erupted. Goku and the onlookers were left astounded. They knew Raditz was powerful, but they had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. Once the battle concluded, Goku excitedly rushed to Raditz's side, playfully nudging him. Brother, that was incredible. How did you train? Raditz, looking at Goku with a hint of disdain, replied, You wish to know? Goku eagerly nodded, and the surrounding crowd leaned in attentively. Raditz then playfully declared, I want to tell you. He laughed heartily at the disgruntled expressions of those around him. However, Goku was not pleased and retorted, Don't be so stingy. Just teach me how to train. At that moment, a helicopter suddenly descended to the ground, and from it emerged Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Master Roshi. Chi-Chi rushed towards Gohan as soon as she disembarked, enveloping him in a tight embrace. My Gohan, are you all right? That was far too dangerous. It is entirely your father's fault that my Gohan has to engage in such perilous battles at such a tender age. Gohan, why are you silent? Do not frighten your mother. Gohan, glancing at his mother who held him tightly, and then at the onlookers, blushed and spoke, Mother, I am fine. You're holding me too tightly. I can hardly breathe. Upon hearing that Gohan was all right, Chi-Chi released him. At that moment, Krillin approached Bulma, bowing his head and solemnly stating, I am sorry, Bulma. Yamcha has perished. Bulma paused for a moment before responding, It is all right. After all, the Dragon Balls can bring him back. Everyone, come closer. On the aircraft, the group engaged in cheerful conversation, while Raditz remained aloof, his eyes closed in contemplation. Suddenly, he heard the sound of clenched fists rubbing together and turned to see Tien, alone at the rear of the plane, silently clenching his fists. The others noticed something was amiss and turned to him. Krillin asked, Tien, are you all right? Hearing Krillin's voice, Tien lifted his head, his eyes brimming with tears. Kaiatsu is gone. He has been revived once before, so the eternal dragon cannot grant him life anew. Upon hearing this, sorrow enveloped the group, the laughter faded, and silence descended upon the aircraft. Suddenly, a voice pierced the heavy atmosphere. Perhaps there is still a way. The others brightened at the sound, turning their attention to Raditz. Tien, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Mr. Raditz, what do you mean? Is there a way to bring Kairatsu back? Before Raditz could respond, Bulma's impatience interjected, Yes. What is the method? Speak quickly. Do not keep us in suspense. Goku, unable to bear Tien's distress, added, Brother, do you truly have a solution? The creator of the Dragon Balls must be a deity originating from the planet Namek. Perhaps we could venture to Piccolo's homeland, Namek, and chance upon a solution. Upon hearing this, hope rekindled in the hearts of the group, and Tien's despondence began to lift, replaced by a surge of enthusiasm. Suddenly, another voice shattered the fragile joy. While that idea is indeed splendid, it is utterly impractical, Bulma suddenly interjected. The group, puzzled, inquired why Bulma. She elaborated, Firstly, our current technological capabilities on Earth are woefully inadequate for a journey into outer space. Even if we were to succeed, it could take years, possibly decades, or even a century. Secondly, and most crucially, we have no knowledge of the location of Namek. Would you not agree that this is a rather unrealistic notion? Upon hearing Bulma's reasoning, the group found merit in her words, their heads drooping in contemplation. Raditz then spoke up again. The matter of the spaceship is easily resolved. Let's not forget that I, along with Nappa, have left the spacecraft on Earth, and a year ago, I entrusted my spaceship to Bulma's father for research. If all else fails, we can seek out the ship that the deity used to arrive on Earth. As for the location of Namek, isn't Goku acquainted with King Kai? Perhaps he possesses the knowledge we seek. At that moment, King Kai's voice resonated. Goku, Raditz, I indeed know the whereabouts of Namek. I can reveal it to you. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in cheers. Wonderful. Truly splendid. Thank you ever so much, King Kai, Tianjin Han exclaimed, stepping forward to express his gratitude to Raditz. Raditz merely smiled faintly and replied, it was no trouble at all. With these matters settled, the group joyfully reminisced about past events, while Raditz remained seated, eyes closed, in quiet meditation. Suddenly, Goku approached Raditz, hands rubbing together as he inquired, Brother, what are your plans moving forward? Raditz regarded his surprisingly concerned, yet carefree, sibling, and replied, I intend to settle on Earth, as I have taken quite a liking to this place. Thus, I plan to find a home here. Goku's eyes lit up at this revelation, and he exclaimed, Then you should stay at my house for the time being. After all, we are brothers. Goku thought to himself that having Raditz in his home would allow him to train together and observe his brother's training methods. Feeling quite clever, he began to grin foolishly. Goten, curious about Goku's demeanor, wondered what had caused such a sudden bond between his father and uncle. Yet he echoed his father's sentiment, saying, Yes, uncle, Dad is right. You should come live with us. Chi-Chi, observing Goku's silly smile, covered her head in exasperation. She knew him all too well and could easily see through his intentions. However, as a traditional and conservative woman, she felt compelled to intervene on Goku's behalf, smiling at Raditz and stating, Indeed, brother, Goku and Goten are correct. As Goku's brother, if you wish to settle on Earth, you ought to reside with us, rather than remain at Bulma's home. Raditz, touched by the family's warm hospitality, could not refuse and agreed, Very well. Goku, upon hearing this, joyously shouted, That's fantastic. We must have some intense training sessions together. The others quickly realized Goku's ulterior motive and couldn't help but chuckle. Before long, Raditz accompanied Goku's family to the Capsule Corporation, just as the sun dipped below the horizon. Chi-Chi prepared a clean room for Raditz and set out a lavish spread of food. After indulging in the feast, Raditz returned to his room and fell into a deep slumber. In the realm of slumber, Raditz found himself enveloped in a hazy state. His consciousness immersed in the echoes of a familiar battle, his fierce contest against Goku. The scenes replayed incessantly in the recesses of his mind. Upon awakening the following day, Raditz discovered an influx of newfound knowledge. The Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques learned by Goku from the KO, alongside his own signature move, the Kamehameha. It seemed Raditz had come to a realization. Grasping the jade pendant around his neck, he was convinced that its influence was profound. This jade was not merely a talisman for strength and healing. It appeared to have the extraordinary ability to record the techniques of his adversaries during combat and relay them back to him. A sense of exhilaration surged within him. While the Spirit Bomb held little utility for him, the Kamehameha and Kaioken were formidable techniques. Initially, he had pondered how to acquire the Kaioken, but it appeared he had struck a fortuitous windfall. 2 days later, a gathering convened at Bulma's residence, where a colossal spaceship rested in her yard. This vessel, crafted by Bulma's father based on Raditz's insights, was unveiled in anticipation of their journey to Namek. Observing the assembly, Bulma inquired who among them would accompany her to Namek. The group momentarily paused, until Krillin stepped forward, questioning, Bulma, are you truly going? Aren't you concerned about potential dangers? Bulma retorted fiercely, what do you mean? This is my family's property. Am I not entitled to go? Besides, with Goku and Raditz here, what danger could possibly arise? Startled by Bulma's fiery spirit, Krillin took a step back. Both Raditz and Goku expressed their intent to join, while Tien insisted he must go for Chaozu, and Piccolo yearned to revisit his homeland. Krillin, however, hesitated. At that moment, Gohan spoke up, I want to go too. Kiki immediately opposed, declaring, Goku can go but Gohan cannot. He is destined to become a great scholar, and such perilous places are not for him. Gohan, disheartened by his mother's refusal, lowered his gaze and murmured, But I want to go. I wish to see Uncle Piccolo's homeland. Goku approached Kiki, urging, Kiki, please let Gohan accompany us. Naturally, Kiki resisted. Raditz interjected, sister-in-law. There is minimal danger in this expedition to Namek. He contemplated that it was unlikely they would encounter Frisia, and once he harnessed his potential on Namek, he could train further and confront the tyrant later. Moreover, If Kiki aspired for Gohan to be a scholar, he must be allowed to explore the world. As the adage goes, one can read countless books, yet cannot traverse the vast expanse of the world. This experience would undoubtedly benefit Gohan's future. Hearing that this journey would aid Gohan's scholarly pursuits, Kiki relented, but cautioned him not to neglect his studies. Gohan eagerly nodded, casting a grateful glance at Raditz. Thus, the personnel destined for Namek were confirmed. Raditz, Bulma, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Tin Shinhan, Piccolo, and the now enlightened Krillin. As for Yamcha, who was resurrected by the Dragon Balls just a day prior, he remained on Earth. Subsequently, with everyone's watchful gaze, the spaceship took flight, leaving Earth behind. Namek. Here we come. Chapter 12. Goku's near-death resurrection. In the cosmos, a lizard-like alien creature was tending to Vegeta within a medical pod. All done. The pod's door is slowly opening. You are healed. You may now open your eyes, Lord Vegeta, the alien announced. A sly smile crept across Vegeta's lips as he murmured, Raditz, Kakarot, and that motley crew from Earth just wait for me. He then erupted into a hearty laugh, his eyes sharp with resolve, contemplating, I have uncovered your greatest secret. That Namekian claimed the Dragon Balls could resurrect others. It seems the legends of the universe hold truth. Namek possesses extraordinary powers, intertwined with the mythical wish orbs. This journey to Earth has thoroughly validated the legend. Raditz, that fool, has become so formidable, and it must be connected to this. Once I acquire the Dragon Balls, my noble Saiyan Prince bloodline will surely grow even stronger. At that time, you, the traitor, will be doomed, along with that Frieza. Ha! Ha ha! Vegeta, shall be the strongest in the universe. The surrounding aliens whispered among themselves, is it possible that Lord Vegeta has sustained a head injury? It seems he has encountered an exceptionally powerful foe. Prepare a fresh set of clothes for me, and arrange a spacecraft. I have matters to attend to, Vegeta commanded coldly. Yes, my lord, they replied in unison. Dressed in his new attire, Vegeta slowly made his way outside. An alien subordinate noticed he had dropped something and hastily reminded him. Lord Vegeta, your scouter. I no longer require that device, Vegeta dismissed, exiting the base. Upon stepping outside, he spotted a rather displeasing individual. Yet he had more pressing matters at hand and attempted to turn away. However, he was obstructed. Step aside, Kaiatsu. I have no time for your prattle, Vegeta stated, unwilling to engage. Yet, the peculiar purple-skinned alien with a mustache blocked his path, saying, King Frieza is exceedingly displeased with your recent trip to Earth. However, in his magnanimity, he has forgiven you, for you uncovered something of value. It turns out the legendary wish orbs are indeed real. King Frieza has already departed for Namek. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's composure faltered. Would you say, Frieza has gone to Namek? Get out of my way, or I will kill you. Kaiatsu burst into laughter, defiantly retorting. You think you can? Vegeta disregarded Chiyoyi's taunts, unwilling to squander any more time with this worthless opponent. If Frieza were to obtain the Dragon Balls and make a wish first, his prospect for the future would be utterly bleak. He swiftly dashed towards a spaceship, heading for Namek. Observing Vegeta's retreat, Chiyoyi followed suit without a word. Meanwhile, not far from their base, a figure overheard their exchange, and a sinister smile crept across his lips. Namek, how intriguing. Elsewhere in the cosmos, a massive spaceship was also en route to Namek, the very vessel occupied by Raditz. A piercing voice broke the silence. It's unbearable. Can you not keep it down while others are trying to sleep? If you wish to spar, take it elsewhere. Bulma exclaimed furiously at Krillin and Tien Shinhan. The two combatants ceased their sparring, with Krillin shrugging his shoulders in resignation. There's no choice. Raditz and Goku are training in the gravity chamber, and our current strength cannot withstand that level. So, we can only spar here. Bulma, please bear with us. Bulma paid no heed to Krillin's explanation and struck Krillin's shining bald head, causing a small bump to swell. Can't you learn from Piccolo? He's training too, yet he isn't making this much noise. With that, both turned their gazes towards the meditating Piccolo, nodding in agreement. In the gravity training room, Goku marveled. Incredible. I never imagined you could handle 50 times gravity so effortlessly. I can barely lift my feet. He looked at Raditz with admiration. Raditz, unfazed, replied, This level of gravity is nothing. I'm already accustomed to it. Goku, filled with curiosity, asked, Is this how you became so strong? Of course not. Do you wish to know? I can teach you, Raditz said with a mischievous grin. Really? That is fantastic. Please teach me quickly. Goku exclaimed excitedly. Raditz smirked, uttering a single word, and in an instant, he appeared before Goku, delivering a powerful blow to Goku's vital points, sending him flying and leaving him motionless on the ground. Seeing Goku in such a precarious state, Raditz hurriedly fed him a Senzu bean, and Goku instantly revived, fully restored. That was close. I almost died. What were you thinking, Raditz? Goku, now revived, expressed his irritation. Even the usually carefree Goku felt a surge of anger, momentarily dropping the brotherly address to voice his dissatisfaction. Kakarot, take a moment to sense your energy. Do you not feel significantly stronger? Upon hearing Raditz's words, Goku focused and realized he indeed felt much more powerful than before. Perplexed, he asked, "What is happening?" This is a unique ability of our Saiyan race. The capacity to resurrect after nearing death significantly enhances one's strength. It is through several brushes with death that I have attained my current power, Raditz replied. I see now. How did I not realize this before? As Goku reveled in this newfound method, suddenly Raditz reappeared beside him, sending him flying once again. However, this time Raditz did not strike at a vital point and had restrained much of his power, merely causing Goku discomfort. Approaching the entrance of the gravity chamber, Raditz turned to Goku and remarked, although this method can rapidly amplify strength, it is best not to attempt it lightly. Otherwise, one risks not truly dying. After experiencing death once, one must diligently cultivate to fully harness this power. Our Saiyan potential is boundless. Train well. Also, be mindful of how you address me. I am your brother. Should you continue to call me by my name without proper respect, I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson on behalf of our father. With that, he departed the gravity chamber. Chapter 13. Arrival at Namek. Upon exiting the gravity chamber, Raditz encountered Piccolo, Tien, and Krillin, who were engaged in meditation and training, along with Bulma, who was indulging in beauty sleep, though Gohan was notably absent. After circling the spaceship, he found Gohan frantically completing homework at a desk. Gohan, your mother is away. Why are you still studying? Everyone else is training, and you risk being surpassed. With your remarkable talent, you must not squander it, Raditz lamented. Upon noticing Raditz, Gohan paused his writing and replied, Yes, uncle, I will be mindful. Once I finish my homework, I will train. Raditz felt a surge of frustration. This was once the person he envied most in his past life, possessing extraordinary talent for cultivation. Reflecting on the sacrifices Vegeta made to achieve Super Saiyan, it was infuriating to see this young one casually surpassing that level. Gohan, I ask you, do you aspire to become a warrior like your father and me? Or do you wish to remain an ordinary scholar on Earth? Raditz inquired. I wish to become a powerful martial artist like you and Dad, so I can protect Earth and Mom without being a burden to Uncle Piccolo. However, I also desire to be a scholar. Rest assured, Uncle, I will not neglect my training while studying, Gohan responded hesitantly. With a sigh, Raditz shook his head in silence and departed. Ultimately, Gohan could not escape the fate of being a scholar like his mother, Chi-Chi. 6 days later, Raditz's spaceship finally arrived in the skies above Namek. This is Namek. Such a beautiful planet, Gohan exclaimed curiously. Piccolo concealed his excitement. At long last, he had returned to his homeland. Soon after, Bulma called out, We are about to land. Everyone, please take your seats. Subsequently, the spacecraft traversed the atmosphere of Namek and descended onto the surface, its door gradually opening as everyone rushed out. Uncle Piccolo. This place bears a striking resemblance to where you and I trained, Gohan remarked, directing his words towards Piccolo, who nodded in agreement. At that moment, Bulma emerged, visibly irate. You lot lack any sense of safety, recklessly rushing out like that, she exclaimed. Simultaneously, they all sensed a multitude of formidable and malevolent auras. Observing the shocked expressions on their faces, Raditz merely chuckled. It's of no concern, regardless of how powerful the adversary, I shall handle it. Now, let us focus on the task at hand. Yet, Raditz found himself perplexed. How could Frisia's entourage have arrived on Namek? They should not have been aware of the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing Raditz's words, the group felt reassured. So, how do we begin our search for the Dragon Balls? Tien Shinhan inquired, a hint of urgency in his tone. No worries, I brought the Dragon Ball radar, Bulma replied, producing a compact device. There are already 4 Dragon Balls gathered together, she continued. The group gathered around her, intrigued. Meanwhile, King Frisia was informed of several powerful energy signatures that had suddenly manifested, only to vanish moments later. Shall I investigate? A tall, handsome man suggested. It's of little importance. Send someone to check it out. Our priority is to deal with that traitor, Vegeta, Frisia replied from his hovering wheelchair. Rest assured, King Frisia, Kaiatsu has already caught up to Vegeta. Their strengths are comparable and sufficient to handle him. the pink, rotund figure asserted. However, the moment the words left his mouth, Zarbon interjected, "That is impossible." Kaiatsu was slain by Vegeta. Frieza cast a cold gaze at Dodoria. "Is this what you deem capable of resolution?" Dodoria, intimidated by Frieza's stare, fell to his knees. "Please, King Frieza, grant me another chance. This time I will personally eliminate Vegeta." With that, he soared into the sky. On the other side, after slaying Kaiatsu, Vegeta massacred a tribe of Namekians and acquired a Dragon Ball. Ha ha ha. From the lips of that Namekian, I have fully comprehended the function of the Dragon Balls. It seems that gathering all 7 grants any wish. If I can seal this Dragon Ball, Frieza will be unable to fulfill his desires. I, Prince Vegeta, am truly astute. Just as Vegeta can seal the Dragon Ball, he encountered Dodoria, who was hurtling towards him. Meanwhile, Raditz and his companions were making their way towards the Dragon Ball's location, guided by the radar. Suddenly, their flight was interrupted by Krillin's exclamation. "What is that?" Everyone turned to look. "Little brat, you cannot escape. Surrender and face your demise." A rather unattractive soldier remarked, "Stop dawdling, Nakoya. Hurry up and kill him so we can return for our reward." Another equally unsightly soldier chimed in. Just as the two were about to strike, a voice rang out, "Halt." From the sky, Krillin and Gohan soared down, intent on rescuing the endangered Namekian. "Who are you little brats? Seeking death?" The two soldiers, seeing Krillin and Gohan meddling, began to engage them. It was evident that the combat prowess of Gohan and Krillin far surpassed that of the two soldiers, and they swiftly subdued them. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Dandy. Pleased to meet you." The rescued Namekian expressed his gratitude to Krillin and Gohan. "Oh, he looks somewhat like Uncle Piccolo," Gohan remarked with curiosity. Gazing at Dandy, Krillin nodded in agreement. Upon hearing their comments, Dandy turned to look at Piccolo behind him and, with tears in his eyes, said, "You're also a Namekian, right? There's so many villains here. All the members of my tribe have been slaughtered, and I am the sole survivor." Piccolo regarded Dandy, feeling an inexplicable emotion welling up within him. "I am not. This is my first time in this place." At that moment, Raditz interrupted their conversation. "Your name is Dandy, correct?" Dandy glanced at Raditz, feeling a twinge of fear as he noted that Raditz appeared the most formidable among the group. However, since he was allied with his saviors, he deemed him not to be a foe. "Yes, I am Dandy. How may I assist you?" Raditz replied. "We have 2 primary objectives in coming to Namek. First, we seek to borrow the Dragon Balls to resurrect our fallen comrade. Second, we wish to meet your Grand Elder." Dandy responded cautiously. "How do you know about the Dragon Balls, and why do you need to see the Grand Elder?" Raditz glanced at Dandy and then at the others, stating, "The group that pursued you earlier were Frieza's subordinates. I was once part of Frieza's ranks, but I have since reformed. Frieza is a merciless tyrant, an embodiment of absolute evil, known as the Cosmic Emperor. His might is unquestionable. Even I cannot guarantee victory against him." Goku, well aware of Raditz's formidable strength, found it hard to believe upon hearing this. "Not even you can defeat him? Just how powerful is he?" Raditz continued, "Indeed, Frieza's strength is beyond your current comprehension. I have heard that the Grand Elder of Namek possesses a miraculous ability to unlock the latent potential within individuals, which is why I seek his assistance. In exchange, I offer to help you defeat Frieza. What do you think?" Dandy bit his lip, having witnessed the power of that malevolent group firsthand. Although he had not seen Frieza in action, he surmised that he was not someone his kin could confront. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. "Very well. For the sake of Namek, I shall guide you to the Grand Elder, and you will indeed honor your promise. Fear not, for a man's word is his bond," laughed Raditz. Subsequently, the group soared once more towards the residence of the Grand Elder. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta found himself in dire straits. Ever since he had slain Shui, he had come to learn the harrowing truth behind the destruction of planet Vegeta. Though he feigned indifference, a burning desire for vengeance simmered within him. Just as he had concealed the Dragon Balls, he was once again confronted by Dodoria. With his current strength, he effortlessly dispatched Dodoria, and thus commenced the saga reminiscent of the tale of the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather, as Sabo sought Vegeta. To think you could vanquish Dodoria is quite unexpected, but how dare you betray Lord Frieza? Today marks the end of your days, Sabo declared, eyeing Vegeta. "Ha ha! Spare me your bravado, Sabo. I, Vegeta, am the mightiest of all. I shall eliminate you first, and once I obtain the Dragon Balls to fulfill my wish, I will send Frieza to accompany you," Vegeta retorted, his hair dancing in the breeze, confidence radiating from his visage. his eyes filled with disdain as he spoke to Sabo. With that, the two engaged in a fierce brawl. Vegeta's strength slightly surpassed that of Sabo, allowing the confident prince to keep Sabo at bay. Sabo, are you not usually quite boisterous? Is this truly all the power you possess? Vegeta taunted, raising a brow with an air of superiority. Infuriated by Vegeta's derision, Sabo snapped back, "You force my hand. Though I despise resorting to this grotesque form, to eliminate you, it is worth the cost." With that, his lithe figure ballooned, his once handsome face contorting into a ghastly visage, evoking the sensation of a meal gone rancid. Vegeta, observing Sabo's transformation, couldn't suppress his laughter. "Ha ha, Sabo. You consider yourself a handsome man? It's truly laughable." However, the prince's amusement quickly turned to regret as Sabo, now immensely swift, struck him in the abdomen before he could react. Pain coursed through Vegeta as he felt his knees, gasping, "Impossible, this cannot be." Sabo disregarded his words, landing another punch that marred Vegeta's once confident face, blood streaming from his nose. "Oh, how the proud monkey boasted before. Weren't you claiming to be the prince of the Saiyans? Why is it that you now lie prostrate on the ground, unable to rise?" Sabo's words pierced deeply into the prince's pride, igniting a fierce but futile determination within Vegeta. He charged at Sabo, yet it proved fruitless. Sabo ruthlessly seized Vegeta by the neck, forcefully throwing him to the ground, and unleashed a torrent of blows at a staggering speed of 100 punches per second. "I've had my fun. Now, let me send you on your way, our dear Prince Vegeta." In a moment of overwhelming energy, Sabo confronted Vegeta, demanding his final words. "How detestable," he muttered. Just as Sabo was about to deliver a fatal blow to Vegeta, a striking figure emerged between them. "Who are you?" Sabo inquired. "Kakarot," replied Goku, his gaze fixed on the nearly defeated Vegeta. He addressed Sabo. He can no longer resist. There is no need to kill him. Sabo glanced at Goku, evidently disdainful, and retorted, "Since you wish to save him, then you both shall perish together." With that, he lunged at Goku. However, having trained in the gravity chamber and under Raditz's guidance, Goku's power had surged beyond 200,000, rendering Sabo no match for him. Goku swiftly seized Sabo's fist and delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. Realizing the disparity in their strengths, Sabo quickly changed his demeanor, pleading, "Since you are a friend of Vegeta, I shall spare him. Might I be allowed to leave?" Upon hearing Sabo's plea for mercy, Goku's compassionate nature surged forth. "You may go. I will not kill you." Gratefully, Sabo thanked him and hastily attempted to flee. Just as he believed he had escaped, Raditz suddenly appeared before him. "Raditz, why are you here?" Sabo stammered. "Kakarot's kind heart may have spared you, but I made no such promise," Raditz declared before landing a punch into Sabo's abdomen, whispering, "Why? Why?" Sabo could hardly believe it. "Do not question. The answer is simply that you are too ugly," Raditz replied, launching an energy blast that severed Sabo's head from his body. After witnessing Raditz kill Sabo, Goku expressed his discontent. He had already begged for mercy. There was no need to slay him. Raditz retorted, "Fool, mercy towards one's enemies is cruelty towards oneself. How could you not grasp such a fundamental truth? Perhaps it's thanks to your naive Earth friends that you've survived this long." He shot a sidelong glance at Goku, hinting at his foolishness, then turned his attention to Vegeta, approaching him slowly. Chapter 15, The Elder. Goku, apprehensive as Raditz advanced toward Vegeta, hurried to intercept him. "Brother, you've already killed Sabo. Let Vegeta go. You promised me," he implored. "You yourself said that a true man keeps his word. You cannot go back on it. Besides, I haven't even fought him fairly yet." Raditz looked at Goku in disbelief. "Who said you were foolish? This is rather clever. I assent it." Relenting, he replied, "Very well. I shall leave him in your hands." Goku then knelt beside Vegeta, lifting him up and personally feeding him a senzu bean, instantly reviving the near-death warrior to full strength. Upon his resurrection, Vegeta's formidable aura erupted instantaneously, surpassing even that of Goku. Raditz, witnessing the surge of Vegeta's power, remarked, "So, you believe yourself capable after your revival? If you wish to make a move, I wouldn't mind sending you back to where you were moments ago." Vegeta, irked by Raditz's words, understood that he was still no match for him. Having betrayed Frieza and experienced death once, he recognized the necessity of allies. He did not wish to endure such a feeling again. Suppressing his anger, Vegeta proposed, "Raditz, shall we consider our previous grievances settled? We are both Saiyans, and I wish to share a secret." Raditz, intrigued, inquired, "What secret do you possess?" "Very well, I shall hear you out." As Raditz acquiesced, Vegeta clenched his fists and declared, "Our homeland, planet Vegeta, was not destroyed by a meteor strike. It was obliterated by that scoundrel Frieza himself. Your father, my father, and all of our kin perished at his hands. I hope the three of us can unite to defeat Frieza. I have learned that the Dragon Balls on Namek can grant 3 wishes. Each of us shall receive one." Raditz, assuming a knowing demeanor, replied, "Oh, this matter? I was already aware of it. Impossible. How could you know?" Vegeta questioned in disbelief. "You need not concern yourself with how I know. Even if you hadn't said anything, I would have sought Frieza's demise. As for your proposal of alliance, I can't agree, but you must adhere to my lead. Otherwise, there shall be no discussion." Vegeta huffed, but remained silent. Raditz chuckled. "Since you are not contesting, I shall take it as your agreement. Now that we are friends, come along with us." Thus, Vegeta joined their ranks. However, tensions lingered between Tien and Vegeta, given that Tien's friend Kairatsu had fallen victim to Raditz's minions. Nonetheless, Raditz's assurance of Kairatsu's revival allowed Tien to suppress his grievances. Meanwhile, Frieza, upon learning of the demise of Zarbon, felt a pang of disappointment. He was out of viable allies and would need to contact the Ginyu Force. An hour later, the Ginyu Force appeared before Frieza. Their flamboyant introduction was both awkward and oddly polite, even causing a slight flush of embarrassment to the nefarious Frieza. Unable to withstand their antics any longer, Frieza dismissed them, stating, "Next time I wish to see your dance, but for now, swiftly eliminate that traitor Vegeta." Receiving Frieza's command, the Ginyu Force activated their advanced scouters and set off in pursuit of Vegeta. Concurrently, Raditz and his companions had already arrived at the Grand Elder's residence, only to be halted at the entrance by a Namekian named Nail, who bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo. A stalemate ensued. "Let them in," came the voice of the Grand Elder from within. Understood. Subsequently, the group followed Nairu into the room. The Elder, seated in a chair, noticed their arrival and inquired about their purpose for visiting. Raditz stepped forward and stated, "I have heard that the Elder possesses the extraordinary ability to unlock one's potential. Might you assist us in this endeavor?" The Elder glanced at Raditz and replied, "Young man, how did you come to know of my abilities? I can sense that you have taken many lives, yet there is no trace of cruelty within you. May I examine your memories? Rest assured, I shall only seek what is necessary." Raditz responded, "No, I cannot allow anyone to invade my memories, as they are my private domain. However, you need not worry. I harbor no animosity towards Namek. After you enhance my abilities, I assure you I will help resolve the crisis on your planet." The Elder hesitated for a moment, then said, "Very well, I shall assist you. Who shall go first?" Nairu stepped forward, expressing concern, "Elder, but your health." The Elder chuckled, "It is nothing, merely a drain on my energy." "In that case, let us begin. Gohan shall go first," Raditz declared. The others had no objections. Such astonishing potential. I have never encountered anyone with such immense capabilities. You are indeed Saiyans. How terrifying. The Elder exclaimed in astonishment. "All right, my ability can only unlock a fraction of your potential." "Thank you, Elder," Gohan expressed, feeling the surge of power. "Now it is my turn," Raditz said with a grin. "No problem, come forward." How incredible. Saiyans are truly extraordinary beings, each with remarkable potential. The Elder marveled again. Shortly thereafter, he proclaimed, "I too can only unlock a portion of your potential. Your power is astonishing, even surpassing that of the child before." Vegeta, overhearing this, felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. After all, they were merely low-class warriors. How could their potential rival that of the Saiyan Prince? When my power is unleashed, I shall undoubtedly defeat them all. At that moment, the prince's confidence returned once more. As the Elder continued to awaken the potential of each individual, an unexpected turn of events occurred when it was Vegeta's turn. "I cannot unlock your potential," the Elder stated with a hint of anger. "Why?" Vegeta asked, slightly irked. "I can sense the blood of my children on your hands. I will not aid you." Upon hearing this, Vegeta recalled the moment he had slaughtered an entire village of Namekians for the Dragon Balls. Clenching his fists, he muttered, "Damn it." Meanwhile, Nairu and Dend exchanged furious glances towards Vegeta, ready to take action, but were halted by the Elder. The Grand Elder and Raditz expressed their opinions, stating that they would surrender their Dragon Balls to him, but his first wish must be to resurrect his slain children. Raditz readily agreed. At that moment, 5 uninvited guests arrived. Chapter 16. The Annihilation of the Ginyu Force. The Grand Elder produced a Dragon Ball, several times larger than those on Earth, and handed it to Raditz, saying, "I entrust this Dragon Ball to you. Remember your promise, and you must hasten to gather the other 6 Dragon Balls." I sense my end is near, and once I perish, the Dragon Ball will vanish as well. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. I will not forget my promise to you, Raditz replied with a nod. Meanwhile, the Ginyu Force had reached the entrance. Guests have arrived. Let's step outside. Raditz informed the others, sensing the approach of 5 powerful presences, and they all exited the room together. Ginyu spotted them as they emerged. Ah, the delightful Vegeta. I have finally found you. How dare you betray Lord Frieza? You are truly courting death. He then turned his gaze to the Dragon Ball in Raditz's hand. Raditz, you two are here. Is that the Dragon Ball you possess? Lord Frieza will be most pleased. Raditz smirked. Do you desire it? If so, come and take it. He then addressed the group. Leave Ginyu and that little dwarf to me. The other 3 are of no interest to me. You may dispose of them as you wish. Raditz fixed his gaze on Guldo, knowing from his past life that this individual possessed the supernatural ability to freeze time, a divine skill manifested in a mere human. He pondered whether the Blood Jade could replicate such a power in battle. The others had no objections, recognizing that Raditz was the strongest among them. Ginyu, you worthless fool. How dare you challenge me? I have heard you defeated Vegeta. Let me see just how strong you are now. Ginyu scoffed at Raditz. Shall we check your power level with your scouter? Beep, beep, beep. Power level 5. Beep. Power level 50,000. Beep. Power level 200,000. As Raditz's power level surged, Jinyu's scouter exploded into fragments. Impossible. Your power level exceeds 200,000. Jinyu stared incredulously at Raditz, then coldly laughed. He extended his right hand and brutally stabbed it into his own heart, shocking the onlookers. Raditz, witnessing this, swiftly appeared before Jinyu, grasping his heart and crushing it in an instant, whispering in his ear, "Did you think I was unaware of your intentions to injure yourself and exchange bodies with me? I shall not grant you that opportunity. Go in peace." Jinyu looked at Raditz in disbelief, unable to fathom how he had discerned his thoughts. And with a sense of unwillingness, he retorted, "You lack martial ethics." Then he collapsed into his own pool of blood, utterly silent. The remaining 4 members of the Ginyu Force, witnessing their captain's demise and the terrifying battle power of Raditz exceeding 200,000, were seized by sheer terror, fleeing like startled birds. Yet, how could their speed possibly compare to Raditz? With each step, he annihilated one of them, swiftly eliminating the 3 remaining members, save for Guldo, before slowly advancing towards him. Guldo, watching his comrades fall with such ease, knelt on the ground, hands pressed against the earth, his legs trembling uncontrollably. His voice quivering as he pleaded, "Stay away from me. Please don't kill me." Raditz, observing the panicked Guldo, coldly replied, "Strike at me, or you shall die immediately." Overwhelmed with fear, Guldo understood that Raditz would not spare him. He promptly invoked his supernatural ability, holding his breath to pause time, intending to escape swiftly. However, before he could get far, he could no longer sustain the ability. Just as he prepared to flee, he looked up to find Raditz standing before him, fixated on him with an unyielding gaze. The haunting phrase echoed in Guldo's ears, "Strike at me." Faced with Raditz, who resembled a demon, he hastily employed another of his abilities, the binding technique. Yet, this tactic proved ineffectual, as Raditz broke free in an instant. Guldo vowed he had never felt such fear in his life. He concentrated energy in his hands and shot it towards Raditz, then once more held his breath to pause time. However, this time, Guldo could not even endure for a second before his defenses crumbled. Raditz, observing the panting Guldo, recognized that the moment had arrived. There was no longer any need to prolong the game. He knew Guldo lacked the strength to pause time again and swiftly ended his life. Thus, the once renowned Ginyu Force vanished entirely from the cosmos, with all adversaries eliminated. Son Goku approached, dissatisfied, and remarked, "Brother, you promised us these 3 would be ours to handle, and yet you've dispatched them all by yourself. What would it do for fun?" Vegeta concurred, "Indeed, I have long harbored disdain for this lot, hoping to deal with them personally." Raditz chuckled lightly. "Next time, I shall allow you to face the opponents first. This time, I was simply too eager and resolved them all swiftly. Now, let us cease this idle chatter and seek out Frieza for those 5 Dragon Balls." At this moment, having undergone a potential enhancement from the Elder, Raditz's battle power reached approximately 10 million. He recalled that Frieza's power was around 1,200,000,000. Armed with the Kaioken technique learned from Blood Jade, although he had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, he felt adequately prepared. With that, the group followed Bulma's dragon radar in the direction of Frieza. "Frieza, come forth and face the wrath of his prince," Vegeta shouted as they arrived at Frieza's base. Frieza emerged at the sound, stating, I never imagined it would come to this. You have eliminated all of my capable subordinates. It is unforgivable, you inferior beings. I shall dismember you, especially you, Vegeta. I wonder from where you derive the audacity to speak to me in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Vegeta took a few steps back and turned to Raditz, who merely offered him a glance, seemingly conveying, "Go ahead, Prince Vegeta. Did you not accuse me of withholding an opportunity? I have presented Frieza to you. Is that not generous?" Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, yet he advanced forward, muttering, "Damn it, I, Prince Vegeta, shall not back down." With a mighty roar, he challenged, "Frieza, come forth and meet your demise." Frieza, with a glint of amusement in his eyes, chuckled, "Such bravado. I wonder where you find your confidence. Very well. Today, I shall end your life and send you to reunite with your foolish father." With that, he launched a punch towards Vegeta, who instinctively caught the incoming fist. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, their energies clashing violently. I see your power has significantly increased. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant," Frieza remarked with a cold smirk, before momentarily taking the confrontation seriously. They both flew apart, leaving a blood mark on Vegeta's face. "I shall be earnest now. Do not be frightened," Frieza declared, swiftly appearing before Vegeta and sending him hurtling away with a casual punch. "Impossible. How can he be so fast?" Vegeta gasped in disbelief. Frieza ignored him, reappearing in front of him once more, forcefully pressing his head against the mountainside and dragging it across before discarding him on the ground. At this moment, Vegeta was utterly crushed by Frieza's overwhelming strength, his confidence shattered. Frieza approached, seizing Vegeta's head and lifting it, delivering a devastating blow to his face. "Weren't you quite arrogant before? Where is your dignity? Your confidence?" He taunted as he struck Vegeta repeatedly. Seeing Vegeta devoid of his fighting spirit, Frieza lost interest and unleashed his death ray upon Vegeta's limbs. Vegeta, enduring the excruciating pain, lay on the ground, tears of frustration brimming in his eyes, feeling utterly defeated. "It is over, Vegeta," Frieza declared, weary of the encounter and preparing to deliver the final blow. However, at that moment, Goku appeared, grasping Vegeta and tossing him towards Krillin. "Krillin, give him a Senzu Bean," Goku instructed. Krillin caught Vegeta and, upon hearing Goku's command, quickly retrieved a Senzu Bean for him to consume. "Now, it is time for me to battle you," Goku proclaimed, ready to confront Frieza. Sun Wukong cast a glance at Raditz and then addressed Frieza. "No problem. Feel free to strike first. I shall intervene only when you find yourself unable to cope, for protagonists tend to make their entrance at the last moment." Raditz replied nonchalantly. Frieza, intrigued, looked at Sun Wukong and inquired, "Who are you? You seem somewhat familiar, reminiscent of Saiyan." To which Sun Wukong responded, "I am Sun Wukong, brother to Raditz, a human as well as a Saiyan." Frieza dismissively retorted, "I care not whether you are a Saiyan or a human. Today, you shall meet your demise." "Then let us see," was the reply. The two ascended into the sky, engaging in a ferocious battle, their strengths remarkably balanced. At that moment, Wukong, having unlocked his potential through the Elder, possessed a combat power of 550,000, while Frieza stood at 530,000. Soon, Wukong gained the upper hand, gripping Frieza by the neck and slamming him into the ground, leaving a long trail in his wake. "If you're done playing, Frieza, reveal your true strength. I wish to see your genuine form," Sun Wukong asserted resolutely. "How did you come to know that?" Frieza queried. "I witnessed the battle between Vegeta and one known as Zarbin. I realized that extraterrestrials can alter their appearances to increase their power. And I sense that your strength exceeds what you have shown," Wukong replied. "I am unlike Zarbin. My tremendous power is something I have kept restrained due to its overwhelming nature. However, since you are so intent on seeking your own end, I shall allow you to witness it." "Watch closely," Frieza declared, transforming as his garments tore apart and his physique expanded, emanating a growing aura. Soon, a massive pink, bull-headed Frieza loomed before them. "Now that you have witnessed my might, do you not feel a twinge of fear? By the way, my current combat power exceeds 1 million. Frieza taunted, gazing at Sun Wukong. "Indeed, you have grown significantly stronger. Allow me to test my mettle," Wukong replied eagerly, launching himself into action. Frieza's tail lashed toward Wukong, who dodged swiftly but was unexpectedly ambushed by Frieza, crashing down to the ground. "Now you understand my terror, do you not?" Frieza said coldly. Yet, Wukong stood up once more, smiling as he stretched his limbs. "Quite impressive, but now Kaioken," Wukong exclaimed, activating the technique, which instantaneously multiplied his combat power, his form radiating a crimson glow. Frieza was taken aback by this display. Fascinating, truly fascinating. With his newfound strength, Wukong clashed with Frieza again, this time overwhelming him from all angles. Frieza found himself retreating under the relentless assault. Suddenly, Goku halted his movements and remarked, "Frieza, you must possess even greater power. For if this is all you can muster, I shall be thoroughly disappointed." "Very well, as you wish. You are about to witness my transformation for the first time," Frieza declared, commencing his second metamorphosis. In a brief moment, an exceedingly grotesque version of Frieza emerged. "Ha ha ha, prepare to meet your demise. My combat prowess has now surpassed 10 million, Frieza boasted with evident pride. "You have indeed grown stronger, and your injuries have remarkably healed." "Impressive," Goku acknowledged, his excitement palpable. "Brother, I wish to engage him in a fair contest. Please do not intervene," Goku expressed eagerly. "Rest assured," Raditz replied affirmatively. "Well then, I shall unleash my full strength as well. 20 times Kaioken," Goku shouted at Frieza, gritting his teeth. Goku had not anticipated that Frieza's subsequent transformation would be so formidable. He had thought that his tenfold Kaioken would suffice, only to find himself compelled to employ a technique he had not fully mastered. As the 20-fold Kaioken coursed through him, vibrant red energy enveloped Goku, elevating his battle power to 1,100,000. In the sky, Goku and Frieza locked eyes, cautiously probing each other's strength. A titanic clash was imminent. Chapter 18. Raditz takes action. On planet Namek, in the heavens, Goku, radiating a brilliant red aura, faced off against a diminutive, hideous creature. Goku was the first to strike, charging towards Frieza, and the two engaged in a fierce aerial battle that left all but Raditz awestruck by the intensity of such a confrontation. What incredible speed! It's impossible to follow their movements. The onlookers marveled. Following a brief exchange, both Vegeta and Goku gained insight into each other's capabilities. Frieza, observing Goku, remarked, "Your name is Son Goku, correct? You are more formidable than I had anticipated, worthy of my acknowledgement, but there is no way you can defeat me. Is that so?" "Yet, the outcome remains uncertain," Goku countered. Despite the brevity of their initial clash, Goku had discerned Frieza's weakness. He lacked the ability to sense energy and thereby locate his opponent. Thus, the battle's outcome was indeed still in question. In a flash, Goku vanished, reappearing behind Frieza and launching a concentrated energy blast. Consider this a gift. Caught off guard, Frieza fell into a lake due to Goku's unexpected assault. Interesting, but the next part will not be so simple, Goku mused, watching Frieza emerge from the water. Remarkable, he emerged unscathed from my Kamehameha. In an instant, Frieza's figure vanished before Goku, his speed so astounding that Goku's eyes could scarcely perceive him. By the time Goku became aware of Frieza's presence, he had already positioned himself behind Goku, delivering a tremendous blow to his back. As Goku was propelled through the air, Frieza did not relent. Seizing the opportunity to strike while Goku was vulnerable, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts that rained down upon Goku. The sound of explosive detonations echoed relentlessly, filling the air with dense smoke, causing the spectators of the battle to take notice. It seemed that Frieza was truly serious. Yet such feeble attacks would never suffice to vanquish Kakarot, Raditz remarked. As the smoke began to dissipate, a disheveled Goku emerged before the onlookers, although he appeared somewhat battered. His body had endured minimal damage. With a smirk gracing his lips, Goku's gaze returned to Frieza, adopting a combat stance in preparation for an even more intense confrontation. "Let us cease our tentative exchanges. Unleash your techniques without delay," he urged. Upon hearing this, Frieza once again vanished, reappearing before Goku, his fist, large as a sandbag, striking Goku's form. In response, Goku retaliated with a powerful kick, and thus ensued another fierce clash, unlike their previous encounters that bore little consequence. The visceral pain resonated through both warriors, compelling them to immerse themselves wholly in the battle. They moved at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, the collision of their fists causing the very air around them to warp. "This is the most exhilarating moment of my life," Goku exclaimed. To be honest, I feel the same way. As their battle unfolded, time gradually slipped away. Oh no, the 20-fold Kaioken is proving to be too taxing on my body. I must conclude this swiftly. Frieza, prepare to receive my ultimate technique. Kamehameha at full power, Goku shouted. Under the full force of Goku's Kamehameha, Even Frieza found himself straining against the onslaught, gritting his teeth and bracing his hands in defense. As a brilliant light faded, the land around them lay ravaged by their conflict. Goku, unable to sustain the Kaioken's augmentation, gradually collapsed to the ground, prompting Krillin to rush over and assist him to his feet. Suddenly, a sinister laughter echoed as a battered Frieza emerged from the ruins, shocking everyone present. No way. Frieza is far too resilient. Goku's formidable attack could not fell him. How infuriating, they gasped. Goku, it seems your body is reaching its limits. It appears this battle is mine to win, Frieza declared. Yet, in light of the joy you've afforded me today, I shall show you the meaning of despair. Witness my ultimate transformation. Let you insignificant insects perish in the throes of hopeless terror. With that, Frieza commenced his third transformation. What? He can transform once more? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a bald dwarf made his entrance. It seemed that the moment had finally come for me to face a challenge. Raditz stepped forth. Upon seeing Raditz emerge, Frieza could not suppress his laughter. I was curious to know who your last resort would be. He chortled, but lo and behold, it is you. Raditz. It appears the Saiyans have forgotten the terror I instilled in them. Allow me to help you recall it. Vegeta, hearing Frieza's taunts, clenched his teeth in anger and retorted, Frieza, do not be so arrogant. Though it pains me to admit, I must inform you that Raditz has transformed into the very entity you dread the most, a Super Saiyan. Your demise is nigh. Frieza dismissed this notion with scoff, incredulous at the legend of the Super Saiyan, especially when it came to someone like Raditz. Oh, Raditz, I never imagined you would become a Super Saiyan. I wonder just how much power this so-called Super Saiyan possesses. Raditz remained non-committal. To be frank, Frieza, I am not a Super Saiyan yet, but I will be in the future. However, even in my current state, I possess sufficient strength to deal with you. Frieza found this notion amusing. You think you can defeat me? You Saiyans are not only arrogant, but also boastful. Surely you haven't forgotten how you fared against Vegeta. I am vastly superior to him, and by extension, to you as well. Enough of your empty bluster, Frieza. I know you're not utilizing your full strength. Unleash your complete power. I will dispose of you in one fell swoop, Raditz declared coldly. Since you were so eager to witness it, very well. I shall show you the true meaning of absolute power before you meet your end. As Frieza's veins bulged, his aura intensified. 60%, 90%, 100%. This is my full power, with a battle strength reaching a terrifying 2 billion. You lowly beings are fortunate to witness my true form. Now, prepare to perish. With that, Frieza concentrated a horrifying amount of energy in his fingertip. Death Beam. Chapter 19. Raditz versus Frieza. Frieza shouted, unleashing his death beam in all directions toward Raditz. Yet, Raditz remained unperturbed, a slight smile playing upon his lips as he shouted, Kaioken. In that moment, a red aura enveloped Raditz, reminiscent of Goku's own transformation. Goku, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback and exclaimed, "Ah, how can you also use the Kaioken?" Raditz advanced towards Frieza, making subtle movements, while the countless death beams surrounding him inflicted no harm whatsoever. To my astonishment, you have become so powerful in my absence. The Saiyans are indeed a loathsome, inferior race. Today, I shall expend some effort to eradicate all of you wretched monkeys. Yet, you must possess the capability to do so. With that, Raditz ceased his idle chatter and swiftly launched himself forward, engaging in a fierce battle with Frieza, who had attained his ultimate form. Their movements were a blur, their strikes ruthless and precise. In less than 5 seconds, they exchanged hundreds of blows, their speed rendering them nearly invisible. The air crackled with the sound of their fierce combat, as Raditz's white figure darted about, perfectly matched against Frieza. Frieza's assaults were merciless, yet Raditz's defense resembled an impenetrable wall. Their bodies collided with a force that produced a cacophony of tearing sounds, and the ground trembled under the intensity of their struggle. Incredible, exclaimed Krillin, utterly astonished by the aerial duel. Indeed, Raditz had proven to be remarkably strong, far surpassing even Son Goku, as Piccolo nodded in agreement. Son Goku, too, was exhilarated by their clash, realizing that he must intensify his training. In stark contrast to the optimistic crowd, Vegeta appeared increasingly impatient, his teeth clenched and brow furrowed, as he crushed the stone in his hand into dust. Curse it, Kakarot and Raditz have both surpassed me. How is this possible? They are mere lower-class warriors. While I am Prince Vegeta, I must defeat them. As Vegeta simmered with rage, the battle between Frieza and Raditz reached a temporary stalemate, both warriors landing on the ground. Raditz's battle armor was severely damaged, and both were covered in wounds, though Raditz appeared more disheveled. Frisia, still in disbelief, could hardly fathom that an inferior monkey could contend with a genius like himself. Aside from his brother and father, no one had ever managed to injure him. "How dare you, wretched monkey, inflict harm upon my glorious form? I shall annihilate you!" Frisia roared, his fury erupting like a volcano. Raditz felt a chill down his spine, instinctively turning to face Frisia. Frisia bellowed, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Raditz. The upper portion of Raditz's battle attire was obliterated, culminating in a devastating blow to his face that sent him hurtling through the air, skidding across the ground for several dozen meters before finally coming to a halt. "Do you see now? This is the chasm that exists between you and me, the great king." Frisia, while gathering energy blasts, unleashed a barrage of attacks. One after another, the energy orbs were hurled towards Raditz, causing the very ground to tremble beneath their explosive impact. Tien and the others, witnessing this scene, could not help but break into a cold sweat. The sheer magnitude of such an assault was chilling. Had these blasts struck them, they would surely have been obliterated. The relentless bombardment transformed the desolate landscape into a tapestry of fissures, while a colossal mushroom cloud ascended in the direction where Raditz had fallen. Gradually, the smoke was whisked away by the wind, revealing Raditz, motionless in the depths of the crater. "Ha! Trash is merely trash. This is the fate of those who offend me," Frisia exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. "Has Mr. Raditz been defeated? How could someone so powerful lose?" Tien lamented, his disappointment palpable. Goku furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. "No, that can't be right. Although my brother has sustained considerable injuries, his aura remains steady. I believe he hasn't yet unleashed his full potential." As if on cue, Raditz stirred slightly, gradually rising to his feet and emerging from the crater, his robust form standing resolutely before Frisia, unyielding as a mountain. "Apologies, but my warm-up is over," Raditz declared, his demeanor exuding confidence. Frisia's disbelief was evident. It's impossible. A lowly Saiyan like you, surviving my full force?" His expression twisted in rage, the magnitude of this setback weighing heavily on him. Raditz brushed off the dust from his attire, his fingers cracking rhythmically as if preparing for combat. He appeared invigorated. Aside from the tattered remnants of his battle attire, his wounds seemed inconsequential, invigorating rather than diminishing his spirit. "You've exhausted your strength, haven't you? Yet I have yet to truly exert myself. Now, the real battle begins." 15 times the Kaioken. Assuming a battle stance, Raditz activated the Kaioken technique, his power soaring beyond 1.5 billion, rivaling that of the Goku who had once ascended to Super Saiyan, far surpassing Frisia's 1.2 billion. Frisia's face contorted with shock, while the onlookers, filled with hope, beamed with anticipation. Goku, witnessing Raditz's newfound might, felt his blood surge with excitement. The power Raditz unleashed caused the earth to quake, leaving everyone in awe. Frisia, gritting his teeth, fixed his gaze on Raditz, only to find him vanishing in the blink of an eye. Terror gripped Frisia. "Where'd he go?" he growled, frustration boiling within him. At that moment, Raditz's voice echoed from behind him. "I'm right here." With trepidation etched on his face, Frisia slowly turned around. Chapter 20. The Emergence of Gula. As Frisia turned away, a fist the size of a sandbag struck him squarely in the face, causing blood and saliva to spray into the air as his body was propelled backward. Before Frisia even hit the ground, Raditz was already before him again, delivering a brutal knee strike to Frisia's abdomen. A pained cry escaped Frisia's lips as he soared upwards, only for Raditz to reappear before him, his hands clasped tightly, delivering a solid blow to Frisia's back that sent him crashing toward the earth. Raditz glanced down, observing Frisia clutching his stomach, wiping the blood from his mouth, and rising once more. Indeed, with such tough skin and resilient flesh, he managed to stand again. Truly a commendable punching bag. Raditz taunted Frisia, gritting his teeth and seething with rage, felt his veins bulge, his pupils constricting in fury. "Damn it, you've all monkey die!" Frisia screamed, swinging a fist at Raditz. However, to his astonishment, his punch merely met air as Raditz's form vanished like a specter. Unable to sense Raditz's energy, Frisia frantically searched in vain, failing to pinpoint his opponent's location. Seeing Frisia in a state of disarray, Raditz seized the opportunity, delivering a kick to Frisia's lower back that sent him hurtling away, followed by a devastating energy wave that struck with immense force. The overwhelming power left Frisia feeling as though he were being torn apart, tumbling across the ground until he finally collided with a mountain, coming to a halt. This time, Frisia was utterly panicked. Raditz's merciless onslaught had laid bare the vast chasm between their strengths. Now gravely injured, Frisia looked at Raditz with eyes full of terror. Realizing that with each step Raditz took toward him, he felt himself drawing closer to death. Wonderful! Raditz has won. He's truly incredible, Krillin exclaimed joyfully. Curse it! I never thought he would actually win. Raditz, I must surpass you. I will prove that I am the strongest Saiyan, Vegeta declared, unwilling to concede. Please, spare me. I can offer you a planet. No, I'll give you all of my planets. Just let me live. Frisia pleaded as he observed Raditz closing in, desperation evident in his demeanor. He did not wish to die. He simply sought a chance to rise again. Huh. The illustrious Emperor of the universe begs for mercy. Who would have thought? Raditz mocked. It is an honor to plead for mercy from a being as powerful as you. Is that so? However, I have no intention of sparing you. Raditz replied scornfully. How infuriating. I've already humbled myself so much. Very well, let us perish together. Just as Frisia prepared for self-destruction, a voice rang out, and upon hearing it, a smile spread across Frisia's face, which had been braced for death. Frisia, my dear brother, I cannot believe you have been so thoroughly defeated by a Saiyan. What a disgrace to our frost demon lineage. As I gazed upon the sky, I witnessed figures resembling Frisia descending gracefully. These were none other than his brother, Cooler. Brother, I never anticipated your arrival. I have heard whispers of Dragon Balls in this realm that can grant any wish, and I have come specifically to assist you in your quest. I have already located 5 of them, while the remaining 2 lie in the possession of this group. If you eliminate them, immortality shall be yours. Frisia regarded Cooler with newfound appreciation, recognizing this as the first instance in his life where he found his brother endearing. Is it true? You came here solely for me? How remarkably benevolent of you, Cooler inquired, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Of course, dear brother, for you are as close to me as my own flesh and blood, Frisia replied, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Beloved brother, by vanquishing this individual, you shall attain the power of immortality, and your younger sibling shall bask in the glow of your glory as well. However, Cooler hesitated, but this is your battle. It would be improper for me to intervene. Perhaps you should conclude your fight, and then I shall take action. Frisia's expression shifted, realizing that his brother intended to leverage the Saiyans to eliminate him, prompting a shrewd thought. Brother, you jest. With your presence, I am unworthy of taking action. You are the true cosmic monarch, the supreme powerhouse. I have resolved to relinquish all my planetary assets to you. Cooler chuckled at Frisia's flattery. Although he harbored a deep-seated disdain for his brother and desired his demise, witnessing Frisia's obsequiousness brought him a peculiar sense of satisfaction, leading him to reluctantly acquiesce. Very well. I shall handle this, Saiyan. You deal with the lesser foes, and do not forget to retrieve the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. Frisia found Cooler's tone irksome. Yet for the sake of his own survival, he suppressed his irritation and grinned. Yes, brother. Raditz furrowed his brow. With Cooler's arrival, the previously precarious situation had shifted dramatically. While others were unfamiliar with Cooler, Raditz, as a time traveler, possessed a clear understanding of his formidable prowess, which far surpassed Frisia's. Moreover, Cooler's 4th transformation was an insurmountable challenge for Raditz in his current state, causing him to clench his fists in anxiety. Who would have thought that aside from my father and myself, there exists another capable of vanquishing Frisia? Yet you shall never be my equal, Raditz declared resolutely. Your strength is commendable. I shall offer you a chance. Should you agree to serve under me, I will spare your life. From this day forth, you would be second only to me. Contemplate this carefully, Cooler proposed, recognizing Raditz's potential and feeling reluctant to eliminate such a powerful adversary. I would never serve another. Who knows what I am capable of? Raditz replied with conviction. Ha 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 ha. You have no idea how many beings across the cosmos yearn to serve me. Yet I have turned them all away, Cooler remarked with a laugh. Since you are so unappreciative, I have no choice but to follow my brother's advice and eliminate you. Come forth, let us battle. Cooler, Chapter 21. Raditz transforms into a giant ape. I have just witnessed your confrontation with Frisia, and indeed, your strength is commendable. Therefore, as a gesture of respect, I shall unleash a power surpassing that of Frisia. Upon finishing his words, Cooler's body radiated a brilliant light as he swiftly evolved into his final form. This is my ultimate state. I possess an additional transformation layer beyond Frisia, rendering my power significantly greater. If quantified, my strength is approximately 450 million. Are you frightened? Truly formidable, yet strength can only be gauged through combat. I did not unleash my full potential against Frisia either. Though Raditz verbalized such bravado, uncertainty lingered within him. However, a man must not show fear. With a surge of energy, he resolved to confront Cooler with all his might. 20 times KO Ken. His battle power surged to around 200 million. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Cooler's mouth, exuding a subtle malevolence. He was thoroughly satisfied with Raditz's prowess, contemplating the possibility of recruiting him as a subordinate. Alas, since you failed to recognize the favor, I shall hold nothing back. Cooler raised his right hand high, gathering a terrifying amount of energy until a spherical energy blast, approximately 10 meters in diameter, coalesced. He chuckled wickedly, proclaiming, "This energy sphere possesses enough power to obliterate a planet. Prepare to meet your demise." Raditz, observing Cooler's energy sphere, dared not underestimate it. He could neither evade nor hesitate, feeling the overwhelming force capable of annihilating planet Namek. Even if he survived the explosion, he would perish in the vastness of space. Secretly consuming his Senzabine, he restored himself to peak condition and bellowed as the full extent of his power erupted forth. Come fort. The colossal energy sphere hurtled towards Raditz, enveloping him in overwhelming might, emitting a blinding radiance. The ensuing chaos unleashed clouds of smoke and scorching heat. The explosion's reach extending 1,000 meters, leaving Frisia, Goku, and others in a state of shock as they scrambled for safety. Moments later, the energy explosion's fierce flames dissipated into the air, and the smoke gradually cleared, revealing an enormous crater before Cooler. Within the depths of the crater, Raditz, bloodied and battered, knelt with both hands on the ground, countless wounds adorning his body, utterly disheveled. He gasped for breath, murmuring, "I survived." Cooler approached Raditz, a hint of excitement in his tone. "I truly did not anticipate that such a powerful energy could fail to kill you. Your strength is indeed impressive. I shall grant you one final chance to become my subordinate, bestowing upon you immense power, provided that you eliminate your so-called companions as a testament to your loyalty. What say you?" Upon uttering these words, the bloodied Raditz struggled to rise, fixating his unwavering gaze upon Gula, determination radiating from his eyes. "Though I am not a paragon of virtue, I would rather perish than serve such a repugnant entity as you. Nor would I ever betray my comrades or stab my friends in the back. Such is the fundamental principle of humanity." In that moment, Raditz stood tall and formidable, embodying the essence of a man, neither subservient nor arrogant. Gula, incensed by Raditz's words, felt a tingling fury surge through him as he struck Raditz squarely in the chest. Raditz's body was propelled through mountains, soaring hundreds of meters before finally coming to a halt. At that moment, Gula appeared before him, ruthlessly pressing his foot against Raditz's head. "How laughable," he mused, "that one such as you aspires to be a hero. Tragically absurd." With that, he delivered another kick, sending Raditz flying once more. Now gravely injured and sprawled on the ground, Raditz concentrated, conjuring a sphere of light in his hand before casting it into the sky. This was the artificial moon of the Saiyans. Gula glanced at the radiant brilliance illuminating the heavens, only to witness a terrifying surge of energy erupt from within Raditz. Dark fur sprouted across his body, his form expanding until an enormous gorilla stood before Gula. Simultaneously, Raditz experienced excruciating pain, his rationality consumed by a violent rage, transforming him into a mindless beast. With a primal roar, he charged recklessly at Gula. Gula, unfazed, regarded the transformed Raditz with disdain. "You don't presume that becoming such an unsightly monster could possibly allow you to contend with me, do you?" How utterly naive. As Raditz barreled toward him, Gula remained composed, hands clasped behind his back, suspended in midair. Raditz unleashed a powerful punch, accompanied by a fierce shockwave, yet astonishingly, Gula merely blocked it with a single finger. The unhinged Raditz, disregarding all reason, continued his frenzied assault, yet he could not even graze Gula's form. Growing weary of the skirmish, Gula unleashed a decisive punch, sending Raditz hurtling backward, blood streaming from his grotesque visage as his massive frame crashed against the mountainside. Gula, feeling a tinge of fatigue from the battle, soared toward the fallen Raditz, delivering a crushing stomp before ascending once more, gathering an overwhelming energy in his hands to hurl at Raditz. Lying on the ground, Raditz's gaze had turned vacant, the crimson hue of his eyes from his gorilla form now absent. In the enveloping darkness, Raditz lay bare, his consciousness gradually awakening. The long-term psychological transformation imparted by the blood gem began to manifest at that moment. As Raditz suddenly opened his eyes, a blinding radiance swiftly dispelling the shadows. In the air, Gula gazed down at the billowing smoke below, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was over. However, as the smoke began to dissipate, the scene below astonished Gula. This was impossible. How could this be? What had transpired? As the fog was carried away by the wind, a colossal gorilla, radiating a crimson glow, emerged, exuding an aura of ferocity. This was Raditz, having fully embraced his transformation into a gorilla. Furthermore, he was now capable of unleashing the Kaioken technique. The true battle was only just beginning. Chapter 22. The Death of Gohan. On the battlefield, a towering gorilla, enveloped in a red luminescence, stood gazing skyward, its voice echoing with a human timbre. Gula, did you ever anticipate this? Your attack failed to slay me. Instead, it has rendered me even more formidable. Not only can I command this form, but I can also amplify my power utilizing the Kaioken. At this moment, Raditz's combat strength had surged tenfold with his gorilla transformation, and when employing the Kaioken at 20 times, his base power increased correspondingly, reaching an astounding 300 million. Gula regarded Raditz in disbelief, only to break into a wicked laugh. I never expected your strength to escalate once more. But do not presume this makes you my equal. That would be a grave misjudgment. Slaying you now would only heighten my sense of accomplishment. Compared to your former self, you are utterly weak. With that, Raditz and Gula clashed once again. Meanwhile, on Goku's battlefield, Frieza cackled. Now the hunt begins. Let us see who shall be the first victim. Prepare to experience a taste of hell. With a flick of his tail and a hand over his mouth, he laughed menacingly. The others gathered in front of Piccolo. As long as he remained alive, the Dragon Balls would not vanish, which bolstered their spirits. Goku and his companions, faces etched with seriousness, stared down Frieza, readying themselves for battle. Vegeta, let us start with you, the traitor, Frieza declared before vanishing from sight. Vegeta, watch your back, Goku shouted urgently. Vegeta swiftly turned, only to find Frieza had reappeared right before him. He launched a powerful punch, but Frieza merely tilted his head to evade it. With a casual turn, his tail struck Vegeta, sending him hurtling away. In a flash, Frieza flew toward Vegeta, delivering a devastating elbow strike to his lower back. Vegeta cried out in pain, crashing to the ground. Frieza landed beside him, grasping Vegeta by the hair, raining down blows upon him while taunting. Regretting your decisions yet, Vegeta? Saiyans, a race of nothing but lowly beings, proficient only in battle. You alone make me feel somewhat extraordinary, which is why I cherish you so deeply. Yet, I never anticipated that you would betray me, akin to those wretched monkeys. What is the consequence of your defiance? At this moment, Vegeta, utterly powerless against Frieza's onslaught, had completely lost faith in his own strength. Is this all you can muster? I expected you to be formidable, yet you have proven to be nothing but a waste. Frieza, losing patience with the motionless Vegeta, ceased his banter and swiftly plunged his hand through Vegeta's heart. With wide eyes, Vegeta succumbed to his fate, dying in bitterness. The sight of Vegeta's demise left everyone seething with rage. Although he was not a paragon of virtue, his death before their eyes weighed heavily on their hearts. Suddenly, a white figure streaked across the sky. Naru, is that you? What brings you here? Goku inquired with curiosity. The elders sensed danger in your vicinity and sent me to assist, Naru replied. Is that Frieza? Naru pointed at Frieza. It seems everyone is gathered. Allow me to send you all to hell, Frieza taunted. Upon witnessing Vegeta's death, the group ceased their chatter and launched their assault. Goku, Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, Gohan, and Naru united in their attack against Frieza, who appeared unfazed by their combined might. With a single punch and kick, he sent Tien and Krillin flying. Observing this, Goku charged in with all his might, but Frieza effortlessly dodged Goku's assault and targeted Gohan instead. Paralyzed with fear, Gohan was swiftly ejected from the battlefield by Frieza's strike. Enraged at the sight of his son being harmed, Piccolo soared towards Frieza, followed closely by Naru. Frieza, gripping both Naru's and Piccolo's fists, exerted a slight force, dislocating their arms before delivering powerful kicks that sent them crashing to the ground. At that moment, only Goku and Frieza remained on the battlefield. Goku, the defeated foe. Frieza scoffed, disdainfully pointing a finger at Goku. Energy blasts erupted towards him in rapid succession, yet Goku managed to deflect them all with a single hand, countering with energy waves of his own. The ferocity of their clash obliterated the surrounding peaks, sending plumes of smoke into the air. Observing Goku's astonishing prowess, Piccolo marveled. Goku's power has indeed grown. Frieza, slightly taken aback, remarked, I never expected your strength to increase so significantly in such a short time. Nevertheless, you remain no match for me. Goku remained silent, fully aware of the truth in Frieza's words. Despite Frieza not being at his peak, Goku lacked the confidence to claim victory. Once more, Goku ascended to engage Frieza, their figures colliding in the air, the intensity of their battle causing ripples in the very atmosphere. In the skies, the battle between the two had escalated to a point where no onlookers could intervene. Frieza's tail was tightly coiled around Goku. In a moment of desperation, bit down. How dare you bite the tail of your king? Frieza seethed with fury, delivering a crushing blow to Goku's abdomen. This time, Goku could no longer retaliate against Frieza's relentless assault, suffering solely under his might. Just as Frieza prepared to deliver a fatal strike to Goku, a beam of energy interrupted him, revealing Piccolo. Ah, it's you. You seem somewhat different from before. No matter, I'll dispose of you first. At this moment, Piccolo had assimilated with Nail, experiencing a significant enhancement in power. Yet, despite this newfound strength, he was no match for Frieza, succumbing after merely 3 exchanges, crushed underfoot. With such feeble power, you dare to humiliate yourself? Frieza declared. Very well, I shall grant you a swift end. Do not harm Uncle Piccolo. Gohan, witnessing Piccolo's imminent demise, recklessly charged forward, only to find Frieza's tail ensnaring his neck before he could reach him. Ah, the little brat comes to meet his doom. I shall show you mercy. With a slight increase in pressure, Gohan struggled to breathe. Just as he teetered on the brink of asphyxiation, a powerful energy slash erupted. Frieza's tail was severed before his eyes, causing him to seethe with rage as Piccolo was sent flying. A beam of death pierced Gohan's heart, his gaze fixated on Krillin. How dare you damage my magnificent form? You shall perish. As a volley of death rays surged towards Krillin, he was unable to evade and was struck down, his lifeless body collapsing into a nearby lake, staining the waters crimson with his blood. Krillin, Gohan. Chapter 23, Super Saiyan. On Namek, the battlefield of Raditz. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with fine rain cascading to the ground. Haha, I expected you to be formidable, but you are nothing of the sort. Guldo gazed down from the sky. Below, a robust man lay on the ground, his attire tattered and his body marred with numerous wounds. The relentless rain washed over him, mingling with his blood, painting a tragic picture. To any observer, it would seem that this man was lifeless. Yet to everyone's astonishment, he rose, his visage contorted in rage, crimson blood flowing from his wounds as he lifted his gaze to the heavens. At this moment, Raditz once again faced the fierce battle against Gula, yet he never anticipated that Gula's strength surpassed his wildest imagination. The moon vanished from the sky, reducing him back to the ordinary Saiyan state, and his body could no longer sustain the Kaioken technique. It could be said that he was now incapable of even contending with Frieza, let alone confronting Gula, who was far more formidable than Frieza. Gula, observing Raditz struggle to rise, expressed his astonishment. Oh, you are still alive. Your vitality is truly tenacious. Wouldn't it have been better to simply succumb? Do you wish to endure another round of hellish agony? With a mocking tone, he continued, very well. Out of respect for a strong adversary, I shall grant you this wish. Let you perish slowly in despair. Gula's laughter echoed in the air as he soared towards Raditz. Halting before him, Raditz instinctively tightened his fists in response to Gula's presence, yet his severely injured body possessed little strength left, and what once appeared as a powerful physique was now in tatters. Gula discerned Raditz's precarious condition and, without flinching, took a solid punch from Raditz. Is this all the power you possess? Such a trivial sensation. How tiresome, he remarked. Allow me to demonstrate how one truly fights. With that, Gula unleashed a devastating blow to Raditz's abdomen, while simultaneously grasping Raditz's long hair to prevent him from being launched away. Raditz coughed up a mouthful of blood, only to be met with a flurry of punches raining down upon him. Gula grasped Raditz by the throat and inquired, how does it feel? However, Raditz was too weak to respond, his twisted visage revealing only a pair of fierce, glaring eyes fixed on Gula. What a detestable expression. I have had my fun. It's time for you to die, Gula declared. As he lifted his hand, it pierced through Raditz's chest, carelessly tossing him aside, where he splashed into the water with a thud. This should seal your fate. Oh, it seems my foolish brother is facing some trouble. Submerged in the water, Raditz's consciousness began to fade, and scenes from his past life replayed in his mind. I refuse to accept this. Am I to perish like this? After struggling for rebirth, must I meet my end again? Why has fate been so unjust to me? Why, despite my goodness towards you, do you still betray me? Why is my most cherished possession not truly mine? Why must this be my fate? As Raditz hovered on the brink of death, a dazzling red light emanated from his bloodstone, enveloping his entire being. A surge of unwillingness and rage flooded his mind, his body radiating with a brilliant golden light intertwined with a striking red glow. Gula, having turned to leave, halted upon noticing the unusual commotion in the water. What is that? He wondered. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth from the water, and Raditz reemerged before Gula. Yet in this moment, he appeared markedly different from before. At this moment, Raditz emanated a radiant golden glow, his wounds completely healed with not a trace of injury remaining. His eyebrows and long hair transformed into a lustrous gold, while his pupils glimmered a fluorescent blue, and a golden tail trailed behind him. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being. What? A Super Saiyan? You have actually transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Gula, upon hearing Raditz's words, was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Then, a wicked smile crept across his face. A Super Saiyan? Before me, you are but an insect. Since you have managed to survive, I shall kill you once more. With all the strength he could muster, he struck at Raditz's chest. However, this time, his attack inflicted no damage whatsoever. Raditz smiled slightly and mockingly retorted, "In your own words, you are far too weak. Have you not eaten? You strike without any force. This is how one should strike." With a single punch, Raditz sent Gula flying, and before Gula could hit the ground, Raditz was already behind him, delivering a fierce kick that created a deep crater in the earth. Gula could hardly believe it. Raditz had incapacitated him with just a punch and a kick. Struggling to rise, he found Raditz standing before him, the tides of fortune having turned, as Raditz now had Gula's neck in his grip. "Everything you did to me, I shall repay in kind," Raditz declared fiercely, proceeding to rain down blows upon Gula's body, each strike filled with vengeance. Gula, writhing in agony, had lost all semblance of his former might. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, Raditz unleashed a ki blast that pierced through his heart. Gula gazed in disbelief at the unfolding horror. Paralyzed by fear, he did not wish to die. "Please, spare me. I can be your subordinate." No, I can be your dog. Whatever you command, I shall obey. Just spare me this once. I have no need for a dog like you." "It is better you meet your end," Raditz replied coldly, and with that he tore Gula to shreds, a final ki blast obliterating him completely. Having dealt with Gula, Raditz soared towards Goku and the others. On the battlefield, Goku heard cries for help. "Help me. Please, save me." Frieza, split in half, lay on the ground, pleading for mercy, prompting Goku, who had been about to turn away, to halt in his tracks. "I will share my energy with you. You should be able to move now." Fueled by rage over Gohan and Krillin's fates, Goku, having transformed into a Saiyan like Raditz, felt his power multiply 50-fold. Just moments ago, he sensed Gula's energy had vanished and recalled the Dragon Balls could resurrect Gohan and Krillin, causing much of his anger to dissipate. Yet he found himself unexpectedly saving Frieza. "The foolish monkey truly shared his essence with me. May you perish alongside the explosion of planet Namek." Having regained a portion of his strength, Frieza violently descended towards the ground, causing the core of planet Namek to sustain severe damage, leading it towards imminent destruction. Just as Frieza reveled in this chaos, a beam of golden light shot towards him, shattering his body amidst his laughter. "Brother, you have arrived. It seems your endeavors have concluded as well," Goku exclaimed joyfully, gazing in the direction of the golden light. Suddenly, Raditz appeared before Goku, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Chapter 24. Summoning the Dragon. With the emergence of a golden light, the once mighty Cosmic Emperor met his demise. "Ouch, that hurts. What are you doing, Raditz? Why did you strike me?" Goku complained, clutching his belly and casting an annoyed glance at Raditz. Unbeknownst to him, Raditz had not exerted any real force. Despite Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan, his power was merely a paltry one. 5 billion, insufficient to rival even cooler. Meanwhile, Raditz, having resurrected from death, had seen his normal combat power surge from 10 million to 50 million, with his Super Saiyan form reaching an astounding 2.5 billion, far beyond Goku's capabilities. "Kakarot, you imbecile. Do you not grasp the simple truth that mercy towards an enemy is cruelty towards oneself? Look at what you have done. Planet Namek is on the brink of explosion. None of us can survive in the cosmos. Your actions will lead to our demise. Raditz exclaimed in anger. I apologize. I apologize. This time I was careless. It won't happen again. Please, don't take it to heart. Goku chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation. Raditz, observing Goku's foolish demeanor, was momentarily amused. What are you laughing about? Hurry and summon the dragon. Do you wish to endanger us all? Furthermore, the dragon of Namek can only be summoned using the Namekian language. I can sense Destined rushing towards us. You must retrieve the last Dragon Ball quickly. Remember, we have less than 10 minutes before the planet explodes. Fortunately, the dragon radar indicates that the Dragon Ball is not far. Your speed should suffice. Goku, unaware of the specifics regarding the Namekian Dragon Balls, heeded Raditz's urgent reminder, understanding the seriousness of their predicament without oxygen. I will go at once. By the way, how do you seem to know everything, brother? Farewell. I shall find the Dragon Balls. With that, Goku took off with all his might. Shortly after his departure, Destined arrived. Mr. Raditz, the Elder sent me to assist you in summoning the dragon. Destined panted upon his arrival. I am aware that Wukong has gone to retrieve the final Dragon Ball, which I believe is the one that Vegeta has acquired. Let us gather the remaining 6. Indeed. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Dondi promptly nodded in agreement. Soon enough, Wukong returned, cradling the last Dragon Ball. The Dragon Balls are now assembled. The next step lies with you. Dondi, Raditz remarked, turning to him. Very well, it shall be done, Mr. Raditz. Subsequently, Dondi extended his hands toward the 7 Dragon Balls, reciting the Namekian incantation. Misi Misi, Hula La Ji. If you do not Misai, I shall not La Ji. Giri Gulu, Gula Giri. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a golden lightning bolt danced through the heavens, culminating in the appearance of an enormous green entity, the Eternal Dragon. Unlike the majestic dragons of the East, it bore a distinctive charm akin to those of the West. State your wish. I can grant any 3 desires, Porunga declared. Is this truly the Eternal Dragon? Since my arrival in the Dragon Ball realm, I have yearned to enhance my strength, yet have never encountered him. When Bulma summoned the Eternal Dragon to resurrect Yamcha, I was engrossed in mastering the Kaioken and missed the opportunity to witness it. Raditz muttered softly, then turned to Dondi. Dondi hastened to request the restoration of Namek from the Eternal Dragon. After a series of Namekian phrases, Porunga signaled an okay with his hand, stating, no problem, quite simple. Your first wish has been granted. Now, please articulate your second wish. Instantly, the Namekian planet, on the brink of annihilation, reverted to its original form. The scenes of destruction from the recent battle restored to their former glory. Dondi, please ask the Eternal Dragon to revive those who were slain by Frieza and his cohorts. Wukong implored Dondi. Dondi replied, that is unfeasible. Only one person can be revived at a time. How can this be? Does this not make it exceedingly difficult to revive everyone? Wukong furrowed his brow upon hearing Porunga's words. Dondi, let the Eternal Dragon revive Krillin and Kairatsu. Gohan and the Namekians can then ask the Earth-S Dragon to resurrect the others. Dandy's expression brightened upon hearing Raditz's suggestion, addressing the Eternal Dragon. For my second and third wishes, please revive Krillin, who was slain by Frieza and Kairatsu from Earth. No problem, quite simple. Your wishes have all been fulfilled. Farewell, Porunga declared before vanishing in a flash of light. Simultaneously, not far away, Krillin was revived and soared towards Raditz and the others. Dondi, you possess healing abilities. Do assist them, Raditz said, glancing at Dondi while pointing at the unconscious Piccolo and Tan, both gravely injured. Very well, it shall be done. Wukong, I am truly relieved to see you well, Krillin exclaimed as he flew towards Wukong, tears in his eyes as he embraced him. By the way, after my revival, why did I not see Gohan? I distinctly remember that he was killed alongside me by Frieza. Goku scratched his head in confusion. Krillin, you have already succumbed to death once. The Eternal Dragon of Earth can no longer resurrect you. Thus, we shall utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek to restore you to life, and when the time comes, we can use the Earth Dragon Balls to revive Gohan, he explained. However, if Chi-Chi learns of Gohan's demise, she would undoubtedly be devastated, Krillin cautioned. Oh no, how could I forget about Chi-Chi? We must ensure she remains unaware. Goku exclaimed in a flustered manner. Then let us refrain from returning to Earth for the time being. I still have a special ability to learn in another realm. Kakarot, you may accompany me. This will prove advantageous for our future battles. When a year has passed and the Earth Dragon Balls are once more available, We can revive Gohan and return together, Raditz suggested, to which Goku expressed his gratitude. Is that true? That would be splendid. Then we shall wait a year before heading back, Goku replied eagerly. All right. Dandy interjected suddenly, revealing that Piccolo and Tien had fully healed and were now standing. How wonderful that everyone is safe. Has Frieza been vanquished? Tien inquired, relieved to see his companions unharmed. After all, they had journeyed to Namek to aid in the resurrection of Kaiatsu, and he would have felt immense guilt had anything happened to them. Frieza has indeed been defeated, and everyone is safe. Moreover, Kaiatsu has been revived. Thus, we can consider our mission a resounding success. Krillin sighed in relief. Everyone, the Grand Elder is nearing his end. He wishes to convey something to Mr. Raditz. Is it possible? Dundee begun. Of course, we shall go to the Grand Elder. Raditz responded upon hearing Dandy's unexpected words. Subsequently, the group of 6 flew towards the Grand Elder's dwelling. Chapter 25. Departure to Yardrat after making their wishes. Raditz and his companions arrived at the Grand Elder's residence. Upon entering, they were greeted by Bulma, who excitedly waved her arms and exclaimed, "You have finally returned. Had I known it would be so perilous, I would not have come." Krillin stepped forward to comfort Bulma, saying, "Wasn't it you who insisted there was no danger and insisted on joining us?" However, as expected, Bulma retaliated with 2 swift punches, shouting, "How could I have known there would be danger? Besides, without me, would you have even reached Namek or gathered the Dragon Balls?" The group had long grown accustomed to Bulma's fiery temperament. Seeing Krillin in a predicament merely brought a smile to their faces without further comment. In the corner of the room sat a large, elderly Namekian, quietly with closed eyes. Dundee slowly uproitet. Grand Elder, Mr. Raditz, and the others have arrived, he announced. The Grand Elder wearily opened his eyes, surveying the group before speaking. Congratulations to all of you for realizing your wishes. It is astonishing that 2 legendary Saiyans have appeared simultaneously today. Young man, do you still remember the promise we made? Raditz stepped forward. Rest assured, Elder. I shall honor my word. When the Dragon Balls on Earth become available, I will resurrect that Namekian. That brings me solace. He then turned to Piccolo and remarked, "It seems you have achieved assimilation with Nail. You are a genius of Namek, but alas, your body is incomplete. Otherwise, your power would rival that of a Super Saiyan. I hope that during the forthcoming time, you can look after Dundee. He is a child of considerable talent. Additionally, Dundee, the current harsh climate of Namek is no longer suitable for our kin. When they are revived, I hope you can utilize the Dragon Balls to help them find a suitable environment to inhabit. Young man, although I'm unaware of your identity, I can sense that the gem you possess is extraordinary." Raditz, taken aback, pressed on with curiosity. "Do you recognize this gem?" The Elder shook his head. "I have said all that I needed to. My time has come to an end. I hope you can maintain a kind heart on your journey to strength. Farewell to you all." With that, the Elder's figure vanished before their eyes. Elder, as he watched his most cherished and remaining kin depart, Dundee felt his eyes welling with tears. I wonder what plans everyone has moving forward. I do not intend to return to Earth for the time being. I have a place to go. Me too. I shall not return just yet. If I do, Chi-Chi will surely scold me to no end. Raditz stated, to which Goku readily agreed. Bulma, still puzzled, glanced at the others. "Little son, Chi-Chi does not scold without reason. Living with someone like you, who only knows training, puts tremendous pressure on her. As a husband, you must strive to understand her better. By the way, where's Gohan? We have not seen him." As soon as the words left her mouth, silence enveloped the surroundings. Piccolo, leaning against the wall in a corner, bowed his head deeply. If anyone had noticed him, they would have been astounded. No one could imagine that the formidable Piccolo Daimao could shed tears. He clenched his hands tightly, overwhelmed with self-reproach. "It is all because I saved him, otherwise Gohan would not have." How infuriating, though he could be revived with the Dragon Balls. Gohan's demise pierced his heart deeply. After more than a year of companionship, he had come to regard Gohan as his own child. Bulma, observing the unusual expressions on the faces around her, sensed something amiss and turned her gaze toward Krillin. With red-rimmed eyes, Krillin fought back tears that would have flowed freely had he not suppressed them. He approached Bulma, his mouth nearly touching her ear, whispering his words in a hushed tone, fearful that Goku might overhear. "Gohan was tragically slain by the despicable Frieza, all because I had once perished, leading Goku to choose to resurrect me first." Upon receiving the news of Gohan's demise, Bulma's tears flowed uncontrollably. Although he could be revived using the Dragon Balls, Gohan was unlike anyone else. He was still a child. This time, Bulma fell silent, hesitant to speak further, for she understood the profound sorrow that must be enveloping Goku at this moment. This incident is entirely my fault. I failed to safeguard Gohan. I shall certainly use the Dragon Balls to bring him back, and this must remain a secret from Chi-Chi. Gohan's death must have deeply affected Goku, who in contrast to his usual carefree demeanor, had matured significantly. Now, we are set to leave Namek. What about you? Raditz cast a glance at Bulma. I, for one, have no desire to remain in this wretched place. I wish to return to Earth. Krillin and Tien likewise nodded in agreement. Upon your return, please convey that I wish to take Kakarot and Gohan to pay respects to our parents, allowing them to acknowledge their heritage. After a year, we will return, and I am certain Chi-Chi will acquiesce. Everyone found Raditz's suggestion quite reasonable and soon gave their consent. Ultimately, Bulma, Tien, Krillin, and Piccolo decided to return to Earth first. Upon their arrival, they began gathering the Dragon Balls, ready to resurrect everyone when the time came. With only Dend remaining on Namek, he too joined them on their journey to Earth. Kakarot, let us depart as well. Brother, where exactly are you taking me? You will know once we arrive. The two soared through the sky with all their might, and soon Goku descended to the ground alongside Raditz. What is this sphere? It seems to be the spacecraft you arrived on when you first came to Earth. Indeed, this is the very spaceship of the Ginyu Force. Their original mission was to invade planet Yardrat, but they were summoned by Frieza en route due to our interference. Our destination is this very place, rumored to possess numerous extraordinary abilities. Let's set forth. With that, the two simultaneously boarded the spacecraft. Initiate launch. In an instant, the vessel departed from Namek, heading towards Yardrat, with Raditz feeling somewhat fatigued from the continuous battles, soon surrendering to slumber. In his dreams, familiar sensations returned. The battles on Namek replaying vividly in his mind. Time stood still. Freezing technique. Death Ray. Chapter 26. The mysterious elder planet Yardrat is a mid-level planet located in the North Galaxy. Its inhabitants possess limited combat prowess, even inferior to that of some lower-tier planets. Yet they are endowed with numerous remarkable abilities. In the vast and dark expanse of the cosmic sky, two spherical spacecraft soared at incredible speeds, leaving behind two trails of white light in their wake. In the cabin of the spacecraft, Raditz gradually opened his eyes, stretching languidly as he unconsciously murmured, "What a delightful slumber." My speculations were indeed correct. This battle has granted me their techniques and abilities. The powers of time, stasis, and confinement are, without a doubt, extraordinary abilities worthy of thorough study. Alas, I did not acquire Jinyu's exchange ability. Perhaps it is for the best. One should not be too greedy. And I have already fully adapted to this body. Acquiring such a skill would be rather superfluous. As for the Death Ray, Frieza's technique, it is indeed impressive. Perfect for ostentation, while the remaining techniques appear to be largely redundant and unnecessary to learn. Instinctively rubbing his eyes, Raditz slowly rose to his feet. Gazing through the spacecraft's glass, he beheld the vast expanse of the universe, countless stars twinkling, each one embellishing the inky black sky. Raditz couldn't help but exclaim, "What a splendid display of celestial beauty. How I wish I had a phone to capture this moment. I could boast about it for a lifetime." His spirits lifted while admiring the splendor of the galaxy, until an odd sight caused his previously bright smile to fade. Peering out, he noticed another spaceship where son Wukong, too, was gazing outside. Their eyes met, and with his hands raised above his head, Wukong was enthusiastically gesticulating and laughing heartily, though Raditz could not discern his words. With a sigh, Raditz leaned back, ignoring the foolishly grinning Wukong, contemplating their imminent arrival. Moments later, both spacecraft descended upon a pale yellow planet, piercing through the atmosphere on their way to the surface. The two ships plummeted from the sky, and with two thunderous crashes, they stirred clouds of sand and dust, creating massive craters on the ground, which was riddled with cracks. As the hatches of the ships opened, Raditz and son Wukong emerged simultaneously. "Is this planet Yardrat? The environment leaves much to be desired. Have we landed in a desert?" Raditz surveyed the desolate surroundings, nearly entirely cloaked in yellow earth. "Brother, is this truly our destination? It appears rather unremarkable," he remarked, feeling the pangs of hunger. "It seems there is nothing here to eat except stones." Raditz nodded in agreement. "Something is approaching," he declared. With that, Raditz and Wukong soared into the air, hovering about 100 meters above the ground. Below, they witnessed a creature resembling a crocodilian with golden scales, opening its gaping maw to devour a purple alien, while 3 other aliens desperately fled. "How dare you harm others?" Wukong exclaimed, charging forward and delivering a powerful punch that sent the golden-scaled beast flying. The onlookers halted in their tracks, their eyes wide with astonishment, soon replaced by a glimmer of hope. This individual is formidable. We are saved. Among the three, an elderly alien with a wrinkled purple exterior let out a sigh and spoke. At that moment, Raditz descended from the sky. You must be the indigenous people of this planet, Audrat. Indeed, I am Jira, and these are my children. We are grateful for your rescue. You are most welcome. Greetings. I am Sun Wukong, he said with a cheerful smile as he approached. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to our planet? First, please tell us about your situation. What was that creature we just encountered? Raditz responded with a question of his own. That creature is known as the Golden Armored Crocodile Dragon, a formidable beast in our land. It attacked our tribe, leaving only the three of us remaining. We are fortunate to have encountered you, Jira explained. I see. Allow me to be straightforward. We seek to learn the skill of instant transmission on your planet. Would that be possible? Jira was taken aback by Raditz's inquiry. You possess knowledge of this? Very well. You may accompany us to meet the chief. If he consents, you shall be permitted to learn. Under their guidance, Raditz and Wukong flew southeast towards the heart of Audrat, where the chief of all tribes resided. Soon, they arrived at their destination, and Jira led them to the headquarters. The surroundings are quite pleasant, Raditz remarked with admiration. This is the place. Please announce our arrival. Jira from the 8023 tribe requests an audience with the chief. Jira instructed the two guards at the entrance. Come in, esteemed guests. Your journey has been arduous. A venerable voice welcomed them. Raditz and Sun Wukong were ushered inside. Remarkable. How did you know we were coming? Wukong asked the elder, astonished. It is a natural instinct. I possess an innate ability to sense all things, past and future. Although not always distinctly, I can perceive certain omens, the elder chuckled. Oh, does your planet possess the ability to foresee the future? Raditz inquired, pleasantly surprised. Not in general. That is my unique gift. I'm the only one on this planet with such an ability. I'm not the chief of this tribe. Rather, I am merely an ordinary elder with a peculiar talent. In truth, I am not originally from this planet. I have simply resided here for so long that I have forgotten my origins, earning the respect of the people in the process. I have understood your intentions since the moment you departed from Namek. Indeed, I had long foreseen a crisis would befall our planet, an invasion by extraterrestrial beings. However, these invaders would be lured away by a golden-haired Saiyan, who would consequently arrive on our world. That Saiyan is you. The elder gestured towards Sun Wukong. Me? Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Yet, my predictions have never been amiss until now, and this time, they have indeed faltered due to your presence. Forgive my rudeness, but in my predictions, you were already a deceased being, yet here you stand, alive and well. Raditz listened intently to the elder's discourse, a faint smile creeping across his face, finding it somewhat impressive and reminiscent of the original narrative. This fellow couldn't possibly be a scriptwriter, could he? You appear to be unlike anyone from our world. Upon hearing this, Raditz's eyes widened, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. You, Chapter 27, Instant Transmission. What did you just say? Raditz appeared somewhat agitated, his brow furrowing slightly. This was his greatest secret, and a powerful aura leaked from him. Young man, do not be overly excited. This is indeed my prediction, but I harbor no ill intentions towards you, or else I would not speak so openly. Moreover, you have thwarted the invasion of our world and just saved our kin. I'm already aware of your purpose. Shortly, I shall arrange for someone to teach you instant transmission personally. However, may I request a favor? Calming down at the elder's words, Raditz inquired, what is it? Aside from my ability to foresee events, I can also expend my lifespan to provide an accurate prediction of a person's future. I sense that this individual next to you is destined to become immensely powerful, perhaps even a being of supreme significance. Yet, I have perceived nothing of the sort in you, so you wish to glimpse my future, do you? Very well, I too am curious. Pray tell, what must I do? Raditz readily accepted the elder's proposition. Give me your hand. As Raditz extended his hand, the elder's hands began to stroke over it, and soon a purple light began to emanate. Suddenly, the elder cried out and collapsed. Raditz hurried forward to check on him. Fortunately, he was merely unconscious. Following the elder's exclamation, many individuals from the planet Audrat entered, rushing to assess the situation, 3 of whom emitted a green light directed at the elder. Who are you? And why have you harmed our ancestor? Raditz was taken aback by the words of the individual before him, who appeared quite aged yet referred to the elder as an ancestor. It seemed this elder was indeed remarkable. He did not harm me. You may all leave now. And you, esteemed guest, may also take your leave. I wish to speak privately with Mr. Raditz. Upon hearing the elder's command, the crowd promptly exited, with Wukong following suit. Who are you exactly? You bear no resemblance to them. How could you be called an ancestor? As the crowd departed, Raditz posed the question. I have forgotten who I am. Perhaps age has dulled my memory. I have existed for an eternity, and in my last recollection, I found myself on this planet. Approximately 3,000 years ago. Over the years, I have glimpsed the futures of many and mourned countless lives lost. Yet, such losses merely left me weary. However, upon observing your fate, I truly felt the essence of death, the elder lamented. What did you see? Raditz inquired. It is dire, exceedingly dire. A formidable purple beast has slain many, though they may not be human, but rather gods, beings of a significantly elevated status. Raditz felt a stir of surprise. In the realm of Dragon Ball, high-ranking deities would likely refer to figures from the narrative of Dragon Ball Super, such as Beerus and Whis, who could possess the power to vanquish them all. With a furrowed brow, Raditz questioned, what is this purple creature? You. Taken aback, Raditz pointed to himself. Me? You claim it is I? It seems so, yet it may not be entirely accurate. My vision was limited. Your future is unique, shrouded by a peculiar force that obstructs my sight. If I were to delve deeper, I would perish. Nevertheless, I believe I glimpsed this world briefly opening, which also accounts for my current state of unconsciousness. The more Raditz listened, the more bewildered he became. What did this have to do with him? Elder, might I inquire your name? A name is merely a designation. Oftentimes, I nearly forget it myself. Call me whatever you wish. Well, I have accomplished what I intended and said all that needed to be said. If you wish to learn instant transmission, I will have someone assist you. I am rather weary and shall take my leave to rest. As Raditz watched the elder depart, the echo of the elder's words reverberated in his mind, causing him to fidget anxiously. Never mind. If I cannot comprehend it, I shall set it aside for now. I will focus on learning instant transmission first. The future can be dealt with later. With a more relaxed mindset, Raditz exited the chamber, only to be immediately confronted by the ever-curious Goku. Brother, what did that elder tell you? Quickly, share it with me. Did he teach you some extraordinary technique? Can you teach me as well? Get away from me, Kakarot. This is my private matter, and it does not concern you. He taught me nothing of worth, Raditz replied disdainfully, casting an irritated glance at Goku. Esteemed guests, please follow me. I shall instruct you in the art of instant transmission. A voice interjected, interrupting the exchange between Raditz and Goku. Very well, they both responded in unison, promptly following the voice. Greetings, esteemed guests. I am Jimmy's, the one responsible for teaching you instant transmission. Allow me to elucidate the principles behind this technique. Jimmy's began to explain slowly. Within each individual resides a unique energy, which, through the marvels of technology, has been likened to combat prowess in the cosmos. You refer to it as a certain aura, while we call it he. In truth, the art of instantaneous movement is rather simple. It hinges upon the precise manipulation of he. The essence lies in the diffusion and integration of this energy. The first step is to learn to perceive and master your own he. The second involves sensing the he of others. The third step is to extend your own he outward, attuning to the he of others, merging your energies. Envision yourself as a form of energy. Once you have achieved mastery, you can seamlessly blend with another's energy, allowing you to appear at any location where you have sensed their he. Do you comprehend this? Raditz instinctively nodded, yet Goku appeared somewhat anxious, clasping his hands together and urgently imploring. This is so difficult. I completely don't understand. Could you kindly repeat that? Jimmy's, evidently a person of good temperament, patiently and kindly elaborated once more. Time passed swiftly, and a month later. Brother, you're incredible. You've learned instantaneous movement so quickly. Why am I still unable to master it? Goku expressed his frustration. Kakarot, take your time. After all, not everyone is a genius. It's only natural that I, as the elder brother, would learn more swiftly. After all, a younger brother will always be a younger brother, Raditz remarked with a smug smile, covering his mouth. All right, let me attempt instantaneous movement now. First, I'll search for this aura. Oh, there it is. Raditz then vanished from Goku's sight in an instant. Meanwhile, damn it, my two sons have been slain, and I'm only now made aware of this? What on earth are you worthless fools doing? King Cudel raged from his throne, addressing his subordinates. Who is responsible for this? Have you found out yet? He demanded. King Frisia and King Cooler both perished on Namek, slain by the legendary Super Saiyan. However, there is no one left there now. According to intelligence from the cosmos, that group has departed Namek and is heading towards Earth. A trembling subordinate replied. Upon hearing this, King Cudel fell into deep contemplation. A Super Saiyan. I never imagined the legend to be true. Earth is it? I shall surely avenge you. Chapter 28. The North Kai. Where's this place? It seems somewhat familiar. Could it be that I have arrived at King Kai's planet? After spending a month on Yardrat, Raditz successfully mastered instantaneous movement. Driven by curiosity, he decided to give it a try. In the vast expanse of the North Galaxy, he sought out an aura. After much effort, he located an individual of considerable strength and utilized instantaneous movement to arrive here. The location he found himself in appeared to be a diminutive planet, small enough to be fully visible to the naked eye. Raditz's first thought was that he must be on King Kai's planet. As I gazed into the distance, amidst a sprawling expanse of verdant grass, there stood a solitary cottage, accompanied by a few lonesome trees. Surrounding the heart of this planet was a meandering driveway, upon which rested a solitary automobile. The desolation here was palpable. One could only imagine the profound tedium endured by anyone residing in such isolation for an extended period. Just as Raditz was admiring the King Kai, an unexpected visitor emerged before him, a gorilla. Oh, how it bellowed, flailing its limbs exuberantly before Raditz. It was undoubtedly the King Kai, heralding the arrival of a guest. At that moment, a figure unexpectedly stepped out from the cottage, standing at less than 5 feet tall, adorned with 2 antennae atop his head, and clad in peculiar attire complemented by sunglasses. This was none other than the ruler of this planet, King Kai. It's you, Goku's brother. What brings you to my humble abode? King Kai inquired, his expression revealing surprise upon recognizing Raditz. Raditz, upon realizing the identity of the diminutive figure before him, chose to feign ignorance, retorting, "Who are you, and how do you know me?" King Kai chuckled heartily, proudly proclaiming, "I am the supreme deity, transcending even the king of hell. The Kaioken technique you train in originates from me." Upon hearing this, Raditz approached respectfully, stating, "It is an honor to meet you, Lord Kai. Thanks to your Kaioken technique, I have successfully navigated perilous situations multiple times. You truly are a genius, devising such formidable techniques." King Kai, pleased by Raditz's commendation of his signature move, appeared somewhat smug and stroked his small mustache. "Haha, it's merely average. Your talent is commendable. Having grasped my Kaioken after just a few observations," he replied. Contemplating further, Raditz respectfully implored, "Lord Kai, may I train here?" Although Raditz possessed strength that rendered such training unnecessary, he recalled Goku's frequent visits to King Kai during their adventures in Dragon Ball. Recognizing that Goku's ascension to Super Saiyan 3 was undoubtedly linked to King Kai's guidance. Moreover, despite Raditz's formidable prowess, much of it stemmed from the gravity chamber and his Saiyan heritage. The figure before him, though seemingly unassuming, had invented the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, indicating an extraordinary depth of experience and wisdom accumulated over countless years. The opportunity for guidance from such a venerable deity was far more advantageous than pursuing solitary training. King Kai, somewhat taken aback, remarked, "Your strength surpasses mine by a considerable margin, and you have already mastered the Kaioken. It seems unnecessary for you to train under me." Sensing King Kai's reluctance, Raditz quickly responded, "Your Excellency, the King of the Universe, please do not speak in such a manner. While I may possess a modicum of strength, it is predominantly through sheer brute force. Yet you, the supreme deity, have invented transcendent techniques such as the King's Fist and the Spirit Bomb, which are nothing short of magnificent. To have the opportunity to cultivate by your side would indeed be a blessing beyond measure. Furthermore, should you mold me into a formidable warrior, others will undoubtedly attribute my prowess to your esteemed guidance. Moreover, your stature is imposing, your appearance strikingly handsome, capable of captivating countless maidens. Your talents resonate through the ages, and my admiration for you flows endlessly, akin to the ceaseless waters of a mighty river or the brilliant stars in the galaxy that illuminate my path forward." Half an hour later, after Raditz had employed his silver tongue and continuous flattery, the North King of the Universe found himself somewhat giddy with pride. He exclaimed with excitement, "I had no idea you could see through me so clearly, Mr. Raditz. All my hidden virtues have been unveiled by you. You are far more astute than that foolish Goku. It seems you have inherited your parents' intelligence and virtue. It is indeed rare to encounter someone who so perfectly aligns with my tastes. However, should you wish to train under my tutelage, you must first pass my test. If you fail, even if you enumerate all of my remaining 9,999 virtues, I shan't acquiesce." Upon hearing this, Raditz felt a spark of hope. What kind of test does Your Excellency intend to administer? Besides the qualities you just mentioned, I also possess a talent for humor. If you can tell me a joke that makes me laugh, I might consider teaching you to cultivate. How about it? Are you willing to give it a try? However, I must warn you, it will not be an easy feat. Raditz suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had nearly overlooked this detail. The North King had a remarkably low threshold for humor. It seemed that anyone, save for Frisia, could pass such a test. He casually recounted a joke from his past life, causing the North King to double over with laughter, clutching his belly, before standing up to wipe the tears of joy from his eyes, savoring the moment. Clearly, you came prepared with such an amusing jest. Very well. I shall grant you permission to train. You may reside here for the time being. Splendid. Thank you, Your Excellency. Raditz responded with delight. The gravity of my planet is 10 times that of Earth. How do you find it? I find it quite agreeable. It is identical to the gravity of my homeland. Planet Vegeta. I often train in the gravity chamber, and this level of gravity poses no challenge for me. Is that so? Then I shall contemplate how best to train you, the North King mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Your Excellency, please take your time. I would like to seize this opportunity to return to Earth for a brief visit. Go ahead, the contemplative North King gestured dismissively. With that, Raditz vanished in an instant using instantaneous movement. On Earth, in a darkened room, where am I? Why is it so dark? Suddenly, footsteps approached, and a woman's voice echoed. Sister, the switch should be right here. As the words fell, the previously dim room was instantly illuminated, and the three exchanged glances. Two sharp screams pierced the air. Raditz's eyes widened, a wave of heat coursing through him, and he unconsciously felt blood trickle from his nose. Before him loomed 4 towering peaks, and 2 women. Their hair damp and bodies pristine, stood clearly in view. Raditz awkwardly scratched his head. Bulma, Ties, it seems we meet again. Chapter 29, Lanchi, Earth. In a bright room, a long-haired, muscular man gazed at the 2 alluring girls before him, their smooth, fair skin causing drool to flow and blood to surge from his nose. Bulma, Ties, it's good to see you again. I apologize. I just learned instant transmission and haven't quite mastered it yet. I had no idea you were bathing. It was unintentional. However, the 2 women paid no heed to Raditz's explanation, covering their chests with their arms and fleeing the scene. Moments later, the girls returned dressed. Raditz, witnessing the scene, felt a parched throat and an inner fire igniting within him, struggling to suppress his desires. The 2 stunningly beautiful women, clad in pink pajamas that elegantly showcased their figures, approached, revealing their delicate white calves and small feet adorned with slippers. Raditz found it difficult to meet their gaze. He was a healthy man, and the sight before him stirred his desires deeply, fearing he might act inappropriately. You scoundrel, shameless. How dare you spy on us while we bathe and take advantage of the situation? Bulma's furious rebuke somewhat quelled Raditz's ardor, and he managed a slight smile. I truly apologize, Bulma and Ties. I did not mean it. I just learned instant transmission, and I accidentally ended up here. I promise to be more careful next time. I remember you saying that last time too, Raditz. Ties interjected suddenly. Indeed, the last time you took advantage of us. And now you claim it's an accident with instant transmission. Do you think we're 3 years old? What do you think should happen after taking such liberties with us? Raditz wore a bitter smile. I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. So, what do you think should be done? Perhaps I could remove my clothing for you to see as well. At the very least, I can take responsibility. At this, Ties' face flushed crimson, recalling her own moment of seeing Raditz, while Bulma shouted in response. Your thoughts are quite beautiful, yet your willingness does not align with ours. You, scoundrel, have taken advantage of us at every turn. Well then, what do you propose? I will assist you in whatever I am capable of. Upon hearing this, Bulma's smile subtly brightened. How about this? You will unconditionally perform 10 tasks for us, and I shall inform you of their nature later. 10 tasks seem rather excessive. Could we not settle for 1? Scoundrel, you have gained such a significant advantage over us. 1 task is hardly sufficient. The minimum shall be 8. 3 tasks, no more. Raditz gritted his teeth. Fine, 3 tasks each it is, Bulma promptly agreed. Raditz appeared somewhat bewildered, sensing that something was amiss. By the way, how is it that you returned so quickly? Were you not to wait a year? Where's Goku? Bulma suddenly inquired. Goku has not returned. We learned the instant transmission technique on Yardrat. I mastered it first, so I occasionally come back to check in, while Goku remains there, Raditz explained. I see. I have good news as well. The Grand Elder of Namek transferred the dragon's power to Den before passing. Den mentioned that a year on Namek is merely a third of our time, so it won't be long before we can revive Gohan. Raditz nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Once we revive Gohan, please assist in bringing back Vegeta as well. What? Why would you want to revive that villain? Are you out of your mind? Bulma asked, somewhat irritated. To be honest, Vegeta's life or death matters little to me. However, Kakarot insisted that I revive him, claiming he must face him in battle once more. I cannot endure that man, so I acquiesced. What on earth is Goku thinking? His mind is consumed by battles, showing no concern for Chi-Chi. She is at home, worrying about Gohan every day. Bulma expressed in exasperation. Kakarot? It is quite normal for him to be irrational. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Goku asked me to check on Chi-Chi. With that, Raditz bid farewell to Bulma and exited. Upon reaching the door, he turned back suddenly. Goku does care for Chi-Chi, and by the way, Tais, you look truly lovely today. After saying this, he soared into the sky, heading towards the direction of Capsule Corporation. Inside the room, Tais felt her cheeks flush at Raditz's words, resembling a ripe apple, while Bulma, hands on her hips, stood tall and defiant. What does that scoundrel mean? Is he implying I am not beautiful? He truly is insufferable. Meanwhile, Tais sat quietly on the sofa, not responding to Bulma. Her mind replaying the moment she first saw Raditz and his parting words, her alabaster skin faintly tinged with pink. On the other side, they had arrived. With remarkable speed, Raditz swiftly arrived at Goku's residence and stepped forward and knocked on the door. Who is it? Came the voice of Chi-Chi from within. It is I, your brother-in-law, Raditz. The door swung open, revealing a towering figure adorned with a pair of horns. At that moment, Chi-Chi rushed out, her eyes glistening with tears, her demeanor fraught with anxiety. Goten, my Goten, where are you? My dear sister-in-law, Goku and Goten have yet to return. It is solely I who have come back this time. Rest assured, they are safe and will return once they have acknowledged their heritage. I see, I understand now. You must be famished after such a long journey. Come inside at once. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Chi-Chi's initial excitement began to wane. Greetings, you must be Goku's brother, Raditz. I am the Ox King, Chi-Chi's father. As the Ox King extended his hand, Raditz graciously accepted the gesture. Hello, Uncle Ox. I am Raditz, Goku's brother. I have long heard of the formidable grandfather that Goten possesses. Truly, the tales do not exaggerate. The Ox King chuckled at Raditz's compliment. Oh, not all. Please come in. An hour later, having dined to his satisfaction, Raditz bid farewell to Chi-Chi, with Goku absent. The presence of a grown man in the household felt somewhat inappropriate. Chi-Chi, being both conservative and courteous, would not dismiss him, yet Raditz, understanding the situation, chose to take his leave. Now, with no urgency to visit King Kai, he decided to explore the vibrant cityscape at night. Having left the filled Bun Mountain behind, Raditz entered a bustling metropolis, making his way towards an upscale restaurant. However, as he was savoring his meal, a woman's voice suddenly pierced the air. Put your hands up, or I will shoot. Looking up, he beheld a strikingly beautiful woman with golden hair, brandishing a submachine gun. Chapter 30, The Story of Bulma. The blonde beauty, noticing a muscular man with long hair intently gazing at her, felt an immediate surge of disdain. She swiftly approached him, gun aimed at his head, and barked. What are you staring at, you filthy pervert? Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Raditz remained unperturbed, taking a sip of his drink before responding calmly. Bulma. The golden-haired beauty paused, taken aback that he had called her name so effortlessly. She scrutinized Raditz, realizing he appeared vaguely familiar, yet she was certain they had never met. Just as Bulma was lost in thought, Raditz spoke again. You need not ponder. You do not know me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Raditz, brother of Kakarot, whom you refer to as Goku. As for how I know you, I have heard your name mentioned during my time at Master Roshi's and have seen your photograph. Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes widened in recognition. So it is, since you are the brother of Sun Wukong, I shall let you go this time. At that moment, the wail of police sirens echoed outside, followed by a voice proclaiming, You are surrounded. Surrender and lay down your weapons at once. Come with me. The numbers outside are considerable, and your strength alone cannot secure your escape. Upon hearing this, Lan Chi hesitated, contemplating her situation. As soon as she agreed, Raditz seized her arm and soared away, leaving the crowd astounded as they witnessed a long-haired man and a golden-haired woman ascend into the sky, shattering their preconceived notions of reality. Raditz flew with remarkable speed. He had initially thought to moderate his pace, fearing that Lan Chi might struggle. But she was calling out with exhilaration, faster, even faster. This is exhilarating. Seeing her enthusiasm, Raditz mused that indeed, the thrill only seemed to invigorate the golden-haired Lan Chi further. What are your plans now? Do you truly intend not to return to Came House. They miss you dearly. Lan Shi shook her head in response to Raditz's inquiry. I did not intend to go back. While I acknowledge that my time with everyone was joyful, my heart does not dwell there. Perhaps a life of freedom and excitement suits me better. A life of excitement may have been more fitting for your former self. The words you utter now betray a hint of uncertainty. Your heart still lingers at Came House, yet it seems to have found a place with a man. Am I correct? Raditz gazed at Lan Shi, reflecting on the moment from his past life watching Dragon Ball, recalling how Lan Shi had nearly faded from the narrative. Perhaps today she would not escape the police's clutches, or she might make even graver mistakes in the future. He had always believed that Lan Shi would end up with Tenshinhan, which had long been a source of unresolved feelings from his childhood. Now, having the chance to enter the Dragon Ball universe and encounter Lan Shi, he genuinely wished to alter her fate. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Lan Shi fell into silence. And after a long pause, she spoke. Your name is Raditz, isn't it? Would you join me for a drink? With the utmost pleasure, he replied. Subsequently, Raditz escorted Lan Shi to a bar where the atmosphere was chaotic and vibrant, with numerous young men and women dancing fervently and several girls performing on a pole. Indeed, no matter the world, the ambition of youth to dance and revel remains unbridled. Raditz reserved a private room, signaling the server to ensure they would not be disturbed. The generous tip ensured the server's compliance, and amidst the cacophony of the bar, their room stood in serene quietude. Inside the room, silence enveloped them. Lan Shi remained taciturn, and Raditz chose not to disturb the tranquility. Observing Lan Shi as she drank as if it were water, he finally broke the silence. If there is something troubling you, do share. Perhaps I can assist you in resolving it. You cannot solve it, she replied. How can you know unless you speak? It might help to articulate your discomfort. In truth, I suspect it relates to Tenshinhan. Lan Shi nodded upon hearing the words, draining her glass of wine. Do you wish to hear my story? If so, I shall share it with you. I am an orphan, possessing a dual nature. In my youth, I was often subjected to bullying. Eventually, I came to realize that weakness cannot endure in this world, prompting me to adopt a more assertive demeanor and engage in reckless behavior to provoke a sense of thrill within myself. It was not until I was taken to a seaside cottage by 2 children that my life took an unexpected turn. There, I encountered a remarkable talking turtle and a martial arts master, renowned as the greatest in the world, though he turned out to be an old lecher. Additionally, there were 2 young adults solely focused on their training. As I recounted this, tears of nostalgia welled in Lan Shi's eyes, accompanied by a rare smile. Raditz remained a silent listener, allowing her to continue uninterrupted. Every day, they practiced diligently while I prepared their meals. Their genuine kindness was a novel experience for me, marking the first time I forged friendships. From that moment on, I embraced the Turtle Hermit's house as my own home and considered them my family. Eventually, I accompanied them to the World Martial Arts Tournament, where I met a boy, a martial arts enthusiast. Initially, he was a troublemaker, yet he possessed strong principles and an unwavering desire to become powerful, which profoundly moved me. In time, he transformed into a better person and became our ally. During our shared moments, our bond deepened, and I found myself irrevocably in love with him. However, after confessing my feelings, I was met with rejection, leaving my heart in despair. I departed from the Turtle Hermit's abode, while he continued his training and I returned to my former life. Upon hearing Lan Shi's tale, Raditz felt a tinge of sympathy and gently inquired, do you truly love him? Can you forget him? Lan Shi shook her head. I once believed I could, but the further I distanced myself from him, the more I yearned for him. Gradually, I lost my zest for life. Had he not appeared today, I might have succumbed to thoughts of the past, perhaps even resorting to atonement for my wrongdoings. Do you have someone you cherish? Raditz pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Then you cannot possibly comprehend my feelings. Though I may not have someone I adore, if a girl were to truly capture my heart one day, I would pursue her relentlessly. No matter how many times she rejects me or the means I must employ, I will not allow regrets to mar my life. Lan Shi, upon hearing Raditz's words, responded, is that so? I understand now, and a subtle, mischievous smile graced her lips. Chapter 31. Lan Shi's deception inside a bar room. Raditz observed the inebriated Lan Shi and could only shake his head in resignation. The Buddha spoke of the 4 great sufferings in life: greed, anger, ignorance, the meeting of the hated, the separation of the beloved, and the inability to attain one's desires. The bitterness of love is a universal experience. The pain of unreciprocated affection is undoubtedly distressing, yet the betrayal of a beloved is the most devastating blow. I have repeatedly advised you, yet I find myself unable to navigate my own tribulations. With that, I drained my glass and gently lifted Lan Chi, placing her upon the bed in the private room, tucking her in with care. Meanwhile, Leitais returned to the sofa, indulging in his own revelry, and succumbed to slumber under the haze of intoxication. The night passed in silence. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Leitais' eyes. Instinctively rubbing them, he awoke and stretched, realizing the discomfort of sleeping on the sofa. "You're awake. Good morning." Hearing the voice, Leitais turned to find Lan Chi had risen early. The sunlight danced upon her, intertwining with her golden locks, reminiscent of a goddess of dawn. "Good morning. I didn't expect you to be up so early. I'm accustomed to it. It has been my routine since childhood. If I indulged in too much sleep, I might have faced dire consequences. Thank you for yesterday. Think nothing of it. However, I am quite the opposite. I have always cherished my slumber. Alas, I must take my leave now." With that, she moved toward the door. "Where are you going? Could you assist me with something? I can't manage it alone." Lan Chi interjected as Leitais prepared to depart. Turning back with a smile, Leitais replied, "We often wish for assistance in our moments of despair, yet upon reflection, we realize that no one can truly aid us but ourselves. The vast ocean of suffering can only be traversed by one's own efforts. The matter between you and Tianjin Fan is something only you can resolve. If your heart lacks resolve, no help will suffice. Yet if your determination is as steadfast as a mountain, what need have you for aid? Thank you. I see your point clearly now." Lan Chi nodded in understanding. "Leitais, had I met you first, I might have fallen for you, but my heart is already given to another." Leitais paused, taken aback. He quickly added, "Let's not dwell on the inevitability of fate. Such thoughts only serve to harm ourselves and others. I understand your meaning. May I ask one last favor? Please, take me to find Tianjin Fan. I have something to say to him." After a moment's contemplation, Leitais agreed, "Very well. I can sense his presence. Place your hand on my shoulder." As Lan Chi rested her hand upon his shoulder, the two suddenly vanished from the room, reappearing miles away. "Were we? How did we arrive here so abruptly?" Lan Chi inquired, surveying the lush surroundings of flora and forest with confusion. "I utilized instant transmission. Look ahead. Do you see the figure by the waterfall?" Upon hearing this, Lan Chi turned her gaze, and there stood a man, bare-chested with a third eye upon his forehead, skillfully unleashing his martial prowess amidst the cascading waters. "Tianjin Fan." Lan Chi covered her mouth and said, upon encountering this man once more, she felt a sense of confusion, excitement, and a profound nervousness. The figure of Tianjin Fan, amidst the cascading waterfall, also noticed the commotion and flew over. "Mr. Raditz, what brings you here? I haven't had the chance to thank you for saving Jiao Zi. By the way, Jiao Zi is nearby. I will call him over to express our gratitude." "Wait a moment, Tianjin Fan. Take a look at who this is." Upon hearing this, Tianjin Fan turned to see a familiar and beautiful face before him. Stammering nervously, Lan Chi, what brings you here? It has been so long." "Indeed, it has been quite a while," Lan Chi replied, and the two exchanged glances. The surroundings fell silent, with only the sound of the waterfall crashing against the rocks, the gentle spring breeze rustling the leaves, and the fluttering of birds' wings filling the air. Tianjin Fan found himself somewhat at a loss, gazing at the woman before him. Lan Chi's confession had genuinely taken him by surprise, to be honest. He still harbored feelings for her. While he couldn't quite articulate the depth of his affection, he certainly liked her. However, having devoted his youth to martial arts, he feared disappointing her, which led to his rejection. Yet, now that this girl had reappeared in front of him, his heart stirred with unease. "Tianjin Fan, what has transpired here?" A voice broke the tranquil atmosphere, and Jiao Zi, hearing the commotion, hurried over. "Jiao Zi, you've arrived. This is Mr. Raditz. Your arrival was made possible thanks to him." With Jiao Zi's arrival, Tianjin Fan quickly shifted the topic, alleviating the awkward tension. "Thank you, Mr. Raditz." "Not at all. It was merely a trivial matter," Raditz replied. "By the way, Mr. Raditz, why have you returned so suddenly? Has Gohan been revived?" Tianjin Fan inquired, perplexed. "Not yet, but the time is approaching. This time, it's just me. Goku has not returned." "I see. Since you've come such a long way, why not join us for a meal? Jiao Zi and I have settled here." Tianjin Fan warmly invited. Soon, Raditz and Lan Chi followed Tianjin Fan to his humble abode. The house, not overly large, exuded an antiquated charm, enhanced by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms surrounding it, creating an enchanting atmosphere. "Mr. Raditz, Lan Chi, please have a seat. I will prepare some food for you." "There's no need, Tianjin Fan. I have quite the appetite, and it would take too long for you to prepare. How about you let Jiao Zi and me go instead, while you keep Lan Shi company? With that, Raditz did not wait for Tianjin Fan's agreement and took Jiao Zi with him, departing through the door. Inside, only Tianjin Fan and Lan Shi remained, seated across from each other in silence. Tianjin Fan felt the atmosphere grow awkward and took the initiative to break the stillness. Lan Qi, how did you come to be with Mr. Raditz? He saved me, was Lan Qi's simple response, leaving little elaboration, and once again, the atmosphere fell into silence. How time flies, Lan Qi. It has been quite a while since we last met. How have you been? Why haven't you returned to the Turtle Hermit's house? I have been rejected by the man I admire, and I feel I have no face to go back there. Besides, it is not my home. Upon hearing Lan Qi's words, Tianjin Fan lowered his head, unsure of what to say. Tianjin Fan, I must ask you, after all this time, have you ever harbored even a hint of affection for me? Look into my eyes and speak the truth. Lan Qi pressed him assertively. Yet, at that moment, Tianjin Fan dared not lift his gaze, let alone meet Lan Qi's eyes. His fists tightened as he grappled with his feelings. Indeed, he held a fondness for Lan Qi, but he feared he might disappoint her. He yearned to confess his feelings. Yet the words eluded him, and he would rather face Frisia once more than voice his sentiments. At that moment, Raditz and Jiaozi returned. Chapter 32. Lan Qi's Deception 2. As Raditz and Jiaozi entered the room, they noticed Tianjin Fan's troubled demeanor. Jiaozi, anxious, inquired, Tianjin Fan, are you all right? You seem unwell. Seeing Raditz and Jiaozi arrive, Tianjin Fan felt a wave of relief and swiftly changed the subject. Jiaozi, we were just reminiscing about the past. By the way, we should hurry and prepare food for Mr. Raditz. He must be starving by now. With that, Tianjin Fan hurriedly left with Jiaozi. Noticing their departure, Raditz cast an inquisitive glance at Lan Qi. So how did it go? Were you successful? Upon seeing Lan Qi shake her head, Raditz felt a tinge of helplessness. Take your time. I can sense he has feelings for you. He might be afraid of disappointing you, or perhaps there's something weighing on his heart. Really? Does he truly like me? Lan Qi asked, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, I can feel it, Raditz affirmed, pondering silently to himself. Approximately 20 minutes later, Tianjin Fan had prepared a lavish spread for Raditz and Lan Qi, but it was only Raditz who indulged in the feast. Lan Qi's gaze remained fixed on Tianjin Fan, who kept his head down, while Jiaozi observed the two with curiosity. Soon, Raditz had consumed all the food on the table and, upon looking up, noticed the peculiar atmosphere among them. Tianjin Fan, step outside with me. I have something to discuss. Raditz rose, and Tianjin Fan followed him outside. Mr. Raditz, what would you like to say? You saved Jiaozi's life. I would do anything for you, even face perilous trials, Tianjin Fan declared earnestly. Is that so? Raditz asked with a mischievous glint in his eye. Absolutely, Tianjin Fan replied. Then I shall ask you to care for Lan Qi for a lifetime. At this, Tianjin Fan fell silent, while Raditz chuckled. How is it that a grown man, unafraid of danger, trembles at the thought of a woman? Allow me to express it this way. During my recent return to Earth, I fortuitously encountered Lan Qi being pursued by the police, and I instinctively came to her rescue. She then recounted to me the tale of you both, which is why I brought her to seek you out. You are aware, of course, that Lan Qi is merely an ordinary individual. She is no martial artist. However, the action she undertakes daily will inevitably lead to her capture by the authorities, resulting in the end of her life as she knows it. In her heart, she harbors only thoughts of you. Perhaps it is only by following you that she might find the path to redemption. I understand that you have feelings for her, yet your unwavering dedication to martial arts makes you fear that she may hinder your progress, and you worry about the possibility of hindering her as well. Am I correct? Tianjin Fan nodded gravely upon hearing this, and observing his continued agreement, Raditz continued, You are no longer a child. Look at Kakarot. His son has grown so much. And then look at yourself. Besides, Kakarot is married, yet he continues to pursue martial arts. Has his prowess diminished? Mastering martial arts is your dream, and your singular focus is commendable, but do not overlook the importance of those who should be cherished in your life. Do not wait until you are old to feel regret. Tianjin Fan opened his mouth to respond, but Raditz silenced him. I have said all that I needed to. Now, take your time to reflect deeply. Do not rush. Contemplate earnestly. With that, he patted Tianjin Fan on the shoulder and returned to his room. After a while, Tianjin Fan approached. Lan Qi, let us converse. All right, Lan Qi replied, somewhat taken aback, clearly unable to believe that such words could come from Tianjin Fan. And she readily agreed. She exchanged a glance with Raditz, and they communicated silently. What did you say to him? He seems like a completely different person, suddenly so proactive. Nothing much, just encourage him to seize this opportunity. Rest assured I will. I have already devised a plan. Await my good news. Raditz gazed at Lan Shi, intrigued by her unwavering confidence. It was clear she had concocted a strategy. In Tianjin Fan's room, Lan Shi and Tianjin Fan sat closely together, both blushing. Lan Shi, I wish to speak with you. Go ahead, I am listening. I have given considerable thought to your earlier question. I admit I have feelings for you. But, upon hearing the first part of his statement, Lan Shi's face lit up with joy, but as soon as she heard the but, her expression darkened, and she quickly interjected, all right. You need not continue. Wait a moment. Immediately, she exited to fetch 2 bottles of wine and glasses, returning to pour a drink for Tianjin Fan. Let us share a drink, for there are certain things we all hesitate to voice. With wine, it becomes much easier. Tianjin Fan, bewildered by Lan Shi's actions, could not fathom her intentions and hesitantly declined. Lan Shi, I never drink alcohol. However, he did not anticipate that as soon as he uttered these words, Lan Shi would slam her hands on the table and shout, You, a grown man, not drinking, what kind of man are you? Hurry up and drink. Tianjin Fan was startled by the fierce gaze of Lan Shi and quickly lifted his glass, tremblingly bringing it to his lips for a small sip. Finish it all. Lan Shi bellowed again, causing Tianjin Fan to pour the entire contents of his glass down his throat, after which a triumphant smile spread across Lan Shi's face. Outside, Leitais and Jiaozi were drawn to the doorway, eavesdropping on the commotion. Tianjin Fan, we've known each other for quite some time, yet we have never shared a proper meal or drink together. Today, if you indulge me and drink to your heart's content, I shall grant you any wish you desire in the future. Hearing this, Tianjin Fan's eyes lit up, and he hastily agreed. Inside the room, Lan Shi and Tianjin Fan continued to down their drinks, speaking little, both absorbed in the act of drinking, leaving Leitais and Jiaozi in a state of bewilderment outside. Why is it so hot? Is this a consequence of drinking too much? Tianjin Fan suddenly remarked. Lan Shi slowly leaned closer to him, wrapping her arms around him. This scene left Leitais momentarily dumbfounded, exclaiming, What the hell, this is quite something. Lan Shi is truly fierce. Meanwhile, the naive Jiaozi, thinking something had gone awry with Tianjin Fan, attempted to enter, only to be restrained by Leitais. Let the adults handle this, you little one. Go play somewhere else. Inside the room, realizing Leitais and Jiaozi had left, Lan Shi fully embraced Tianjin Fan. Chapter 33. Lovers finally united. A sudden scream echoed from Tianjin Fan's room, prompting the curious Leitais and Jiaozi to rush in. As they opened the door, a shocking sight greeted them. Tianjin Fan, bare and looking downcast, while Lan Shi, shrouded in a blanket, had tears of grievance filling her eyes, presenting a pitiful visage that tugged at the heartstrings. Seeing this, Leitais quickly pulled Jiaozi out, and shortly thereafter, Tianjin Fan emerged, supporting a limping Lan Shi, who had transformed from the fiery blonde beauty to a blue-haired, demure figure, utterly different in demeanor. Lan Shi's eyes brimmed with sorrow. She felt as though she had merely taken a nap, only to awaken to find herself violated by someone she knew so well. Even this gentle version of Lan Shi felt a surge of anger within her, her face a mixture of distress and indignation, leaving Tianjin Fan utterly mortified. Leitais, witnessing the scene, quickly interjected, Lan Shi, it's not what you think. Please, don't be upset. Allow me to clarify the situation before you jump to conclusions. Leitais recounted in detail all that had transpired since his encounter with Lan Shi. Upon hearing his story, Lan Shi, overwhelmed with disbelief, covered her mouth in astonishment. No longer consumed by anger, she recognized her own lack of entitlement to such feelings, as it was she who had administered the drug. The injustice she felt only deepened, and tears streamed down her cheeks, each drop a testament to her sorrow. Anyone witnessing her plight would surely rush to offer assistance, oblivious to the complexities of the situation. Leitais observed Tianjin Fan, who stood frozen in shock. Although he understood that the fault did not lie with Tianjin Fan, a flicker of irritation lingered within him, perhaps an embodiment of the double standards inherent in human nature. Tianjin Fan, what are you waiting for? Are you not a man? If you've caused trouble, you must take responsibility. Otherwise, do not blame me for hitting you, he admonished. Tianjin Fan nodded in agreement, not out of fear of Leitais' wrath, but rather out of empathy for the pitiful Lan Shi before him. If it would alleviate her suffering even slightly, he would willingly endure Leitais' punishment or even sacrifice his own life. He approached Lan Shi, his demeanor softening, exuding a warmth akin to that of a caring friend. He spoke cautiously, mindful not to deepen her sorrow. Lan Shi, I apologize. What happened earlier was my fault. As Mr. Leitai said, a man must courageously bear the consequences of his actions, and I am willing to take responsibility for you. Leitai, overhearing this, could only shake his head in disbelief. During such a moment, one would expect sweet words to soothe the atmosphere. Yet here was Tianjin Fan, articulating his intentions with such clumsiness. It was as if he were a raw, unrefined piece of wood, more direct than even Leitai's himself. However, the words resonated differently in Lan Shi's ears. Having spent considerable time with Tianjin Fan, she harbored a fondness for him, though it was not as fervent as her feelings for the golden-haired companion. Nevertheless, the very notion of intimacy left her feeling overwhelmed. Hearing Tianjin Fan express his willingness to assume responsibility alleviated her concerns, yet a trace of unhappiness lingered. You only wish to be with me out of a sense of obligation. If you do not truly like me, please do not force yourself, she expressed, her voice tinged with vulnerability. Tianjin Fan, upon hearing her words, felt a surge of anxiety, his hands fidgeting as he grappled with the inability to convey his true feelings. He did indeed harbor affection for Lan Shi, yet he was at a loss for words, his body tense with a mixture of longing and uncertainty. Seeing his flustered state, Lan Shi couldn't help but laugh, her earlier distress evaporating. Rising to her feet, she wrapped her arms around Tianjin Fan, whispering softly in his ear, "You need not say anything further. I understand. In truth, I have known for 3 years that you like me. I could feel it. I also have feelings for you, and I am willing to be with you." At her words, Tianjin Fan blushed deeply, a wave of indescribable joy washing over him as he embraced Lan Shi tightly. In that moment, their bond solidified, and they officially became a couple. Observing this heartwarming scene, Leitai could not suppress a smile, a maternal grin spreading across his face. He nodded, realizing that his task had been accomplished, bringing closure to a lingering concern from his childhood. However, deep within, he was consumed by jealousy. How infuriating was that this Tianjin Fan was so fortunate, blessed with such exquisite beauty, one personality offering affection and the other surrendering her very being. It felt akin to a buy-one-get-one-free deal. Was this not more delightful than marrying 2 wives? The envy grew stronger. The more he observed, the more exasperated he became. He then turned to glance at the dumpling, who still bore a bewildered expression and affectionately ruffled his hair, finding him still quite endearing. The dumpling looked at Raditz, utterly perplexed. "Congratulations to you both on your union. Now, enjoy your time together, for I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." Raditz offered his blessings to the couple before him. "Thank you, Mr. Raditz. I have come to a realization. Beyond martial arts, there are indeed more precious things I must cherish. From this day forth, I shall devote myself to mastering the arts, not merely out of ambition, but because I now have something worth fighting to protect." Tianjin Fan expressed gratefully, casting a glance of appreciation at Raditz. "It is pleasing to hear you have found clarity. You are destined to become an exceptional martial artist, irrespective of whether your skills reach the heights of Kakarot and the others. In my eyes, you surpass him. A man, regardless of strength, who is willing to fiercely protect what he loves is worthy of respect. In this regard, you are superior to Kakarot." With that, he vanished from their sight using instant transmission. On King Kai's planet, Raditz arrived, and upon seeing his expression, King Kai remarked, "You've returned. It seems your endeavor was quite successful." "Indeed, Lord Kai, I have completed my task and wish to commence my earnest training. Until now, I have relied solely on my Saiyan heritage, lacking any systematic approach. I humbly seek your guidance." Raditz responded earnestly. "Excellent. Like Goku, you possess a heart that strives for strength. This is your virtue. Now, dedicate yourself to training here on King Kai's planet. In due time, I shall take you to a special place," the North Kai assured Raditz, adopting an air of mystery. Raditz, intrigued, inquired, "Lord Kai, where is this place?" "Please tell me. You will find out in due course. For now, focus on your training. That place is teeming with powerful beings, and I'm certain you will find it immensely fascinating," the North Kai said, stroking his little beard, his enigmatic demeanor leaving Raditz somewhat puzzled. What could that place be? Chapter 34, Resurrection. "Lord Kai, please guide me in my training." Raditz regarded his training on King Kai's planet with utmost seriousness. Although the North Kai's strength was somewhat lacking, his methods were undoubtedly worthy of Raditz's study. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the North Kai and Master Roshi were undoubtedly the 2 most remarkable teachers. Do not rush your training just yet. A friend will arrive soon, and you should meet him first. A friend? Could it be Raditz pondered, intrigued by King Kai's words. Uncle, what brings you here? As a voice resonated, Raditz turned his gaze and smiled slightly. Indeed, it is you, Gohan. King Inma informed me that Gohan wished to traverse Snake Way to train with me. Considering your relationship with Goku, I have acquiesced. However, their strength is quite impressive, arriving much earlier than Goku. Gohan's abilities have surpassed those of Goku in his prime. He must have been delayed significantly by King Inma. Otherwise, he would have arrived much sooner. My uncle is truly astute. Gohan chuckled softly. All right, Raditz. Now that everyone is here, you may commence training. As for the two of you, you must wait until you pass my trial. Krillin was taken aback. Another trial? With that, the North Kai directed the antenna atop his head towards Raditz, emitting waves of light to assess Raditz's physique. He contemplated. This fellow possesses an inner strength and determination to grow that rivals Goku's. Yet his power far exceeds Goku's. More importantly, his physical constitution is astonishingly formidable, beyond what any mere human could achieve. I previously believed Goku was better suited for the Kaioken technique, but it seems this individual may truly unleash its full potential. Now that you are prepared, let us begin our training. Don this attire. I will enhance its gravity. You must refrain from transforming into a Super Saiyan. When you feel the weight becoming unbearable, I will cease the enhancement. Very well, North Kai, let commence. Upon hearing the North Kai's training method, Raditz readily agreed. In the Dragon Ball universe, gravity training techniques in combat are undoubtedly the most effective, especially for Saiyans, as each increment of gravity that surpasses their limits significantly boosts their power. Soon, a beam of light enveloped Raditz, and the sudden weight caught him off guard. His legs gradually began to bend as the ground sank beneath him. How heavy? Is it this intense right from the start? Let us see what I can do. With a mighty roar, Raditz propelled himself into the air, halting mid-flight, then began to strike with fists and feet, sweat soon drenching his body. Gohan and Krillin looked up at Raditz in envy, wondering when they would achieve such strength. Meanwhile, the North Kai stood below, utterly bewildered. I distinctly increased his gravity by 2 tons. He should be immobile. How can he still fly and strike with such speed? Hey, Raditz, I seem to have underestimated your strength. This gravity is not sufficient for you. I will now increase it further, so be prepared. The North Kai shouted into the sky. No problem, North Kai, bring it on. I feel absolutely invigorated. The weight increased to 3 tons, then 4 and 5. Once it reached 10 tons, Raditz's body slowly descended from the air. Upon landing, he used every ounce of strength to prevent himself from collapsing, drenched in sweat. This weight is unbearable. I can hardly move. North Kai nodded and said, now, you must acclimate to this weight. Your first training will be to capture Baburus under these conditions. Upon hearing this, Raditz felt a twinge of difficulty. He was well aware of the agility of that gorilla. Nevertheless, he had no intention of surrendering. The more challenging a task, the greater the thrill it offered, which only served to ignite his fighting spirit further. 2 months later on planet North Kai, the atmosphere was charged. What do you think you can escape to? On the planet, a long-haired man was seen with a gorilla in his left hand and a hammer in his right, relentlessly pursuing a grasshopper. At this point, Raditz had already adjusted to the burden of 10 tons and had completed the first training regimen set by North Kai. He was now striving towards his second objective, striking North Kai's other pet, Girigiri, with a hammer. Meanwhile, North Kai reclined under a tree, utterly accustomed to the sight. In his mind, Raditz was a veritable monster. His physical prowess was astounding, having adapted to the 10-ton weight in merely a month and successfully fulfilling his requirements. According to North Kai's calculations, even at Raditz's strength, without tapping into Super Saiyan form, it would typically take at least a year to achieve such feats. The Saiyans were indeed astonishingly formidable. Suddenly, Raditz halted his training and approached Gohan. Today marks the day of resurrection for both of you. Gohan's face lit up with excitement. Although his strength had significantly increased during his time on North Kai's planet, no one wished to remain deceased. He had long awaited this day, especially as he yearned to return home. Meanwhile, on Earth, everyone gathered at Bulma's residence. With a sound akin to a trumpet, Din announced, "Come forth, Purunga." The sky darkened, and after a rumble of thunder, a colossal creature appeared before the crowd. Passers-by were utterly astonished by the commotion and turned their gaze towards the spectacle. Bulma quickly sent out notifications, assuring everyone that Capsule Corporation was conducting scientific experiments and urged them not to panic. The dragon spoke, "State your 3 wishes. I can grant any desire. For my first wish, I wish for the resurrection of Gohan, who was slain by Frieza." "Very well, that is simple. Please, State your second wish. When it came to the second wish, Din paused, glancing at the crowd with a questioning look. Sujinli, piccolo interjected, Dende. Could you ask Purunga to allow the Earth-S dragon to be summoned early? Din nodded in affirmation. For my second wish, please allow the Earth-S dragon to be summoned immediately. That wish cannot be fulfilled. It violates the laws and exceeds my capabilities. Please choose another wish. Piccolo sighed, realizing the futility of the request. At that moment, Bulma stepped forward, somewhat hesitantly saying, Din, could you resurrect Vegeta? The crowd gazed at Bulma in disbelief. And Yamcha immediately spoke up. Bulma, have you lost your mind? Why would you resurrect that man? He is undeniably a villain. Why are you being so fierce? Of course, I am aware he is a wrongdoer, but this is a request from Goku and Raditz. Who knows what they are thinking? However, I've already given my word. What should I do? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Dondi, in that case, you should bring back Vegeta. After all, everyone's lives were saved by Goku and Raditz, and they are deserving of this. Piccolo interjected to diffuse the tension. Though reluctant, Dondi acquiesced to the consensus. For my second wish, please resurrect Vegeta. And for my third wish, kindly revive the village chief who was slain by Vegeta. Okay, all your 3 wishes have been granted, and I have also brought the 3 of them to this place. Farewell, and remember to give a 5-star review. With that, the dragon vanished before their eyes. Hello everyone. We are back. Chapter 35, A Tremendous Surge in Power. Hello everyone, we are back. The revival of Krillin and Gohan filled the group with joy, and they gathered around. Bulma was the first to speak. Wonderful, you have finally returned. Gohan, you must hurry home. Chi-Chi has been worried sick. Gohan nodded apologetically. I truly apologize, mother. I will rush back at once. Yamcha and Tien also chimed in. Congratulations, Krillin, on your revival. Krillin awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled, only to be taken aback by a shocking sight. Tien was holding hands with an exceptionally beautiful girl, none other than Launch. Krillin's jaw dropped in astonishment. Tien, Launch, when did you two become a couple? Tien's face flushed. About 2 months ago, thanks to Mr. Raditz's assistance, we are now married. What? Krillin was not the only one shocked. Everyone around them was equally incredulous. They had just learned that Tien and Launch were together, but little did they expect they were already married. Krillin felt a twinge of jealousy. How could you not invite us to celebrate your wedding? You are not being a true friend. He then sighed. Goku has Chi-Chi, Tien has married Launch, and though Yamcha and Bulma are not married yet, they seem close to it. And here I am, all alone. Yamcha walked over and embraced Krillin. Come now, don't dwell on it. I will have Bulma introduce you to all her friends. Upon hearing this, Krillin's spirits lifted, and he laughed joyfully. Meanwhile, Vegeta slowly opened his eyes amidst the grass, sitting up and clenching his fists, mumbling in confusion. What is going on? Wasn't I killed by Frieza? Where is this place? Hearing the rustling nearby, everyone turned to see Vegeta emerging from the thicket. Where is this place? How did I end up here? Am I not dead? Vegeta urgently inquired. Upon hearing Vegeta's tone, Bulma's temper flared. You impolite brute. Of course, you were dead. We used the Dragon Balls to bring you back to life. How dare you speak to us in such a manner? Back to life? What about Frieza? Where is he? Vegeta demanded. Frieza is dead, as is Cooler. Slain by the Super Saiyans Raditz and Goku, Bulma replied. Vegeta's composure shattered at this revelation. What? You mean Kakarot has also become a Super Saiyan? This is impossible. The legendary Super Saiyan appears only once every 1,000 years. How could these 2 low-class warriors? This cannot be true. Believe it or not, the facts remain. Krillin interjected. Where are they now? Tell me at once. Goku and Raditz are training outside of Earth. If you wish to find them, you will have to wait for their return, Krillin informed him. How long will they be gone? We do not know, he replied. All right, enough of the chatter, Bulma interjected, cutting through the conversation. Listen here, you insolent man. If you wish to see them, then you must patiently wait here. I assure you they will return soon. If you have nowhere else to go, you may stay at my house, but you must not cause any destruction. Do you understand? Vegeta remained silent, begrudgingly nodding in acceptance. Yamcha, however, was displeased. What? Bulma, you want him to stay here? He is a dangerous individual. This is my house, and I can choose who stays here. If you disagree, feel free to leave, Bulma retorted. But that has settled then. Yamcha attempted to argue further, but Bulma's assertiveness left no room for dissent. Thus, our dear Yamcha could not escape the fate of becoming a mere bystander. Seeing the tension, the others chose to depart from Bulma's residence without further comment. On King Kai's planet, it seemed that Krillin and Gohan had been revived. They had long awaited this day. Gohan, still just a child, would likely have his training interrupted once again. What a pity, Raditz sighed. Well, everyone has their own aspirations. Do not press too hard. Gohan is different from you and Goku. He has too many concerns to devote himself solely to training, King Kai remarked. I understand, Lord Kai. Gohan will find his own path, Raditz acknowledged. That is for the best, King Kai agreed with a nod. By the way, Lord Kai, how should I proceed with my training? Raditz inquired. What do you plan to do? What do you feel you are lacking at present? Raditz pondered, recalling that during his earlier observations of Dragon Ball, Goku had maintained his Super Saiyan form for an extended period, leading to significant improvements. Perhaps he could try that approach as well. Lord Kai, I feel that my current state and strength have reached a plateau, yielding little further enhancement. I wish to delve into the realm of Super Saiyan. Although my power surges whenever I transform into a Super Saiyan, the energy expenditure is swift. Therefore, I intend to maintain this form continuously, transforming it into my new norm. Upon hearing Raditz's thoughts, North Kai nodded in agreement. A splendid idea. I believe you should give it a try. The days of training are fleeting, akin to the brief respite of a school holiday, swiftly passing in the blink of an eye. At this moment on planet Kai, a robust Raditz, with golden hair cascading to his waist and piercing blue eyes, lay serenely upon the grass, savoring life. Raditz, your training methods appear to be remarkably effective. Your current prowess is worlds apart from your previous self. In the cosmos, it seems you have no equal, save for that one formidable opponent. However, Raditz did not share this sentiment. He believed his power had merely reached the full capacity of a Super Saiyan, with numerous beings in the universe surpassing him, such as the Android Cell and the Majin Buu. In truth, Raditz had brushed against the threshold of Super Saiyan 2, but had yet to surpass it. He understood that to achieve such a feat, he would need either a vigorous battle or to harness an intense rage. Yet, he found himself unable to fulfill either condition. Overwhelming fury could not simply manifest without provocation, and his formidable adversaries, Cell and Majin Buu, remained absent. This left him in a state of uncertainty. Simultaneously, a spaceship traversed the cosmos toward Earth. Inside, a figure resembling Frieza, but magnified in size, sat upon a chair, exuding an aura that instilled fear in his subordinates. Frieza, my son Kula, I shall journey to Earth to exact vengeance, demonstrating to those who dare offend our frost demon lineage the consequences of their actions. Over the past year, I have unleashed the power seal within my being. This time, you shall witness that our frost demon clan reigns supreme in the universe. Saiyans, prepare for your demise. Chapter 36, King Kula. On Earth, in Bulma's backyard, a sudden explosion drew the attention of the crowd. Bulma and Yamcha rushed over. Witnessing Vegeta emerge from the gravity training chamber, his attire tattered and body marred with wounds. Bulma reproached him, Vegeta, what are you doing? This is my home. Who permitted you to wreak havoc here? Vegeta clenched his fists, muttering under his breath, damn it, why can I not transform into a Super Saiyan? How could I be surpassed by that lowly Kakarot and Raditz? Without responding to Bulma, Vegeta strode past her, consumed by his thoughts. How rude of you, Vegeta. I'm speaking to you, Bulma exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration. Forget it, Bulma. Don't stoop to his level, Yamcha quickly interjected. Bulma scoffed haughtily. I can't be bothered to engage with someone like him, a training fanatic. Yet, despite her prideful words, she thoughtfully prepared a bath and fresh clothes for Vegeta. The tranquility of peaceful days, devoid of incessant battles and strife. Yamcha mused as he sat in a rocking chair, leisurely sipping a cola while addressing those around him. Speaking of which, it seems Vegeta never engages in conversation with anyone. He has solely focused on training, Bulma remarked, puzzled. Perhaps it's the overwhelming strength of Raditz and Goku that he finds daunting. His days are consumed by training, eating, and sleeping, leaving little room for anything else, Yamcha replied, shrugging his shoulders. What a determined individual. Every time I see his face, it sends shivers down my spine. He is just so fierce and terrifying, Oolong added, shuddering. However, upon reflection, Vegeta is quite a remarkable man, Bulma countered. What is so remarkable about him? All he does is train. He lacks any sense of enjoyment. Not to mention his terrible temper, Yamcha retorted, feeling a surge of jealousy at Bulma's praise of Vegeta. But his relentless pursuit of Goku and Raditz showcases his incredible perseverance. Just look at how he trains, injured yet never giving up. That speaks volumes about his strength, Bulma defended. Yamcha, feeling agitated, shot back, what are you saying? Bulma, why have you been so complimentary about him lately? Calm down, Yamcha, don't be jealous, Bulma advised, attempting to soothe him. I'm not, he exclaimed, throwing up his hands in denial. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed from the bathroom. How could I, the prince of all Saiyans, wear such attire? Vegeta's voice boomed. Then go without clothes. We don't mind, Bulma replied, unyielding to his foul mood, eliciting laughter from the others. Moments later, a flustered Vegeta emerged, clad in pink garments. You all have gone too far. Do you dare to humiliate me like this? He seethed. To everyone's surprise, Bulma remarked, actually, that outfit suits you quite well. It's a significant improvement from before. Vegeta fell silent, begrudgingly accepting his new attire. Bulma suddenly cried out, her expression turning tense as she trembled. Come on, it's just an outfit, Yamcha reassured her. Such overwhelming energy. He suddenly exclaimed, could Goku or Raditz have returned? No wonder Vegeta looks like that, Bulma said, her spirits lifting. It was not Kakarot and Raditz, but rather an exceedingly malevolent and formidable presence, one that surpassed even Frieza by several magnitudes, yet bore a striking similarity to Frieza's aura. Vegeta appeared somewhat anxious. It seemed that a foe more terrifying than Frieza had arrived. Could it be? Stronger than Frieza? Last time it was his brother. This time, it couldn't possibly be his father, could it? Bulma covered her mouth, her expression one of disbelief. Meanwhile, far away at the Kame house, Krillin and Master Roshi also sensed this dreadful energy. At that moment, Krillin was conversing with Gohan. Uncle Krillin, do you feel that? It seems an immensely evil and powerful presence is approaching. Yes, I sense it too. This energy resembles Frieza's, yet it is distinctly different and seemingly more potent, Krillin responded. On the other side, Tien and Piccolo, who were engaged in training, simultaneously perceived the incoming energy. King Kai, do you feel that? An evil and powerful aura is heading toward Earth. King Kai remarked to the training Raditz. Yes, I can feel it, Raditz replied. Do you think you could defeat him? If his strength is merely superficial, I would have no issue, but if he conceals additional power, I cannot be certain, Raditz mused, sensing the aura reminiscent of Frieza. Deducing it must belong to King Cold, Frieza's father. Although he could not gauge King Cold's strength at this moment, Raditz was confident in his training. The power he exuded could rival that of a newly transformed Super Saiyan, suggesting that his base form might already eclipse that of Cooler. If he were to transform further, his strength could be even greater. How exhilarating. Just what I need to shatter my current limits. Do not disappoint me, Raditz declared, a smile creeping across his face. In the cosmos, aboard a spacecraft, King Cold remarked, were it not for the Super Saiyan and the need to avenge my two foolish sons, I would not deign to visit such a desolate place. Sipping a glass of red wine, he coldly surveyed his surroundings. Is this Earth? Such a diminutive planet. I could easily obliterate it with a mere flick. Indeed, my lord, your power is unparalleled. How could mere Saiyans possibly contend with you? One of his subordinates hastily flattered. Naturally, I shall annihilate these detestable filthy monkeys and show them who truly reigns supreme in the universe. On Earth, sensing King Cold's presence, Gohan donned his battle attire and soared toward the source of the energy. Gohan, a voice called out, and upon turning, he saw Piccolo flying in the same direction. Uncle Piccolo, you felt it too? Indeed, how could one fail to sense it? Who could it be that possesses such malevolence and strength? Soon, all the warriors on Earth gathered at the site where the two had landed. Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, Yamcha, Krillin, Tien, and Kairatsu exchanged glances. It seemed a fierce battle was imminent. How infuriating that the villain had barely returned to life only to face death once more. Yamcha clenched his fists in frustration, expressing his discontent. If you're afraid, you may retreat, Vegeta remarked dismissively, casting a scornful glance at Yamcha. Who said I was afraid? I simply am not prepared. Yamcha was about to retort when Piccolo interjected with a single word, incoming. Before their eyes, a spacecraft descended slowly from the sky. Chapter 37, Trunks vs. King Cold. The spaceship landed gently on Earth's surface, prompting Vegeta to shout, quickly, conceal your energy and hide. Inside the spacecraft, King Cold had successfully landed. Upon hearing the commotion, he opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and stepped out of the vessel. So this is Earth, a rather decent planet. I wonder where those Saiyans have hidden themselves. King Cold surveyed his surroundings and commanded his subordinates, you, go and eliminate all the Earthlings. I trust the Saiyans will reveal themselves in due time. Yes, everyone. Proceed to obliterate the Earthlings, his subordinates responded, soaring towards the human cities, while the concealed warriors clenched their fists in unison. How despicable. They must not be allowed to slaughter indiscriminately. Even if it costs us our lives, we must stop them. Just As the Z fighters prepare to act, the bodies of alien invaders plummeted from the sky, followed by a young boy with blue hair and a sword descending from above. Who is he? They all wondered. In mere moments, the boy dispatched King Cold's minions with remarkable ease, leaving everyone astonished at the emergence of such an unknown powerhouse on Earth. What brings you here, Earthling? The boy inquired. To annihilate you all. But why are you alone? Where is Frisia? You foolish child. You have slain Frisia and still dare to question me? King Cold replied, visibly irritated, mistaking the boy's words for mockery. However, for Trunks, those words took on a different meaning, and he furrowed his brow. What? Frisia is alive? Has my arrival altered history? Regardless, the outcome remains the same. Since you're the last one standing, I shall deal with you now. Deal with me? How audacious. Ignorance is indeed bliss. I know you. You're Frisia's father, King Cold, right? I am well aware of your lineage, Trunks stated coldly. Oh, I didn't expect my name to be known even on this remote planet. Kerr did not regard Trunks with any seriousness and instructed his subordinates behind him. You go deal with him. The rest of you, handle the Earthlings. Understood. The subordinates dispersed in all directions. Observing this, Trunks shouted, You needn't waste your efforts. For you shall all perish here. I will not spare anyone who harms the Earth. What audacious bravado from a mere child. Let me witness your combat prowess. A dismissive tone followed. What? A mere power level of 5? How dare you toy with us? Eliminate him. With a flick of his hair, Trunks brandished his sword and swiftly approached the alien beings, dispatching them with singular strikes until the ground was littered with their bodies. Meanwhile, King Kurd merely watched coldly, unconcerned for the lives of his subordinates. Rather, he was intrigued by the young warrior before him. Soon, all of his subordinates lay slain, and Trunks, sword in hand, turned his icy gaze towards King Kurd, stating, Now, it is your turn. Impressive. I never anticipated that an Earthling could possess such strength. If you eliminate all the Earthlings now, I shall not only spare your life, but also welcome you as my subordinate. Dream on. Today is your day of reckoning. What a pity. Those who boast often meet an early demise. At this moment, King Kurd's murderous intent arose. Though he had shown some patience due to the boy's strength, the challenge had now crossed his threshold. Gulme, I shall unleash my full power from the very beginning. I want to be merciful like Sun Wukong. There is more than one who can transform into a Super Saiyan. What? Both King Kurd and those lurking in the shadows were incredulous. Did that boy just claim he could become a Saiyan too? Is that true? Krillin inquired curiously. Impossible. The Saiyans now consist of only myself, Kakarot, and Raditz. There cannot be any others. However, as soon as Vegeta uttered these words, he was met with a stark contradiction. A tremendous aura began to surge forth, sending debris swirling through the air, followed by a cry of "Ah!" The boy's blue hair transformed into a golden hue, his pupils shifting to blue as well. The initially aloof visage became even more formidable, reminiscent of Vegeta, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. Impossible. How could anyone else transform into a Super Saiyan? Has the legendary Super Saiyan become so commonplace? How infuriating. Why is it that I, the esteemed Prince Vegeta, find myself surpassed by 3 others? This scene profoundly struck at Vegeta's noble pride. Transformed, Trunks wielded his sword with all his might against the enemy, while King Kurd clasped his hands together, seizing Trunks' face. The two warriors unleashed their formidable energies, causing widespread devastation to the surrounding terrain. Trunks was somewhat taken aback. The Kurdish king before him was entirely different from the image he had formed in his mind. Based on his deductions, he had anticipated an easy victory. Yet the current Kurdish king stood as a formidable equal. The Kurdish king's thoughts mirrored those of Trunks, as he mused, I never expected to underestimate you. Your strength is indeed impressive. No wonder you could vanquish my 2 powerful sons, Frisia and Cooler. Alas, my sons were gifted, particularly Frisia, who, despite his potential, has never been inclined to train. How could you Saiyans possibly stand a chance against him otherwise? With a disdainful sneer, he continued, Enough of this chatter. Today, I shall eliminate you and reunite you with your sons. With a fierce shout, Trunks and the Kurdish king separated, their overwhelming auras radiating outwards, transcending the confines of Earth. Meanwhile, Goku, aboard a spacecraft en route back to Earth, sensed a malevolent energy. That sinister aura must belong to Frisia as father, but who is battling him? Goku pondered, contemplating teleporting back to Earth. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that he could not protect the planet indefinitely and that others must take on the mantle of guardianship. Should the situation escalate beyond their capabilities, he would intervene. On King Kai's planet, The North Kai observed with growing urgency as he noted. It appears an extraordinary warrior has emerged on Earth, engaged in combat with that monster. Are you not hurrying back? Raditz, appearing rather composed, replied, there's no need for haste. At a critical moment, I will teleport back. Their energies are nearly matched, and I wish to see who will emerge victorious. Yet, internally he mused, this energy must be that of future Trunks. History is subtly shifting. I am curious to see his reaction upon encountering me. On the battlefield of Earth, a golden-haired youth was propping himself with his sword, panting heavily. Damn it, how can this guy be so strong? He thought. The Kurdish king bore numerous wounds, yet suddenly erupted into laughter. Trunks, perplexed, wondered why this adversary, whose injuries seemed more grievous than his own, could still find amusement. Super Saiyan, ah? This wretched monkey dares to inflict such harm upon me. Now, I shall unleash my true power. Prepare to repent in hell for your insolence. Gasps of horror filled the air as the onlookers processed his words. Could it be that he can transform as well? Krillin and Gohan trembled in fear. Damn it! If this guy can indeed transform, we may all perish today. Even Goku and Raditz might not stand a chance against him, Tien Shinhan muttered, clenching his fists, veins bulging. As he quietly lamented, I'm sorry, Launch. I may not be able to return to you today, not until the child is born. Chapter 38, Goku and Raditz arrive. The battle raged on the Earth. The King of Kurd mocked Trunks, standing before him. You can't genuinely believe this is my true strength. I am merely toying with you. In an instant, a violet aura enveloped the king, causing his garments to vanish inexplicably. A lengthy tail extending 2 meters emerged, and his physique became even more formidable. With well-defined muscles, armor of a pearlescent white adorned his arms and chest, while the light lavender skin bore numerous scars, rendering him significantly more imposing than before. As his transformation reached completion, the King of Kurd's aura surged rapidly, leaving those present in a state of astonishment at his overwhelming power. What do you think, Saiyan? Have you recognized my current form? He laughed heartily. Frustrated, Trunks reflected on the situation. How could this be? He is even stronger than the androids. Is my very existence the catalyst for this world's dire state? I cannot endure the torment of living on Earth any longer. In a flash, the King of Kurd appeared before Trunks, delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying. He toyed with Trunks' sword in his hand. Indeed, a fine blade. What a pity it belongs to the wrong master. With a swift motion, he cleaved Trunks' sword in two and discarded the pieces carelessly, reappearing in front of a now prostrated Trunks. Looking up at the king with fury in his eyes, Trunks declared, even if I cannot defeat you, Goku will surely put an end to your tyranny. History has decreed that you will perish at his hands. Irritated by Trunks' words, the king pressed his foot against Trunks' face, leaning slightly closer to whisper in his ear, Goku, is it? I shall remember that. Once I eliminate you, I will systematically eradicate all humans on Earth. And then I will relish torturing your precious Goku to his demise. Filled with rage, Trunks seethed enough. I have endured enough of this existence. I will never allow you to harm the people of Earth. Now you know fear, the king taunted. When you experience true torment, you will know greater dread. With a primal scream, Trunks' anger surged within him, his eyes blazing with ferocity. His power escalated as he propelled the King of Kurd away from him. With fists raised, he unleashed a flurry of relentless attacks upon the king, shouting, I will not cower before a vile creature like you, nor will I fear any infernal torment. For I have risen from the depths of hell. I will not allow you to transform Earth into a living nightmare. I will tear you to shreds. In that moment, the furious Trunks overwhelmed the King of Kurd, driving him deep into the mountainside, and then, the sound of impact echoed through the air. Utilizing the prince's battle strategy, Trunks unleashed a relentless barrage of energy waves, causing the very mountain to crumble under the force of his assault. Clouds of smoke billowed around him as he concentrated his might, hurling his most potent energy toward the King of Cold, concealed within the haze. Victory was his. The young warrior had triumphed, and Earth was saved. Krillin, witnessing this spectacle, spoke with palpable excitement. Not yet. That fiend still lives. The words of Piccolo instilled a renewed sense of vigilance among the group, as disbelief washed over them. Could such overwhelming energy fail to vanquish this monstrous entity? As the smoke dissipated, the King of Cold stood and scathed, disappointment etched on his face. How disheartening. I anticipated you would be formidable, yet appears you are merely ordinary. The legendary Super Saiyan is nothing remarkable after all. With that, the king soared into the air, delivering a sudden blow to Trunks' abdomen. The unexpected assault caught Trunks off guard. and as agony coursed through his body, his golden hair reverted to its original blue. "Submit to your demise," the king declared, slamming Trunks into the ground, leaving him incapacitated by pain. "I to perish? Forgive me, Mother, for failing my mission. I am sorry, people of the future Earth. Farewell, foolish Saiyan." The King of Cold unleashed an energy blast, descending rapidly toward the fallen Trunks. Just as death loomed, a wave of energy shot forth to intercept the incoming projectile, resulting in a tremendous explosion that lit up the sky. At that moment, Vegeta emerged. "I still have questions for this creature. You cannot kill him." Vegeta, the others, witnessing Vegeta's intervention, stepped forward. Lying on the ground, Trunks managed to open his eyes with great effort, seeing a man clad in pink standing protectively before him. They just called him Vegeta. Could he truly be my father? Tears welled in Trunks' eyes. He had never met his father before, and now, in this dire moment, he was being saved. Who would have thought there were so many pests lurking nearby? Since you have all shown yourselves, I shall extend my kindness and send you all to hell together, the King of Cold mocked, a smirk playing on his lips. Perhaps hell is indeed more suited for you. Allow me to facilitate your journey. Suddenly, a voice rang out, prompting everyone to turn. Their eyes glistened with tears of joy. "Goku, Raditz, you have arrived." At that moment, Goku and Raditz sensed Trunks' defeat and instantaneously teleported to the scene. "Who are you to speak so boldly?" The King of Cold scoffed. "We're both Saiyans. You came to Earth seeking vengeance for your son, did you not? Allow me to inform you that I was the one who killed your son, Frieza, along with Cooler." Raditz regarded King Cold with a look of disdain, utterly perplexed by the reckless bravado of his family, seemingly eager to court death. Upon hearing Raditz's words, King Cold was immediately consumed by fury. Gritting his teeth as he declared, "So it was you who killed my two sons. Today, I shall ensure your demise is without a grave." Raditz, however, remained unimpressed, casting a glance at Goku beside him. "It is quite surprising," Kakarot. "After nearly a year, your strength has improved significantly. I had thought you would still be floundering in the first stage of Super Saiyan." "Indeed," Goku replied. "Since mastering instant transmission, I have exerted tremendous effort in my training, all in hopes of surpassing you. Once I deal with him, we shall face each other again." "Kakarot, I do not wish to discourage you, but your current strength appears insufficient to defeat him. At best, you may achieve a stalemate. Allow me to handle this. I had anticipated a formidable battle from this foe, yet I find myself sorely disappointed." Before Goku could respond, Raditz stepped forward. "Hey, King Cold, do not claim I have not given you the chance to unleash your full power." Initially expecting a worthy confrontation, Raditz was disheartened to find King Cold's strength comparable only to a mere fraction of Cell after absorbing Android 17, utterly failing to pique his interest. He contemplated finishing the battle swiftly so he could retire for some rest. After this encounter, it would not be long before the childhood goddess, Android 18, made her appearance, and Raditz found himself rather eager for that moment. "It seems you are frightened. Now it is my turn to engage you." Chapter 39. The Future World. King Cold, incensed by Raditz's taunts, seethed with anger. "How dare a lowly Saiyan speak to me, the universe's mightiest, in such a manner? This is unforgivable. And what of it? You wish to bite me?" Raditz jeered. "Curse you, you seek death." King Cold, in a fit of rage, attempted to strike Raditz, only to realize he could not move. "What is happening? Why can I not move? Are you aware that your son Frieza commands a formidable squad, known as the Ginyu Force? One of them possesses an extraordinary ability, known as the binding technique. Even if your power surpasses mine, as long as it is not excessively overwhelming, I can restrain you for a time. How does it feel to be immobile?" Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Raditz advanced slowly towards King Cold, who found himself utterly paralyzed, his eyes wide with terror. "What do you intend to do? You are hardly a beauty. What could I possibly do to you? I am merely here to kill." With that, Raditz unleashed a ki blast that pierced through King Cold's body. As the binding technique was lifted, King Cold was sent flying, blood gushing from his wounds. As Raditz approached menacingly, King Cold was filled with dread and pleaded for mercy. "Spare me. I implore you to let me go this once. I could offer you a planet. No, I could bestow upon you the entire galaxy. Please, I beg you to spare my life. Do you think I cherish my existence?" In that moment, a wave of light emerged, and thus, the three of them, Frieza and his progeny, were whisked away by Raditz. With the demise of King Cold, Raditz relinquished his Super Saiyan form, and Goku hurriedly approached. "Brother, what did you just do? That was incredible." "Oh, it was merely a few tricks," Raditz replied nonchalantly. "Earlier, Krillin had revived Trunks with a Senzu. Thanks to this young lad's timely intervention, we would have perished before Goku and Raditz could return. Krillin expressed with a sigh of relief. Soon, everyone's curious gaze fell upon Trunks, with Vegeta being the first to speak. Who exactly are you? And how can you transform into a Super Saiyan? There cannot be anyone else aside from the three of us. I cannot disclose that, Trunks replied. Vegeta's irritation flared. What do you mean you cannot say? Do you look down upon me? Vegeta, perhaps he truly has his reasons for silence. Let's not press him, Goku interjected, extending a friendly greeting. Hello, I am Goku. Thank you for protecting Earth. By the way, what is your name? Hello, Mr. Goku. I am aware of you. My purpose for coming here is to find you, though I cannot reveal my name. What a peculiar fellow. Unable to disclose his name, the others murmured in confusion. Trunks, however, disregarded their bewilderment and turned to Goku. May I inquire who this gentleman is? I am Raditz, the brother of Kakarot, also known as Son Goku. Raditz introduced himself. Did you slay Frieza? Indeed, Raditz affirmed. Trunks hesitated, recalling his memories of Raditz, whom he knew as a villain who had been vanquished by Goku and Piccolo upon arriving on Earth. It seemed his presence had significantly altered the course of history. Yet, upon witnessing Raditz's formidable power, he resolved within himself. May I request a private conversation with Raditz and Mr. Goku? Both Raditz and Goku nodded in agreement. Following Trunks to a secluded area, Raditz prompted, "Speak your mind. Before we discuss this matter, could you both please transform into Super Saiyans?" Without hesitation, Raditz and Goku complied, and soon all three had assumed their Super Saiyan forms. In the distance, Vegeta felt their combined energy piercing his heart like a dagger. Why can't I, the proud prince of the Saiyans, transform into a Super Saiyan? This is intolerable. Meanwhile, Raditz, after reverting from his transformation, inquired knowingly, "All right, you may now speak." As Trunks recounted the tale, Goku gradually grasped the truth of the matter. Trunks hailed from a future where he was the offspring of Bulma and Vegeta. Tragically, in that future, Goku succumbed to a heart disease, while androids wreaked havoc upon Earth. However, Goku pondered, will my brother Raditz? Was he not a match for those androids? A sense of realization dawned upon him. I regret to inform you that I have no recollection of Mr. Raditz. He was likely slain by you and Piccolo shortly after arriving on Earth, Goku remarked, his expression one of incredulity as he gazed at Raditz. You need not question this. History remains immutable. Had it been alterable, your world would have shifted the moment you traverse time. It is quite plausible that you have merely arrived in a parallel universe. Raditz articulated confidently. What does that even mean? I cannot comprehend. Goku scratched his head in confusion. You foolish one, there is no need for you to understand everything. Just know that 3 years hence, you shall not perish from heart disease, and a formidable opponent will challenge you. This alone should suffice, Raditz reassured him. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that truly the case? How wonderful. Mr. Goku, just as my mother described, may I ask you a favor, Mr. Raditz? Trunks inquired. You wish for me to accompany you to your world to vanquish those 2 androids, correct? Trunks nodded in affirmation. Your strength is indeed formidable. Those androids stand no chance against you. Yet, have you considered what may arise should you eliminate them, only to confront an even mightier adversary? What if, upon returning via the time machine, they refuse to grant you an audience? Raditz continued, prompting Trunks to fall silent. To safeguard that which you hold dear, you must first cultivate your own strength. Relying on others will only lead to the inevitable dissolution of your world, Raditz expounded. I understand now, Mr. Raditz. I shall train diligently and rely on my own strength to defeat the androids and save my world, Trunks resolved. After a while, their conversation drew to a close, and Raditz and Goku rejoined the others. Curious, Krillin asked, Goku, what did that person say? Goku, momentarily at a loss for words, turned to Raditz. You can let Piccolo explain. He likely overheard everything, Goku replied, astonished. At that moment, Piccolo finally spoke up. I did not anticipate you would uncover this. I shall take it from here. Rest assured, I will remain silent regarding that individual's existence. Subsequently, Piccolo concealed Trunks' lineage while divulging other pertinent matters. 3 years, is it? Luckily, we still have time. Having endured a fierce battle, the group felt invigorated, each resolved to engage in rigorous training over the next 3 years. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of all, Trunks vanished before them in the time machine. Chapter 40, The Grand Kai. I never expected that time travel machines truly exist, and that we are all destined to be annihilated in the future, Krillin remarked, somewhat incredulously. Given this, let us convene at the location where the androids will emerge 3 years hence. By the way, Goku, could you remind us of the exact time and place of the android's arrival? Tien Shinhan inquired with a serious demeanor, for he now had something worth fighting for. I believe it was mentioned, but I've forgotten, Goku replied sheepishly. It is around 10 o'clock on the morning of May 12th, 3 years from now, on a small island 9 kilometers southwest of South City. Goku, how could you forget something so crucial, especially with Raditz present? I'll be more mindful next time. By the way, I've had a thought, Bulma suddenly interjected. How about we eliminate Dr. Gero, the creator of the androids, right now? Although we are unaware of his whereabouts, we could consult the Eternal Dragon. Excellent idea. This way, we can resolve the matter without conflict. Bulma, you truly are a genius. Krillin concurred. Anyone who meddles unnecessarily, I shall eliminate them at once, Vegeta threatened, clenching his fists towards the group. What do you mean by meddling? This is no mere child's play. It concerns the fate of Earth and the lives of us all. Goku, you and Raditz feel the same way, don't you? Bulma countered, but Goku scratched his head in embarrassment. My apologies, Bulma, but I would prefer to engage in battle. After all, how can we eliminate Dr. Gero when he hasn't done anything yet? Though Kakarote's reasoning may be unconventional, he does have a point. The Earth may face various formidable foes in the future, and only by becoming stronger can we truly protect it. Moreover, if you all diligently train, the androids will be no match for you. Raditz expressed his agreement with Goku, while Bulma appeared displeased and urged the group. Everyone, we need not indulge these Saiyan lunatics. They are battle maniacs, and we might all perish. I concur with Mr. Raditz's perspective, and I shall strive to train harder as well, Tien Shinhan asserted with determination. Indeed, evasion is but the act of coward. At this moment, Piccolo and Yamcha also voiced their agreement. I'm truly baffled by all of you. It's exasperating. Well, since everyone is in agreement, let us train diligently for the battle that awaits us in 3 years, Goku declared, raising his right hand with fervor. Kakarot, Raditz, do not think that merely becoming Super Saiyans makes you remarkable. Do not forget that I possess the strongest Saiyan bloodline, and I shall undoubtedly triumph over you. After Vegeta finished speaking, he departed. Let us bid farewell. We shall meet again in 3 years. Very well, until we meet again. With that, everyone dispersed to their respective homes. You have returned. I'm already aware of the situation regarding the androids, but the childless ability to traverse time and space is rather troubling. If those in higher authority were to find out, it could lead to complications. The King of the Worlds, observing the departing crowd, instantaneously teleported to his companion, Raditz, offering a cautious reminder. Do not worry, my lord. We shall address future matters when the time comes. Did you not mention wanting to take me to a place teeming with exceptional fighters? When shall we depart? I can't believe you still remember after all this time. I would have forgotten had you not reminded me. Since you have brought it up, let us prepare for your visit. Thank you, my lord. 2 days later. Let us set forth, my lord. By the way, where exactly are you taking me? Raditz inquired, somewhat puzzled. Today, I shall introduce you to one of the most exalted beings in the afterlife, the Grand Kai. He stands at the pinnacle among us 4 Kais, possessing the highest status and unparalleled power, and he has a particular fondness for grand martial arts tournaments. Upon hearing this, Raditz suddenly recalled, nearly forgetting, that there existed a being within the afterlife even stronger than the complete form of Cell, Roboku. It seemed that breaking through his limitations to achieve Super Saiyan 2 was now within reach. Before long, Raditz followed the North Kai through the afterlife, traversing the celestial realms until they arrived at Grand Kai's planet. It's you. How'd you end up here? A voice exclaimed. Raditz and the North Kai turned to see a figure, similar in stature and attire to the North Kai, rudely pointing at Raditz. It's you, West Kai. What brings you here? Raditz responded. Of course, I haven't visited the Grand Kai in a while, so I brought along the strongest fighter from the North Galaxy, Raditz, to pay a visit. The North Galaxy? What strength could possibly reside there? The West Kai scoffed. If Roboku were here today, a mere flick of his wrist could easily defeat you. Raditz, upon hearing such disdain, felt a surge of defiance. Then perhaps you should summon Roboku to face me and see who truly holds the title of strongest. You insolent fool. How dare you shout at me? Do you even know who I am? I am the West Kai. Truly, the standards have fallen. Anyone could be a god nowadays, Raditz retorted. You. The West Kai was rendered speechless by Raditz's audacity. Haha, well said. Such individuals can indeed be deities. Let's ignore him, Raditz. Onward. The North Kai chuckled, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter at the West Kai's embarrassment. At that moment, an elderly gentleman, stylishly dressed and dancing as he walked, approached them. Grand Kai, The North Kai and West Kai bowed their heads respectfully upon seeing the newcomer. I apologize for interrupting your conversation. I overheard your discussion. Coincidentally, I too wish to organize a tournament. Let us include Raditz and Ribfu in the competition. Indeed, my lord the Grand Kai. Upon hearing this, both the North Kai and West Kai readily agreed. Before long, 3 days swiftly passed. On this day, a multitude gathered on the Grand Kai's planet. Raditz surveyed the throng of people, feeling a sudden shock within. He mumbled softly to himself. Although most of this crowd was inferior to him, there were certainly formidable individuals among them. This truly was an exceptional venue, igniting a fervor within him. He yearned to engage them all in battle. Standing beside the North Kai, who overheard Raditz's words, nearly stumbled in shock. This fellow certainly spoke without restraint. If all these individuals were to join forces, it was uncertain whether he could escape unscathed. He suddenly regretted bringing Raditz to this gathering. It has been far too long since we last held a martial arts tournament. Everyone, follow me, declared the Grand Kai, who had been seated at the highest point. The crowd followed him to a vast arena. Very well, this shall be the site, the Grand Kai said, nodding in satisfaction. Now, let the competition commence. Chapter 41, Raditz versus Ribfu. Let the match officially begin. At that moment, a peculiar creature resembling a mushroom-headed being approached the center of the stage. Allow me to explain the rules of the competition. Each galaxy shall send forth 4 contestants. The format will be single elimination. A contestant loses if they concede or are knocked off the stage. Any use of underhanded tactics will result in disqualification. I should also mention that the victor will receive personal martial arts guidance from the Grand Kai himself. If there are no objections, we shall now commence the tournament. The first match features Raditz from the North Galaxy against Capit from the South Galaxy. Raditz calmly ascended the stage, greeted by the sight of a large, humanoid green insect with 16 arms, each adorned with gloves. You certainly look peculiar, yet you don't seem particularly strong, he remarked. Is that so? You shall find out soon enough, Capit retorted, readying himself. Suddenly, Capit's eyes emitted a yellow glow, and his antennae rippled with energy. Raditz felt a brief moment of disorientation as Capit seized him with a powerful grip. The remaining hands clenched into fists, striking towards Raditz's back. Interesting. Your technique must influence brainwaves, but your strength is lacking. Are you merely giving me a back massage? Your blows lack power. With a sudden jolt, Raditz shook off the grasp, sending Capit careening off the stage. The first match concluded with a victory for Raditz of the North Galaxy. Now, let the second match officially begin. The competition is fervently underway, and amidst the excitement, the only one showing any interest seems to be the contestant Rib Noodles, while others remain indifferent. The Rib Noodles competitor is remarkably formidable, effortlessly defeating opponents with a single move. Now, let us witness who will vie for the championship against this formidable contender. Will it be the contestant from the Northern Galaxy, Raditz, or to the participant from the Eastern Galaxy? Fish weakness? Both competitors, please take the stage. On the arena, Raditz gazes at his opponent, a figure adorned in blue and white, resembling a standing fish, appearing rather unintelligent. This individual seems rather feeble. Although the others here lack strength, one must wonder how this person managed to reach the finals. Raditz, perplexed by this creature's presence, senses that its energy is comparable to that of Dodoria. Without hesitation, he unleashes a Kamehameha wave toward his opponent. To Raditz's surprise, the creature does not attempt to evade the attack, and the wave pierces through fish weakness, sailing out of the arena. What is happening? Raditz observes that the opponent remains unscathed. He follows up with a series of Kamehameha waves, all of which, predictably, fail to inflict any damage. Unwilling to accept this outcome, Raditz channels all his power into a final Kamehameha wave. This is impossible. How can this be? It is futile, the opponent declares. I'm the greatest genius of Water Blue Star. Any attack against me merely glides, as if through water. You should concede gracefully. Raditz bursts into laughter, boasting without fear of retribution. I am merely toying with you. Do you truly believe you are invulnerable? What the halo above your head? Fish weakness, visibly irritated, despises discussions of his demise. It is his greatest humiliation. Yet, as he prepares to retaliate, he realizes he cannot move, ensnared by Raditz's binding technique. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and make your move. Curse you. Release me. Let's engage in a fair fight. Very well, Raditz replies, but instead of prolonging the game, he swiftly dispatches Fish Weakness out of the arena. I declare Raditz of the Northern Galaxy the victor. Next, he shall face Rib Noodles of the Western Galaxy. Finally, the moment has arrived, and Raditz smiles faintly. Your strength is commendable, but you are far from my match. You should surrender. Clearly, Rib Noodles does not regard Raditz as a worthy opponent. One only recognizes an adversary through battle. I have never encountered someone so arrogant. Prepare yourself. In the arena, both figures vanish from sight, moving at an astonishing speed, the air resonating with rapid bursts of sound. Approximately a quarter of an hour passes, and Raditz is sent flying by Rib Noodles. Rising to his feet and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Raditz exclaims, "It has been ages since anyone has pushed me this hard. Hey, Ribs, why don't you shed your clothes? I know you're in a gravity suit, and I am prepared to unleash all my power for a thrilling battle. As you wish." Upon saying this, Ribs flung his garments aside, causing them to land with a thud, creating a deep pit in the ground. Raditz exclaimed simultaneously, unleashing his full power as a Super Saiyan. The onlookers were astounded by the radiant golden aura enveloping Raditz, and Ribs wore a look of astonishment as well. What is happening? Who is this person? His energy has surged dramatically after transforming. The three Kaioshin were equally taken aback by the spectacle. What has this lad done? They murmured in disbelief. Yet, amidst the astonished gazes, one individual laughed joyously, the North Kaioshin. Fear not. Raditz has merely transformed into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? I cannot believe the legend is true. This young man is indeed a warrior, said to appear only once in a millennium. The Grand Kaioshin remarked, "Ribs, how do you like this? This is my true strength." Raditz, I admit I underestimated you before, but I am no simple foe. Defeating me will not be so easy. Is that so? Then behold my technique, the Kamehameha wave. Raditz unleashed the Kamehameha he had learned from Goku towards Ribs, a burst of white light illuminating the arena. Yet Ribs was nowhere to be seen. Not bad. He evaded it, Raditz noted, glancing upward to find Ribs standing aloft in the sky, arms crossed. Come now, Raditz, allow me to demonstrate my signature move, the Rib Cyclone. Ribs transformed into a swirling vortex that enveloped Raditz, the fierce winds assaulting him from all angles. Raditz shielded his vital areas, but the pain was excruciating, and numerous wounds had already marred his body. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Raditz muttered, "Damn it. In that case, I shall use the time pause technique." As Raditz activated this untested skill, time seemed to freeze, and Ribs' attack lost its effect. Now fully in control, Raditz approached the motionless Ribs, only to be startled by a sudden voice echoing around him. Time pause? Remarkable. I did not expect a human to master a divine skill. While it may be a rudimentary time technique, your ability to wield it is truly commendable. As the time freeze enveloped him, Raditz was suddenly startled by the sound of voice, his expression momentarily frozen in tension. Glancing around, he noticed that everyone present remained utterly still. What was happening? Who was it? Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I am the Supreme King of the universe. Continue your match. I shall reveal everything to you once it concludes. Upon hearing this, Raditz understood, but he could not dwell on it further. He stepped cautiously toward the rib rice, his first experience of time suspension making each step feel increasingly suffocating. Yet, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. With determination, he surged forward and sent the rib rice flying. The time freeze was lifted, and Raditz inhaled deeply, savoring the air. What has transpired? Not only the rib rice, but everyone nearby bore expressions of disbelief. How did the rib rice suddenly get propelled away? Though I am unaware of your actions, prepare to experience my technique, Thunder Flash Wave. The rib rice bellowed, gathering an overwhelming surge of energy that even made Raditz break into a cold sweat. Come on. Raditz summoned all his strength for defense, and as their energies clashed, the arena trembled under the force of their might. Such incredible power. The onlookers marveled in awe. As the smoke cleared, Raditz lay in the center of the stage, yet he refused to succumb. Instead, he rose once more, laughing heartily. What a thrilling experience. You should concede. I doubt you possess much strength left to continue. The rib rice regarded Raditz, who was covered in wounds, and replied, conceding is out of the question, nor is it necessary. I may be injured, but you too must be feeling the strain. What? Huh. I see I struck a chord, rib rice. Let's settle this once and for all. Very well, as you wish. You are a worthy opponent. At that moment, both warriors unleashed their remaining energies. Leaping into the air, a colossal explosion of energy erupted above them, sending both Raditz and the rib rice crashing to the ground, unable to rise. Observing this, the North Supreme King and West Supreme King rushed in with concern, relieved to find the two merely unconscious. At that moment, the Supreme King of the universe stepped forward. I declare the result of this match, a tie between Rib Rice and Raditz. The audience erupted in excitement upon hearing this outcome. Indeed, it is only the strong who earn respect, no matter the place. North Supreme King, once Raditz awakens, bring him to me. Today's match was exhilarating. Everyone may return now. Yes. The North Supreme King quickly acquiesced, and the crowd began to disperse. Just before leaving, the West Supreme King approached. Hey, do you know why the Supreme King is looking for that young man? I cannot say for certain. Perhaps it is due to the strength of Raditz. I must admit that this fellow possesses some prowess, managing to hold his own against the likes of Pork Rib Rice. Yet he is dreadfully impolite and requires proper discipline. TCH, the affairs of the North Galaxy are not in your purview. The North Kai remarked dismissively. TCH, who cares? With that, the West Kai departed alongside Pork Rib Rice, leaving the great King Star. 3 hours later, Raditz gradually awoke. Raditz, you're awake, he heard as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Master Kai, where are we? He inquired. We remain on the Great King Star. Master Great King has requested to see you upon your awakening. Do you have any idea why he seeks you? The North Kai asked, leaning in with curiosity. Well, I'm not entirely certain. Since Master Great King wishes to see me, let us proceed, Raditz replied, a hint of unease evident in his demeanor. Very well, follow me, the North Kai said, leading Raditz to the residence of the Great King. Upon arrival, they found the Great King already awaiting them at the entrance. You've arrived. North Kai, please wait here. Raditz, come inside with me. Yes, Master Great King, Raditz responded. The North Kai, somewhat disheartened, complied and remained at the door. As the door to the room closed, Raditz, unable to contain his curiosity, posed a question before the Great King could speak. Master Great King, why did my time pause technique have no effect on you? The Great King scrutinized Raditz intently, murmuring, This is not right. Not at all. Your physique undoubtedly belongs to a Saiyan. Yet how could you wield time manipulation? Have you learned it through other means? It is remarkable that a human could achieve such mastery. Master Great King, what are you saying? Raditz queried, perplexed. It's nothing. Can you tell me where you learned your time pause technique? After a moment of hesitation, Raditz replied, there is an individual among Frisia's subordinates named Guldo. He possesses an innate ability to manipulate time, and I learned it from him. Ah, I see. Your talent is indeed extraordinary for being able to learn it successfully. This is no mere technique. It is a divine skill, though your execution remains rather rudimentary. What do you mean by that, Master Great King? Raditz asked, confused. Allow me to share a tale. I too heard this from the previous Master Great King. In ancient times, there existed a powerful deity known as the God of Time and Space, who commanded all temporal and spatial forces within the universe. However, for reasons unknown, turmoil erupted within the divine realm, leading to the disappearance of many formidable gods, including the God of Time and Space. Their whereabouts remain a mystery. As time passes, many within the divine realm have forgotten this matter. Perhaps some have not, yet it has never been mentioned among the deities. At that time, the God of Time possessed 2 servants and a pet, who, frequently in the presence of the god, became imbued with the essence of time itself. After the God of Time vanished, those 2 servants took their pet and departed from the divine realm, shedding their divine identities to become human. Following their exodus from the divine realm, the 2 servants vanished without a trace. However, today, I perceive the essence of time within you, which piques my curiosity immensely. Logically, it is exceedingly difficult for a human to wield the power of time unless bestowed by a deity, and time itself is a taboo. No god would impart such knowledge to a mortal. Chapter 43. Departure from the Great King of Worlds. In today's competition, when you harnessed the power of time, my initial thought was that you might be a descendant of one of those servants or the pet. Yet, you are undeniably a Saiyan, making it impossible for you to be their offspring, thus igniting my intrigue. Upon hearing this, Raditz expressed curiosity and inquired, why do you believe that servant of the deity was not a Saiyan? Because one of my ancestors was indeed one of those 2 servants, I replied. Therefore I know that the other servant was not a Saiyan, and that servant may no longer exist in this universe. It is precisely due to my lineage that I have possessed a fragment of the power of time since birth. The former Great King of Worlds recognized this and elevated me to my current position. Understanding dawned upon Raditz. It seemed that Guldo's ability to pause time could very well stem from his ancestor being that very pet. No wonder Guldo bears a resemblance to a dog. It appears his lineage has been that of a pet to others. Yet, how curious it is that a divine pet's descendant has ended up in such a state. The great king of worlds observed the pensive Raditz and cautioned, "The mastery of time that you currently possess is quite rudimentary. It merely brushes the fringes of time itself. The ability to pause time, which you wield, comes with numerous shortcomings." Raditz, perplexed, replied, "I would appreciate your guidance, great king." "Ah, no problem. You're the first individual I have encountered who understands time and possesses a righteous heart. I shall not be stingy with my knowledge. First and foremost, your technique for pausing time requires you to hold your breath, while allows you to suspend time. Have you noticed the sensation of asphyxiation when employing this skill?" Raditz nodded thoughtfully, recalling his experience while using it during the rib meal. "Each time you pause time, your lungs endure a certain degree of damage. Furthermore, the more formidable your target, the more intense the sensation of suffocation becomes, leading to graver injury. Over time, as your lungs can no longer bear the strain, your body will ultimately collapse." Raditz felt a chill of dread upon hearing this. Fortuitously, it was his first time utilizing the ability to pause time, and it happened to be witnessed by the great king. Otherwise, he could have faced dire consequences. Furthermore, one must never employ the art of time suspension when confronting opponents far more formidable than oneself. Otherwise, one's body may falter instantaneously. Upon hearing this, Raditz nodded in understanding. It is no wonder that despite Gerudo possessing such formidable abilities, he serves Frisia and is so easily bullied by the Ginyu Force. It seems that his weakness rendered him incapable of utilizing his powers. Moreover, your abilities are only effective against deities of lesser rank. When faced with me or those of greater strength, your skills will prove utterly ineffective." Upon hearing this, Raditz's eyes dimmed with despair, realizing that the power he had toiled so hard to acquire was nothing but a futile skill, useless and potentially harmful to his own body. "I swear, should I encounter Gerudo again, I shall strike him so fiercely that even his mother would not recognize him. It infuriates me." The Grand Kai, observing Raditz's demeanor, could not help but chuckle. "Do not be disheartened. Your abilities can still be refined. The mere fact that you can grasp the force of time speaks volumes of your exceptional talent. Initially, I had an agreement with the 4 Grand Kais that the victor of our contest would receive my guidance and training. However, your prowess has already surpassed mine, leaving me unable to instruct you. Nevertheless, I can assist you in improving your understanding of time." Upon hearing this, Raditz's eyes sparkled with hope, and he expressed his gratitude fervently. "Is it true? I cannot thank you enough, Grand Kai. Your selflessness is akin to an unending river." Just as Raditz was about to flatter him further, he was interrupted by the Grand Kai. "Enough. Rest assured, as long as you are willing to learn, I shall teach you. For now, you may reside on Grand Kai's planet for a while." "Yes, Grand Kai." Thus, Raditz resolved to settle on Grand Kai's planet. At that moment, he sat in his room, listening intently as the Grand Kai elucidated the profundities of time. While the Grand Kai spoke with clarity and conviction, Raditz found himself utterly perplexed. It was evident that the difficulty of manipulating time for mortals was justified. Without the aid of the blood gem, he would have no chance of mastering the forces of time. Attempting to comprehend this solely through his own understanding proved to be a daunting challenge for Raditz. Time slipped by gradually, while outside, North Kai remained patiently awaiting Raditz's emergence. However, after a considerable duration had passed with no sign of Raditz, North Kai, noticing an approaching figure, hurriedly inquired, "Is the Grand Kai still in conversation with Mr. Raditz?" "Why are you still here, North Kai?" "The Grand Kai and Mr. Raditz have already departed from the back. The Grand Kai has invited Mr. Raditz to stay here for a while. We all assumed you had returned." Upon hearing this, North Kai felt a wave of frustration wash over him, realizing he had waited in vain. "Cursed Raditz, I despise you. Never let me see you again." And with that, he stormed away from Grand Kai's planet. A year later, on Grand Kai's planet. "Congratulations, Raditz. You have finally grasped a modicum of true temporal power. One must ponder, given your innate talent, why it has taken you such an extended period to achieve even this modest enhancement." After hearing this, Raditz felt a few beads of cold sweat form on his forehead, revealing a hint of embarrassment as he muttered to himself, "How was I to know that the mysteries of time were so incomprehensible? Until now, I have relied entirely on the assistance of the Blood Jade. Nevertheless, it matters not. You are the first human I have encountered capable of manipulating time, which in itself is a remarkable feat, for many deities struggle to comprehend such a phenomenon. Thank you, great king of the worlds. It is largely due to your meticulous guidance over the past year that my strength has surged so dramatically. I believe it is now time for me to depart." The great king of the worlds nodded in acknowledgement and spoke, "Go forth. Your potential is vast, and you have a long journey ahead. However, always remember to uphold your righteous heart, no matter the circumstances. Throughout this year, I have come to recognize you as an individual of considerable thought and a strong sense of justice, though your disposition can be somewhat extreme. I am unaware of your past experiences, but regardless of the challenges you may encounter in the future, do not lose your capacity for discerning right from wrong. Before you leave, I wish to impart a final piece of wisdom. Stay true to your original intention, and you shall reach your ultimate goal. Raditz bowed deeply to the great king of the worlds. I shall remember your words. Thank you. The great king waved his hand dismissively, indicating, go now, and do visit me often, for in all these years, you are the only one with whom I have been able to share my thoughts. Subsequently, Raditz bid farewell to the great king and returned to the North King. Chapter 44. Things not meant to be seen should not be seen. Having departed from the great king's planet, Raditz utilized instant transmission to return to the North King's realm. At that moment, the North King was driving around the world, and Raditz's sudden appearance caught him off guard, causing him to collide with something. Raditz, what on earth are you doing? Could you refrain from appearing so suddenly and damaging my vehicle? The North King exclaimed, visibly annoyed by Raditz's unexpected arrival. My apologies, Great King. I shall be more mindful in the future. You have returned from your training with the Great King, have you? Indeed, thanks to the Great King. I have made tremendous progress. The North King, intrigued, inquired, oh, what have you and the Great King learned? A satisfied smile crept across Raditz's face as he replied, ever since my battle with the rib rice, I have sensed a shift in my realm. During my year of cultivation on the Great King's planet, I have successfully ascended to Super Saiyan 2, and I have even begun to harness a fragment of temporal power. Super Saiyan 2? You mentioned it before, but I did not expect you to achieve it. Wait, did you just say time? ISNT, that a skill only gods can master? How did you accomplish that? Raditz, with a hint of pride, lifted his chin and declared, haha, perhaps it is merely a sign of my exceptional talent. You would not be able to replicate it. The Northern Kai, with a furrowed brow, could clearly see that Raditz was becoming rather overly pleased with himself. What extent can your temporal powers reach now? He inquired. I can pause the time of any individual or deity for precisely 2 seconds without any adverse effects on myself. However, the drawback is that I require half an hour to recuperate afterwards, and extending beyond 2 seconds poses a risk to my physical well-being. Nevertheless, the Great Kai stated that I have only just begun to master the art of time manipulation, and with further practice, I may be able to use it more frequently, allowing for longer pauses. If I were to reach the pinnacle of this skill, I could even manipulate time to flow both forward and backward. Raditz spoke with a sense of pride, recalling the Great Kai's assertion that achieving such mastery over time was an impossibility, attainable perhaps only by the legendary deity. Perhaps I should seek out Shinran to see if he can alleviate the bodily risks incurred from my time manipulation. If that were possible, I would indeed be invincible. Truly, I am a rather unremarkable little genius. By the way, Great Northern Kai, I must make a trip to Earth, so I shall take my leave. With that, Raditz began to sense Vegeta's energy, knowing he was still residing at Bulma's home, and he needed to borrow the dragon radar from her. Upon locating it, he noticed something peculiar about Vegeta's energy. It seemed oddly diminished, perhaps a consequence of the recent confrontation. Regardless, he decided to investigate further. In an instant, Raditz vanished from the Northern Kai's presence, prompting a frustrated shout from the Kai. Raditz, you truly are an impolite fellow, arriving and departing at will as if this were your own home. At Bulma's residence, Raditz, using his instant transmission, suddenly found himself before Vegeta. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he froze in shock. Oh my, I apologize for the intrusion. In the room, Vegeta and Bulma had just engaged in some rather intimate activities, their clothing hastily arranged. Raditz quickly sensed another energy and vanished once more. Damn it, Raditz. I shall have my revenge. Vegeta bellowed, angered by Raditz's sudden appearance and departure. In the sky, Raditz suddenly materialized between Goku and Piccolo, both of whom halted their combat. Brother, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Goku queried, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing much. I just thought of you and decided to pay a visit. Raditz replied with an awkward smile, clearly still flustered by the earlier incident. Really, brother? Au embarrassing forme. Goku laughed, while Gohan and Piccolo exchanged incredulous glances. Since you are here, why not join me in battle? Goku suggested eagerly. Oh, you seem eager for a challenge. Very well. Let the 3 of you come at me. Raditz responded, smirking. To underestimate us is a grave mistake, Piccolo retorted, though he knew better than to underestimate Raditz's formidable strength. Well, since that is the case, the three of us shall go together. Subsequently, the four individuals ascended into the sky. This time, neither Sun Wukong nor Raditz transformed into Super Saiyans. They engaged in battle with their ordinary strength. Yet despite this, Wukong and his companions were far from being their match. Shortly after the battle commenced, Gohan and Piccolo fell one after the other. Although Wukong persevered for a while, he too was no match for them, as their power disparity was simply too great. Raditz pondered. By now, Bulma and Vegeta should have completed their tasks. It is about time I retrieve the Dragon Ball radar. Suddenly, Wukong interrupted Raditz's thoughts. Brother, what are you thinking about? You seemed a bit distracted during the fight. It's nothing. I have some matters to attend to, Raditz replied. You all focus on your training. With that, he soared towards Bulma's residence. Before long, Raditz returned to the scene. Upon seeing Raditz's arrival, Bulma wasted no time and stated firmly, Raditz, get out. Don't be like that, Bulma. I didn't mean any harm, and I promise I didn't see anything. That doesn't matter. From now on, you are prohibited from entering my home. Now leave. I was wrong. This is the last time, truly the last time. You always say that it's the last time. Count how many times you've said that already. Bulma, with her hands on her hips, exclaimed. At that moment, Vegeta approached and overheard their conversation, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint it. Overcome by anger, he declared, Raditz, you scoundrel, how dare you show your face here? I will kill you. With that, Vegeta's aura surged as he launched an all-out attack on Raditz. However, Raditz did not retaliate, opting only to evade the blows, acknowledging that he was at fault for witnessing what he should not have. Let Vegeta vent his frustration this time. The disparity in strength between Raditz and Vegeta was stark. Although Raditz refrained from fighting back, Vegeta could not land a hit. Damn it, this guy has grown stronger again. How can our gap be so vast? Enough, both of you. If you continue, you will destroy my home. Upon hearing Bulma's words, they simultaneously ceased their actions. Raditz, what brings you to my house again? Bulma, I came to borrow the Dragon Ball radar. May I? Not a chance, Bulma rejected without hesitation. Please, just lend it to me, and I will do anything you ask. Anything? Bulma's eyes sparkled. Very well, I will reluctantly agree if you meet two conditions. What are the two conditions? I assure you, I will not refuse anything I can fulfill, Raditz declared with determination. First, you are henceforth banned from using instant transmission to come to my home. Do you understand? No problem. This time it was indeed my fault, and I assure you there will not be a fourth occurrence. Raditz readily consented to this condition. Subsequently, Bulma glanced at Vegeta, hesitated for a moment, and approached Raditz, whispering softly in his ear. Secondly, that guy Vegeta has been training incessantly to the point of exasperation. You must find a way to assist him in his training, preferably enabling him to become a Super Saiyan as well. To Raditz's surprise, Bulma was quite the devoted wife, and he envied that the prince could indulge in such comforts. Upon hearing her request, Raditz teased, Oh, Bulma, I didn't expect you to be so, but before he could finish, Bulma shot him a fierce glare and commanded, Silence. If you want the Dragon Ball radar, keep your mouth shut. Understood? Very well, I agree to this condition as well. I shall retrieve the Dragon Ball radar for you. Wait here, he replied. All right, be swift, she urged, making her way towards her laboratory. Once Bulma had departed, Vegeta approached with a skeptical and somewhat jealous expression, demanding, What did Bulma just tell you? Spill every detail. Oh, it was nothing much. She merely wanted me to share the secrets of becoming a Super Saiyan. Who would have thought our Prince Vegeta could indulge so easily? Perhaps you could teach me someday. Raditz replied. Vegeta, incensed, retorted, You impertinent fool. I, the illustrious Prince Vegeta, a noble Saiyan, would never resort to such measures. I could become a Super Saiyan on my own. Why all the commotion? I can hear your bickering from afar. Can't you Saiyans coexist in peace? Bulma interjected, returning with the Dragon Ball radar. At her words, Vegeta fell silent, muttering under his breath, Who would coexist peacefully with this traitor? Raditz chuckled at the scene and remarked to Bulma, I never imagined our proud Saiyan prince would be so thoroughly tamed by you. Impressive indeed. Vegeta's ire flared once more at this comment. Bulma, mind your own business. Are you requesting Raditz to teach me? I am a true Saiyan prince. He is merely a low-class warrior who fortuitously became a Super Saiyan. I can achieve success through my own efforts. Bulma, recognizing Vegeta's wounded pride, refrained from saying more. She cast a sharp gaze at Raditz, as if to say, Didn't I tell you not to let Vegeta know? With such words, you can forget about the Dragon Ball radar. Raditz, feeling somewhat helpless, returned her gaze with understanding. Fine, leave it to me. Then, turning to Vegeta, he said, "Hey Vegeta, you have already met the conditions to become a Super Saiyan. Do you know why you have yet to succeed?" Vegeta has long been deeply influenced by the notion of transforming into a Super Saiyan, prompting him to inquire instinctively. "Why? What is the reason? Quickly tell me." "Ha! The reason is I want to tell you." "Go ahead and bite me." Raditz playfully teased Vegeta. "How dare you toy with me, Raditz? Do you believe I could kill you right now?" Vegeta retorted, his pride evident. "All right, Raditz, you must tell Vegeta immediately. Otherwise, you shall never possess the Dragon Radar." Bulma interjected suddenly. "TCH? Meddlesome." Vegeta scoffed, yet he was exceedingly eager to learn the way to become a Super Saiyan. The opportunity lay before him, and he could not afford to squander it. Despite his bravado, he felt a measure of gratitude towards Bulma, and within his haughty, cold demeanor, a hint of tenderness towards her emerged. Observing this scene, Raditz shook his head in resignation, realizing that our Prince Vegeta had truly fallen in love. "I require the Dragon Balls for a matter of importance. Once I complete it, I shall assist Vegeta in becoming a Super Saiyan, if that is agreeable," Raditz stated. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Bulma glanced at Vegeta, who remained silent, evidently acquiescing to the arrangement. "Very well, but what wish do you intend to make with the Dragon Balls?" she inquired. "Nothing much, just a trivial matter," Raditz replied. Subsequently, Raditz successfully obtained the Dragon Balls from Bulma and set about collecting them from various locations, even borrowing the 4-star ball from Goku. In less than half a day, all 7 Dragon Balls were gathered. "I truly envy you. I recall the countless hardships Goku and I faced while collecting the Dragon Balls back in the day. Now, you have managed to gather them with such ease." Bulma reminisced as she beheld the 7 orbs. "Come fort, Shenron," Raditz bellowed, and in an instant, the sky darkened. A flash of golden lightning heralded the appearance of a green dragon before him. "State your wish. Any desire I can fulfill," Shenron proclaimed. "Oh, Shenron, could you assist me in eliminating the dangers I have incurred from using my time powers?" Raditz requested. After a brief silence, Shenron responded, "That wish is unattainable. Your request encroaches upon the realm of the divine, which I cannot fulfill. Please propose another wish." "Is it truly impossible? It seems that mastering the time technique must rely on my own comprehension. There are no shortcuts," Raditz murmured, disappointment creeping into his voice. "Do you have any other wishes?" "If not, I shall take my leave," Shenron inquired, glancing at Vegeta and Bulma. "I have no wishes left, but the Dragon Balls have been summoned." "What about you two?" Bulma responded. "I have no wishes either. Since you have completed your task, please tell me how to become a Super Saiyan," Vegeta urged anxiously. "In that case, Shenron, you are of no further use. If you cannot even grant a simple wish, you may depart," Bulma declared. Raditz, somewhat dissatisfied, directed his gaze toward the dragon. "You human are truly impolite," he scoffed. With a huff, the dragon vanished before the group, leaving Raditz feeling even more displeased. "Such rudeness. Not even a farewell," he muttered. "This dragon must have been created by Kakarot. It's no surprise he shares such traits. Next time, I shall teach him a lesson." Meanwhile, far away in the heavenly palace, the deity and the meditating Kakarot simultaneously sneezed, murmuring, "What just transpired? Is someone speaking ill of me? Hey, Raditz, have you finished your nonsense? Hurry up and tell me how to become a Super Saiyan," Vegeta urged, growing increasingly impatient. "Very well, follow me," Raditz replied, leading Vegeta to a desolate location. "What are we doing here, Raditz? Do you really think you're worthy of pursuing Bulma?" Raditz cast a derisive glance at Vegeta. "What did you say? Repeat that, Raditz," Vegeta demanded. Raditz, offering no reply, delivered a punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Chapter 46. Vegeta's Transformation. "What did you mean by that, Raditz?" Vegeta inquired. Raditz remained silent, instead sending Vegeta flying, then declared, "Is this all you have, claiming to be Prince Vegeta? Show me what you're truly capable of. You worthless fool. You despicable low-class warrior. Fine, I shall demonstrate the might of Prince Vegeta," Vegeta retorted, launching into a flurry of attacks. "Observing Vegeta's technique." Raditz wore a mocking expression, lacking even the desire to evade. He merely conjured an energy barrier around himself, rendering Vegeta's assaults utterly ineffective. Gradually, Raditz approached Vegeta, delivering a series of punches, all carefully aimed to avoid vital points, merely inflicting pain. Raditz overwhelmed Vegeta with ease, who, as the fight progressed, gradually lost confidence until he ultimately collapsed to the ground, murmuring, "Why? Why can't I defeat even a low-class warrior? Why can't I transform into a Super Saiyan? Is this all you can muster? Such pathetic abilities. You think you can become a Super Saiyan? Dream on, Raditz taunted. However, seeing Vegeta's silence, he continued, "Oh, Prince of the Saiyans, how inept you are. I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Kakarot has done so as well. Even that future boy managed it. Yet you, the Saiyan Prince, cannot. Does that not make you feel incompetent?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta's pride was struck with the force of thunder. "You wretched Raditz," he exclaimed, feeling the sting of humiliation. Raditz, seeing his words take effect, continued his taunts. "Bulma, such a beautiful girl. How could a worthless fool like you ever hope to touch her? Perhaps today I shall end your life, and I will take care of Bulma myself. You could go to hell and keep Frieza company." Upon hearing Raditz's words, Vegeta was consumed by fury. His pride and Bulma were his ultimate boundaries. And now both had been violated by Raditz. Vegeta's aura surged, his eyes blazing red as he enunciated each word with seething intensity. "I will not allow you to infringe upon my Bulma, Raditz. I will kill you." In an instant, a golden light radiated from Vegeta, transforming his hair and eyebrows to a brilliant gold, his eyes to a striking blue, and in a flash he sent Raditz flying. What is happening? This defies logic. How could Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan form, possess such strength? Did I inadvertently provoke him too much? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Raditz did not dare to underestimate Vegeta and promptly transformed into a Super Saiyan himself. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, their overwhelming energies and colossal impacts wreaking havoc on the surrounding environment at an alarming pace. This is Vegeta's power. It's astonishing. I never imagined he could become this formidable. Meanwhile, Goku, who was training with Piccolo in the distance, halted, sensing the intensity of Raditz and Vegeta's clash. "Raditz, this time, I will surely kill you. I will not allow you to lay a finger on Bulma. If you have the courage, then come and try. I am eager to see just how much strength you possess. Ever since my last battle over the beef rib meal, I have longed for a fight. Since Vegeta seeks battle, so shall I." However, Raditz did not unleash his full power. He merely tapped into the first stage of Super Saiyan. Yet he could distinctly feel the strain it placed upon him. What is happening? My base power is significantly higher than Vegeta's. Why am I struggling to match him? Even finding myself at a disadvantage? It seems that for Vegeta, Bulma is truly his bottom line, surpassing even his dignity. In that case, I shall relish this battle. Vegeta grew increasingly invigorated. "Raditz, weren't you just so arrogant? Why is it that now, upon my transformation into a Super Saiyan, you falter? This time, I will ensure you recognize my might." "Not bad, Vegeta. It appears that Bulma holds immense significance for you. My strategy seems to be working. What did you say?" At that moment, Vegeta grasped the situation. "So that is how it is. Enough pondering. Let us battle. You don't truly believe that transforming into a Super Saiyan will allow you to defeat me, do you? Very well. Allow me to demonstrate my power." With that, Raditz bellowed, ascending to the second stage of Super Saiyan 1, his strength multiplying exponentially as his aura surged forth. Goku, sensing Raditz's energy, was taken aback. He had only just grazed this stage, and his base power was already inferior to Raditz. This newfound strength left him astonished. Incredibly impressive. "I, too, shall reach such heights," Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Vegeta, sensing Raditz's aura, wore an expression of disbelief. "How could this be? How can you possess such strength? Vegeta, do you truly believe that becoming a Super Saiyan is the pinnacle? You are mistaken. It is merely the beginning of your training. From this moment, you have only taken the first step on the path of cultivation. Countless beings far surpass the Super Saiyan," Raditz declared, looking down upon Vegeta. Cease your alarmist rhetoric. The Super Saiyan is the strongest in the universe. No one could possibly exceed that," Vegeta retorted, incredulous and convinced that Raditz was merely boasting, as he held absolute confidence in the Super Saiyan supremacy. "Your vision is indeed limited. One day, you shall understand. However, for now, this battle must come to an end." With that, Raditz vanished, only to reappear before Vegeta, who, caught off guard, was struck back into his normal state by a single punch. "Your strength is still far from adequate. Train diligently. When we meet again, do not disappoint me, Prince Vegeta." Turning his back to Vegeta, Raditz spoke with an air of superiority before disappearing once more. Clutching his abdomen, Vegeta struggled to rise, shouting into the sky, "Raditz, I will surpass you. I, Vegeta, am a mightiest Saiyan." A voice echoed from the heavens. "I await you." Vegeta revealed a rare smile. A smile imbued with myriad emotions. The joy of transforming into a Super Saiyan, the exhilaration of having a goal to surpass, and most significantly, the realization of the person he cherished most, Bulma. Perhaps I, Vegeta, have found a home. It seems I have truly grown fond of this planet and its inhabitants. Raditz, is this the reason you chose to betray me rather than harm your own brother, opting not to destroy this planet? Ever since the destruction of planet Vegeta, it appears we have both found a sense of belonging, Raditz. Chapter 47, to Master Roshi's Island. The clash of Raditz and Vegeta's energies reverberated, stirring those warriors engaged in intense training across distant lands. Their overwhelming strength ignited a fervor within, compelling them to elevate their training to even greater heights. Meanwhile, in a secluded mountain laboratory, an elderly human fervently typed calculations into a computer. If Bulma were present, she would surely recognize this frantic individual as Dr. Gero, the creator of the androids, who was muttering peculiar phrases amidst his chaotic efforts. It is insufficient, utterly insufficient. Their growth has been alarmingly swift. In light of this, I cannot be blamed for resorting to ruthless measures. I must unleash the full extent of the artificial being's powers without restraint. However, this will undoubtedly affect their temperament, and the consequences are beyond my foresight. Regardless, I must reinforce my control over them. If necessary, I shall install adequate explosives upon their hearts. Should they reach an uncontrollable state, annihilation will be the only recourse. Meanwhile, after defeating Vegeta, Raditz originally intended to return to King Kai's planet to continue his training. Yet, he suddenly recalled a matter of utmost importance that he had neglected, the ultimate technique created by Master Roshi's mentor, the Mafuba Evil Containment Wave. In the original Dragon Ball series, the Mafuba is akin to a cheat code. It can even seal away the Kaioshin Zamasu. Should I master this technique, I could seal away any adversary I cannot defeat. Truly, I am quite astute. Hence, Raditz turned back towards Master Roshi's abode. As he passed through a city, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure and halted, approaching the individual. Yamcha, what brings you here? Raditz called out, tapping him on the shoulder from behind. Ah, Raditz. I just finished training and was about to take my girlfriend out shopping to unwind. Huh. Yamcha replied, scratching his head sheepishly. Isn't your girlfriend Bulma? I broke up with Bulma nearly half a year ago. I've since found a new girlfriend. I intended to train, but she insisted on going out, so I had no choice but to agree. Yamcha explained, then added, you never guess who Bulma is with now. That's of no concern to me. I'm not interested in your romantic affairs. I have matters to attend to at Master Roshi's, Raditz stated. Raditz, what business do you have at Master Roshi's? Krillin is nearby. Would you like him to accompany you? Yamcha inquired. Krillin is here? Shouldn't he be training? That's on me. After my breakup with Bulma, I didn't know where to turn, so I sought Krillin's counsel, inadvertently disrupting his training. Do not worry. If your concerns are regarding the artificial beings, rest assured I can handle it. You are free to pursue your own endeavors, Raditz replied with resignation, fully aware that Yamcha had long since abandoned his training aspirations, preferring instead to indulge in frivolities with women. Krillin, too, had lost the fervor for strength he once possessed, now more interested in finding a girlfriend. Perhaps for them, the ideal culmination of their lives lies in marriage and children. Moreover, even with their diligent training in the world of Dragon Ball, lacking innate talent and lineage ultimately leads to failure. It would be wiser to allow them to pursue their desires. Frankly, their potential seems nearly exhausted. Is it true, Mr. Raditz? Are you truly confident in resolving the issue of androids? But what about the future? Rest assured, androids are hardly a concern, and they do not represent the future, at least not our future. Upon hearing Raditz's resolute response, Yamcha felt a wave of relief wash over him. It turned out that Raditz had long been capable of addressing the matter, and now he could finally relax. To be honest, the pressure of training had been quite overwhelming lately, and he yearned to spend time with his girlfriend. However, the uncertainty of the future had weighed heavily on his mind. Now, with Raditz's assurance, he felt considerably more at ease alongside Krillin. As Raditz and Yamcha conversed, Krillin approached with two lovely young ladies, both exuding an air of elegance. Hello, Raditz. What brings you here? Krillin greeted him warmly. I have some business at the Kame house. You all carry on with your activities. I shall take my leave. With that, Raditz departed, not engaging in further conversation. Yamcha stepped closer to Krillin, placing a hand on his shoulder. So how about Marin? She is both cultured and graceful. Ever since you saved her last time, she has taken quite a liking to you and has agreed to be your girlfriend. I apologize, Yamcha, but I may not be able to accept, Krillin replied, a look of regret on his face. I acknowledge that Marin is wonderful, and I like her too. but I sense we might not be compatible. Moreover, the situation with the androids remains unresolved. I feel it is essential to focus on my training first. I intend to explain this to Marin. Don't fret, Krillin. Just moments ago, Mr. Raditz assured me that he has complete confidence in resolving the android issue. Consider this. Goku has been married for quite some time, and even Tien has started a family with Launch. Do you not desire a girlfriend? Krillin's expression brightened at her words. Of course I do. But did Raditz truly say that? Do you think I would jest about the fate of Earth? Had he not spoken thus, I would certainly share your sentiments today. That is splendid news. My anxieties have finally been alleviated. Krillin sighed in relief. Now, what do you plan to do? Since there is no longer any danger, I shall attempt to date Marin. As he spoke, Krillin's cheeks flushed crimson. At that moment, Marin and Yamcha's girlfriend approached, curiosity evident in their expressions. What were you two whispering about? Is there something you don't want us to know? By the way, who was that person earlier? He seemed quite formidable, albeit with somewhat long hair and an intimidating expression. Haha, we were merely discussing trivial matters. That person is a friend of ours who stopped by to greet us. Now, shall we head to the movies? Yamcha explained. After bidding farewell to Yamcha and Krillin, Raditz arrived at the Kame house, where he found an elderly man engrossed in a magazine featuring an array of bikini-clad beauties, his demeanor decidedly lewd, with occasional streams of nosebleed betraying his state. Raditz approached him, yet the old man remained blissfully unaware. Ahem, Master Rashi, greetings. Raditz coughed lightly to announce his presence. Master Rashi lowered his magazine and recognized the visitor. Ah, Goku's brother. What brings you here unexpectedly? Raditz explained. I am aware that Master Rashi possesses a formidable technique, the one utilized to seal Piccolo, known as the Mafuba. I wish to learn it. Is that so? You intend to use it against the androids? Very well. I shall teach you, considering it a contribution to the future, Master Rashi replied. Thank you, Master Rashi. Raditz expressed his gratitude. There's no need for such formality. You are not my disciple, so you need not address me as master, Rashi responded. Anyone can be a teacher, and your profound understanding of martial arts far surpasses that of us younger generations, Raditz remarked. Surprisingly eloquent. You are indeed much smarter than Goku. It's hard to believe you are brothers, Master Rashi complimented. In the days that followed, Raditz diligently trained with Master Rashi to master the Mafuba. However, during this period, Krillin had not returned to the Kame house for training. Sigh, Master Rashi gazed out at the sea, lost in thought. What troubles you, Master Rashi? Why the sudden sigh? Raditz inquired. It seems Krillin has not returned to train for quite some time. It appears he has given up on himself. Growing up alongside Goku, I have witnessed his efforts, yet the widening gap between him and Goku, coupled with increasingly formidable opponents, has gradually extinguished his passion for martial arts, Master Rashi lamented. Raditz regarded the old man. Although often frivolous, he treated Goku and Krillin as if they were his own sons. Well, Krillin has his own path to follow. Let him be. Each person has different pursuits in life. Strength, wealth, and power can all serve as life-s goals. One must choose their desired path and pursue it without regret. And what of you, Raditz? What is your pursuit? Is it merely a desire to grow stronger, akin to Goku's? Master Rashi inquired with curiosity. As for me, I once yearned to live a simple, ordinary life. Yet now, fate has afforded me a second chance. I aspire to grow strong enough that all must look up to me. In the future, I wish to have the freedom to choose my path without the compulsion of others or circumstances dictating my actions. As Master Rashi listened to Raditz's bewildering words, he found himself somewhat perplexed. Nonetheless, he was aware that Raditz harbored many tales, yet he chose not to inquire further. Thus, the elder and the youth gazed out at the vast ocean, each lost in their own thoughts, witnessing the ebb and flow of the tides and the breathtaking sunset. In the blink of an eye, 2 years slipped by. At Baozi Mountain, four figures stood before Goku's home. Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, you three must exercise caution, Chi-Chi advised. Understood. Chi-Chi. Rest assured, Goku replied, turning to Piccolo and Gohan. Let's depart. Indeed, they both nodded in agreement, and the trio soared towards the southeast. Old son, to be honest, do you believe you can defeat me in this battle? Piccolo suddenly inquired mid-flight. It's too soon to say, as we haven't yet clashed. Only through combat can we ascertain, Goku responded. For some reason, I sense an ominous premonition, he added after a moment of silence. Piccolo, promise me that if you find yourself unable to prevail, do not push yourself. If you perish, the Dragon Balls will vanish, and your survival is our hope, Goku urged. You understand, Piccolo replied. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, we've arrived. It's just ahead, Gohan interrupted. Very well, let us descend, Goku instructed, and the three of them glided down to the ground. Aunt Bulma, Uncle Krillin, and Uncle Yamcha, you have arrived, Gohan announced. Bulma, what on earth are you doing here in such a perilous place? Goku asked, concern etched on his face. I merely came to observe the androids and will leave shortly. You needn't worry about me, Bulma replied nonchalantly. Ah, Aunt Bulma, who is the child you are holding? It can't possibly be yours and Uncle Yamcha's, can it? Gohan queried with curiosity upon noticing the infant in Bulma's arms. He is not my child. Yamcha and I parted ways long ago. If you knew who the child's father is, you would be utterly astonished, Bulma retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. I know your father is Vegeta, right, Trunks? Goku said, gently caressing young Trunks' cheek. How did you know? I haven't told anyone. It must have been that scoundrel Raditz who spilled the beans. I had intended to surprise everyone, Bulma expressed, somewhat vexed. Goku, startled, realized he had nearly let slip the secret himself. Although he was unaware of the entire situation, it was clear that Raditz had already known. Indeed, it was my brother who informed me, ha ha ha. By the way, where have Vegeta and Raditz gone? Have they not yet arrived? Piccolo suddenly approached with a question. I am not entirely certain about this. I do not reside with Vegeta. However, he should be arriving shortly. As for Raditz, do not forget that despicable fellow possesses the ability to instantaneously teleport and can appear at any moment. Bulma suddenly interjected. Who is speaking ill of me from behind? Such rudeness. I had not anticipated everyone would arrive. I encountered Mr. Raditz on the way and thus came together. At that moment, Tien and Raditz also made their entrance. The androids are likely to appear soon. Bulma, you should take the children and leave this place immediately to ensure their safety, Goku said, his expression grave as he regarded Bulma. This time feels unusually ominous. Not only Piccolo, but I too sense a foreboding presence. I will take a quick glance and then leave immediately. With your strength, I am confident you can handle those adversaries. If you doubt me, ask Raditz, Goku remarked, turning to Raditz upon hearing Bulma's words. Noticing Raditz nodding, Goku chose not to elaborate further. Someone is approaching. Piccolo's words heightened everyone's vigilance. A rotund figure piloting a spaceship appeared before them. Ah, it's Yajirobe. Are you here to partake in the battle? Goku inquired, visibly relieved. I would never involve myself in such a perilous conflict. I am here merely to deliver senzu beans. Once I have done so, I shall depart, Yajirobe stated, handing the beans to Krillin before promptly activating his spaceship and leaving. Soudainement, a loud explosion échouait. The group glanced towards the sky, witnessing Yajirobe's ship plummeting to the ground, engulfed in smoke. It seems the androids have emerged. We should set off as well, Raditz declared. The group nodded in agreement and scattered towards the city. Chapter 49, Confrontation with the Androids. In the sky, Yajirobe's ship, which was supposed to have departed, fell from the heavens with a resounding explosion, accompanied by thick plumes of smoke, crashing into the distant waters. Androids, Goku, did you see them clearly? Krillin asked, glancing at Goku beside him. No, they seem to lack any presence. It appears we must rely on our sight to locate them. Then let us separate and search. Came a consensus. In the streets of the town, a pale, rotund figure and an elderly man were wreaking havoc. Stop! You two must be the androids. Yajirobe, who had rushed over, shouted, attempting to prevent them from causing further harm. No, that is not Son Goku. The data suggests this individual may be Yajirobe. The fat android remarked, examining Yajirobe's profile and speaking to the elder beside him. Regardless, whether or not he is Son Goku's companion, we shall eliminate this one first. Understood. The fat android instantly materialized beside Yajirobe, grasping his neck with his left hand while aiming his right hand at Yajirobe's heart. My strength is waning. It seems this is the end. Yamcha closed his eyes, believing he was on the brink of death when, suddenly, the android before him was propelled away. After being rescued, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Mr. Raditz, it's you. Thank you for saving me. At that moment, others sensed the commotion and hurried over. You must be the androids. At last, we meet, Piccolo observed, scrutinizing the two figures before him. Incredible. You actually know we are androids. And it seems you are aware of our presence on this island. Pray tell, why is that? The elderly android inquired, somewhat perplexed. You needn't know. The dead have no need for such knowledge, Raditz interjected, revealing his apathy towards the two before him, his interest solely fixated on androids 17 and 18. Brother, do not fight here. Innocents may be harmed. Let us move to a more secluded location, Goku advised Raditz. Goku, if you wish to go somewhere uninhabited, I agree. But there is no need for such trouble. With that, the elder android unleashed a surge of energy that radiated outward, resulting in a massive explosion that transformed the island into ruins. Enough! Cease this at once! Goku roared, unleashing his fury and knocking the android to the ground. If you find this troublesome, I can assist you, Raditz suddenly proposed. He approached the two androids, grasped their arms, surveyed the barren land in the distance, and forcefully hurled them away. Impressive! Both Goku and Tien Shinhan gave Raditz a thumbs up in admiration. Let's follow, they said, and the group soared toward the direction in which the androids had been thrown. In the sky, Raditz noticed Goku panting heavily and understood the situation. Kakarot, you fool! Have you not taken your medicine? You can barely maintain your breath while flying. The others soon recognized Goku's distress. Having felt fine previously, I set the medicine aside. Planning to take it after defeating these two androids, Goku explained. Goku, you must not overexert yourself. Is your body truly fit for battle? Krillin asked with concern. Rest assured. Krillin, I am fine. Kakarot, you are an utter fool. Look at your state, yet you pretend otherwise. Do you think you're a plastic bag? Krillin, Gohan, hastened to take him back for his medicine. Raditz spoke with a serious tone. Please, brother, I have trained for this battle for so long. Just let me fight a little longer, Goku pleaded. I offer you two choices. First, return obediently. Second, I will knock you unconscious and have someone carry you back. Choose wisely. At this moment, Goku found himself in a dilemma. Dad, Uncle is right. Your condition appears quite dire. Wait until after you take your medicine to return. Indeed, Goku, you should heed their advice, they urged. Upon hearing the collective opposition to his battle, Goku found himself at an impasse and reluctantly followed Krillin and Gohan back home. As Goku departed, the others fell to the ground alongside the androids. To their astonishment, the duo had unexpectedly halted, as if to make this their final resting place. Raditz cast a mocking glance at the two. Do not be so arrogant, Raditz. You shall soon comprehend our prowess, came the retort. Ah, I'm surprised you recognize me. Where is that son of a gun, Goku? Is he afraid we might flee? The older android inquired, noting Goku's absence from the crowd. Dealing with you does not necessitate Goku's intervention. I am sufficient, Piccolo asserted, stepping forward. However, before that, I would like to understand how you came to know of our affairs. Very well, I shall enlighten you. I have been employing ultra-miniature spy devices to monitor Goku, documenting everything from the martial arts tournament to the arrival of the Saiyans on Earth. Since he obliterated the Red Ribbon Army, I have been contemplating how to defeat him, and we are none other than the magnificent Dr. Gero, creators of Androids 2019, explained the older android. Piccolo chuckled. I see, but it appears you have overlooked a most crucial detail. Are you referring to the transformation into golden-haired warriors that amplifies power exponentially? At these words, not only was Piccolo taken aback, but even Raditz found it hard to believe. He vividly recalled that in the original narrative, Dr. Gero was unaware of the Super Saiyans. How could you, Android 20, or rather the transformed Dr. Gero, possess knowledge of the Super Saiyans? Raditz's eyes glinted coldly. He despised being out of the loop. I am surprised you are aware of such matters, but it is only fitting. My intellect as Dr. Gero is unparalleled. It is not surprising that you have seen me in the news. As for how I learned of the Super Saiyans, I owe that to you. If it were not for your battle with Vegeta occurring near my laboratory, I would have surely faced dire consequences today. However, I have significantly enhanced my strength and devised strategies to counter you. Prepare to meet your demise, Dr. Gero declared, just as a mocking voice resonated from the skies above. Against us Super Saiyans, from whence do you derive such confidence, foolish earthling? We Super Saiyans are the strongest beings in the universe. With that proclamation, Vegeta appeared before the gathered crowd and surveyed them. Where's that Kakarot fellow? Goku suffered a heart attack and has returned home to take his medication, Tien Shinhan explained. Kakarot is truly a fool. However, this is fortuitous. I shall handle these two Saiyans myself, and you need not intervene. What say you, Raditz? Do as you wish. I harbor no interest in these two individuals. If you possess the capability, then I shall leave it to you. Allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my 2 years of training, Raditz. Chapter 50, numbers 17 and 18. Hey, you two are the androids, aren't you? Come at me together. I shall deal with you both in one go. Vegeta's confident demeanor lifted ever so slightly, and with a powerful shout, an intense aura erupted from him, enveloping his form in a golden glow. Such a terrifying presence. It is only in close proximity that one can truly grasp the horror of a Super Saiyan. At this moment, Tien and Yamcha were both taken aback by this formidable power. This is what you refer to as a Super Saiyan. Indeed, it has ascended to remarkable heights, truly astonishing, far surpassing any computational predictions. However, there is no need for alarm. Number 19 is more than sufficient to handle this. Dr. Gero stated calmly. How absurd. Can this overweight fool truly contend with me? Let him experience my might. With that, Vegeta and Android 19 engaged in a fierce battle, their figures intertwining rapidly. Vegeta's onslaught was fierce and swift, yet Android 19's counterattacks were equally formidable, though he appeared rather bulky and clumsy. His speed and strength matched Vegeta's without a hint of disparity. Dr. Gero observed the unfolding battle with a slight furrow of his brow. Due to his own physical limitations, he had allocated most of his energy to Android 19, believing he would easily triumph. To his astonishment, 19 was evenly matched with Vegeta, which was quite remarkable. It seems that Vegeta and this android possess comparable strength, Piccolo remarked as he watched the duel unfold. Not even close, Raditz interjected. What do you mean? Teen inquired, perplexed. What I mean is that this android is far inferior to Vegeta. He is yet to unleash his full power. Really? That is splendid news. I never anticipated that the android could be so easily outmatched by Vegeta. Yamcha exclaimed with excitement, having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the androids. Nearby, the two combatants began to distance themselves, and Vegeta concentrated a formidable energy in his hands, declaring, I never expected you, fat one, to possess some strength, lasting this long in combat. Now prepare to feel my ultimate technique, Final Flash. The androids, witnessing the spectacle, exchanged knowing smiles. Then, as 19 extended his hands, Vegeta's energy blast vanished upon contact with the android's palms. What has happened? The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Vegeta, beware of the android's hands. Energy attacks are ineffective against them, and do not make contact lest they absorb your energy, Raditz cautioned. How infuriating. I never expected to be discovered by you. Number 19 hastened to absorb Vegeta's energy. Upon hearing this, the android did not hesitate. Before Vegeta could react, he had already seized his hands. Vegeta, your power now belongs to me. Release me, let go of my hands. I will not relinquish my grip until I have absorbed your energy. Kicking me will not avail you. I am resolute in my hold. Number 19 clung tenaciously to Vegeta's hands, refusing to let go. You will not release me? Then brace yourself. Vegeta, summoning his strength once more, ascended to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan Stage 1, teetering on the brink of Stage 2, his power escalating from 50 times to 60 times his normal state. Subsequently, he planted his feet upon number 19's face and forcefully pushed off, causing the android's body and hands to separate in an instant. In a state of sheer panic, number 19 fled without a backward glance. What is this? Even androids can feel fear? Observing the fleeing android, Vegeta paid him no mind and unleashed an energy blast that obliterated number 19, turning his gaze towards Dr. Gero. Now it is your turn. Faced with such formidable power emanating from Vegeta, Dr. Gero had no desire to continue the fight and immediately took flight. Vegeta found the situation somewhat amusing, remarking, Do you truly believe you can escape? Spare him. Let him run, said Raditz, drawing the attention of everyone present. Raditz, do you understand what you are suggesting? Vegeta replied, his irritation palpable. At this moment, Vegeta had developed a connection to Earth, though he would never admit it aloud. He would not allow the androids to ravage it. Let us pursue. You will understand soon enough. With that, Raditz locked onto Dr. Gero's fleeing direction and gave chase, the perplexed others following suit. Meanwhile, future Trunks had arrived on the battlefield. Upon seeing the lifeless body of number 19, he was rendered speechless by terror. Who is this android? Who were Danny and the others battling? What on earth is happening? Why do these androids differ so drastically from my memories? Sensing the energy signatures of the group, Trunks too pursued with all his might. It seems someone is following us. It's that boy from the future, Tien Shinhan observed. Trunks, what brings you here? Raditz inquired upon recognizing the newcomer. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the name Trunks. The boy shared the same name as his son and could transform into a Super Saiyan. So it is true, this child is my son from the future. I apologize for my tardiness. I was unaware of whom you were battling just now. Trunks queried. Isn't that an android? Piccolo interjected, taken aback. This is far from a future android. How many of these artificial beings exist? Deterred, Date clenched his teeth and spoke with indignation. What? The crowd was taken aback. Enough chatter. We won't catch Dr. Gero at this rate. Let's move quickly to uncover the truth. Upon hearing Raditz's words, The group agreed and hurried in the direction Dr. Jero had fled. Dr. Jero, in his desperate flight, finally reached his experimental base. Here it is at last. How infuriating that they have followed me. Oomph. Once I release androids 17 and 18, it will be your demise. The door to the pitch-black laboratory creaked open, revealing a dimly lit space illuminated solely by the flickering screens of computers. As Dr. Jero entered, the room burst into light, revealing 3 coffin-like machines. Through the glass, a breathtaking young girl and a handsome boy lay silently inside. The boy and girl remained motionless within their storage chambers, their eyes tightly shut. At that moment, a breathless, disheveled old man approached them. Seeing the two unharmed, he erupted into laughter. I truly did not wish to activate you unless absolutely necessary, but accursed Goku and Vegeta, await your fate. This time, I shall show you the true terror of androids. Slowly, the doors of the storage chambers creaked open. Chapter 51, Raditz and Android 18. Both Android 17 and Android 18 possess the power to annihilate everything in existence. However, since their energy was unleashed during our last encounter, they have become increasingly uncontrollable. I have invested considerable time and effort to cultivate 2 perfect androids. I can only hope they have been restored. Yet, as he recalled Vegeta's humiliation, his reason was swept away by fury. The mere thought of androids 17 and 18 emerging, wielding the incredible power I bestowed upon them, rendering Vegeta utterly defenseless, brought a wicked grin to his face. As the doors of the storage chambers opened, Dr. Jero, unable to contain his excitement, fixed his gaze intently on androids 17 and 18. In unison, they opened their eyes, and a surge of murderous intent radiated from them, prompting Dr. Jero to retreat hastily. Clutching the control devices for the pair, before him stood a strikingly handsome young man with long black hair, exuding an unsettling aura. His eyes sharp and filled with a menacing glare, radiating an oppressive sense of dread. Almost simultaneously, a girl with short golden hair also sat up. Her captivating visage was enchanting, evoking a profound allure with just a glance. The girl's cold eyes surveyed her surroundings with an expressionless demeanor. As number 17 emerged from the storage chamber, his initial intent was to eliminate Dr. Jero directly. However, upon noticing the controller in the doctor's hand, an idea struck him. He exchanged a subtle glance with number 18, restraining his murderous intent, and politely greeted, "Good morning, Dr. Jero." "You actually greeted me," Dr. Jero exclaimed, incredulous. "Of course. Both number 17 and I are your creations. Naturally, we must heed your commands," number 18 gently interjected as she approached. "Even you, number 18, have become so courteous. It seems you both have truly been repaired," Dr. Jero remarked. Just then, with a resounding explosion, the laboratory doors were blown open, and Raditz, along with a host of warriors, entered. "You dare to follow us? Perfect. Number 17, number 18, I command you to eliminate them all," Dr. Jero ordered. "How despicable. They are the very culprits who will bring destruction to Earth in the future." Trunks anxiously observed the two. "It's them. But they appear merely as a girl and a boy. Everyone, do not be deceived by their appearances. Their power is utterly terrifying," Trunks warned loudly. Raditz scrutinized number 18, thinking to himself how breathtakingly beautiful she was, reminiscent of a childhood goddess, and felt a twinge of reluctance to confront her. "Hey, number 17, number 18, did you not hear my command? Do you wish to be confined again?" Dr. Jero glared at the unresponsive duo, irritation etched on his face. At that moment, number 17's expression remained cold and devoid of a smile, his murderous intent no longer concealed as he advanced step by step towards Dr. Jero. "If you attempt to stop us, you will surely be killed by these individuals. What do you intend to do?" Dr. Jero asked, terror-stricken, as he beheld the icy demeanor of number 17. He could hardly fathom that just moments ago, number 17 had greeted him so amicably. Yet now he was trembling with a mix of agitation and fear. Nevertheless, number 17 offered no response. Instead, he swiftly snatched the controller from Dr. Jero's grasp and tossed it to number 18, who, under the doctor's watchful gaze, shattered the device into fragments. With a derisive chuckle, number 17 seized Drive Jero by the neck, applying pressure that made the doctor's eyes bulge in horror. Meanwhile, number 18 pierced through his chest with her hand, leading to Dr. Jero's demise at the hands of the very creations he had brought to life. "Number 17, do you know what this is?" Number 18 suddenly approached another storage chamber and inquired. The number 16 was inscribed on its surface. Could it be another android? Let us open it and see, she suggested. Stop. I absolutely will not allow another android to exist in this world. Trunks erupted with fury upon discovering yet another potential creation, channeling his energy towards the laboratory in a furious assault. As the laboratory erupted in an explosion, everyone was hurled outward, and the storage chamber designated as 16 opened, revealing a robust android. Are you also a creation of Dr. Gero? You must be designated as 16, inquired number 17, but his question went unanswered, indicating that this being was not one for conversation. Hey, number 17, what should we do now? Dr. Gero is dead. Should we still pursue the annihilation of Son Goku? Given our current state of boredom, it seems fitting to eliminate him, number 17 suggested, turning towards the others. You there, direct me to Son Goku's whereabouts. I must confront him. Are you addressing me? Alas, you shall never encounter Kakarot, for today, you will perish by my hand. Remember my name, Vegeta, he declared, transforming into a Super Saiyan and launching a powerful punch towards the emotionless visage of number 17. However, number 17 did not flinch, displaying a hint of disdain as he effortlessly caught Vegeta's fist. Your power is insufficient, number 17 remarked softly, locking eyes with Vegeta. The latter scoffed and forcefully shook off number 17's grip, and both ascended into the air, signaling the imminent clash of titans. Meanwhile, Trunks observed his father engaged in a fierce battle with number 17 and transformed into a Super Saiyan, charging at number 18. To his astonishment, a mere glance was all it took for number 18 to send Trunks flying, leaving him in severe pain with his hands clutching his chest in disbelief. How could this be? While number 18 is indeed formidable, her strength is unfathomably overwhelming. This power is akin to an entirely different individual from the number 18 of my future. With such feeble strength, you dare to challenge me? Very well. Allow me to teach you a lesson, number 18 proclaimed, tightening her fist and striking at Trunks. At that moment, Trunks, still reeling from the prior blow, found himself unable to evade the attack. Just as he believed his end was nigh, a towering figure interposed itself before him, gripping number 18's fist firmly. Who are you to obstruct me? Number 18 inquired, her brow furrowed. I am the Son Goku you seek to eliminate, the figure replied. After scrutinizing him closely, number 18 sensed something amiss and questioned. You are Son Goku? You do bear some resemblance, but you are entirely different from the records. Do not be hasty. I have yet to finish. I am Raditz, the brother of Son Goku, Raditz explained with a calm demeanor. You dare deceive me? You seek death, number 18 exclaimed, her fury igniting as she launched an assault on Raditz. Chapter 52, A Forceful Embrace of Number 18. In the skies above, the silhouettes of Vegeta and Android 17 transformed into streaks of light as they engaged in a fierce clash in the air. The innate, combative blood of the Saiyan surged in Vegeta, excitement bubbling within him as his gaze remained fixated on 17, revealing a profound enthusiasm. It seems Trunks was correct. You are indeed the true androids, and battling you is far more exhilarating than those counterfeit ones. Vegeta stretched his muscles, emanating an intense aura of battle. In contrast, 17 appeared unfazed, his expression stoic as he regarded Vegeta coolly. I have no interest in you whatsoever. My time is precious, and I refuse to squander it on you. My true opponent is Son Goku, not you. Each word of 17 pierced Vegeta's ears, deeply provoking his pride, transforming his previously haughty and icy demeanor into one of fierce rage. How dare he underestimate me? Allow me to demonstrate the might of the great Vegeta. As Vegeta tightened his muscles, a brilliant golden light enveloped him, akin to a raging inferno. A tremendous aura erupted from him, sending stones soaring into the air and causing fissures in the ground to spread outwards. This is the power of Vegeta. You shall pay for your words. At that moment, Vegeta unleashed his full strength, ascending to the second stage of Super Saiyan. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, reappearing beside 17, delivering a powerful punch. 17 swiftly maneuvered to evade, but Vegeta's sudden surge in strength overwhelmed him, sending him crashing into the mountainside with a single blow. Interesting, far more formidable than I anticipated. But still, it's just that. Now, I shall indulge you for a while. 17 emerged from the rubble, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Enhanced by Dr. Gero's boundless energy augmentation, he faced Vegeta without fear, coldly stating. 17's piercing gaze swept over Vegeta as he gathered a formidable energy in his hands, launching it towards Vegeta like a meteor shower. Vegeta, stepping into the void, evaded 17's attacks with the grace of a dragon. Then, both figures vanished simultaneously from their positions, reappearing mid-air as fists and feet collided. Their speed reached astonishing heights, leaving even Trunks momentarily dazzled. What incredible speed! I never imagined my father could match 17 so evenly. These androids of this world are truly terrifying. If those from the future are similar, Earth would have long been obliterated. Trunks' expression was one of utmost distress as he helplessly observed the two figures flickering in the sky, unable to keep pace with their rhythm. Acutely aware that his own strength was insufficient against such powerful adversaries. In midair, both Vegeta and Android 17 unleashed their full potential. The disparity in their strengths was nearly negligible. However, as time progressed, Vegeta began to exhibit signs of strain, while Android 17 remained effortlessly composed, devoid of any fatigue. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, the android before him possessed boundless energy and was impervious to exhaustion, causing Vegeta to increasingly feel the weight of the battle. Meanwhile, two figures with golden locks engaged in a fierce confrontation above. One was a stunningly beautiful girl, while the other was a muscular man. The golden-haired maiden relentlessly approached Raditz, seeking an opportunity to strike. Perceiving her proximity, Raditz instinctively raised his hand, inadvertently making contact with Android 18's chest, sending her sprawling several meters away. Subsequently, Android 18 exerted herself to attack Raditz with all her might, yet he refrained from retaliating, opting instead to evade her assaults with a faint smile, as if he were merely playing rather than fighting. How infuriating! Why won't you fight back? Do you look down on me? She exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she failed to even graze his clothing. I have no inclination to strike a woman, especially one as captivating as yourself, Raditz replied. Observing the fierce intent radiating from the golden-haired girl, her eyes ablaze with fury. Intrigued, he inquired, Android 18, is this our first encounter? Why does it feel as though we share a deep-seated enmity? Android 18 scoffed, offering no response. Instead, she intensified her energy, an overwhelming aura of menace enveloping her as she launched a fierce attack aimed at Raditz's vital points. Raditz furrowed his brow, swiftly grasping her delicate wrist. Release me, you insolent brute. I detest your kind, she retorted, her exquisite features twisting into a fierce scowl, her eyes brimming with rage, as if they could rend Raditz to shreds. Well, my kind, do not insinuate that I have wronged you. Raditz countered, unfazed. Do not presume I am unaware. From the very beginning, you have been watching me intently. Your strength far surpasses mine, yet you have consistently refrained from striking me, instead taking advantage of our encounters. As their conversation progressed, Android 18's voice dwindled, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. You, shameless rogue, release my hand at once. Very well, I shall oblige, Raditz said, and with that, his tail struck her abdomen with a resounding thud, propelling her away, where she collided with a hillside. Though she sustained little injury, she emerged from the encounter disheveled and dirty. How dare you truly strike me? Android 18 exclaimed, rising to her feet and directing her gaze at Raditz. A hint of grievance flickering in her eyes, yet her expression remained cold as ice. It is indeed peculiar. Let us not forget that we are adversaries. Why should I refrain from striking you? If you manage to defeat me, you may do with me as you please. However, should you fail, I shall take you back, and keeping you warm at night could prove to be a delightful alternative. The face of Android 18, blushing profusely like a ripe apple, radiated an endearing charm. At that moment, she found herself rendered speechless by Raditz's provocations, uttering the word you thrice in rapid succession. How can you be so shameless? As she prepared to voice her indignation once more, Raditz appeared before her in an instant. Instinctively, she attempted to strike him, yet to her astonishment, he seized her hand and pulled her into his embrace. The blush on her already rosy cheeks deepened. It was the first time in her life that a man had held her in such a manner. Her alabaster skin flushed with warmth. Though she struggled to break free, Raditz's strength was insurmountable. After a few futile attempts, she ceased her struggle, resorting instead to vehemently chastising him. You are utterly shameless. Release me at once. Trunks, observing the scene, found himself astonished by the sight of Android 18, now appearing as a delicate woman in Raditz's grasp, utterly devoid of the terrifying demeanor expected of a future warrior. Is this permissible? Truly, Raditz is remarkable, he murmured in disbelief. Chapter 53. Teasing Android 18. As everyone stood in shock at Raditz's audacity, a thunderous sound erupted. Vegeta was plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a deep crater. In midair, Android 17 descended, his knees striking Vegeta's abdomen with a force that rendered the prince incapable of resistance. Subsequently, 17 hoisted Vegeta and approached Raditz, his expression now tinged with concern. He coldly admonished Raditz, "You must release Android 18 immediately. Otherwise, Vegeta's life hangs in the balance." "Raditz, I implore you, save my father," Trunks pleaded, his heart aching at the sight of his father in such a state. Yet, Raditz remained unmoved, tightening his hold on 18 and playfully toying with her beautiful golden hair. Seeing this, 17's anxiety escalated. After all, she was his sister, his only remaining family, and he could not permit this man to harm her. However, recognizing that his own prowess was on par with 18's, and that Raditz had easily bested her, he realized he stood no chance. Casting a glance at the battered Vegeta, he concluded that hope now lay solely with him. "Raditz, perhaps we could strike a bargain?" "A bargain, you say? I find that intriguing. Will you propose, dear brother-in-law?" "Oh, I mean 17. Lying quietly in Raditz's embrace. 18 felt a whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. How does this individual know that I am siblings with number 17? And why does he refer to him as my brother-in-law? Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? Surely not. I am merely an artificial being, undeserving of affection. He must be attempting to humiliate me." As these thoughts consumed me, a surge of anger ignited in my gaze, fixed intently upon Raditz. He, however, noticed the change in number 18's demeanor, but paid it no heed, offering instead a gentle smile as he tenderly stroked her hair. At that moment, number 18's cheeks flushed crimson. "This person has been taking advantage of me. Why do I not resist? Is this truly my volition? Unlikely. It must be that his strength is overwhelming, leaving me no opportunity for defiance." Meanwhile, number 17, recognizing Raditz's willingness to negotiate, slowly began to speak. "I will trade you number 18 for Vegeta, and we can ensure that the Earth remains unscathed and that Goku is spared. What do you say?" Trunks, overhearing this proposition, leaped up in excitement, seeing it as a magnificent opportunity. "Raditz, you must agree to number 17's terms. This way, everyone will be safe." However, upon hearing this offer, Raditz's expression darkened. "Not all. I refuse." "Why?" This question was not only posed by number 17, but echoed in the minds of the others, who were equally perplexed. Vegeta and Kakarot, those two wretched men, could never compare to number 18. They were worth less than a single strand of her hair. The realization touched number 18, leaving her somewhat moved. Could it be that he truly cares for me? He claims that his friends and biological brother pale in comparison to me. Am I truly of such importance in his eyes? Unconsciously, she leaned against Raditz's shoulder, her gaze softening. Raditz, noticing the shift in number 18, was surprised by how easily she was swayed. No wonder the original narrative allowed Krillin, that little bald fellow, to win her over. In light of this, little bald one, you may spend your life with your Marin, while I shall take care of number 18 from here on. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Raditz had already begun to regard number 17 as his little brother-in-law, and then spoke. "How about this, number 17? I will send Vegeta your way, so he can wash your clothes and cook for you, while also serving as a convenient outlet for your frustrations. In exchange, you can allow me to warm number 18's bed. Of course, if you desire to use Vegeta for that purpose, I would not object." Upon hearing Raditz's words, number 17's indifferent expression darkened with a flicker of anger. Yet he knew he could not contend with the formidable presence before him. Thus, he directed his ire towards Vegeta, striking him forcefully in the back twice. Vegeta cried out in pain, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. If you are so lacking in sincerity, then there is nothing left to discuss. As for Vegeta, his continued existence holds little value. Number 17 growled, preparing to eliminate Vegeta. In the meantime, Trunks, witnessing the unfolding chaos, shouted, "No, do not harm my father." He then knelt before Raditz, bowing his head and weeping profusely. "Raditz, I beseech you, save my father." Seeing this, Raditz felt compelled to acquiesce, as the child's earnest plea was difficult to refuse. Moreover, if he were to take Android 18 back to warm his bed, he suspected she might come to resent him deeply. "Very well, I shall grant your request." With that, Raditz reluctantly released 18, preparing to hand her over to 17. At the moment she began to walk away, Raditz unexpectedly kissed her on the cheek, leaving everyone around in stunned silence. Could it be that Mr. Raditz has truly taken a liking to this artificial being? Caught off guard by the kiss, 18 felt flustered and hurriedly retreated to stand beside 16 and 17. Meanwhile, Vegeta was unceremoniously tossed over by 17, prompting Raditz to disdainfully pass him to Trunks. "Let's depart. 18, Raditz said. We will honor our promise. From this day forth, our grievances with Goku are resolved. With that, 17 prepared to leave with 16 and 18. Suddenly, 18 turned back to cast a heartfelt glance at Raditz, accompanied by a gentle smile. Raditz, I shall remember you. We will meet again. Rest assured, 18, I shall remember you as well. The next time we meet, I will certainly have you warm my bed, he replied with a smirk. 18 did not affirm nor deny his statement, merely responding with a dismissive huff before departing. At that moment, Vegeta had consumed the sins of being brought by Piccolo and had regained his strength. However, he remained silent, his demeanor radiating an aura of menace as his fists clenched tightly. He had never anticipated that despite his relentless training, believing he had reached the second stage of Super Saiyan and could defeat Raditz, he would find himself overpowered by an android instead. Raditz had dispatched the foe with ease, to the point where his own son had to kneel and plead for assistance. The prideful Prince Vegeta's self-esteem had taken a severe blow today. Trunks noticed his father's unusual behavior and approached him with concern. Father, are you all right? Yet, Vegeta ignored Trunks' inquiry and soared into the sky, leaving without uttering a word to anyone. Chapter 54. The Emergence of a Monster. Deeply shaken by the blow to his pride, Vegeta disregarded Raditz and the others, choosing instead to fly alone, consumed by frustration at being belittled by an android. As he flew at full speed through the air, his hands clenched tightly, veins bulging. He couldn't help but recall 17's scornful taunts during their battle. Is this truly all the power you possess? The derision in 17's eyes had only fueled Vegeta's fury. Despite his exhaustion, he was taken aback when he observed 17's speed suddenly surge, the intensity of his attacks becoming increasingly ferocious, forcing Vegeta to evade continuously. He could scarcely believe that after such an extended confrontation, 17's stamina appeared unaffected. Exhausted and nearly spent, he moved with a certain clumsiness even in evasion. In a moment of inadequate defense, he was struck directly, leaving a shimmering golden trail in the air. The overwhelming force propelled Vegeta into the hillside, sending a whirlwind of dust and debris into the air. Trapped in the cold earth, he struggled to maintain his Super Saiyan form, eventually managing to rise. Hovering above, observing the disheveled Vegeta below, a voice remarked indifferently, "Your strength is still woefully insufficient." As his thoughts returned, Vegeta's anger intensified. He muttered under his breath, "You beast! You scoundrel! How dare you underestimate me? One day, I shall make you aware of my true power." With that, he transformed into a streak of white light, soaring into the distance. Meanwhile, after resolving the issue with the androids, the group decided to check on Goku's recovery. They flew towards the direction of the Bowsy restaurant. By the way, Trunks, how long will it take for the special medicine you gave Goku to heal him? Yamcha inquired suddenly. It should take about 10 days. Trunks explained as they flew swiftly through the air. Soon, they arrived at Goku's home, where Chi-Chi greeted them at the door. Seeing Goku peacefully asleep reassured everyone. It seems that the medicine is effective for Kakarot, Chi-Chi said. I'll take good care of him. The androids are no longer a concern, so let him rest without interruption. Having resolved the android matter, they felt no anxiety with Raditz present to ensure their safety. To their surprise, the catastrophe brought upon the future by the androids had been resolved so effortlessly. Raditz, might I ask you to return to the future with me? Trunks pleaded earnestly, making it difficult for Raditz to decline. However, before Raditz could respond, a voice cut through the air. Handle your own affairs. 3 years ago, that man told you that only by becoming strong can you protect those most dear to you. As my son, how can you be so lacking in resolve? If I assist you in overcoming the androids, what will you do when a formidable foe arrives next? Will you return seeking help once more? How will you protect your mother? Vegeta's sudden arrival was accompanied by a scolding directed at Trunks, who lowered his head in silence. I'm sorry, father. I understand my mistake. I will defeat the androids with my own strength. That's more like it. Did you not claim that the androids in the future are significantly weaker than those here? Henceforth, I shall subject you to grueling training until you can vanquish them. Yes, thank you, father. Vegeta observed Trunks in his current state, merely snorting and nodding in acknowledgement. Beneath his outwardly cold demeanor, he felt an undeniable joy and a sense of satisfaction with Trunks, albeit with a hint of disdain for his lack of determination to grow stronger. In a world devoid of Raditz, with both himself and Kakarot having perished, he pondered how Trunks could protect Bulma, causing him to furrow his brow in concern. After their departures, Raditz ventured to a small island, once a desolate land, which he had stumbled upon during his time on Earth when he sought a home. It was here that he constructed a grand residence with his own hands, a task that took him nearly half a year to complete, transforming the barren island into a magnificent villa. Upon entering his abode, he relished the vast and refreshing environment within. This was perhaps the first true home he had in the Dragon Ball world, as he typically spent his days training at King Kai's and had yet to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Meanwhile, Piccolo, engrossed in his training, suddenly heard the call of the Supreme Kai and, intrigued, flew towards the Kai's palace. "You have arrived, Piccolo. What brings you to me?" As they exchanged glances, a profound silence enveloped the air. "You and I, or rather, I and your father, are essentially one entity. We are both incomplete beings. So, you propose that we merge into one?" Piccolo replied with a calm demeanor. "Indeed, that is my intention, and the fusion will favor your form," the Supreme Kai responded. "But may I inquire why? If you had not sacrificed yourself, the issues with the androids would have been resolved. What has arisen is something far more terrifying than the androids." Piccolo's curiosity was piqued. Many individuals on Earth are vanishing without explanation, as a dreadful creature has emerged below, exhibiting remarkable growth potential. I am uncertain whether it is linked to the androids, and I do not know the nature of this monster. However, if we unite, we shall possess a power rivaling that of Super Saiyan. To be prepared, you will be able to assist everyone in confronting this beast. Piccolo, I urge you to contemplate this seriously. Your body has aged considerably and does not have much time left, yet you are still young. I can serve as nourishment for your growth. Rest assured, your form will take precedence, and I shall not interfere," the Supreme Kai said earnestly. "Ha! If that is the case, I consent, but you must uphold your promise," Piccolo replied, his expression filled with delight. Since meeting Raditz, the gap between him and Goku had widened significantly, and now he had a chance to catch up to Goku's prowess. What reason could he have for discontent? Let us proceed. With a surge of smoke, the newly transformed Piccolo appeared before Den. "Farewell, Supreme Kai," Den wept, tears streaming down his face. Slowly, Piccolo approached the edge of the Kai's palace and spoke. "I am neither Piccolo nor deity. I am a brand new Namekian. Having spoken, I departed from the divine temple and soared towards the lower realms." Chapter 55, Cell vs. the Androids. In a desolate outskirts of West City, a once thriving village of affluent residents lay eerily silent. The bustling thoroughfare, typically filled with life, was now devoid of any presence. Suddenly, a woman emerged, clutching a child, her lips fervently whispering for help. What transpired next was horrifying. A monstrous figure emerged from behind her, its body a deep green, adorned with striking orange eyes and a tail reminiscent of a bee's stinger. The woman, struggling under the weight of the child, stumbled and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the creature plunged its tail into her body, instantly draining her of life in a grotesque spectacle that evoked sheer terror. Just as the monster prepared to strike another young girl, a voice rang out, interrupting its vile intentions. "What manner of beast are you? So hideous and engaging in such repulsive acts. Truly despicable." Upon hearing the voice, the creature looked up, its eyes gleaming with malice as it erupted into laughter. "Ah, it is you. Number 18, I was just planning to seek you out, but here you are, arriving unbidden. Such fortune indeed." At that moment, Number 17 and Number 16 descended from their vehicle. Disgust washed over them as they beheld the scene of the monster's atrocity. "I didn't expect you to be here too." Number 17. "This is splendid," the creature remarked, its malevolent grin widening at the sight of Number 17, who was filled with a simmering rage. "You, vile creature, dare to recognize us?" Number 17's cold expression betrayed a flicker of fury. He detested those who disrespected women, and this monster epitomized that disdain. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cell, an android created by Dr. Jero," the creature stated succinctly. "You too are an android? That wretched individual managed to create something as repulsive as you? It is utterly nauseating. Since you are so grotesque, there is no need for you to continue existing. Today, I shall show you mercy and send you to your demise." Number 17 spat venomously at Cell. "Perish, you hideous fiend." With that, both Number 17 and Number 18 surged towards Cell. Though their personalities typically prevented them from collaborating, the abhorrence they felt for this creature compelled them to act in unison. In an instant, they synchronized their movements, launching a flurry of powerful strikes toward Cell. Meanwhile, Cell laughed heartily, confident that according to his data, he was far superior to them. "Once I absorb you both, I shall transform into the ultimate warrior, a being unparalleled in the universe." However, as Cell reveled in his delusions of grandeur, the fists and feet of number 17 and number 18 struck him, sending him flying with an agonized cry. However, on the 17th and 18th, there was no opportunity for Cell to land, as they swiftly surrounded him in a rapid assault. The kick from Android 18 struck Cell with a resounding impact, producing a brilliant explosion of sound akin to firecrackers, painfully assaulting his eardrums. The successive waves of force left Cell no chance to react. Meanwhile, Android 17, positioned behind him, unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each blow echoing with intensity, subjecting Cell to immense suffering. In a fleeting moment, Cell's body bore the marks of their relentless assault, and with a thunderous crash, he was forcefully thrown to the ground. At that moment, Cell lay battered and bruised, gasping for air, his expression one of disbelief. The power of his opponents astonished him. It felt as if they were effortlessly compressing him. Impossible. How can you be this strong? The data clearly indicated that I surpassed you both in strength. He shouted in agony, lying on the ground. He was unwilling to accept that he might perish here before fully evolving, having exerted tremendous effort to traverse time from the future. This cannot be. You are merely meant to serve as my nourishment. No, it cannot end like this. I will fight. With that, Cell summoned the last remnants of his strength and lunged at androids 17 and 18. In unison, they unleashed their powers, their hands converging to form a terrifying energy, two distinct forces surging towards Cell. In the next instant, a blinding light erupted, akin to the roar of thunder ascending to the heavens. The formidable energy struck Cell, propelling him into the sky, the destructive force tearing through the gathering clouds above. The ground trembled, engulfed in dust and chaos, as the explosive energy created a vortex that completely consumed Cell. His body was torn apart amidst the clash of the two overwhelming energies, fragments of him soaring into the distance. The demise of Cell did not quell the tumultuous emotions within androids 17 and 18. The scene they had just witnessed filled them with profound rage. Even 1,000 deaths would not suffice to sate their fury. So he dies just like that? It feels like a mercy for that disgusting creature, Android 17 remarked. A mixture of satisfaction, anger, and disdain etched on his face. Enough, 17. The monster is dead. Let's not dwell on it. Just seeing him gives me the creeps. Now, where shall we go? Are we still aimlessly driving around? Android 18 responded, her hands raised in exasperation, feeling utterly bored. Suddenly, a thought of that annoying individual who had taken advantage of her crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. She quietly murmured, "He mentioned something about wanting me to warm his bed the next time we meet." Uncertain of his current endeavors, she pondered whether she would be compelled to warm his bed if they were to cross paths again. Deep down, she knew she would be reluctant. Yet his formidable strength left her feeling powerless. A wave of frustration washed over her. As she spoke, the cheeks of number 18 flushed a deep crimson, catching the attention of number 17, who inquired about her sudden change in demeanor. "What troubles you, number 18? Your face is quite red. Are you unwell?" Abruptly interrupted. Her heart raced, fearing discovery. Stammering, she replied, "And no, it's nothing. I was merely startled by what transpired earlier." Number 17, unconvinced, leaned closer, teasingly asking, with your boldness, "What could possibly frighten you? Are you perhaps thinking of a man? It wouldn't be that Raditz, would it? Though he possesses considerable power, he is rather unpleasant. Becoming my brother-in-law is no easy feat at this." Number 18's cheeks deepened in hue, prompting a swift denial. Chapter 56. The stirring in number 18's heart. "Surely you do not harbor feelings for Raditz? He is the brother of son Goku." A hint of bashfulness graced number 18's flushed cheeks, her golden locks framing a visage as enchanting as a fairy from a tale. "Absolutely not, number 17. Do not speak such nonsense. Besides, we are androids. There is no possibility of anything between us." As their conversation unfolded, Piccolo's silhouette emerged abruptly. Upon seeing him, number 18 hastily shifted the topic to evade the awkwardness. "If memory serves me right, you are Piccolo, yes? What brings you here?" Piccolo, bearing a serious expression, surveyed the eerily quiet surroundings. The once bustling streets lay desolate, littered with discarded garments, hinting at the calamity that had befallen its inhabitants. Furrowing his brow in irritation, Piccolo, no longer the same being he once was, felt the benevolence of the Namekian god within him. Witnessing the absence of so many earthlings ignited a fierce anger within him, compounded by the recent acquisition of immense power. He bellowed at numbers 17 and 18 androids. "I demand to know where the people have gone. You promised Raditz you would not harm earthlings. Offended by Piccolo's tone, both androids erupted with indignation, astonished at his audacity to address them so. Did he not fear for his life? After all, they were no allies. However, in light of Raditz's influence, number 18 chose to overlook Piccolo's rudeness. Just as she prepared to clarify, number 17 interjected with disdain, scoffing, "Oomph. Who do you think you are to question us? Even if we were responsible, do we owe you an explanation?" With a stoic expression and a gaze laced with lethal intent, number 17 confronted him. Yet, Piccolo, empowered by his fusion with the god, remained undeterred, retorting, "If that is the case, then we shall settle this through combat. Allow me to demonstrate my current strength." Having spoken, Piccolo promptly shed his burdensome attire. Although he had recently acquired an unimaginable power, he was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the androids, and thus he remained vigilant. With a swift whoosh, Piccolo vanished from his position, appearing beside Android 17 in an instant, like a fleeting specter. He unleashed a powerful punch, the force of which sent a gust that tousled 17's hair, startling him into retreating several meters. The sudden assault caught 17 off guard, leaving a faint scar on his handsome visage. This was surprising, not because of Piccolo's sheer strength, but rather due to his remarkable transformation since their last encounter. Piquing 17's curiosity. "Ah, I did not expect such a significant enhancement in such a short span of time. Nevertheless, this will be entertaining," he remarked, shifting his stance. In a flash, he propelled himself towards Piccolo, energy coalescing beneath his feet at an astonishing velocity. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, the sound of their impacts resonating like thunder, their movements reaching an almost incomprehensible speed. Nearby, Android 18 watched with intrigue, inquiring, 16. "What do you think has caused Piccolo's sudden surge in strength?" "It's quite astonishing. I'm not entirely certain," 16 replied, "but based on my calculations, Piccolo still does not measure up to 17. 18 smiled gently, patting 16's shoulder. "Oh, I am well aware of that. You might as well be bold. Piccolo is far from 17's level. He is merely toying around, likely out of boredom." The fierce confrontation between the two continued to intensify, causing the ground to crack under the strain of their clashes. They struck each other simultaneously, both being forced back several meters. Breathing heavily, Piccolo expressed his surprise. "I didn't anticipate that despite my newfound strength, I would only manage a stalemate against you." In response, 17 erupted into laughter, accompanied by the light-hearted chuckles of 18, whose mockery was unmistakable. "What are you laughing at? Do you underestimate me?" Piccolo retorted, a hint of anger in his voice. "I was merely indulging you," 17 replied. "Surely you don't believe you can truly contend with me. Now that the warm-up is over, allow me to showcase my true power." With that, he vanished, reappearing before Piccolo and sending him flying with a single blow. Impossible. How could he be so fast? Piccolo's expression soured as he struggled to comprehend 17's movements, helplessly watching as he was propelled away like a mere shadow. "Is this all you have? How dare you challenge me?" 17 taunted, disdain evident in his piercing gaze. With a sudden surge in speed, he closed the distance to Piccolo, launching a relentless assault. Confronted with the provocation and disdain of Android 17, Piccolo's countenance darkened to an extreme. As he faced the relentless onslaught of 17, he found himself utterly unable to withstand the overwhelming force, which sent him hurtling through the air. Upon crashing to the ground, he emitted a groan of pain, severely injured and devoid of the strength to resist. Android 17 exuded a palpable aura of murderous intent, advancing step by step toward Piccolo, whose face turned ashen with fear. Upon reaching him, 17 placed a hand upon Piccolo's head and murmured ominously, "Provoking us comes at a cost. Perish." "Stop, 17. You cannot kill him." Witnessing her brother's murderous intent, Android 18 hastily intervened. "What do you mean, 17? He was the one who provoked us first." "I am aware, but we promised Raditz not to take lives. We cannot betray that vow." 18, "You cannot possibly have developed feelings for that guy." 17 retorted coldly, harboring a profound aversion toward Raditz, unwilling to entertain the thought of him becoming family. Regardless, Piccolo is his comrade, and you know how formidable he is. What if he comes after us? Should I really be expected to warm his bed? As she spoke, a flush crept across 18's cheeks, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Upon hearing this, 17 finally grasped his sister's sentiments. Realizing she had indeed developed affections for Piccolo, he resolved to keep their encounters to a minimum. "I understand. I shall spare him. Now let us depart." With that, 17 ignored the wounded Piccolo on the ground and departed with 18 and 16 in their vehicle. As the androids left, Piccolo exhaled a sigh of relief. EM saved. Chapter 57. The Tragic Cell. In a desolate expanse, Vegeta struck the ground with a fist, causing the earth to fracture and splinter. He could scarcely believe that despite enduring countless trials to attain the status of Super Saiyan, he was unable to defeat mere androids. What pained him further was Raditz. How could a lowly warrior, once a mere shadow at his side, possess such formidable strength? The proud Saiyan prince found himself overshadowed by that insufferable individual. No, I, Prince Vegeta, shall not concede. I must find a way to grow stronger, to surpass the androids and Raditz. Fury ignited within Vegeta's eyes, a burning desire to enhance his power, surging forth as he recalled his past experiences with bitterness. Suddenly, a disturbance in the distance broke Vegeta's reverie. Curiosity piqued, he approached the source, only to be met with a shocking sight. A chip-like object was emitting streams of green liquid, and an ominous presence permeated the air as a humanoid monster emerged. Its eyes glowing ominously and sending chills down one's spine. Under the glaring sunlight, Vegeta beheld an abominably grotesque creature, its body cloaked in a deep shade of green, adorned with peculiar black spots, and a slender tail dragging behind it. Its elongated visage was hideously unappealing, particularly its mouth, reminiscent of a sausage, which elicited a sense of revulsion. With a sinister grin, it let forth a chilling laugh. Surprised, aren't you? I, Cell, have not perished. In fact, my power has grown exponentially. Android 17 and 18, brace yourselves. Once I gather sufficient sustenance, I shall absorb you, and then I, Cell, shall reign as the mightiest being in the universe. Hey, what manner of monstrosity are you, and how dare you claim to be the universe's strongest? That title belongs to me, Vegeta declared, his annoyance palpable as he scrutinized the hideous being before him. Cell, taken aback by Vegeta's voice, was astonished to discover he was not alone upon his resurrection. Raising his gaze, he recognized a familiar yet strange figure. With a grin, he exclaimed, "Ah, it is Vegeta! How fortunate I am to have such a splendid source of nourishment right after my revival. The heavens are indeed generous." Vegeta, momentarily startled, expressed his disbelief. "How do you know who I am? Allow me to present myself grandly. I am the ultimate android, crafted by Dr. Gero, the pinnacle of artificial beings in the universe." Upon hearing the term android, Vegeta's fury ignited. Before Cell could finish his introduction, Vegeta delivered a swift punch to his face, catching Cell completely off guard. He was sent hurtling back, astonished by the abrupt assault. "Damn it, Vegeta! You lack honor in combat." Cell seethed, launching himself at Vegeta in a fit of rage. While Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows mid-air, their bodies crashing together, resonating with thunderous echoes. "Huh!" Cell bellowed, momentarily halting Vegeta. "How can this be? Your energy signature is identical to Kakaroto's. What is happening?" Meanwhile, the inhabitants at Master Roshi's island sensed Goku's energy. Yet he remained obliviously asleep in his room. What could this mean? However, Cell offered no explanations and instead unleashed his full power, attempting to absorb Vegeta. Their fists collided, creating ripples of invisible force that surged through the air, an overwhelming power akin to a raging flood. "Ah, so this is the extent of your abilities, monster? I expected far more from you. You pale in comparison to those two androids," Vegeta sneered, having gauged Cell's strength through their brief skirmish. "What did you say? Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of Vegeta." With a thunderous shout, Vegeta unleashed the latent power within him, an overwhelming aura erupting forth. "Impossible. How can your strength be so formidable?" Cher gazed at Vegeta in disbelief. According to the data, Vegeta's power should not have reached such heights. However, the energy he now emitted was no less than the pressure exerted by Android 17. Cher was swiftly forced back several steps, his eyes filled with terror. What was happening in this world? It was one thing to be unable to defeat 17 and 18, but why was he incapable of overcoming Vegeta as well? A smug smile appeared on Vegeta's face as he launched a punch toward Cheru. The latter, hunched over, coughed up blood and fell to the ground like a puppet with severed strings, raising a cloud of dust. Cheru crashed into the earth, leaving a massive crater in his wake, the shattered surroundings underscoring the severity of his injuries, a testament to the terrifying force of Vegeta's strike. With Cheru barely clinging to life, he watched as Vegeta approached him step by step, his heart gripped by sheer fear. He did not wish to perish here. Not before becoming the strongest in the universe. "Please, don't come any closer." Sharu's panicked cries filled the air, bringing an unparalleled sense of satisfaction to Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta showed no mercy. He unleashed another punch, striking Sharu once more, sending him flying. Overwhelmed and in disarray, Sharu was pursued by Vegeta, who seized his tail and yanked it off with brutal force. Sharu's agonized wails of surrender only fueled Vegeta's excitement, and before long, Sharu's limbs were torn from him, leaving him motionless in a pool of blood, a pitiful sight indeed. What has happened here, father? At that moment, Trunks, who had been training with Vegeta, rushed over to investigate the commotion. He was met with the sight of a creature, reminiscent of an insect, torn to shreds by his father. Trunks furrowed his brow, feeling that his father had been excessively ruthless. There was no need to treat a life in such a manner. Vegeta, noticing Trunks' arrival, questioned him. How many more androids are there in the future? Understanding dawned upon Trunks immediately. Father, is this creature also an android? Vegeta nodded, observing the change in Trunks' expression. Deservedly so. All androids should perish. I still went easy on him. By the way, father, mom just contacted me. She said she discovered another time machine and asked me to come over. Would you like to join me? Having vented his frustrations, Vegeta's mood lightened, and he agreed to Trunks' invitation. Together, they soared towards West City. In the pool of blood, Sharu, with his eyes closed, surprisingly opened them once more. Chapter 58. I, Sharu, have returned. After Vegeta and Trunks departed, the seemingly lifeless cell, lying in a pool of blood, suddenly opened his eyes. To his astonishment, his body began to regenerate at a visible pace. Soon, his tail and limbs reformed. With a long tail trailing behind him, he chuckled wickedly. I, Cell, have returned. Thanks to the genes of Piccolo. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, what cannot kill me only makes me stronger. Is this the resurrection effect of Saiyan genes at the brink of death? I feel my power rivals that of Vegeta. However, he pondered the peculiarities of this world. How could androids 17 and 18 possess such formidable strength? Encountering them alone was manageable, but together they outmatched him. For safety's sake, he resolved to enhance his strength further. Licking his crimson tongue across his lips, he mused, it appears I require sufficient nourishment to replenish myself. With that, he exerted himself and floated into the air, carefully sensing his surroundings before setting his course toward a densely populated city, West City. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Trunks had returned to Bulma's home. You have finally returned. I have been waiting for you both for quite some time. Bulma greeted the father-son duo warmly upon their entrance. The staff discovered an unidentified flying object. They sent me a photograph, and I was astounded to find it strikingly similar to your time machine. You should take a look. She continued, by the way, how many time machines did my future self create? Handing the photograph to Trunks, he examined it closely. A frown creased his handsome features as he remarked, in a resource-scarce future, you could only have constructed one time machine. There cannot be another. I must see it for myself. All right, I will accompany you. And Vegeta, you should come as well, Bulma said, turning to Vegeta as she prepared to leave with Trunks. Vegeta remained silent, merely scoffing, yet obediently followed Bulma. Truth be told, he held little interest in time machines. Had it not been for the connection to his wife and son, he would not have wasted time on such matters. Soon, the trio arrived before the time machine, now covered in green moss, suggesting it had been untouched for quite some time. Above the machine loomed a massive cave. Trunks then retrieved an object resembling a capsule from his pocket and tossed it aside, revealing a brand new time machine before them. He gently touched his own time machine and stated, this is the one I stored in the capsule. My future self invented only one time machine. So this must be the one I used. But why do two time machines appear simultaneously? Bulma inquired curiously. Trunks shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty. He then opened the door of the time machine, revealing a shell that had split into two halves before the group. What is this? He pondered. Subsequently, Trunks checked the time. The energy had been depleted, originating from the year 788 of the android era. How could this be? The arrival in this world occurred 4 years ago, a year earlier than my initial arrival. Who could have piloted the time machine to this place? Such a significant alteration in history. Could it be attributed to him? Come quickly, look at this. Suddenly, Bulma shouted, capturing the attention of both Vegeta and Trunks, who rushed over simultaneously. What is this? It resembles an insect's exoskeleton, but why is it so large? Trunks remarked curiously, as Vegeta approached to examine the object before them. This looks familiar. It seems to be the creature I recently vanquished. Upon hearing this, Trunks experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to the monster that had elicited his father's wrath, which had claimed to be an android and might have originated from the future, potentially having stolen the time machine to arrive here. After hearing their conversation, Bulma felt a sense of relief. So that's how it is. In any case, that creature is already dead. Let's depart quickly. Trunks nodded in agreement, gathering the two time machines as he, Bulma, and Vegeta made their exit. Meanwhile, in a distant, bustling city, a horrifying scene unfolded. Cell, dragging his stinger-like tail, traversed the streets, where the lively atmosphere was contrasted by the sight of lifeless, desiccated corpses lining the sidewalks. Ha ha ha, Cell cackled wickedly, having absorbed a significant amount of energy from the human populace, his power gradually increasing. In the deathly quiet city, the monster Cell licked his lips, craving more vitality to augment his strength. With sufficient life force absorbed, I will surpass androids 17 and 18. When the time comes, I shall absorb them both, and I, Cell, will reign as the strongest being in the universe. Just as Cell prepared to annihilate the remaining inhabitants of the city, a voice echoed in his ears. He looked up, gazing toward the source of the sound, where an energy unlike that of ordinary humans emanated, a powerful and alluring vitality that thrilled Cell. Ah, it's you, Yamcha. Cell narrowed his eyes, his orange-yellow pupils radiating a fiery glow, accompanied by his sinister chuckle. Today is indeed fortunate. To encounter you is like walking into a trap. Yamcha is no ordinary human. This fellow possesses considerable strength, boasting of formidable combat prowess, enough to make for a delightful feast. Yamcha surveyed his surroundings, astonished to find the bustling city utterly deserted. The ground was strewn with abandoned garments and desiccated corpses. As he turned his gaze to the monstrous figure before him, a palpable aura of malevolence and power emanated from it. Clenching his fists, Yamcha prepared himself for battle. Initially traversing this path out of mere curiosity, he was unprepared for the grim tableau that lay before him. Recognizing the formidable nature of this creature, Yamcha held nothing back. With his first strike, he unleashed all of his might, launching a fierce barrage of punches towards Cell. Cell merely sneered, dismissing Yamcha's assault with a contemptuous gaze. In an instant, he effortlessly evaded the onslaught, leaving Yamcha astonished and fearful. Cursing under his breath, Yamcha realized he was up against an opponent of extraordinary strength and resolved to employ his ultimate technique. Chapter 59. The Death of Yamcha. This wretched monster is indeed powerful. Witness my signature move, the new Wolf Fong Fist. His fierce punches transformed into slicing winds, producing a deafening hum as they surged towards Cell, resembling an impenetrable wall. Yet, Cell's sinister smile widened, his orange-yellow eyes sparkling with derision. With an eerie grin, he captured Yamcha's approaching fist, abruptly halting his momentum. A sense of dread washed over Yamcha as he recognized the peril he was in. Suddenly, a stinger-like tail emerged from Cell's back, piercing through his clothing and embedding itself within his body. Yamcha groaned in agony, collapsing to the ground as his muscles convulsed. His pallor deepened as he felt a life force draining from him, and recalling the gruesome fates of those around him, a profound terror gripped his heart. He struggled desperately, but his efforts were in vain. In this manner, Yamcha's body withered visibly as his vitality was siphoned into Cell. Ultimately, he was left a mere husk, his remnants discarded carelessly. Ha ha ha! Having consumed such a wealth of life force, my power has indeed increased significantly. It won't be long before I surpass both androids 17 and 18, Cell declared with a chilling laugh, soaring into the sky towards another city. Meanwhile, at the Kame house, shortly after Raditz and the others had departed, Krillin, concerned that Chi-Chi would find it too burdensome to care for Goku alone, proposed to Gohan that they take Goku to the Kame house for recuperation, where they could also lend a hand. Uncle Krillin, do you feel that? Gohan asked as he entered the Kame house, observing Goku, whose complexion had returned to normal, peacefully asleep in bed. He spoke softly to Krillin, who was attentively looking after Goku, careful not to disturb his father's rest. Krillin wore a serious expression and nodded. Let's step outside and avoid waking Goku. Uncle Krillin, I just sensed Uncle Yamcha was battling a truly malevolent presence, but now his energy has vanished. Goten, Yamcha may have perished. I too felt that formidable aura. We are certainly no match for it. With Mr. Raditz unreachable, we must wait until Goku's heart condition improves before making any plans. Krillin glanced at the sleeping Goku, forcing a reassuring smile. Do not worry, Goten. Goku is remarkably resilient. A mere heart condition will not be his downfall. Goten nodded, finding solace in the sight of his father peacefully slumbering. It seemed they would have to wait until his father's health was restored before proceeding. In West City, At Bulma's residence, Trunks and Vegeta, who were deep in training, also sensed the energies of Cell and Yamcha. With a grave expression, Trunks inquired, "Father, do you feel that?" "I understand. Let us investigate this resilient fighter," Vegeta replied coldly, pursuing Cell's energy with Trunks close behind. Their considerable strength allowed them to swiftly arrive at the location where Cell's presence had vanished. "This is the place, but it seems oddly quiet, not a soul in sight," Trunks remarked, surveying the eerily silent surroundings. Is it not obvious? That monster has likely eliminated everyone." "Come, let us venture inside," Vegeta stated, his gaze sharp and demeanor aloof. "Help! Help!" The sudden cries shattered the silence, prompting Trunks and Vegeta to rush towards the source. Upon arrival, they beheld a green creature with sausage-like lips, the very one Vegeta had previously dispatched, now pursuing a plump man who was desperately fleeing. Seeing the two approach, the man exclaimed, "Please save me. A monster is chasing me. I can pay any amount for your help." At that moment, Cell confronted the man, his tail piercing the man's body, causing him to wither away in an instant, leaving only a set of clothing behind. "How despicable! Who are you to act so ruthlessly?" "That was a life," Trunks exclaimed, fury boiling within him as he witnessed a living soul extinguished before his eyes. "Two meals have presented themselves," Cell remarked, eyeing Trunks and Vegeta with a predatory gaze, licking his lips and issuing a grotesque laugh. "Father, let me handle this vile creature. I wish to make him aware of the consequences of wantonly extinguishing lives." Vegeta merely snorted in acknowledgement, silently conceding that Trunks indeed required a battle to transcend his limits. With the approval of his father, Trunks swiftly unsheathed the sword from behind him, his hair standing on end as he radiated a brilliant golden light, his aura swelling dramatically. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, he was undeniably formidable. As his power surged, Trunks launched an unrelenting assault on Cell, his sword slicing through the air with astonishing speed, showing no mercy. Cell, however, did not flinch. An evil grin spread across his face as he effortlessly grasped Trunks' sword with a single hand, rendering Trunks' efforts futile. "Is this all you've got? You pale in comparison to your father," Cell taunted, casually swatting Trunks aside, who was sent flying. He then mockingly addressed Vegeta, "Don't accuse me of bullying. I'll even give you both a chance to attack together." Vegeta, incensed by the creature's insolence, retorted coldly, "How dare this monster underestimate me? You've already lost. If you wish for death, I shall oblige and eradicate you once more." With that, Vegeta's power surged, tearing the ground beneath him as golden light enveloped him, his eyes alight with fierce combat desire. "Dad, this monster's power is formidable. We must attack together," Trunks exclaimed. Mind your own business. I can handle him alone," Vegeta replied defiantly. In almost perfect synchrony, Trunks and Vegeta launched a combined assault on Cell, the air filled with the sound of their oncoming storm. Two golden lights intertwined before Cell as Trunks' sword and Vegeta's fists simultaneously struck towards him. Cell swiftly retreated, clouds of sand rising around them as the three figures moved with such speed that they were nearly indistinguishable. "This guy's incredibly fast. I can hardly touch him," Trunks muttered, his brow furrowing in frustration as his sword swung and missed. Meanwhile, Vegeta had managed to lock onto Cell's form, matching his speed almost perfectly. With Vegeta on the offensive and Trunks providing support, they effectively restrained Cell, denying him any opportunity to counterattack. Vegeta unleashed the prince's technique. A dazzling display of energy surged forth like a tempest, bombarding Cell relentlessly. The sky echoed with explosions as Cell was forced to retreat under their combined might. Appearing increasingly desperate, seizing the moment, Trunks intensified his efforts, his sword carving a flawless arc through the air, and in an instant, a green arm plummeted from above. "Hiss!" Cell cried out in agony as green blood gushed from his severed limb. Sensing victory within their grasp, both Vegeta and Trunks felt a renewed surge of confidence. However, what they did not anticipate was that Cell suddenly erupted into loud laughter. The two, bewildered by his reaction, observed as his severed arm began to spew forth a repulsive green liquid, and shortly thereafter, a new arm grew back in its place. "What? This creature possesses the same ability as Piccolo? Now I understand why Vegeta survived despite having his limbs broken," Vegeta coldly remarked, gazing at the familiar yet astonishing scene before him. Cell continued to cackle with a jarring sound, his expression rife with derision as he gathered a terrifying amount of energy in his hands. "Does this technique seem familiar to you? Allow me to present something very reminiscent." Kamehameha. Vegeta and Trunks widened their eyes simultaneously, a wave of familiarity washing over them. "Trunks, get out of the way!" Vegeta shouted urgently as he observed the energy coalescing ominously in Cell's grasp. With a thrust of his hands, Cell unleashed a horrifying beam of energy, akin to an indomitable dragon, churning the air around it. The destructive force surged forth like a cataclysmic flood, prompting the two to swiftly evade. Boom! The dreadful energy beam struck a mountain peak hundreds of miles away, instantly obliterating the once towering summit, reducing it to nothingness amid clouds of smoke and a resounding roar that echoed through the skies. Trunks, clutching his bleeding shoulder, glanced at the annihilated mountain in the distance, a chill of fear creeping into his heart. Had it not been for his father's timely warning, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Vegeta, too, bore the mark of the Kamehameha, a long gash etched across his front, his clothing torn to shreds. Had he been fully attentive, perhaps he could have evaded the attack. But that would have left Trunks severely wounded instead. To his astonishment, this creature, which he had so recently subdued, had rapidly evolved to such a formidable state, even utilizing Kakarot's signature move. What on earth was this being? Trunks adeptly tore a strip of cloth from his clothing, binding it around his wound to staunch the bleeding. "Father, be cautious of this monster. I sense he is yet to unleash his full power." Although Vegeta was reluctant to concede, he instinctively nodded. The creature before them possessed Piccolo's regenerative abilities and had mastered the Kamehameha. Even he felt the need for utmost vigilance now. Cell, reveling in the terror reflected in their eyes, exuded a sense of triumph. Having endured torment in this world for so long, he now stood tall, gazing down at the two with disdain. "Next, I shall show you my true strength." As the words left his mouth, a white aura enveloped Cell, coalescing around him, transforming his entire being into a form reminiscent of a body clad in tangible blades. As he rotated, the energy blades swirled in the air like a tornado, gaining speed and slicing through the atmosphere with a piercing hum. The razor-sharp edges obliterated anything that dared to approach. Vegeta observed this seemingly ordinary technique, yet he felt a palpable pressure. Every energy attack aimed at him was cleaved apart. As Cell advanced relentlessly, Vegeta hastily cautioned Trunks, "Be careful not to let him touch you." Trunks nodded in understanding, retreating swiftly, fully aware of the dire consequences should he be ensnared. Cell emitted an evil chuckle, suddenly accelerating toward the two, leaving them with no option for retreat. "Damn it, I have no choice but to use that move." In a swift motion, Trunks ascended into the air, a brilliant golden light erupting around him, illuminating the sky and casting a blinding glow upon the earth below, enveloping the vast landscape in radiant brilliance. Solar flare. Caught off guard by the technique, Cell instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes, never anticipating that Trunks could dismantle his attack with merely a solar flare. As the intensity of the solar flare gradually diminished, the scene returned to its original state. Cell lowered his arm, the residual brightness still causing him discomfort, and his expression darkened considerably. With a menacing glare, Cell's murderous intent surged, and he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Trunks. Like a serpent, his tail, sharp as a needle, pierced Trunks' body, draining the once glorious golden energy from him, leaving him rapidly waning in strength. Cell, reveling in his success, wore a sinister grin, his voice echoing in Trunks' ears, instilling a profound fear of the monster. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having just adjusted to the blinding light, caught sight of Trunks being devoured by Cell. Enraged, he surged forward, appearing beside them in an instant. With a swift strike, he severed Cell's tail, forcefully separating the two. Trunks fell heavily to the ground, having lost a significant amount of energy, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan form, reverting to his original state, collapsed on the earth. Witnessing his son in such a condition, Vegeta's face remained impassive, yet the fury bubbling within him was unmistakable. Vegeta fixed a steely gaze upon Cell, his power swelling once more, the golden aura around him expanding, enveloping all present in its glow. Chapter 61, Vegeta's Final Effort. In a city ravaged by battle, Vegeta and Cell locked eyes, both having witnessed the torment inflicted upon Trunks. Fury surged within Vegeta, amplifying his power significantly. Cell, too, recognized the shift in Vegeta's demeanor and ceased to be complacent, unleashing his own energy in response. The two adversaries prepared to unleash their full might. You repulsive monster!" Vegeta roared as he gathered energy in his hands, launching a fierce assault on Cell. The sudden intensity of Vegeta's attack caught Cell off guard, causing him to plummet to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta pressed his advantage, conjuring a golden blade of energy that sliced through the air towards Cell's face. At the moment the razor-sharp edge was about to make contact, Cell swiftly raised his arm, seizing Vegeta's hand with a fierce grip, a malicious grin spreading across his face. "You foolish wretch! Do you truly believe you can contend with me? Allow me to demonstrate my true power." With a surge of energy, Cell unleashed a terrifying barrage of energy beams. Vegeta, unable to evade, was struck and sent hurtling backward. Meanwhile, at the Kame house, Goku, still in slumber, sensed the distant battle involving Vegeta and awoke, disturbed by the intensity of the confrontation. Who is Vegeta fighting? That energy is formidable, he pondered. "Goku, you're finally awake. How do you feel?" Krillin exclaimed, rushing to Goku's side as he sat up in bed. "I feel much better," Goku replied, a hint of joy in his voice as he recovered from his illness. "By the way, Krillin, did you sense it? Vegeta is engaged in a battle with a powerful foe, and both he and Trunks' energies are gradually diminishing." Krillin nodded instinctively. The overwhelming energy was unmistakable, yet he felt powerless to intervene. "Dad, you're awake." At that moment, Gohan entered the room, hastily approaching Goku and Krillin. Just as Goku was about to speak, a rumble from his stomach interrupted him. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and chuckled. "I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Seeing Goku back to his old self brought smiles to everyone's faces, and Krillin hurried to prepare food. Soon, only Goku and Gohan remained in the house. "Gohan, what has transpired during my illness?" Goku inquired with keen interest about the androids, his expression turning serious as he sought information from his son. Gohan recounted the events of this period in intricate detail to son Wukong. "Brother, have you managed to deal with those two androids? And now, a terrifying monster has emerged. The situation grows ever more complex. Father, now that you have awakened, it is imperative that you take your medicine on time," Gohan admonished Wukong, displaying the demeanor of a miniature adult. However, as Wukong and Gohan engaged in casual conversation, Wukong's expression abruptly shifted to one of seriousness as he gazed out the window towards the horizon. "Wukong, father, what is the matter?" At that moment, Krillin entered with a plate of food, immediately sensing Wukong's unease and inquiring alongside Gohan. With a grave countenance, son Wukong spoke in a low voice. "I just sense that malevolent aura rising once more. This adversary possesses tremendous power. I fear for Vegeta and Trunks this time." Upon hearing Wukong's words, both Gohan and Krillin's expressions turned somber. They were acutely aware of Wukong's formidable strength. If he felt threatened, the opponent's power must be truly terrifying. Suddenly, son Wukong inexplicably burst into laughter, leaving Krillin and Gohan looking bewildered. "So powerful! What an exhilarating opponent! Once I recover, I must engage him in a proper match." Yet, before that, he needed to satisfy his hunger. Eyeing the generous platter of food Krillin had brought in, Wukong wiped his mouth and began to eat heartily. Meanwhile, on a deserted island, a grand villa stood silently. Inside, a long-haired man was bathing, humming a cheerful tune as he reveled in the pleasures of life. "I never anticipated that Cell would advance so rapidly. He can now overpower Vegeta with ease. I had thought this matter would be resolved without my intervention." With that, Raditz rose, stretched languidly, and sauntered out of the bathroom. He donned what he considered a particularly stylish battle outfit, and then instantaneously transported himself to the scene where Vegeta and the others were engaged. On the battlefield, Trunks lay injured on the ground, barely conscious, while Vegeta struggled fiercely against Cell, his body riddled with wounds, blood seeping from every injury. "Cough, cough!" Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was utterly defenseless against Cell, forced to evade the onslaught of attacks. His wounds worsened, and his stamina waned. It was only a matter of time before he could no longer withstand the assault. In stark contrast, Cell appeared at ease, bearing only superficial injuries, his orange-yellow eyes glinting with mockery toward Vegeta. His power had far surpassed that of Vegeta, rendering this battle little more than a game. "Damn you, you scoundrel!" Vegeta, acutely aware of the mockery directed at him, felt his anger surging within, intensifying despite the excruciating pain coursing through his injuries. With both hands emanating a brilliant radiance, he gathered a terrifying energy, declaring, "Behold my ultimate technique, the Super Gallic Gun. Perish, you scoundrel!" The amassed energy surged towards the airborne Cell, resulting in a colossal explosion that reverberated across the heavens. In his fury, Vegeta was prepared to expend every ounce of his strength to annihilate this monster right here. The explosive force generated a massive mushroom cloud in the sky, sending debris and dust swirling like a deluge, completely engulfing Cell. Exhausted, Vegeta fell to his knees, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Dare to provoke me, Vegeta? This is the consequence. You, monster, shall once again meet your demise at my hands. Ha ha. Chapter 62, Crushing Cell. In the sky, as Vegeta unleashed his full power, the tremendous explosion echoed, with smoke billowing and debris flying, leaving Trunks, who lay on the ground, utterly astounded by the sheer force. As the smoke cleared, a green creature, now reduced to half its form, materialized, quickly regenerating to its original state. Impossible. Such a formidable attack couldn't have failed to vanquish this monster, Trunks thought, his worldview nearly crumbling as he grappled with the reality of Cell's strength. From above, Cell's sinister laughter rang out. This move is indeed intriguing. I never anticipated you could inflict harm upon me. However, the game ends now. Allow me to send you both to hell. With a cold chuckle, Cell accelerated, swiftly closing the distance to Trunks and Vegeta. In an instant, he unleashed a devastating punch, sending both warriors hurtling away, ripples of invisible waves emanating through the air as their bodies collided violently with the surrounding structures. Their garments lay in tatters from the assault, and as they coughed up blood, a near-lifeless Trunks gazed in horror as Cell, resembling a demon, approached him. He could envision the creature's intentions and feared becoming a mere tool for its ascension, unwilling to perish within this familiar, yet foreign history, knowing that many awaited his salvation in the future. As Cell drew closer, he had the power to claim their lives with ease, yet he refrained, for only the living could serve as his sustenance. Absorbing their life force would significantly enhance his own strength, and soon he would turn his attention to androids 17 and 18. The thought of evolving into his perfect form sent Cell into a fit of maniacal laughter. You must be Cell. Your laughter is quite unpleasant, came a voice, prompting Cell to look curiously towards the source. There stood a strikingly handsome and powerfully built man, his long tail trailing behind him, observing with keen interest. Upon seeing the newcomer, Cell felt a sense of perplexity. Wasn't this Raditz? Wasn't he supposed to have perished shortly after his arrival on Earth? Yet here he stood. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, this creature's abilities were not particularly formidable, and he could be dispatched with ease. In an instant, a loud crash resonated as a figure darted past, and before Cell could react, he was struck by an overwhelming surge of energy, sending him hurtling away. Hearing Cell's anguished cries, Trunks was instantly filled with exhilaration. Father, Mr. Raditz has come to our rescue. He is truly powerful. If only he existed in our future world, perhaps everyone would be spared from death. Trunks' words ignited a wave of disappointment and anger within Vegeta, who furrowed his brow in silence, hastening his recovery instead. Regaining his footing, Cell looked on once more, only to be dazzled by the brilliant golden light radiating from Raditz, so intense that it momentarily hindered his vision. The man's visage appeared fearsome, with his golden hair and tail billowing in the wind. At that moment, Raditz transformed into a full-power Super Saiyan 1. His already formidable battle power now exuding an aura that rendered everyone breathless, completely suppressing Cell's malevolent energy. Mr. Raditz is incredible. This is the power a Super Saiyan should possess, Trunks gasped, his previously pale complexion now tinged with a hint of color. Though severely injured and unable to discern Raditz's true form, the sheer aura invigorated him immensely. Is this the strength a Super Saiyan can attain? Why is it that despite my relentless efforts, I cannot surpass him? Vegeta's face, ashen and filled with resentment, reflected his turmoil. Raditz fixed his gaze upon Cell, then addressed Vegeta and Trunks beside him. I arrived here using instant transmission. Once I eliminate this monster, I will take you both away from this place. With that, Raditz plunged in a battle, unleashing the full power of Super Saiyan 1. Long ago, he had surpassed the full power of Super Saiyan 2, but against a foe like Cell, such strength was unnecessary. How dare you underestimate me? Since you have so willingly presented yourself, I shall make you my nourishment. Cell seethed, glaring at Raditz in fury. Mr. Raditz, be cautious. His tail can absorb energy, and he is capable of using our techniques. Even Piccolo's regenerative abilities, Trunks warned, anxious not to let Raditz grow complacent. Ha! He speaks the truth. Allow me to demonstrate this technique. Cell taunted, as an energy blade coalesced in his hand, slicing through the air toward Raditz at blinding speed, severing anything that came into contact with that lethal edge in two. However, Raditz paid no heed, summoning golden energy that enveloped him and effortlessly obliterating Cell's ki. As two formidable energies surged forth, two figures materialized high in the sky, engaging in a fierce battle. Raditz's punches were delivered with astonishing speed, overwhelming Cell in midair. The cacophony of their violent clashes ignited a fervor in the hearts of onlookers. As Raditz's golden aura intensified, his power surged dramatically, leaving Cell unable to defend himself. A powerful strike landed squarely on Cell, sending him plummeting towards the ground, crashing heavily with a resounding thud. Trunks watched the battle with rapt attention, a surge of admiration for Raditz swelling within him. Such a level of combat exhilarated him. Beside him, Vegeta clenched his fist tightly, crushing the stone in his hand into dust as he observed his son's gaze towards Raditz. With Cell in a state of disarray, Raditz pressed his advantage, darting behind Cell and seizing his tail with both hands, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Stripped of gravity, Cell was at Raditz's mercy. With a thunderous crash, Raditz released his grip, sending Cell careening uncontrollably toward the ground, causing the very earth to tremble beneath the impact. Yet, Cell, undeterred, attempted to rise once more, only to be met by Raditz descending from above, his foot crashing down upon Cell's face, forcing him into a harsh reunion with the ground. Raditz mocked. "Is this truly the extent of your strength? Do you fancy yourself a plastic bag?" Chapter 63. The Prince's Dignity. Raditz looked down at the beleaguered Cell with a disdainful snort. "Weren't you quite boastful just moments ago, proclaiming that I would be your nourishment? Why the silence now?" With that, Raditz delivered a swift kick, launching Cell into nearby structures, his expression one of utter contempt. Yet, like a resilient cockroach, Cell managed to rise once more, gritting his teeth as he brushed off the dust. He could hardly believe the strength of this Raditz, far exceeding anything the data had indicated. You dare to fantasize while engaging in combat?" Raditz observed Cell's incredulous expression before swiftly appearing behind him. Caught off guard, Cell felt Raditz's knee collide with his back, forcing a mouthful of green blood from his lips. Raditz showed no signs of relenting, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches and kicks upon Cell's body. The ferocity of his attacks rendered Cell unable to mount any resistance, as he helplessly watched his injuries accumulate and his vision gradually dim. The battle concluded with astonishing swiftness, leaving Trunks utterly bewildered, as the formidable Cell, who had caused both him and his father considerable distress, was dispatched by Raditz in less than 10 exchanges. Just as Raditz seemed poised to deliver the final blow to Cell, an unexpected voice pierced the air. "Stop! Release him!" The bewildered onlookers turned to identify the source of the voice, only to discover that it was Vegeta, prompting shock from both Cell and Trunks. "What are you doing, father? Why are you saving this monster?" Trunks, caught off guard by his father's intervention at such a critical juncture, questioned in disbelief. "Silence. As the prince of all Saiyans, I refuse to be saved repeatedly by this lowly warrior." Vegeta's agitation escalated as he confronted Trunks, gripping his collar tightly. "And you, my son, who possesses the mightiest bloodline, squander your potential by relying on others for salvation." Observing Vegeta's fervor, Raditz interjected, "What do you intend to do?" "Leave Cell to me. I do not require your assistance. Your current strength is inadequate to defeat him. Any attempt will only result in your demise," Raditz cautioned, doubting Vegeta's capabilities, who, at this moment, was far from being Cell's equal. "I have my own methods. Even in death, I shall not forsake the dignity of Prince Vegeta," he retorted, his pride unwavering. Raditz furrowed his brow at Vegeta's confidence. "What exactly do you wish to achieve?" Vegeta gazed skyward, reminiscing, "This planet is truly remarkable. Raditz, do you remember our birthplace? Planet Vegeta? Do you recall the life we once shared and the experiences we had together?" Raditz responded non-committally. "I am no longer the person I once was. I have forgotten my past and wish not to remember. I only recognize myself as Raditz from the moment I arrived on Earth." "Indeed, you have changed. Will you grant me one request?" Vegeta's sudden plea puzzled Raditz. "Take Trunks and leave this place. No matter what transpires here, do not look back. Promise me, Raditz." Vegeta spoke earnestly, his tone grave. "Do not question this. It is my final dignity. Promise me, I beseech you." Witnessing the normally proud Vegeta in a state of supplication, Raditz began to comprehend his intentions, recognizing the pride and dignity of the man before him. He nodded in understanding. With Raditz's agreement, Vegeta felt a sense of relief and approached Trunks. "Trunks, Remember that you are my son, Vegeta. You must uphold your dignity and pride. To protect what is dear to you, strive to better yourself. Do not rely on others. Today, I shall show you what it truly means to be a Saiyan. As the conversation unfolded, Vegeta's eyes suddenly became moist. Trunks, witnessing his father's current demeanor, was taken aback. Is this truly the father he knows? Within Vegeta's gaze mingled a sense of reluctance, despair, yet an unwavering resolve. Trunks, remember that you are my son, Vegeta. You must take good care of yourself and protect your mother, Bulma, both now and in the future. Show me that you understand. With that, Vegeta strode towards Cell. As he passed Raditz, he heard a voice say, "Are you truly going to do this? I have my own pride. Remember your promise to me, and quickly take Trunks away from here." "All right, I understand. I have always kept my promises." With that, Raditz hurried to Trunks' side, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere rabbit, and soared into the distance. "Mr. Raditz, what is my father planning to do? That is not for you to worry about. You only need to remember the words your father spoke to you. No matter what happens, know that we still have the Dragon Balls." On the battlefield, Vegeta slowly approached Cell, his eyes filled with despair, causing even Cell to tremble. "Today, you are destined to perish at the hands of me, Vegeta. Ha ha ha, you're nothing but a defeated foe. Now that Raditz is gone, you will obediently serve as my nourishment." Cell laughed derisively, looking at Vegeta with disdain and mockery, convinced that Vegeta had no tricks left to fear. Then, Vegeta tightly embraced Cell, his energy coalescing in that moment. Cell, sensing something amiss, bellowed, "What are you doing, Vegeta? You madman, let me go." However, Vegeta paid him no mind, instead reminiscing about the moments shared with Bulma. "It turns out this woman means so much to me." With a face ashen yet a voice tender, he whispered, "Goodbye, Bulma. Goodbye, Trunks. Goodbye, Kakarot." As two tears streamed down the prince's face, the gathered energy erupted in an instant. A thunderous explosion ensued, radiating blinding light, and the entire city was reduced to nothingness. In the distance, Raditz and Trunks were halted by the sound of the explosion. Trunks, understanding his father's intentions, cried out in anguish, "Father!" His body desperately sought to rush towards the explosion, only to be firmly restrained by Raditz. Chapter 64. The Gathering in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. With Vegeta's self-detonation, the overwhelming destructive energy obliterated the surrounding city, and both Vegeta and Cell were swept away as dust in the wind. The tremendous force caused the very earth to tremble. From afar, Trunks beheld the scene, his eyes instantly brimming with tears. "Father! Father!" Trunks called out for his father twice, the first time softly, but the second time erupted into a heartfelt cry. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks as the once dashing youth collapsed to the ground, wailing in anguish. Clearly, the loss of Vegeta weighed heavily upon him. Raditz observed the pitiable child before him. In the future, Trunks had never known his father, and although he had arrived in a world marked by a different history, he had sensed a flicker of paternal affection during his brief time with Vegeta. Just as Raditz was about to offer words of comfort to Trunks, a sinister and potent aura began to emanate from the surroundings. Following the recent battle, both Trunks and Raditz instantly recognized the menacing presence of Cell. To their surprise, this fiend had proven remarkably resilient. Even after Vegeta's self-destruction, he had managed to revive. "Stay here for a moment, Trunks. I will deal with him once and for all," Raditz declared, a flicker of anger igniting in his previously calm gaze. Despite his somewhat strained relationship with Vegeta, he still considered him a friend. A subtle yet palpable killing intent radiated from Raditz, sending a chill down Trunks' spine. As Raditz prepared to depart, Trunks called out to him, stopping him in his tracks. When Raditz turned to face him, he was taken aback to see Trunks, who had been in tears just moments before, now brimming with determination and fierce resolve, reminiscent of Vegeta's own demeanor. "Please wait, Mr. Raditz. My father would rather choose self-destruction than relinquish his dignity to have you save him. I understand his pride. I also recall my father's last words to me. One must rely on their own strength to confront their challenges. Allow me to avenge my father. I vow to eliminate that monster. Please train me." With unwavering conviction, Trunks bowed deeply before Raditz. "Mr. Raditz, my wish is to become strong like you. However, this bow is not a plea. It is a gesture of respect. From now on, I shall uphold my father's dignity." Raditz, taken aback by this transformed Trunks, recognized that profound adversity often catalyzes growth. Henceforth, Trunks would no longer embody the weakness of his former self. As a Saiyan who had never been one to back down, What he lacked most was the indomitable spirit and relentless drive for strength that characterized both Goku and Vegeta. Very well, I accept your request. I will take you to an excellent training ground, and it will not be long before you can defeat Cell. Raditz replied with a nod of approval, feeling it inappropriate to refuse given the circumstances. Just then, Goku appeared before them, having used instant transmission. Raditz, what brings you here? I have already learned of Vegeta's fate. I never anticipated he would choose self-destruction. I recently sensed that the malevolent aura did not dissipate with Vegeta's self-destruction. Instead, it has become even more formidable. Therefore, I sought you out to accompany me to an extraordinary training location. Goku spoke to the two with enthusiasm. You must be referring to the hyperbolic time chamber. I was just about to take Trunks there, Raditz responded. Hearing this, Goku nodded in agreement, while Trunks, standing nearby, appeared somewhat bewildered. In his world, due to Piccolo's demise, the Supreme Kai had vanished as well, and he had never heard of this place. With a hint of curiosity, he asked, Mr. Goku, Mr. Raditz, what is this hyperbolic time chamber you speak of? Goku glanced at Trunks before slowly explaining. Within the Supreme Kai's realm lies a remarkable place, known as the hyperbolic time chamber. Inside, provisions and water are plentiful. Gravity is approximately 10 times that of Earth, and the temperature fluctuates between 50 and 40 degrees Celsius, creating a rather harsh climate. Nevertheless, it is undeniably an ideal training environment. Most importantly, a day spent training inside equates to a year of training outside. Listening to Goku's description, Trunks found it utterly astonishing that such a wondrous place existed in the world. He then looked at Raditz, who nodded in affirmation, which solidified Trunks' belief. Very well, it is settled then. Let us proceed to the Supreme Kai's realm for training. Brother, Trunks, go ahead. I wish to return to gather Gohan and the others. After all, this is a rare opportunity, and the future of Earth requires their guardianship. Raditz, upon hearing Goku's words, also nodded, his gaze towards Goku reflecting a hint of curiosity. The current Goku exhibited remarkable intelligence. It was perplexing how he would later become so foolish. With that, Goku utilized instant transmission to depart, while Raditz swiftly guided Trunks towards the Supreme Kai's realm. All possessed terrifying powers beyond ordinary comprehension, and soon, all the warriors of Earth convened at the Supreme Kai's realm, save for the fallen Yamcha and Vegeta. To their astonishment, there existed androids even more formidable than androids 17 and 18. Not even Vegeta's self-destruction could eliminate this terrifying creature. It is truly a fearsome monster, Krillin remarked. Though he had never encountered Cell, the mere essence of his aura sent chills down his spine. Indeed, we believe the androids were already powerful enough. Yet another monster has emerged. Yamcha fell at his hands, he added, with Tien agreeing solemnly with a nod. Subsequently, the group led by Bubbles arrived at the exterior of a peculiar house. Bubbles stepped forward, opened the door, and gestured inside. This is the room of spirit and time. However, it is important to note that only 2 individuals may enter at a time, and they are permitted to remain inside for no longer than 2 years. Should they exceed this duration, the entrance will vanish, leaving those inside eternally trapped. As the crowd listened to Bobo's explanation, they garnered a clearer understanding of the room of spirit and time. At this moment, Goku spoke up. So, who shall enter first? Suddenly, Trunks stepped forward and declared, Chapter 65, Absorbing Android 17. At this juncture, the warriors of Earth had gathered outside the entrance of the room of spirit and time in the sacred world, intent on devising a solution to confront the android cell. Following Bobo's elucidation, they comprehended the purpose of the room. Goku then remarked, there are many of us. Only 2 can enter at a time. Let's spend a full 2 days inside before emerging. We'll go first. At that moment, Trunks appeared resolute, his handsome visage and piercing gaze radiating a sense of fury and determination. Mr. Goku, and everyone else, I implore you to allow me and Mr. Raditz to enter first. I must avenge my father's death by personally eliminating Cell. The group, understanding Trunks' emotional turmoil stemming from his father's loss, did not object. It is well known that Saiyans often unleash tremendous power in such moments of distress. Thus, Trunks and Raditz entered the room of spirit and time, while time continued to elapse. Meanwhile, the resurrected Cell experienced yet another qualitative leap in strength. His malevolent laughter echoed through the skies as he murmured, The cells of the Saiyans are indeed remarkable. I never anticipated such a significant enhancement in my power. However, I lack the absolute confidence to confront that being known as Raditz just yet. It seems I must first seek out androids 17 and 18. Once I absorb them, I shall achieve my perfect form, and at that moment, none shall stand against me. Ha ha ha. The more he contemplated, the more elated he became, envisioning himself as a cosmic powerhouse. Henceforth, Cell commenced his worldwide search for androids 17 and 18. Conversely, the trio of androids journeyed across the globe in their vehicle. Android 18 leaned against the window, her gaze lost in the distance, as the image of a certain individual intermittently flickered through her mind, causing her to mutter softly, "I wonder what that bothersome fellow is up to now. What are you thinking about, 18? Android 17's inquiry abruptly disrupted her reverie. A bit flustered, she stammered and no, nothing. I just feel a bit bored. It is indeed rather dull. Our purpose for being created was to eliminate Goku, yet here we are, unable to pursue that goal or wreak havoc upon the Earth. I truly do not know what to do." Android 17 shrugged helplessly, glancing back at Android 16. "Big guy, don't you find this boring?" Number 16 inquired with a slight smile. "No, I thoroughly enjoy my current life. I detest the destruction of nature." As the trio conversed, an individual suddenly appeared before number 17. Instinctively, he slammed on the brakes, causing the vehicle to perform a sudden 360-degree spin. "Number 17, do you even know how to drive?" Number 18 exclaimed angrily. Number 17, feeling a surge of irritation, was curious about the reckless soul who dared obstruct his path. He opened the car door and stepped out, his piercing gaze fixed ahead, where he beheld a grotesque creature clad in green, with a long, slender tail trailing behind. "You look oddly familiar. Have we met before?" Number 17 mused, suddenly struck by a sense of recognition that eluded him. "Haha, at last, I remember you." Number 17. Number 18, "It's a pleasure to see you again," the creature chuckled. Upon hearing this, number 17 was taken aback, exclaiming, "So, it's you. I never imagined that after some time apart, you would transform so drastically. I almost didn't recognize you." Indeed, the creature had changed, becoming even more repulsive, a sight that was utterly revolting. Number 18 chimed in with a cutting remark, prompting both of them to burst into laughter. Sheru, the creature in question, glared at the two with seething rage. Since his arrival in this world, he had endured various humiliations, including 3 deaths from underestimation. He had grown weary of being looked down upon and was determined to become stronger, to achieve his perfect form, and to make those who belittled him pay dearly. With wide eyes, Sheru fixed his gaze on numbers 17 and 18, unwilling to divert his attention even for a moment, licking his lips with an evil grin. Number 16 had been scrutinizing the green monstrosity from the outset. Calculating Sheru's strength, he recognized that he was no match for him, causing his brow to furrow in concern. He warned number 17, "Be cautious. This fellow is significantly stronger than last time. You may not be able to handle him alone. It will be wise for the 3 of us to join forces." However, number 17 dismissively rejected this suggestion. Had number 16 not uttered those words, he might have been inclined to swiftly eliminate the repugnant creature alongside number 18. But now, with someone suggesting he was inferior to this monstrosity, he found it impossible to accept. The more he gazed at Sheru, the more his disdain grew. He unleashed his full power, charging through the dense air toward Sheru, who responded with a cold smirk, directing his serpent-like tail straight at number 17, launching a piercing strike. Number 17 instinctively dodged, and their fists collided with a tremendous force, creating a deafening sound as 2 powers, capable of demolishing mountains, clashed, sending number 17 reeling backward. On the 17th, he struggled to rise from the ground, his expression reflecting extreme distress. The recent collision had dislocated his arm, and, as he clutched it, gritting his teeth in disbelief, he uttered, "Impossible! How could you, this monster, become so powerful?" He could hardly fathom that the creature he and 18 had effortlessly vanquished not long ago had now evolved to this extent. At that moment, Cell did not respond to 17, but emitted a strange cry, his tail suddenly unfurling to reveal a gaping maw reminiscent of a bell, reaching towards 17. With an odd suction, half of 17's body was drawn in. However, before 17 was entirely consumed, several powerful energy blasts surged toward the unsuspecting Cell. To their astonishment, the terrifying energy struck Cell without inflicting any damage. 18 and 16 comprehended the vast disparity in their abilities, but witnessing the imminent peril facing 17 ignited a spark of fury within them. "You vile monster, release 17 at once." In a fit of rage, 18 summoned all her energy, unleashing it upon Cell's form. Chapter 66, The Death of 16. As 17 teetered on the brink of being devoured, 18 felt an urgent desperation. She swiftly channeled all her energy and a golden radiance erupted, crashing into Cell. The blinding light engulfed him, creating a tempest of smoke and debris. Yet, as the haze dissipated and the brilliance faded, it was astonishing to find that such a colossal energy attack had merely grazed Cell's skin, inflicting minimal harm. His darkened visage revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. "Do not worry, your turn will come soon." With a casual wave, he struck 18, sending her hurtling away. The immense force left her feeling as if her very insides were churning violently, blood uncontrollably spilling from her mouth. "Curse you." Watching helplessly as 17 was consumed like prey by Cell's monstrous maw, 18's countenance darkened, unable to suppress her anger. At that moment, a flicker of fear crept into 16's eyes, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily as a potent sense of crisis surged within him. With a thunderous roar, Cell unleashed a tremor that shook the earth, filling the previously serene atmosphere with a palpable sense of dread, as if the apocalypse were nigh. Simultaneously, Cell's energy surged dramatically, his presence alone instilling terror. His body became enveloped in layers of luminous energy, the spots upon him shimmering incessantly as his aura radiated outward, leaving the ground marred with fissures. At this moment, a malevolent glint filled Sheru's eyes, emanating a chilling aura. His entire being was undergoing a transformation, evolving incrementally toward a more human form. The serpentine tail that had trailed behind him began to shrink gradually until it vanished completely. His formerly grotesque visage suddenly morphed into one of striking handsomeness. The sinister presence instilled a profound sense of unease and pressure in both number 16 and number 18, who sensed the terrifying power that this creature had attained. A trace of coldness flickered in number 16's gaze as he urgently advised number 18. "Leave this place at once while he is still incomplete in his evolution. Having merely consumed number 17 has already rendered him immensely powerful, should he devour you as well. The entire universe may face annihilation." However, before number 18 could respond, number 16 interrupted him with a serious tone, almost commanding. "There is no room for hesitation. Sheru's strength has surpassed our wildest imaginations. You must find Raditz immediately. He may be your only salvation." Upon hearing Raditz's name, number 18's face flushed crimson. After all, that man had once proclaimed that their next encounter would involve him warming her bed. The thought of willingly walking into such a scenario made her heart race, and a faint smile crept onto her lips. Number 16, having grown accustomed to this, was well aware that number 18 had developed feelings for that man, though she remained reluctant to admit it. With a resolve akin to facing certain death, he fixed his gaze upon Sheru. By now, Sheru had completed his transformation, fully assuming a human form. Suspended in midair, his face was a tapestry of emotions, and his eyes glinted with mockery as he regarded the two. Internally, he reveled in joy, astonished that the repeated cycles of death and rebirth had awakened his latent potential. Merely absorbing number 17 had propelled him to his ultimate form. What formidable power! I never imagined that enduring death multiple times would unveil my hidden potential, allowing me to ascend to my final form prematurely. Even 10 Raditzes would stand no chance against me now. Ha ha ha. His malevolent laughter echoed through the skies, filling him with an overwhelming sense of confidence. He believed, without a doubt, that no one in the universe could rival him any longer. As his aura radiated outward, a tremendous pressure enveloped number 16 and number 18, sending shivers down their spines. Sheru licked his lips, casting a derisive glance at them. "You shall both perish here today. Number 18, flee now. Do not dally." Suddenly, a figure appeared before Sheru, revealing the usually reticent number 16, who, in a fit of fury, raised his fist and struck fiercely at Sheru's face. At this moment, no, 18 did not linger any longer. Observing the valiant efforts of number 16, her eyes gradually filled with moisture as she sprinted towards the horizon. Her sole thought was to escape the clutches of Cell and seek out Raditz, the man who stirred within her a peculiar sentiment. When faced with number 16's sudden punch, Cell did not flinch. A thunderous roar erupted as number 16's fist collided forcefully with Cell's cheek, yet the formidable impact failed to budge Cell in the slightest. "Haven't you eaten? You strike with no strength and still dare to call yourself an android. Allow me to demonstrate how to wield a fist," Cell remarked as he slowly raised his hand, seizing number 16's outstretched arm before delivering a brutal blow. In an instant, number 16's arm was severed from his body. With an expression of agony, number 16 collapsed to the ground. In midair, Cell exerted a slight force, and number 16's arm disintegrated into metallic dust, scattering into the air, carried away by the wind. Following this, Cell let out a cold chuckle, radiating a blinding light from his palm as a terrifying energy sphere surged towards number 16, propelling him hundreds of meters away and crashing into a cloud of dust with a thunderous sound. Seeing this, Cell had no desire to further engage with this adversary and prepared to pursue number 18. Now that he possessed number 17, he had attained his perfect form, and his thirst for number 18 had faded. However, he would not let those who had once mocked and bullied him escape unscathed. At that moment, no. 16 rose from the dust, confronting Cell once more, coldly stating, "Your opponent is me." Cell regarded the battered number 16 with disdain, entirely dismissing him, finding his feeble strength utterly uninteresting. One inconvenient pest. Are you not afraid of death? Number 16, with his robust physique blocking Cell's path, stood resolute. He had embraced the certainty of his demise, his gaze towards Cell devoid of terror, for number 18 had already fled. At least he had protected her, and a warm smile began to grace his face. Chapter 67, Super Saiyan 3. Cell descended slowly to the ground, his icy gaze fixed on number 16, an aura of murderous intent enveloping him. In Cell's eyes, he was reminded of the way Vegeta had looked at him, and he coldly declared, "What an insufferable wretch. If you wish to die, I shall oblige." Cell concentrated a terrifying sphere of energy in his hand and unleashed it directly at number 16. Number 16's expression changed dramatically. He realized he could not evade such an attack and braced himself to endure it, hastily gathering energy to block. In that moment, the two forces collided, sending shockwaves of power radiating outward. Number 16 was violently propelled away, collapsing motionless to the ground. A worthless insect that dares to challenge me," Cell scoffed. With a mere flicker of energy, Cell effortlessly vanquished Android 16, his confidence soaring as an undeniable thrill illuminated his countenance. Just as Cell prepared to depart, Android 16 rose once more, propelling himself at astonishing speed to envelop Cell in an embrace, exclaiming, "Cell, let us perish together." In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted as Android 16's form disintegrated, transforming the once vibrant street into a desolate wasteland, reminiscent of an apocalyptic nightmare. Dust and debris filled the air, rendering the environment harsh and unforgiving. Gradually, gusts of wind dispersed the swirling particles, revealing a green-hued monstrosity suspended in the air, radiating a golden luminescence. A smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What folly drives mortals to self-detonate? Do they genuinely believe such meager energy could inflict damage upon me? He chortled, "Ha ha ha! I, Cell, am the true apex of the cosmos." His sinister laughter echoed through the heavens, heralding the commencement of the true game. Meanwhile, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Trunks and Raditz engaged in a fierce battle, both having ascended to the form of Super Saiyans, their bodies crackling with an electric aura. "Let's call it a day. We shall rest for now," Raditz proposed. "Indeed, Master," Trunks responded earnestly. "I have told you countless times, you need not address me as Master. I have imparted little wisdom." Raditz lamented, cradling his head in exasperation. Since arriving in this realm, Trunks, having witnessed Raditz's formidable prowess, held him in high esteem. With Raditz's guidance, Trunks had remarkably ascended to Super Saiyan 2 within just a year, far surpassing Cell's strength, and thus he insisted on recognizing Raditz as his mentor. "Without your training, I shudder to think how long it would have taken me to reach my current state. Please, accept me as your disciple," Trunks declared with utmost sincerity, kneeling before Raditz. Faced with such fervent devotion, Raditz found himself unable to refuse and reluctantly acquiesced. "Trunks, from this point forward, train alone within these confines. After another year, emerge and elevate your strength," Raditz instructed. Trunks, momentarily taken aback, quickly inquired, "Master, do you intend to exit early?" Raditz nodded, explaining, "I have previously spent time here. One may only remain for 2 days in a lifetime, and further training within these walls no longer serves me." Upon hearing this, Trunks felt a twinge of reluctance at the prospect of Raditz's departure, yet he nodded in agreement. Over the past year, Raditz had dedicated himself to rigorous training, resulting in remarkable advancements in his strength. However, the depths of his power remained unfathomable, even to Trunks in his current state. "Wait a moment, Master. May I make a humble request before you leave?" Trunks asked earnestly. "Speak your mind," Raditz replied. "I wish to witness the true extent of your power, so that I may have a goal to strive towards." "Please." "Ah, I see. Very well, watch closely. With that, Raditz unleashed his energy. Trunks was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of his base form, yet he had grown accustomed to it over time. Then came the transformation into Super Saiyan 1, followed by Super Saiyan 2. Is this the state of your Super Saiyan 2? How formidable! And your energy continues to ascend. Gradually, Raditz elevated his power to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2, as Trunks, who had only just begun to attain this form, beheld the overwhelming force radiating from Raditz. He was left utterly speechless. Incredible! I never imagined a person's strength could reach such heights. Is this truly the extent of your power, Master? Do not lose focus, Trunks. Pay attention, for what follows is my true strength. What? It can still increase? Trunks was rendered speechless with astonishment as Raditz's power surged further. Suddenly, Raditz's eyebrows seemed to vanish. His golden hair became more pronounced, and his visage took on a more fearsome aspect, causing the entire room of spirit and time to tremble with his energy. This is Super Saiyan 3, the maximum height I can currently achieve, Raditz declared coldly, before reverting to his base form. Trunks, still in shock, regained his composure and stammered, "Wow. I had no idea you had reached such a level, Master. Surely, there is no one in the universe who could challenge you now." Trunks, you are mistaken. Always remember that there are greater beings beyond the horizon. And martial arts is a path without end. When one believes themselves invincible and disregards others, their journey in martial arts reaches its conclusion. Such individuals will never become the strongest, Raditz expounded. Deeply moved, Trunks bowed respectfully to Raditz. Thank you, Master. I understand now. I have much to learn. Good. I am pleased you grasp this. Spend your time wisely in the room of spirit and time, and I hope you can surprise me upon your return. With that, Raditz strode confidently out of the room, not looking back. Truthfully, he was eager to leave this place behind, having endured a year of inadequate sustenance, restless sleep, and the mental strain of facing a formidable opponent each day. He now feels as though his mental state is on the verge of unraveling. All he desires is to venture out and indulge in some exquisite delicacies from the mountains and the sea. If possible, it would be even better to hold the beautiful number 18 in his embrace and drift into slumber. Chapter 68, Coming Together. As the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open, a disheveled man with unkempt hair emerged, drawing the attention of everyone present. Brother, I didn't expect you to return so soon. It seems you have made significant progress in there. Surely, you have surpassed the limits of a Super Saiyan. Son Goku greeted Raditz, who had just stepped out. Although he could not perceive all of Raditz's power, he sensed his overwhelming strength, for at this moment, Raditz exuded no discernible energy. Raditz, do you believe your current strength is sufficient to defeat Cell? Krillin inquired with curiosity, confessing his lack of confidence in facing Cell. Even a century of training in the hyperbolic time chamber seemed futile, and thus, Earth's hopes rested solely upon Raditz and Goku. Be cautious. I have never regarded Cell as a threat. I merely promised Trunks that he could deal with this monster himself, or else he wouldn't have survived until now. A smile graced Raditz's lips, his gaze sharp and filled with disdain for Cell, radiating an aura of confidence befitting his prowess. Wonderful. That brings me relief. With Raditz's assurance, the burden weighing on Krillin's heart lifted. By the way, has anything significant occurred during our day of training? Upon hearing Raditz's question, all eyes turned to Piccolo, who bore a serious expression, tinged with a hint of fear. Clenching his fists, he spoke with fervor. Everyone might be celebrating prematurely. Cell is no longer what he once was. He has absorbed Android 17, and I fear even Raditz may struggle against him now. I do not care how strong Cell has become. No matter his power, he can never be my match. My only concern is for Android 18's safety. Is she unharmed? Raditz, unconcerned about Cell's newfound strength, was visibly anxious about 18's well-being, eagerly questioning Piccolo. Brother, why are you so concerned about that android? Are you worried that if he absorbs her, Cell will grow even stronger? Goku asked innocently, his curiosity apparent. He found it hard to fathom why Raditz, with his usual demeanor, would worry about someone. Raditz, you haven't developed feelings for Android 18, have you? She's an android, after all, Tien Shinhan remarked, quickly grasping Raditz's sentiments. It was evident to all present, except for Goku, who remained oblivious. Even Gohan seemed to sense the undercurrents. Faced with the curious gazes of the others, Raditz chose not to respond, but instead inquired about Android 18's whereabouts from Piccolo before soaring into the sky with determination. On the other side, under the fervent protection of number 16, number 18 successfully evaded the clutches of Cell, albeit temporarily. However, faced with Cell's relentless pursuit. She could only flee desperately. The haunting image of number 17 being absorbed by that monstrous creature filled her heart with dread. Now, she appeared disheveled and filthy, her clothing riddled with gaping holes, her frantic efforts leaving her utterly exhausted. In the midst of a dense jungle, the weary number 18 spotted a small lake ahead. Gasping for breath, she hurried towards it. Having gone a long time without sustenance, she reached the water's edge and drank deeply. The cool liquid flowing down her throat, revitalizing her weary body and spirit. Completely drained, she settled beneath a large tree, leaning against its trunk, and slowly closed her eyes. At that moment, all she desired was a peaceful slumber, free from any disturbances. Soon, the fatigued number 18 slipped into a deep sleep, where she dreamt of Cell's tail tightly coiling around her neck. Just as she believed her end was nigh, a golden light flashed, severing Cell's tail in two. Startled, she awoke with a jolt. "You're awake." A gentle voice drifted into her ears as she groggily regained consciousness. Although the voice was familiar, she instinctively rose, preparing for battle. To her astonishment, the man before her was the very one she had yearned for, the one she had been searching for. His robust physique and smiling face, illuminated by the sunlight, radiated an extraordinary brilliance, flooding her heart with a sense of safety she had never known before. How could you be so careless as to sleep in such a precarious situation? If I hadn't arrived just in time, do you realize how dangerous it was? Though Raditz's tone carried a hint of reproach, to number 18's ears, it was imbued with tenderness and concern. He then surveyed their surroundings, noticing a massive serpent cleaved in two at her feet. In that instant, she comprehended that the earlier sense of peril had not been a mere dream. Raditz cautiously approached number 18, and, before she could fully grasp the situation, he enveloped her in his embrace, stroking her golden locks and whispering softly in her ear. "It's all right now. From this day forth, remain by my side. Even if the sky were to fall, I will shield you from harm." Upon hearing Raditz's words, number 18, who was on the brink of collapse, could no longer suppress her emotions. Tears of gratitude welled in her eyes, soaking Raditz's clothing as she clung to him tightly. Since they were not far from Raditz's dwelling, he decided to take number 18 there. "Is this your home?" she inquired, gazing around in awe. "It seems quite spacious. Do you live here alone?" On the 18th, upon arriving at the island where Raditz resided, I beheld the vast and desolate villa before me and could not help but inquire about it. Indeed, this island was once a deserted land, but through my efforts over the past 6 months, I have transformed it into my home. As for living alone, I had previously occupied this space alone. However, from this moment forth, this house has acquired its mistress, an honor for both the house and myself. Hearing Raditz's sudden confession, my cheeks flushed crimson, yet this time, I neither rejected nor resisted. Instead, I gently nodded and took his hand, stepping inside together. From this instant, it was destined that I would become the mistress of this abode and the future companion of the man before me. My heart swelled with a torrent of emotions, having traversed from profound sorrow to immense joy in less than 2 days. Chapter 69. The Joyful Daily Life with number 18. Inside the room, Raditz led me to the bathroom. My body was soiled, my clothes riddled with numerous tears. Raditz, ever considerate, prepared warm water for me, along with toiletries and fresh garments. Witnessing his thoughtful gestures, my face flushed once more. Although I had resolved to spend my life with this man, it felt as though things were progressing too swiftly. Yet, if he insisted, I found no desire to refuse, knowing I could not oppose him. Raditz, observing my bashful demeanor, understood my apprehensions. He tenderly caressed my hair and spoke in a gentle tone. "Everything is ready for you. Please freshen up. After such a long journey, you must be famished. I will prepare a meal for you." With that, he exited the bathroom, leaving me with a noble and gallant silhouette, his handsome features lingering in my mind. I dipped my hand into the soothing water, reflecting on the fact that I had fled only a day ago. Yet the agony of that experience felt as if it had spanned an entire year. In that moment, I recognized the man beside me as a reliable pillar of support. In the kitchen, Raditz busied himself, finally able to utilize the one skill he had honed in his previous life after spending so long in the Dragon Ball world. Compelled by the necessities of life, he had mastered many skills, with cooking being paramount. Now, as he prepared a sumptuous feast for me, it was clear that this was a talent he truly excelled in. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, releasing a wave of warmth and the intoxicating scent of my body into the air. Before Raditz's eyes appeared a vision of beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being stepping forth from a mural, igniting a fervent desire within his heart. At this moment, Android 18 had just emerged from a refreshing bath. Draped in a delicate white towel, her feet adorned with a pair of pink slippers. Her flawless calves caught the attention of Raditz, who gazed at the enchanting figure before him, captivated by her charm. As she gently dried her damp hair with the towel, Raditz found himself momentarily entranced, gradually becoming somewhat bashful. "What are you staring at? Am I really that captivating?" she inquired, noticing Raditz's intense gaze. Her cheeks flushed crimson, unable to meet his eyes directly. She spoke softly, her shyness evident. Raditz, suppressing the fiery desire within him, awkwardly scratched his head, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Indeed, the most beautiful woman in the world stands before me. Had we not known each other, I might have mistaken you for a celestial being." At Raditz's flattering words, the already bashful Android 18 blushed even deeper, resembling a ripe apple, exuding an irresistible charm. Observing her delightful demeanor, Raditz felt a surge of warmth within him and swiftly shifted the conversation. "You must be famished after all your hard work. I prepared a meal just for you. Please, indulge yourself." Upon hearing this, Android 18's attention was drawn to the table laden with an array of exquisite dishes, their enticing aroma igniting her appetite. She glanced at the man before her, astonished by his prowess not only in strength but also in culinary skills, and asked incredulously, "Did you make all of this?" "Indeed. Every dish is crafted for you. Please, savor it," Raditz replied with a gentle smile, as she picked up her chopsticks and sampled the food. The delightful flavors danced upon her palate, far surpassing her expectations of his cooking. After a long day of exertion, Android 18 could no longer contain her restraint. Her true nature emerged as she devoured the delicious offerings on the table. Raditz watched her with a warm smile, reflecting on how she truly embodied the essence of his former goddess. As time passed, the food gradually diminished, and Android 18 leaned back in her chair, thoroughly satisfied and unwilling to move. She closed her eyes, oblivious to Raditz's unwavering gaze upon her. Just as she was drifting into a serene state, she suddenly felt herself being lifted. Startled, she opened her eyes and instinctively wrapped her arms around Raditz's neck. Seeking comfort, she nestled her head against his chest and closed her eyes once more. Raditz carried Android 18 to his room, gently placing her on his bed and covering her with a blanket. Leaning close, he whispered softly, "Rest well. There is no need to worry about anything. I will protect you, even if the heavens were to fall." Listening to Raditz's gentle tone juxtaposed with such assertive words made her heart race uncontrollably. In that moment, Number 18 made a bold decision. She stood up and planted a quick kiss on Raditz's face before swiftly hiding beneath the covers, merely concealing her head. Raditz, taken aback by the sudden act, touched his face, unable to suppress the exhilaration that radiated from him. Gradually, the blanket was pulled back, revealing Number 18's beautiful visage once more to Raditz's gaze, their expressions meeting in an intimate exchange. Suddenly, an explosion interrupted their moment, and terror flashed across Number 18's face, her eyes seemingly recalling a horrific scene. She immediately rose and clung tightly to Raditz, murmuring, "The monster has come. I sense its presence." Raditz gently caressed her head, reassuringly responding, "Do not worry. I shall handle that monster. You should rest well." With that, he strode towards the exit. "Be careful. I need you to return safely. As long as you come back unharmed, I will honor the promise you made to me before," she said, her initially fearful and serious expression turning a deep shade of crimson as she reflected on her own words. Upon hearing her, Raditz felt an overwhelming urge to devour this little white rabbit before him, yet he stifled his desires. "All right, I shall remember that. For you, I will certainly return safely." With a buoyant spirit, Raditz hastened outside, where he beheld a tall, green, humanoid creature wreaking havoc upon his island. Raditz's brow furrowed slightly. Had it not been for his current buoyancy, he would have already dealt with the intruder. Raditz took to the air, soaring towards Cell. Chapter 70. The Cell Game in the Sky. Cell was laying waste to the island where Raditz resided. This sight ignited a flicker of anger within Raditz. The audacity of this creature to invade his territory was utterly infuriating. "What an insufferable being," Raditz muttered as he propelled himself towards Cell. The latter, noticing the approaching figure, locked eyes with Raditz in the air, both exuding an aura of lethal intent, engaging in a silent mental duel. "To think that in just 2 days, you've transformed so significantly. Do you believe that achieving your perfect form grants you the right to challenge me?" Raditz spoke first, his eyes still reflecting disdain for Cell. Despite Cell's newfound completeness, Raditz perceived no difference in his power compared to before, had it not been for the intention to leave him for Trunks. He would have resolved this matter long ago. Surprisingly, Cell did not react with anger to Raditz's taunts. Instead, he maintained his confident demeanor, embodying the arrogance of one who believes himself supreme, gazing down upon all as though they were mere insects. I owe my complete transformation to you all. My power has now grown to such an extent that even I can scarcely believe it. You possess a modicum of strength, yet in my eyes, it is utterly insignificant. Upon hearing the words of Cell, Raditz could not help but chuckle, astonished by such unwavering confidence. Although he had not engaged in combat with Cell, he had gleaned a clear understanding of his prowess during their brief encounter. Indeed, he was somewhat stronger than Trunks, who had just exited the hyperbolic time chamber. So, you are so confident in your abilities that you intend to kill me today? Raditz inquired. Cell merely shook his head, his gaze filled with disdain as he muttered. I did indeed entertain such thoughts previously, but I have since changed my mind. In 7 days, I shall host a tournament. The rules will resemble those of the World Martial Arts Championship. Should you lose, I will annihilate all of humanity. The prospect of a martial arts tournament is indeed intriguing. Raditz mused, nodding in agreement. It afforded Trunks the chance for a one-on-one confrontation. I will inform you of the location and details shortly, possibly via television broadcast. Gather as many allies as you can. Strive to grow stronger and do not disappoint me. Farewell, and remember to prepare ample senza beans. With that, Cell departed without a backward glance. Raditz watched his retreating figure and silently thought, this personality truly reflects that of Vegeta and Kakarot's son. Once Cell had left, Raditz returned to his room. The moment the door swung open, Android 18, wrapped in a towel and donning pink slippers, hurried toward him and embraced him tightly. As the scent of her fragrance enveloped him, Raditz gazed at her alluring form, feeling a thirst within him ignite once more. He pulled her into his embrace. Gradually, their faces drew closer, and he softly whispered in her ear, I recall someone saying that as long as I returned, you would agree to anything I wished. I wonder if that still holds true. At his words, 18's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She lowered her head slightly, resting her forehead against Raditz's chest, and softly uttered a single word. That simple utterance ignited a fervent desire within Raditz. He gently lifted 18 and laid her upon his bed, unable to resist kissing her enchanting face. A bathrobe soared across the room. 3 hours later, having engaged in tender and amicable conversation, Raditz and 18 found their bond deepening. After their intimate encounter, Raditz lay quietly on the bed, cradling 18, whose skin was as pure as snow. Gazing into her captivating eyes, he kissed her once more, and after a long while, their lips parted. The two embraced tightly in bed, unwilling to let go of one another for even a moment. My dear, did you confront Cell earlier? After an extensive period of training under Raditz, although Android 18 felt a sense of embarrassment, she ultimately succumbed to Raditz's overwhelming presence. In a moment of intimacy, she gently inquired. As Raditz tenderly massaged the areas of discomfort for Android 18, he slowly began to speak. We merely exchanged glances and engaged in a brief assessment of each other's capabilities. He mentioned that he would host a martial arts tournament in 7 days, inviting us to challenge him. Upon hearing this, Android 18 continued, what do you think of his strength? Do you believe you can defeat him? Raditz smiled slightly, offering her a reassuring glance, and confidently replied, rest assured, he is far from my match. Had I not made a promise to Trunks, I would have dealt with him today. Well, that puts my mind at ease. By the way, could you also rescue Android 17 in 7 days? After all, he is my younger brother. No problem. Your brother is like my little brother-in-law. Raditz readily agreed. Then, suddenly adopting a tone of dissatisfaction, he asked, are you still in pain? It's much better now. Android 18 replied softly. I still desire more. Hearing Raditz's request, she did not refuse, but simply murmured her consent. Thus, Raditz once again initiated a biological research lesson for Android 18. Like a diligent student, she followed his instructions meticulously, and soon the two engaged in a fierce battle, the sounds of their conflict reverberating throughout the room. Meanwhile, approximately 3 hours earlier, after leaving Raditz Island, Cell arrived at a remote plateau. Gazing upon the vast expanse of land before him, Cell felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This will do. I shall construct a platform here. It must be large and spacious. As he released his energy, the surrounding plateau was swiftly leveled, and utilizing his powers, he located a massive, sturdy boulder. With a mere thought, the stone fractured and fell to the ground, forming a colossal arena. Pleased with his creation, Cell nodded in approval. The next step was to announce his arrival to the world. I, Cell, have come, tremble earthlings. Chapter 70. Cell Games 2. In a desolate land. Cell surveyed the enormous arena he had built, nodding in satisfaction. Though somewhat lacking in embellishments, it was still impressive. Now, off to the television station, he declared, swiftly heading towards West City. Soon, he arrived at his destination, leaving chaos in his wake. Cars exploded, buildings collapsed, and amidst the terror of the populace, a green, humanoid creature with wings entered the globally broadcast television station. On a distant island, the turtle hermit was engrossed in watching a fitness routine performed by a beautiful woman on television. Suddenly, the television emitted a series of crackling noises, and the figure of Cell materialized before him, causing the turtle hermit-esque expression to freeze in shock. On the screen, Cell, ever the gentleman, began with a courteous introduction. Greetings to all, people from various places. I appreciate your attention as I briefly commandeer this broadcast. I am Cell, and, as many of you may be aware, numerous lives have been claimed by a monstrous entity, of which I am the evolved form. I am grateful for the essence of your lives, which has nourished my growth. In return, I have decided to host the world's martial arts tournament in 7 days, located 28 kilometers north of Central City. The arena is prepared, and I welcome all challengers. However, I must add that while victory brings no reward, defeat will result in the annihilation of all humanity. With that, Cell unleashed a terrifying surge of energy from his hands, hurling it outside, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The sounds of devastation echoed as countless lives were lost or injured under this dreadful power, the city engulfed in mournful cries, as if the apocalypse had arrived. As Cell's broadcast reverberated across the globe, a palpable sense of dread enveloped the populace. What should have been peaceful days were abruptly disrupted by this monster-esque threat to eradicate humanity in 7 days. Fear gripped the hearts of many as they grappled with the impending doom. In West City, nearly half of the urban landscape lay in ruins. The once vibrant streets, now eerily silent, save for the plundering of opportunistic thieves taking advantage of the chaos. Meanwhile, on a remote island, Raditz and Android 18 continued their amiable conversation, seemingly oblivious to the cataclysmic events unfolding outside. After more than an hour, Raditz, feeling rejuvenated, stood up, and he and Android 18 began to dress. Taking her delicate hand, Raditz affectionately said, "My dear, I wish to take you somewhere. Hold on tight." At that moment, Android 18 had completely surrendered her heart and body to this man, and she would not refuse wherever he might lead her. However, before she could fully process this, Raditz suddenly used instant transmission, whisking them away from the island. In the blink of an eye, Android 18 found herself in an unfamiliar place, her once familiar surroundings replaced. This bewildered her, but as she let go of Raditz's hand, she felt an overwhelming sense of security, as long as Raditz was by her side. She had nothing to fear. Raditz, noticing her curious expression, gently squeezed her hand and began to explain, "This place is called the Sacred Temple. I just used instant transmission to bring you here." Upon concluding his statement, Raditz took the hand of Android 18 and approached the gathering, introducing her to everyone present. The sight of Raditz leading the android by the hand left onlookers utterly astonished, their mouths agape. It seemed that Raditz had indeed remained with her, a relief as it alleviated concerns about her potentially wreaking havoc on Earth. As the duo drew near, Tian Shinhan found himself muttering to himself. Raditz began to introduce Android 18 to the others, stating, "You have met everyone else. I believe this is your first encounter with Krillin and Gohan." In response, 18 nodded, acknowledging that now, as Raditz's partner, it was imperative to treat his friends with respect. She offered a gentle smile and greeted them warmly. "Hello, Krillin, Gohan." Gohan, astonished that the beautiful and gentle woman before him was the same dangerous android Trunks had spoken of, hesitantly inquired, "Aunt 18, are you together with my uncle?" Upon receiving affirmative nods from both 18 and Raditz, Gohan felt reassured and politely responded, "Hello, I should address you as Aunt, right? I am Son Gohan. I look forward to your guidance." Hearing Gohan's introduction, Krillin awkwardly scratched his head and added with a smile, "Hello, I am Krillin. Please take care of me." As their conversation progressed, a peculiar feeling stirred within Krillin, an unsettling sensation that something was amiss, as if he had lost something of great significance. Gazing at 18's exquisite features, he quickly shook his head, repeatedly reminding himself not to entertain such thoughts. After all, she was already with Raditz, and he himself was in a relationship. He could not betray his girlfriend. After introducing Krillin and Gohan, Raditz prepared to introduce his brother, but before he could speak, Android 18 interrupted him, her expression icy as she addressed son Goku. In stark contrast to her earlier demeanor towards Gohan, 18's tone was chilling as she stated, "I know this one, son Goku. I was created with the intent to eliminate you." An abrupt silence enveloped the air as 18's previously cold visage transformed into a warm smile as she continued, "But fret not. I have promised Raditz that I would no longer seek to harm you, and, as I am now Raditz's wife, you are his brother, which makes us family." Observing the interaction, Raditz breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that their first meeting did not devolve into conflict. He mused silently that if such an altercation were to occur, he would have to deliver a sound, thrashing to Kakarot, for he was indeed a devoted husband. He couldn't help but think how swiftly a woman's demeanor could change. Upon hearing 18's words, Goku, who had initially been tense, relaxed and responded with a smile. "You startled me. Hello, Android 18, I am Son Goku. I've heard of your strength. Perhaps we could spar sometime?" Upon hearing those words, Raditz was momentarily taken aback, his mind clouded with confusion. Just after a brief conversation, someone was already attempting to attack his wife, as though he were invisible. Clenching his fist, Raditz struck Goku sharply on the head. Goku yelped in pain, exclaiming, "That hurt. Brother, why did you hit me?" In Chapter 71, The Cell Games 3, Raditz's fist came down forcefully upon Goku's head, catching the unsuspecting warrior off guard, causing him to cry out in agony, grimacing in pain. "You dare call Android 18? She is now my wife, thereby making her your sister-in-law. At your age, you should have more manners than Gohan. Apologies for the wait," Raditz continued. Just then, the door of the hyperbolic time chamber creaked open, revealing a handsome young man with long hair, dressed in tattered attire. "Trunks, you have finally emerged. We have indeed been waiting for quite some time," Goku greeted, and the others joined him in offering their salutations. At that moment, a yellow aircraft unexpectedly arrived at the sacred temple. Amidst the curious gazes of the onlookers, Bulma stepped out, cradling little Trunks in her arms. "Hello, everyone," Bulma greeted cheerfully as she disembarked, rushing towards Trunks. Embracing him with one arm while tightly holding onto the older Trunks with the other, her eyes glistened with tears that streamed down her cheeks, soaking into his shoulder. Upon witnessing Bulma's demeanor, the older Trunks understood that she must have learned of his father's demise. He extended his arms to embrace his mother, whispering softly in her ear, "I am sorry, Mom." Seeing this poignant scene, the others felt at a loss on how to comfort Bulma and hesitated to intrude upon their moment. Only Goku stepped forward, inquiring, "Bulma, what brings you here?" Having received the comfort from her son, Bulma felt considerably relieved. Wiping her tears, she replied, "I visited Master Roshi's place, and that old pervert informed me that you were here, so I rushed over." As she spoke, Bulma retrieved a capsule from her pocket and tossed it to the ground, resulting in the appearance of a white box before the assembled group. "This is the battle armor Vegeta requested me to prepare for him. Unfortunately, he can no longer wear it. I made some for everyone as well, so come try them on." With that, Bulma pulled out a set of battle armor from a box and handed it to Trunks. "Thank you, Mom," Trunks expressed gratefully, swiftly accepting the offering. "Trunks, I just noticed that your hair has grown remarkably long. Are you wearing a wig? You've certainly grown taller." The temple contains a miraculous chamber where a year spent inside equates to merely a day outside. Upon hearing Trunks' response, Bulma felt a surge of astonishment. She had not anticipated the existence of such wondrous places in the world. Subsequently, she playfully tousled future Trunks' long hair and expressed her dissatisfaction. "Let me help you tidy your hair. You certainly shouldn't emulate that fellow Raditz by keeping it so long. Boys look far more appealing with shorter hair." Upon hearing Bulma's words, Raditz found himself at a loss, bemused by the unwarranted critique. "Why am I being dragged into this? Do you think I desire to maintain such length?" he retorted, a hint of indignation coloring his voice. "What do you know? For us Saiyans, our hair is predetermined from birth and remains unchanged throughout our lives." Goku, upon listening, suddenly grasped the situation, laughing heartily as he exclaimed, "So that is how it is. No wonder my hair hasn't grown at all over the years." Bulma cast a sidelong glance at Goku, having long since grown accustomed to his obliviousness. She then turned to Tien and the others, noticing they had not changed into combat attire, and inquired with confusion, "Why aren't you wearing your battle suits? These garments offer substantial protection and are not easily sourced." Tien shook his head, responding, "I refuse to don the attire of the Frisia Force." Piccolo nodded in agreement, affirming his preference for his own clothing. "Very well, now Gohan and I shall commence our training. After 7 days, we will confront Cell together." The group agreed, And under their watchful gaze, Goku took Gohan's hand and entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, below on Earth, as Cell wreaked havoc and indiscriminately slaughtered the populace, a wave of anxiety swept across the globe. The once peaceful world was plunged into turmoil, as fear akin to an impending apocalypse gripped the hearts of all. Within a grand castle, a well-dressed creature, more canine than human, sat upon a chair, fervently wiping the sweat from its brow with a handkerchief, while a robust man in military garb stood by, hunched over. "Your Majesty, the dispatched troops have been completely annihilated. The world is in disarray due to that monster's rampage. If we do not resolve this matter soon, it may lead to catastrophic consequences." The king nodded, acutely aware of the chaotic situation. His desk was overwhelmed with stacks of documents regarding Cell, leaving him in a state of distress. He was at a loss regarding the creature's origin and how to halt its destruction of the earth and the suffering of his people. At that moment, the sturdy man's eyes suddenly gleamed with an idea, and he addressed the king. "Your Majesty, that creature Cell has announced he will host a tournament for the strongest martial artists in the world, set to occur in approximately 6 days. If we can find a fighter capable of defeating him, our problems will be swiftly resolved." The king, with his hand pressed against his forehead, was disinclined to acknowledge the individual beside him. If only the matter were as simple as he claimed. The reality was that a creature capable of annihilating entire armies could hardly be subdued by a mere martial artist. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a vision of a young boy suddenly emerged, whispering softly, if only the boy who once defeated the Demon King Piccolo were to appear. Perhaps there might still be hope for this world. For years, he had been in search of that hero who had once saved the earth. Yet he remained utterly at a loss. This predicament only served to intensify the king's growing frustration, and with a resigned sigh, he found himself devoid of any hope. "Are you suggesting you have a candidate in mind?" he inquired. "Who do you believe could vanquish that monster?" The soldier, brimming with excitement, responded, "Your Majesty, do you recall Mr. Satan, the champion of this year's martial arts tournament? He is also the victor of the previous martial arts conference, possessing remarkable prowess. Even his disciples are formidable." The name Satan rang familiar to the king. He strained to recollect, and soon a vision of a scruffy, dark-skinned, middle-aged man materialized in his mind. Chapter 72, The Cell Games 4. Upon hearing the soldier mention Satan, the king shook his head in disapproval, clearly unconvinced by the assertion. Noticing the king's skepticism towards his idol, the soldier persisted, "I have witnessed Mr. Satan's strength firsthand. With his abilities, defeating a mere Cell is undoubtedly within his grasp. He can indeed safeguard the peace of our world." The king, reflecting once more on Mr. Satan, recalled that the man held a degree of competence among ordinary individuals. He was rather formidable. Moreover, he was exceptionally adept at garnering attention, swiftly amassing a legion of admirers. Alarmingly, these fans worshipped him unconditionally. Even those who had witnessed Cell's terrifying power still extolled his virtues. This indicated that Satan possessed some degree of cunning. However, the king was acutely aware that even the formidable Piccolo would likely outmatch Satan, let alone the even more terrifying creature that now loomed before them. The king harbored a particular disdain for Satan, perceiving him as lacking the humility and modesty characteristic of true martial artists, overly eager to bask in the limelight. Yet, as he observed the soldier continuing to extol Satan's virtues, he found himself at a loss for words. A sudden thought struck him, and he turned his gaze in contemplation. "If you insist on sending him into danger, do not blame me for the consequences." He then spoke gravely, "Please call Mr. Satan. The future of Earth depends on him." With a dismissive wave of his hand, he signaled for the soldier to withdraw. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone, dialing his most trusted confidant. His voice laced with urgency as he inquired, "Have you yet found that boy who defeated the Demon King Piccolo?" Within a time-honored martial arts dojo, a middle-aged man clad in a dark brown martial arts uniform, his muscular physique and striking gaze reflecting his formidable presence, relentlessly pummels a hanging sandbag. Each powerful punch resonates with a series of resounding thuds. "Mr. Satan, you have been training for an hour. Perhaps you should take a moment to wipe the sweat and rest." A woman in athletic attire, her physique alluring, approaches him. Her eyes brim with admiration for the man before her as she offers him a bottle of water and a towel. This middle-aged man is none other than the world's acknowledged strongest fighter, the champion of the last martial arts tournament, Mr. Satan. Upon noticing his female assistant, Satan pauses his relentless training, accepting the water and towel. He wipes the sweat from his brow and bursts in a hearty laughter, exclaiming, "An hour is but a trifle. I, Mr. Satan, am far from weary. I can feel my strength has increased. With a single punch, I could fell a bull." His bravado is met with unwavering belief from the woman, who has witnessed him effortlessly split stone slabs in half. The notion of such extraordinary strength deepens her admiration for him. As Mr. Satan continues to boast, his phone suddenly rings. Upon answering, his expression shifts to one of astonishment. His mouth agape. Clearly, something grave has transpired, instilling a rare fear in the strongest man in the world. Indeed, the call is from the king's subordinates, informing him that he is to participate in an upcoming martial arts tournament hosted by Cell, where he must defeat him to save the Earth. The thought of Cell's formidable power sends a shiver down Satan's spine. However, as his fingers brush against the gold medal on his belt, a wave of confidence washes over him. He chuckles defiantly. That is merely a trick. Let us see how Cell fares against me, Mr. Satan. Meanwhile, those capable of rivaling Cell have gathered at the sacred temple, awaiting the conclusion of Goku and Gohan's training within the hyperbolic time chamber. As time steadily passes, a day soon elapses, and the doors to the chamber swing open, revealing the two golden-haired warriors, their garments tattered, yet their spirits unyielded. As they emerge hand in hand, the onlookers rush forward, with Krillin speaking first, curiosity evident in his voice. Goku, have you finished your training already? It has only been a day. At this, Goku pats his stomach and inquires, "Is there any food, Mr. Popo? I am famished." Subsequently, Mr. Bobo prepared a mountain of food for Goku and Gohan, who ravenously devoured the feast before them. Witnessing this spectacle, Krillin couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Goku's character remains unchanged, indeed. By the way, Goku, you have yet to answer me. How is it that you emerged so swiftly? Have you already gained the strength to defeat Cell? While chewing his food, Goku replied, "Only a match will reveal whether we can overcome Cell. However, Gohan and I have made remarkable strides in our abilities during this training. Remaining here any longer might not yield further benefits. We must first master our current strength." At that moment, Piccolo interjected, "So, you have maintained your Super Saiyan forms to better acclimate and conserve energy during battles?" "Ah, I'm full now," Goku declared, clutching his swollen belly as he reclined on the ground. "Indeed, that's correct, Piccolo. You're quite astute. By the way, where's my brother? Has he also gone off to train?" Upon hearing Goku's inquiry, a sudden silence enveloped the group, until Tien, blushing, finally spoke up. "If by training you mean he is indeed training, it is just that he is training with Android 18, and the circumstances are rather unique." Goku was taken aback, quickly standing upright as he grasped Tien's implication. Android 18 is quite powerful. No wonder he didn't want to spar with her. He must be secretly honing some exceptional training method, keeping it from me. That's rather unfair. The group exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and amusement, pondering how Goku and Chi-Chi had managed all these years. Was it all due to Chi-Chi's initiative? Everyone's gaze toward Goku shifted to one of amusement. Noticing their stares, Goku scratched his head and chuckled. "Why are you all looking at me? It makes me feel a bit shy." Bulma gazed at Goku, exasperated. Had she not known him since childhood, she might have thought him foolish. "By the way, how did you manage this?" "I specifically selected materials for their high defensive capabilities, yet they were utterly destroyed." Chapter 73, Cell Games 5. "I truly don't understand how you train. This outfit was crafted from incredibly precious materials, boasting remarkable defense. Well, fortunately, I have some extras. I'll just give them to you." Observing the tattered state of Goku and Gohan, Bulma sighed in resignation as she retrieved a capsule from her pocket. "No need, Bulma. I still prefer to wear my battle suit during combat." Goku expressed his gratitude before turning to Mr. Bobo. "By the way, Mr. Bobo, I haven't lost my clothes, have I?" "No, they are safe, and I have already washed them for you." Ryukong received the garment from Bobo and donned them immediately. "Thank you, Mr. Bobo." At that moment, Gohan slowly approached Piccolo and spoke, "Uncle Piccolo, I too wish for a new outfit." "No problem. I'll get you a handsome one." With a flourish of light from Piccolo's hand, Gohan was adorned in an outfit identical to Piccolo's. Concurrently, Raditz, having finished his task, approached with Android 18, and upon seeing the two emerging from the building, inquired, "Kakarot, I didn't expect you to be out so soon. Do you believe your current strength can defeat Cell?" Upon seeing Raditz, Ryukong merely smiled serenely. "I haven't fought him yet, so I cannot say. However, remaining inside for training 1T yields significant improvements. I intend to take Gohan home to relax for a few days. Suit yourself. After all, Cell is merely a minor character." Ryukong did not contest Raditz's words. He had faith in Raditz's capabilities. Even though he had ascended to the realm of Super Saiyan 2, he could not gauge Raditz's true depth. At least with him on Earth, Cell would not wreak havoc. It could be said that at this juncture, Wukong harbored a profound sense of responsibility for Earth's salvation, contrasting sharply with the later persona who would forsake everything for battle. Currently, he could be described as possessing the wisdom of a fool. With 5 days remaining until the decisive confrontation with Cell, Wukong resolved to return home with Gohan to spend some time with Chi-Chi. Farewell, everyone. With that, Wukong and Gohan bid their farewells and departed from the Heavenly Temple. Following their exit, Raditz and 18 returned to their island, which had become their home. Meanwhile, the others in the Heavenly Temple began to open the doors to the Room of Spirit and Time. Although Cell had only appeared in the public eye for a mere 2 days, a multitude of events had transpired during this time. He had not only laid waste to half of West City, but had also threatened to exterminate all humanity, invoking a profound dread reminiscent of past nightmares. Once, a demon had sought to dominate the earth. In comparison, Cell was even more sinister and terrifying than the former King Piccolo. Countless cities fell victim to his reign of chaos, resulting in untold suffering and loss, as if only slaughter could satiate this demon's insatiable thirst for destruction. Each day, news reports concerning Cell flooded the airwaves. The king relentlessly dispatched troops to eliminate Cell, yet predictably, they all perished, merely adding to the toll of casualties. News of this spread rapidly, filling every heart with trepidation. However, at this moment, the emergence of one individual brought a glimmer of hope to the despairing souls. World champion Satan stepped forward, declaring his intention to vanquish Cell entirely at the martial arts tournament in 5 days. Once this announcement was made, his visibility skyrocketed, and this middle-aged man became a hero in the eyes of the populace. On television, Satan adorned with a championship gold medal. His skin a deep ebony and his face brimming with scruffy facial hair, emitted a confident laugh. That fellow, Sheru, merely laid some explosives nearby. Such trivial tricks could hardly escape my discerning gaze. Sheru, 5 days hence, I, Satan, shall challenge you and utterly obliterate you. In a secluded villa on a distant small island, Raditz reclined on the sofa, cradling android 18 in his arms as she delicately fed him grapes, each one meticulously peeled. Before them stood a colossal television screen. Suddenly, on screen, a middle-aged man effortlessly split a dozen bricks in half, inciting a raucous uproar among the spectators. All chanting a singular name, Satan, Satan, Satan. The sight captivated android 18, nestled within Raditz's embrace, not due to his prowess, but rather his audacity, his fearless courage that seemed oblivious to mortality. Curiously, she fed another grape into Raditz's mouth and inquired, "Who is this person? Does he truly fear nothing?" Raditz chewed thoughtfully, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied nonchalantly, "Ah, he is the favored child of the divine." Android 18 paused, taken aback by Raditz's praise. Having never witnessed him extol anyone so fervently, herself excluded, of course. Yet, how could this individual possibly compare? Had she underestimated him? Are you suggesting that this person is immensely powerful but merely concealing his abilities? No, I mean to imply that he possesses a stroke of extraordinary fortune. But that was in the past. This time may prove different. To be candid, Raditz, or rather the former White, harbored a disdain for the character of Satan. Although he had indeed saved Earth on several occasions, his vanity was insufferable, and his audacity to claim all accolades as his own was beyond redemption. Since becoming kin to Sun Wukong, he had taken to crediting all of Sheru's accomplishments as his own. "Oh, is that so?" Android 18 remarked, sensing something peculiar about Raditz today. If this man truly lacked concealed strength, then he was an ordinary person. Why would Raditz suddenly take an interest in someone so mundane? Feeling a twinge of boredom, Raditz seized the remote and switched off the television, lifting Android 18 into his arms. Clad in minimal attire, Android 18 appeared even more alluring. Noticing the wicked grin spreading across Raditz's face, she understood his intentions and acquiesced, removing her garments piece by piece. Raditz, exhilarated by her compliance, felt the flames of desire reignite within him as he caressed her golden tresses, murmuring softly. Chapter 74, Sheru's Game 6. On a secluded island, a magnificent villa stands, where the sounds of bustling voices fill the air, captivating all who visit. Inside the room, Raditz cradled the enchanting form of number 18, gently caressing her golden locks. It was evident that number 18 understood Raditz's intentions, presenting herself willingly before him. The sight of her ignited a fervent desire within Raditz, leaving his throat parched as he murmured, "Playing our little game is far more delightful." With that, he carried number 18 into the room, where he imparted a lesson on biology, deepening her understanding of the human anatomy and the origins of mankind. Suddenly, he leaned close to her ear and whispered something, causing her cheeks to flush immediately. Though she did not respond outright, she was taken aback by the unexpectedly charming demeanor of this manly figure, who was now playfully teasing her. Number 18 felt a mix of helplessness and anticipation, knowing that such matters required mental preparation. How about this? Once the situation with Cell is resolved, I will grant you any wish you desire, she finally conceded, unable to resist Raditz's endearing charm. Instantly invigorated, Raditz embraced her tightly, and they soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, on the previously empty meadow, Goku and Goten lay with their eyes closed, a fishing rod beside them, patiently waiting for fish to bite in the tranquil lake. The scene was serene and peaceful. How quiet it is. If only it could remain this way, Goten remarked as he suddenly opened his eyes, turning to his father. Dad, I am so happy. Goku, also awakening, inquired, why is that? You promised me we would go fishing, but it never happened until today, Goten replied, his voice filled with joy. Did I? I seem to have forgotten, Goku said, scratching his head sheepishly. I'm sorry, Goten. I completely forgot. But rest assured, once we deal with Cell, I will dedicate time to you and Chi-Chi. Brother is right. I am now a man with a family, and I must take responsibility for you both. Goku continued, speaking of which, we must find a way to resurrect Vegeta once this Cell situation is resolved. Goten nodded in agreement, acknowledging his father's words. Indeed, according to Uncle Bick, Uncle Vegeta committed numerous misdeeds during his lifetime, and it is feared that he may undergo a memory wipe, emerging as a completely new being. At that time, Aunt Bulma would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Rest assured, I have already entrusted Lord Kai to watch over Vegeta. He will be safe. That is reassuring. Thus, Goku and Gohan were quietly savoring life, seemingly oblivious to the impending calamity. However, as joy begets sorrow, those residing in the other world, such as Raditz and Goku, were entirely unaware of the unfolding situation. At this moment, Tien and Kairatsu were diligently training within the hyperbolic time chamber. Although Trunks had surpassed Cell in strength, he remained resolute, unwilling to relax until he avenged his father. Outside the time chamber, Trunks engaged in constant sparring with Krillin or himself, embodying the spirit of a warrior. Honing his skills through battle was indeed an effective means of growth. In preparation for the imminent clash with Cell, all the warriors on Earth were exerting themselves with unwavering dedication, and every Earthling remained steadfast in their efforts. Time passed steadily, and soon the day of confrontation with Cell arrived. On this day, everyone on Earth set aside their tasks, focusing their attention on this moment that would determine the fate of humanity. In an expansive arena, a colossal platform, spanning several hundred square meters, stood prominently. Its vastness far exceeded that of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The intense sunlight bathed the ground, revealing a monstrous figure at the center of the stage, its hideous green skin emanating an aura of malevolence and terror. As several figures descended from the sky, all the extraordinary warriors of Earth gathered at this location. It appeared that everyone had arrived. Thus, there was no time to waste. Who will be the first to challenge me? Cell confidently surveyed the crowd. Just as Goku was about to make his move, the blaring horn of a vehicle interrupted his action. Everyone turned to look, and even Cell was drawn to the sound. A military jeep raced toward them, its engine roaring and horn blaring, creating a cacophony that resonated through the air. The vehicle came to a halt at the edge of the arena. The spectators were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Who dared to challenge Cell? As the rugged vehicle came to a halt, the door swung open simultaneously, revealing a middle-aged man clutching a microphone who was the first to alight. Following him were several individuals equipped with cameras, broadcasting equipment in tow. The group, upon exiting, suddenly struck a pose of reverence, and the last to emerge, a middle-aged gentleman exuding a sense of justice, descended dressed in a martial arts uniform, a hefty golden medal hanging from his waist. Once on the ground, he tilted his head back and laughed derisively, proclaiming, Sheru, your petty tricks have long been laid bare before me. Today, you shall meet your demise at the hands of this world champion. Ha ha ha. Sheru, initially captivated by the vehicle, cast a fleeting glance at the man before him. His eyes tinged with disdain as he retorted, just a bunch of foolish trash. They are of no consequence. I shall deal with them first. His gaze then returned to Son Goku. Chapter 75, Sheru's Game 7. I, Sheru, am a man-made being of considerable poise, unwilling to stoop to the level of such ants. With a look of contempt, I disregarded Satan entirely, for only Raditz and son Goku warranted my attention, one having previously bested me, and the other a necessary target for my wrath. This arena, indeed, was a grave prepared for the two brothers. The onlookers were taken aback by Satan's entrance. Tianjin fans stared in astonishment at the middle-aged man before him, exclaiming, "Who is this fellow, and how dare he be so bold?" Piccolo, equalistand, had not anticipated the presence of anyone else willing to engage in this battle, especially one who dared to confront Sheru so brazenly. This man, known as Satan, was reputed to have garnered numerous gold medals in boxing competitions and was the champion of the previous martial arts tournament, albeit one in which we had not participated. Krillin nonchalantly waved his hand, clearly familiar with the individual before him. He had no choice but to be aware, as the television was rife with news of Satan and Sheru. Unlike others who were engrossed in their training, he was not oblivious to the broadcast. Just a fool unaware of his impending doom. Let Sheru deal with him. At that moment, Raditz spoke up, his voice low yet audible enough for all present, including Satan. He strode swiftly to confront Raditz, thrusting a finger accusatorily at his nose, and shouted, "Were you speaking of me? Do you have any idea who I am? I am Satan, the world champion." Raditz, disinterested in the man's ramblings, shot him a fierce glare. The intensity in Raditz's eyes resembled that of a ferocious beast, causing Satan to recoil in fear, stumbling backward and collapsing to the ground. Observing this, a nearby cameraman inquired curiously, "Mr. Satan, we are live. Are you all right? Did that man cause you any harm?" In this moment, the scene was broadcast live to the eyes of everyone around the globe watching this fierce battle. Satan, acutely aware of his embarrassing predicament, hastily stood up, striking a dashing pose, and declared loudly, "Of course, I am unscathed. I am Mr. Satan. I merely suffered a cramp due to a restless night." Truly, Mr. Satan is formidable, as evidenced by the realization of the television crew and commentators. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the world erupted in cheers. I knew Mr. Satan could never be intimidated by such an ugly foe. Mr. Satan is incredible. He will surely save us. Indeed, Satan has always been my idol. Go, Satan, you must defeat them all. Observing this scene, Raditz was taken aback. How could this be? Were the minds of people globally momentarily kicked into absurdity? Before encountering Satan, he believed the inhabitants of this world were relatively sane. Yet, since Satan's emergence, it seemed as if everyone's intellect was plummeting into negative territory. Could it be that Satan was indeed the favored son of God, blessed with a dimming halo? Satan, with a sigh of relief, regained his composure and resolved to make a splendid impression. He puffed out his chest once more, striking an impressive pose before the camera, caressing his golden belt, and then hoisting it high, proclaiming, "As long as I, Satan, participate in this grand martial arts tournament, the championship shall undoubtedly be mine. Cell cannot withstand even a single round against me. Ha ha ha." Well said, Mr. Satan. The staff members, inspired by his words, felt a surge of enthusiasm, believing victory was already assured, and they raised their thumbs in approval. Although outwardly confident, Satan's heart raced with trepidation. The memory of Raditz's menacing gaze lingered, causing him to tremble, sweat trickling incessantly down his forehead. Meanwhile, on the stage, Cell furrowed his brow, growing increasingly impatient with the man before him. Though magnanimous, he would not tolerate such overt provocation. Upon hearing Raditz's words, people worldwide felt invigorated, as if they had received a shot of adrenaline, erupting in cheers as if Satan had already triumphed over Cell. Within the castle, the king watched the battle unfold, though his focus was not on Satan. Instead, he fixated intently on the screen where son Goku appeared, muttering excitedly, "So similar, so very similar." The king grasped the screen, nearly wishing to leap into it. "Is he the one who first defeated Demon King Piccolo? I never imagined that boy has grown so much." He chuckled heartily. "There is hope. Earth will be saved." The man in military attire, witnessing the king's exuberance, instinctively presumed that the monarch had come to believe in the might of his idol, Satan. He could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, Earth is saved." With Mr. Satan around, defeating Cell is but a trifling matter. Upon hearing the man's words, the king lost all desire to engage further, casting a disdainful glance his way, convinced that he had become infatuated with a mere celebrity. Inwardly, he mused, "I am but a dog of discernment, surrounded by foolish humans." As the strongest man, hailed by all the world's populace as the future savior of Earth, Satan strode confidently onto the arena. He was, by nature, one who thrived on attention, and the global focus on him had thoroughly satiated his vanity. Defeating Cell would immediately elevate him to the status of Earth's hero. Cell, I will vanquish you in just 5 seconds. Cell approached the arena, adopting a stance ready for battle, using his nimble footwork to close in on Satan, who remained completely still. Huh, Cell, you must be paralyzed with fear. Here comes your opening. With that, Satan exerted all his strength, delivering a punch to Cell's back. In that instant, he felt as though he had struck a solid rock, and a sharp pain erupted, causing him to cry out in dismay. Cell, unfazed, merely retaliated with a gentle blow, sending Satan flying across the arena. Cell had not even exerted his full strength. He considered Satan beneath his contempt. Thus, Mr. Satan faced defeat. Was Earth truly doomed? The staff member, microphone in hand, gaped in disbelief. Chapter 76, Cell Games 8. While the crowd believed Satan had lost, they were unaware that he had suddenly appeared beside the staff member, snatching the microphone with fervor. How could I, Satan, so easily lose? That was merely a misstep. Now I'm fully revitalized. Ha ha ha. Astonishingly, the majority of the global audience accepted his ludicrous explanation, chanting his name in unison. Satan, 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 seeing the tide of the crowd turn in his favor. Satan sighed in relief. Just then, the staff member spoke up. In that case, let us resume with Mr. Satan facing off against Cell. The gravity of those words weighed heavily on Satan's heart. Only in the heat of battle could one truly grasp the lethal pressure Cell exuded, like being cast into a vacuum. Devoid of breath, he dreaded the thought of confronting Cell again. Despite his reluctance, the fervent encouragement from the audience compelled Satan to step back onto the stage. As Krillin witnessed Satan re-enter the arena, a tumultuous storm brewed within him, leaving him utterly bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. How audacious this individual is to challenge Cell a second time. Does he truly fear not for his life? Esteemed audience, our superhero has encountered a minor mishap. Yet this shall not deter his unwavering resolve to save the Earth. He now ascends to the arena, shouldering the weight of hope. The eloquent remarks from the television crew vividly portrayed the formidable presence of Satan, who gazed at him with admiration, excitedly addressing the microphone. At this moment, Satan upon the stage trembled uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his lips quivering incessantly. What shall he do? If this continues, he may indeed meet his demise. Suddenly, a voice resounded from the heavens, and a wave of relief washed over Satan as everyone simultaneously looked up. Please wait, Master. This fellow does not require your direct intervention. We shall handle him. Out of nowhere, a pink helicopter appeared in the sky, and, as the voice echoed, 3 individuals leapt onto the stage, surrounding Cell. Among them stood a handsome blonde man, exuding an air of flamboyance that evoked an unsettling impression. Next to him was a robust giant, and alongside them, a strikingly beautiful young woman, the strongest disciples of Satan and his leading agent. So you're Cell. Indeed, you resemble a monster. You dare to challenge our master? Such audacity. Though his appearance was peculiar, there was a certain charm to his face that tempted one to reach out and touch it. This grotesque figure considers himself handsome. Even my little toast surpasses him in attractiveness. The 3 encircled Cell, occasionally commenting on him with disdain and derision. Infuriatingly, the woman had the audacity to lay hands on Cell. Even with his typically good-natured temperament, he found this intolerable. Suddenly, an aura of malevolence emanated from Cell, enveloping the arena and sending chills down the spines of all present, including Krillin and Tien, who felt a profound sense of dread. Not to mention the unfortunate trio standing closest. Stop, Cell. You shall not harm the innocent, shouted Son Goku, but his outcry failed to halt Cell's movements. As Cell's menacing energy swept over the ill-fated trio, their flesh and bones were brutally severed, blood splattering across the stage in a gruesome display. Witnessing this horrific scene caused Krillin's scalp to tingle, instinctively retreating several steps. Despicable scoundrel, gritting his fists. Goku's veins bulged with fury as he beheld the innocent perish before his eyes, igniting a collective outrage among the onlookers, though Raditz remained an exception. As the camera shifted, it captured a gruesome scene unfolding in the arena, a horrific spectacle that was laid bare before the eyes of the world. The onlookers were overwhelmed with a torrent of emotions. Children cried out in terror, while some clenched their fists, cursing in fury, and others collapsed in a faint. Paralyzed by fear, the brutality of the moment was simply too much to bear. It was then that they truly grasped the terror of Cell, their previous confidence shattered. All hope now rested upon Satan, the only beacon of survival in their darkest hour. However, In the arena, Satan was reduced to a quivering mass. His legs weakened by fear, collapsing to the ground, the lower half of his trousers drenched. No one could fathom that their superhero had succumbed to such humiliation at the hands of Cell. A chorus of outrage erupted. "Satan, what are you doing? Rise and defeat Cell. He has slain your beloved disciple and your cherished one. If you are a man, stand up." Satan swiftly eradicates Cell. In an instant, the crowd clamored for Satan to rise, yet he could not hear their pleas. All he comprehended was that he had angered a terrifying monstrosity, one whose methods were exceedingly ruthless. He regarded Cell with the eyes of someone facing a demon. Satan lifted his gaze, only to witness Cell advancing towards him step by step. Overwhelmed with dread, he fell to his knees before Cell, his body trembling uncontrollably. With a gulp, he surrendered. "Please, do not kill me. I concede." As he spoke, he fervently bowed his head to Cell, his voice raised in desperation, perhaps fearing that Cell might not hear him amidst the eerie silence that surrounded them. This spectacle was broadcasted live, reaching countless viewers across the globe. In their minds, Satan was a true champion. A typical scene would see him dispatching Cell with ease. Yet, here was the hero they revered, groveling before a monster. Such an occurrence was utterly inconceivable. As the saying goes, when the wall tumbles, many will push it down. People are quick to bestow upon you immense glory and light when you offer them hope for survival. But once that hope is extinguished, those who once idolized you can just as easily cast you into an abyss of despair. Chapter 77. The Cell Game 9. In the arena, desperate for his life, Satan was relentlessly begging Cell for mercy, a scene that was broadcasted to the world, igniting a firestorm of outrage. "Satan, you deceiver. I've always regarded you as my idol." Curse Satan. How could he kneel and beg for mercy from his enemy? "Oh, mother, what is Mr. Satan doing? He is nothing but a fraud, a disgrace." In this moment, the reputation that Satan had painstakingly built over his lifetime was utterly annihilated, leaving him akin to a rat scurrying across the street, despised by all. Unbeknownst to him, he remained oblivious to the chaos surrounding him, still fighting valiantly in the arena to preserve his own life. The once motionless figure of Cell now approached Satan with deliberate slowness, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Though this individual hardly deserved his wrath, the repeated provocations were intolerable. Cell glared at the diminutive figure before him, his gaze harboring a palpable menace. As he raised his hand, poised to deliver a fatal blow, a sudden voice rang out. "Stop!" Goku shouted, teleporting to Cell's side and swiftly pulling Satan to safety, tossing him directly into Krillin's arms. Freed from imminent peril, Satan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was drenched in perspiration, scarcely able to fathom the overwhelming prowess of Cell. Had it not been for the timely intervention of his savior, the consequences would have been dire, and he was now thoroughly terrified. "Thank you for rescuing me, but please, you must protect me. That monster is simply too fearsome," he implored. Krillin cast a disdainful glance in his direction. The truth was, this individual was utterly oblivious to the gravity of his situation. Even if Cell were before him, he would be tempted to give him a thorough reprimanding. Ignoring Satan's pleas, he replied coolly, "You should leave at once. This battle is beyond your capability. And take that television crew with you. If a fight does break out, I can't guarantee your safety." Upon hearing Krillin mention the crew, Satan realized the gravity of his prior actions. He lifted his gaze to the others, noticing their hostile stares, as if they wished to rend him to pieces. In a bid to salvage his reputation, he steeled himself and approached them. "Ha, Mr. Satan, am perfectly fine. I merely executed a strategic retreat, and I had a slight stomach upset last night, which is why I was on the ground. What a coincidence. Otherwise, I would have surely dealt a severe blow to Cell today." As he spoke, he theatrically clutched his abdomen, trying to convince them of his fabricated narrative. However, this time, no one was willing to believe him. The image of his earlier pleading with Cell was still fresh in their minds. Though they adored Satan, they were not fools. The television crew ignored him entirely, redirecting all their cameras toward the man who had rescued Satan from Cell's clutches. As they disregarded him, a flicker of anger ignited within Satan. "I am Mr. Satan. How dare you ignore me? This is utterly outrageous." He fumed. "Be quiet, you adorable fool." One crew member retorted. "We recorded everything, and will be broadcast for all to see. We thought you were a world hero, yet you behaved in such a manner. Please, keep your distance. We no longer wish to see you." At this moment, the staff unleashed a torrent of invective towards Satan, their words laced with scorn and utterly devoid of civility. Upon hearing their derision, Satan's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, still attempting to defend himself with fervent words. "It's over. This time, I am truly disgraced," he lamented. The television crew, while attending to Satan, shifted the focus of all eyes on his son Wukong. The host, regaining composure, diligently addressed the audience with a microphone in hand. Next, a mysterious figure stepped forward to challenge Cell, the very hero who had just rescued Satan. In comparison to Satan, his bravery truly warranted the title of martial artist. Now standing in the arena, he was poised to engage in a fierce battle with Cell. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us eagerly await the unfolding of this contest," the host proclaimed. As the host had foretold, the moment had arrived for Sun Wukong and Cell to finally confront one another. The true climax of their battle was about to commence. With a disdainful glint in his eyes, Cell met Sun Wukong's gaze, clearly regarding him as no match for his prowess. Coldly, he remarked, "You finally made a move. I was beginning to grow impatient. Come at me." In an instant, both Sun Wukong and Cell vanished from sight, engaging in rapid motion. The arena echoed with the sounds of their collisions, yet their figures remained unseen. The host rubbed his eyes in disbelief, astonished by the spectacle unfolding before him. What was happening? His jaw nearly dropped in shock as he wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. Tianjin Han observed the contest, his 3 eyes darting about, and sighed. "So swift. Wukong is truly remarkable. His movements are utterly indistinguishable. The gap between us is widening." Piccolo nodded in agreement. In the days to come, he had not neglected his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, believing his strength had significantly improved. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before him, he realized how mistaken he was. The disparity between them was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Both Sun Wukong and Cell had reached a level of power that was nearly equal, and yet Wukong's energy remained perfectly composed. His strength had far surpassed theirs, rendering the battle incomprehensible to them. Even Android 18 felt the pressure, with the exception of Raditz, Trunks, and Gohan. In the arena, after a brief exchange, Sun Wukong and Cell paused their assaults. The two figures now stood at a considerable distance from one another, and the ground beneath them bore the scars of destruction. Cell cracked his neck and stretched his body with satisfaction, addressing Sun Wukong. "You truly possess remarkable skills. Compared to you, the others are utterly insignificant." Chapter 78, Cell's Game. "The prowess of this fellow exceeds my expectations by a considerable margin." Upon hearing Cell's words, Goku replied with a calm demeanor. After a brief exchange of blows, he comprehended the formidable strength of Cell. The intensity of the attacks left no room for complacency, for a moment's inattention could lead to his demise. "Hey Cell, the warm-up is over. Let us both unleash our true power and engage in a proper battle," Goku declared, his gaze suddenly serious. Before Cell could respond, he let out a mighty roar, and as his aura surged, he radiated a dazzling golden light. One intimidating aura. Just how powerful has Goku become? Krillin felt the overwhelming energy emanating from Goku, shattering his previous worldview. Indeed, Mr. Goku has arrived at this pinnacle, fortunately, with the guidance of his master. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to reach such heights himself. From the sidelines, Trunks watched in awe as Goku was on the verge of transforming into Super Saiyan 2, muttering to himself in astonishment. As Goku's energy continued to ascend, the ground trembled beneath the force of his power. The golden radiance intensified, and lightning danced around him. At this moment, Goku finally unleashed his full strength for the battle. Observing Goku's transformation, Cell was equally determined. He bellowed fiercely, and a brilliant light erupted from him. Shooting skyward, the aura he projected expanded outward, creating a tempest that overwhelmed everyone present. Those nearby, including Satan and the crew, were swept away, taking refuge behind a massive rock, too frightened to show themselves. As the blinding light dissipated, Cell's body shimmered with a purple glow, exuding a golden radiance akin to Goku's. "Come on," he beckoned. "Very well," he added, with a glint of coldness in his eyes. The energy within him surged, coalescing into a terrifying force, which he then hurled towards Goku. The energy sliced through the air like a wayward arrow, its speed beyond comprehension. Yet, Goku flickered momentarily, remaining seemingly stationary, while the terrifying energy appeared to pass through his illusory form. Moments later, a deafening explosion erupted hundreds of meters behind him, shaking the earth and causing mountains to crumble. The spectators stood in awe, gazing at the devastated landscape. Had that strike landed on a person, it would have surely been fatal. Cell's malevolent laughter echoed, and the disdain in his eyes for Goku dissipated, replaced by a hint of admiration. Though his murderous intent loomed larger. You managed to evade that. Impressive, Goku. I have long sought an opponent of your caliber. A battle devoid of equal footing holds no excitement. With resolve etched in his expression and a spark of exhilaration in his eyes, Goku readied himself for combat and addressed Cell. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Now, let's engage in a fierce battle. Upon hearing Son Wukong's response, Cell emitted a sinister chuckle, his malevolent aura erupting instantaneously, causing a fierce wind to whip up from the ground. In a flash, Cell appeared before Son Wukong and, with a resounding thud, landed a powerful punch squarely on his chest. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong grasped Cell's hands and retaliated with a swift punch of his own. Their figures swiftly intertwined, two forces clashing violently, and then, in the blink of an eye, they vanished from the spectator's sight. All that could be heard were the thunderous sounds of their bodies colliding in mid-air, accompanied by the destruction left in their wake. A fierce battle had commenced. Their movements were so rapid that even Tien and Piccolo struggled to follow, let alone the ordinary commentator. The cameras, aimed at the arena and the seemingly empty air, captured the essence of the conflict, yet the commentator found himself at a loss for words, merely gazing at the indistinct waves of energy and the deafening roars that filled the air. On the arena, Cell leaped, channeling his explosive energy towards Wukong. Suddenly, he raised his right leg, forcefully striking Wukong in the abdomen with his knee. The terrifying power concentrated in that blow spread throughout Wukong's body, causing him to cry out in pain and spew forth a mouthful of blood as he plummeted from the sky. The two figures separated. Wukong, are you all right? Krillin, Wukong's close friend, inquired with deep concern upon witnessing his injury. In the sky, Cell let out a faint, cold laugh, summoning a crimson glow in his hand directed towards the arena below. Fighting you is quite amusing, but now I wish to alter the rules. The notion that falling out of the arena means defeat is utterly meaningless. Clutching his abdomen, Wukong rose and shouted at Cell. What do you intend to do? In response, a beam of red energy descended rapidly towards the ground. Wukong, reacting swiftly, soared into the sky, evading Cell's assault. The concentrated energy struck the earth with a resounding explosion, enveloping the area in thick smoke and chaos. As the dust settled, the arena lay utterly obliterated by Cell. Witnessing the destruction of the arena, Wukong furrowed his brow, relieved that no one was hurt, yet he turned to Cell, perplexed. Cell, why would you do this? Cell, wearing an evil grin, replied calmly. Now the entire world has become our battleground. Only surrender or death can determine the victor. This is the only fitting stage for our conflict. Let's make full use of this vast expanse. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong comprehended the intentions of Cell. It seemed this fellow was determined to battle him to the bitter end. He nodded in agreement. Very well, as you wish. Before Wukong could fully respond, Cell launched his assault, his aura coalescing into a resplendent golden light. A terrifying barrage of energy attacks rained down upon Wukong like a meteor shower, far more ferocious than Vegeta's royal fighting style, almost akin to an upgraded version of it. However, Wukong was not slow to react. He swiftly evaded Cell's onslaught and suddenly found himself at Cell's side. Chapter 79, the grand finale of Cell's game. The multitude of attacks from Cell fell upon Wukong like relentless raindrops. With astonishing speed, Wukong darted away, only to suddenly place his finger on his forehead. And in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Cell. In that fleeting moment of proximity, both combatants unleashed their strikes simultaneously, and within a second, countless punches and kicks collided against one another. The two then locked their fingers, engaging in a contest of strength. As their energies erupted, an intense golden radiance enveloped the surroundings, causing the earth to tremble beneath their fierce clash, fissures spreading outwards from where they stood. As the full force of their powers collided, the very ground shook. With the separation of their hands, Wukong ascended into the air, leaving onlookers bewildered, uncertain of his intentions. Why was Wukong flying? Surely he wouldn't unleash the Kamehameha wave at full power? Krillin, observing Wukong suspended in midair with his hands at his waist, felt a wave of anxiety. Surely not. If Wukong unleashed it from above, the earth would surely face obliteration. Tian Shinhan was equally perplexed. No way. Only Raditz perceived Wukong's intentions, a slight smile gracing his lips. Kakarot indeed possessed a strategic mind in battle. Cell gazed upward at Wukong, disbelief etched across his face. There was no way he could annihilate the earth. Yet, As he heard Wukong channeling his energy, murmuring the words, came, hame, ha. At the moment Wukong uttered the last word, he suddenly vanished from the air. When he reappeared, he was directly behind Cell, who turned, but it was too late. Oh no! Before Cell could finish his exclamation, Wukong's Kamehameha wave struck him with full force. The brilliance of the energy wave faded, and the swirling clouds of dust were dispersed by a gentle spring breeze. Wukong, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, lowered his hands. This was the full extent of his power, and he had no strength left to continue fighting. Yet, a sense of relief washed over him as he beheld Cell lying motionless on the ground, his body shattered. At last, success. Wukong had harnessed instant transmission and finally vanquished this monster. As they beheld the remnants of Cell's body, shattered and strewn across the ground by Goku's formidable attack, Krillin and Tien Shinhan erupted in exhilaration. However, when they turned to glance at Trunks and Raditz, they found no trace of victorious smiles on their faces. Instead, they were solemnly fixated on the lifeless form of Cell before them. It was perplexing. Wasn't this creature supposed to be dead? Why did so much energy still linger? Goku, gazing at the fallen Cell, was filled with confusion, and suddenly, Cell's lower half rose from the ground, grotesque fluids seeping from the fractured parts of his body, swiftly restoring him to his former state. That technique is indeed impressive, but it bears no significance for me. You've nearly exhausted your strength with that last move. Now let me demonstrate, Cell proclaimed with a triumphant laugh. The thrill of battling Goku invigorated him, and just as he prepared to showcase his prowess, Goku uttered the unexpected words, "I concede." What? Everyone, including Cell, was taken aback by this declaration, incredulous that such words could emanate from Goku's lips. I acknowledge my defeat in this match, but this does not signify a loss for all humanity. I shall find another to engage you in battle, Goku asserted, disregarding the bewildered looks from those around him as he approached Gohan, speaking gently. Gohan, were you able to comprehend the fight between your father and Cell just now? Upon receiving a nod from Gohan, Goku affectionately ruffled his son's hair and continued, Then it is now your turn to confront Cell. But, Dad, I am not his equal. Gohan replied, lowering his gaze, hesitant to step forward. Goku understood Gohan's capabilities. They were both on the threshold of Super Saiyan 2. In a full-powered state, Cell would indeed overpower Gohan. Yet after their encounter, Cell's energy and stamina were significantly depleted. If Gohan summoned his strength, victory was within reach. In truth, since Raditz's arrival, Goku had realized that the guardianship of Earth was no longer solely his burden. The sense of obligation toward his family gradually influenced Goku's mindset. Raditz and Vegeta were formidable warriors, and Gohan possessed unimaginable potential, though his timid nature hindered him. If they were to face a powerful adversary in the absence of himself and Raditz, who would protect the Earth? Who would safeguard Chi-Chi? Thus, Goku resolved to use this battle as an opportunity to nurture Gohan's abilities. Go forth, Gohan. I believe in you. You can defeat him. For the Earth, for your mother, you must rise to the occasion. Encouraged by his father's words, Gohan, despite his reluctance to engage in combat, stepped forward to stand before Cell, eliciting incredulity from all onlookers. Piccolo, in disbelief, directed a scathing remark towards Goku. Do you truly comprehend the gravity of your actions? Gohan is still but a child. If you cannot contend with him, how could he possibly face such a formidable opponent? Your actions could lead to his demise. Trust me, Piccolo, and please have faith in Gohan. He possesses the capability to overcome this challenge. Observing son Goku's earnest expression, I found myself at a loss for words. Though my desire to confront Goku was overwhelming, I could only focus intently on the unfolding battle, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of danger to Gohan. Then, Gohan removed Piccolo's outer garment and approached Cell. Upon witnessing a golden-haired youth daring to challenge Cell, even the television crew could hardly contain their disbelief. How could a child be permitted to confront such a terrifying creature? Are there truly no other warriors on our planet? Suddenly, across the globe, viewers were inspired by this golden-haired boy's audacity to face Cell, feeling a profound sense of shame as they bowed their heads in contemplation. At home watching television, Chi-Chi saw Gohan's entrance and excitedly embraced the screen, nearly diving into it were it not for the restraint of Ox King. What are you thinking, Goku? How could you allow Gohan to confront such a dreadful monster? If anything were to happen to him, how could I endure such a loss? As she spoke, despairing tears welled in Chi-Chi's eyes. If Gohan were to suffer even the slightest misfortune, she would surely follow him. Since marrying Goku, he has been consumed with training and battles, neglecting family. Truly, He has been a woefully inadequate husband, and Gohan has become her sole beacon of hope. Observing this, Ox King hurried to comfort his daughter, feeling an unspoken resentment toward Goku. How could he permit young Gohan to face such a monstrous foe alone? What would happen if something went awry? After all, Gohan is still merely a child. On the battlefield, Cell regarded the approaching Gohan with disdain, his eyes betraying a hint of irritation. What does Goku mean by sending a child into the fray? You must be Son Goku's son. Gohan, am I correct? You should leave. I have no interest in killing you. Bring Raditz to me instead. Gohan, gazing at the green monstrosity before him, recalled the countless innocents Cell had slaughtered. With a cold expression, he declared, My father has entrusted me with the task of defeating you. Prepare to meet your end, Cell. With that, Gohan radiated a golden aura, surrounded by crackling lightning, manifesting a form strikingly similar to his father's. Piccolo, astonished, exclaimed, Is that Gohan? I never imagined he could become so powerful. Indeed, his energy rivaled that of Goku. Perhaps he truly could defeat Cell. Upon witnessing Gohan's formidable strength, Krillin's lips curled into a faint smile. He affectionately caressed his distinguished bald head and playfully arched his unique eyebrows, exclaiming with excitement, I never imagined that my brother Gohan has also attained Super Saiyan 2. It's truly impressive. Initially taken aback by Gohan's remarkable prowess, Cell quickly regained his composure and nonchalantly remarked, Gohan, your strength is indeed commendable. But do you naively believe that this alone can secure your victory? Even your father has fallen before me. Momentarily hesitating at Cell's words, Gohan found renewed determination upon hearing Goku cheer him on, promptly assuming a battle stance. Oh, it seems we are serious now. I shall not hold back. With that, Cell launched himself towards Gohan, aiming a swift punch at his vital points. However, to Cell's astonishment, Gohan deftly evaded each attack, silently acknowledging, what a nimble little brat. As Cell's assaults intensified, Gohan, focused solely on defense and failing to counterattack, began to feel increasingly overwhelmed. Cell, recognizing Gohan's reluctance to retaliate, noted the numerous opportunities he had to strike back, yet he continued to evade. With this realization, a sinister smile crept onto Cell's face, and he quickened his pace, unleashing a barrage of increasingly vicious attacks that instilled doubt in Gohan's heart, whispering to himself that soon his father would come to his rescue. Suddenly, exploiting Gohan's carelessness, Cell seized him by the throat, delivering a relentless series of punches aimed at Gohan's vital areas. Grasping Gohan aloft, Cell concentrated a golden energy blast in his right hand, directing it towards Gohan's form. Noticing the malevolent glint in Gohan's eyes, Cell coldly sneered, Gohan, you shall perish. Do not blame me. Blame your foolish father instead. With that, the energy struck Gohan directly, sending him hurtling dozens of meters away, his body riddled with wounds as he collapsed to the ground. Gohan, alarmed by Gohan's peril, Piccolo shouted in distress, ready to intervene, yet was firmly restrained by Goku beside him. Piccolo, you must have faith in Gohan. He possesses the strength to defeat Cell. Cell surveyed the battlefield, puzzled by the absence of any intervention on Gohan's behalf. He then glanced upon the forsaken child before him, feeling a twinge of pity. Slowly, Cell approached Gohan, raising his esteemed green hands to fiercely grasp Gohan's hair, forcefully slamming his face into the ground with an evil laugh. Look at you, in such a pitiable state, on the brink of death, while your father and comrades remain absent. To them, you are merely an expendable waste. Upon hearing the words of Cell, Gohan's eyes brimmed with innocent tears as his face pressed firmly against the ground, weakly calling out, Daddy, Daddy. The sight was so heart-wrenching that even the television crew and Mr. Satan could scarcely bear it. Mr. Satan, trembling, shouted towards Goku, Hey, he's your child, isn't he? Can't you see he is on the brink of being killed? Hurry, go save him. Yet, to his dismay, Goku remained unmoved, prompting Mr. Satan to angrily exclaim, How despicable! Though you are my savior, I cannot tolerate a father like you in this world. I, Mr. Satan, will risk my life to save this child. With that, he grasped his golden belt for courage, his body drenched in cold sweat as he approached within 10 meters of Cell, shouting furiously, Cell, let go of that child. If you dare to harm him, I, Mr. Satan, will not let you go unpunished. Afterward, he hastily took refuge behind a large rock, covering his head with his hands, continuing to shout, I mean it. I will not let you off. However, Cell paid no heed to Mr. Satan's insolence and cruelly trampled on Gohan, occasionally casting provocative glances toward Goku. At that moment, Piccolo, witnessing Gohan's torment, clenched his fists tightly, his face turning a ghastly shade of green with rage as he shouted at Goku, Goku, This is all your fault. I warned you not to let Gohan participate. Look at what he has become. Hurry, go save him. Seeing Goku remain indifferent, Piccolo's fury escalated, and he lost all rationality. If anything happens to Gohan, I will not forgive you. Aren't you supposed to protect the Earth? Then I shall annihilate all its inhabitants to accompany Gohan in death. Goku, upon witnessing his son's suffering, felt as though 1,000 knives were piercing his heart. The agony was simply unimaginable. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and shook his head, stating, I believe in him. Piccolo, I implore you, have faith in Gohan this time. He can do it. He will surely defeat Cell. Chapter 81. The grand finale of Cell's game. Goku, let go of me. No matter what, I must go save Gohan today. Yet Goku held Piccolo's hands firmly, lowering his head to hide his moist eyes from everyone. Wait, just a moment longer. In this life-and-death situation, I believe we can ignite the fighting spirit within Gohan. His strength is not inferior to mine, and when the time comes, he will undoubtedly defeat Cell. Moreover, let us not forget, we can heal from any wounds we sustain in battle. On the battlefield, the anguished cries of son Gohan echoed painfully in Piccolo's ears, each word slicing through him like a knife carving away at his flesh. Overwhelmed by his emotions, he turned to son Goku in a fit of rage. Goku, you arrogant fool. Do you truly believe Gohan shares your love for battle? I understand your intention to ignite his fighting spirit, but have you ever taken the time to communicate with him? Do you even know him? He is a kind-hearted child who abhors conflict and cherishes peace. His aspiration to become a scholar is deeply ingrained in his mind. Do not forget that Gohan is still just a child. Do you have any idea what he is thinking? He is not contemplating how to use his strength to defeat Cell. He is wondering why his father has yet to come to his rescue as he faces death. You, son Goku, are unworthy of the title father. Piccolo's tirade dispelled any lingering doubts he had, and he released the grip he had on Gohan, filled with remorse. You're right, Piccolo. I have never made an effort to understand Gohan. I merely imposed my own thoughts upon him. I am not a worthy father. Goku's singular focus was to rescue his son from Cell's grasp, and he urgently called out to Krillin, Krillin, hurry and give me a Senzu bean. As Piccolo and Goku prepared to act, an overwhelming force suddenly surged forth, shocking everyone present except for Raditz. Even Cell paused in his actions. Cell, cease this at once. I will not allow any of my allies to perish before my eyes. A resonant voice echoed across the heavens, revealing Trunks, whose eyes bore the fierce intensity of a beast, a terrifying visage that instilled dread in all. What astonished everyone even further was that Trunks had transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, yet his power surpassed that of both Goku and Gohan. Having reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2, seeing Gohan's ghastly state brought back memories of their time together in the future world, now ravaged by the androids. In that bleak future, Gohan and Trunks were the last remaining warriors, and Trunks' abilities were entirely derived from Gohan. The older brother who had nurtured him taught him martial arts, and protected both him and his mother. The thought of Gohan being killed by Cell was something he simply could not bear. He recalled a rainy day when Gohan and Trunks ventured outside in search of food, risking discovery by the androids. In a bid to save Trunks, Gohan sacrificed himself, and it was in that moment that Trunks fully transformed into a Super Saiyan. I will not allow my brother Gohan to die before me a second time. Cell, you shall perish. In a fit of rage, Trunks charged directly at Cell, who was tormenting Gohan. At that moment, Cell noticed Trunks' kick, which sent Gohan flying. As he fully committed to facing Trunks, the overwhelming aura emanating from Trunks made Cell cautious. Gohan, propelled through the air, landed several dozen meters away, near Mr. Satan, who was cowering behind a rock. Upon seeing the approaching youth, the very same who had just battled Cell, Mr. Satan straightened up and laughed heartily, exclaiming, Cell, you must be frightened of me, Satan. You will spare this child now, won't you? I shall let you off this time, even in the absence of an audience. Mr. Satan's penchant for theatrics remained unchanged. He slowly approached the battered Gohan, his expression softening with paternal concern. Child, I hear they call you Gohan, an unusual name indeed. Are you all right? Worry not, for I, Mr. Satan, shall protect you from Cell. He dares not harm you. Gohan, hearing someone speak to him, struggled to open his eyes and beheld the figure before him, Mr. Satan, the self-proclaimed world champion. Unlike others, Gohan held a favorable impression of him, for he had dared to plead for Gohan's safety even when Cell nearly ended his life. This courage transformed Gohan's perception of the man before him. A painful smile crept across Gohan's face as he replied, Thank you for your concern, Mr. Satan. I am fine. My father will come to rescue me soon. Mr. Satan scoffed at the mention of Gohan's irresponsible father. What kind of parent could be so callous? As a father himself, he would risk everything to protect his daughter from harm. Although the man had saved his life, it did little to improve his already poor opinion of Goku. He retorted with indignation, "Do not speak of your negligent father again. If my child were in danger, I would give my all to save her. He is unworthy of being your father." Gohan, taken aback by Mr. Satan's harsh judgment of his father, offered a weak chuckle. "My father may have his reasons. He is a very good person." Mr. Satan dismissed Gohan's defense, finding the boy's kindness remarkable despite his father's shortcomings. The more he looked at Gohan, the more he wished he could claim him as his own son. "By the way, Gohan, you are truly a brave child to confront a monster like Cell. I have a daughter who shares your courage. Had I not intervened, she would likely have faced Cell as well. You seem to be of similar age, and I would be delighted to introduce you both. I'm certain you would get along famously." Upon hearing Satan's casual remarks about introducing his daughter to himself, Sun Wukong could not help but let out an awkward chuckle, wrinkling his nose as he replied, "There's no need for that, Mr. Satan." "What a pity," Satan lamented. Just as he expressed his regret, Piccolo, Sun Wukong, and Krillin soared through the air, approaching Sun Wukong's side.